I just went out to buy breakfast. I was stabbed 108 times, and that person even wanted to cut off my manhood, claiming he wanted to end my evil lineage. Just because in 3 hours, Blue Star will enter the era of awakening, and I will awaken the strongest talent in human history, ultimately leading humanity to repel 1,000,000 alien demons, standing at the peak of all races. But the countries of Blue Star fear my strength. They actually sent 12 holy level powerhouses to try to kill me. Yet, the dragon-slaying youth has become the evil dragon, and I, who protected humanity all my life, was tragically stabbed. In a moment of despair, I chose to destroy the world. In the end, humanity used all its strength to send a power user back to before the awakening era, preparing to eliminate me at the source. However, due to his assassination attempt, I activated the potential within me. I unexpectedly gained an even more extraordinary talent ability. At this moment, I lay on the hospital bed, looking gloomy. I just went out to buy breakfast and encountered a freak, and they call me a great demon king who slaughtered billions of lives. I can't even bear to kill a chicken. Suddenly, the bright sky split open. Countless streams of light poured down, entering people's bodies. As those streams of light entered my body, my wounds began to heal at a visible speed. Then, a heavy mechanical voice echoed in the sky above Blue Star, as Supreme Will descended and Blue Star entered the era of awakening. Let the ants seek the truth of the world. Then, a light screen slowly appeared before me, displaying my name, Jolie, with the talent Divine Sacred Body EX level, rank 0. With 4-dimensional attributes of 10, my gaze fell on the talent. A detailed introduction appeared, talent Divine Sacred Body. Effect 1, immortal and indestructible, no means can kill me. Upon death, I can choose to resurrect on the spot or in a safe place. Effect 2, breathing makes me stronger. As long as I breathe, I can change in all aspects, with greater amplification at higher strength levels. After reading the introduction, I screamed out loud, "This is just too powerful." I carefully experienced the changes brought by breathing and quickly confirmed 2 points. First, with each breath, my 4-dimensional attributes increase by 0.01 each time. At this stage, my attributes increase by 0.2 per minute. This rate is fixed and won't change regardless of whether I breathe deeply or rapidly. You should know that an ordinary person's level 1 thinking is only 10 points, which means as long as I can survive, I will become a national figure in the future. While I was studying my talent, the person in the adjacent bed was excitedly chatting. "Grandpa, my talent is B-level, which has a 1 in 1,000 probability," said a girl around 17 or 18, looking very proud. The higher the talent level, the lower the probability of awakening. Most people awaken at F or E levels, while the probability of S level is only 1 in 100,000. As for the highest SSS level, there are probably less than 100 people worldwide. At that moment, a commotion of screams erupted from the corridor. Then, a wild wolf surrounded by black mist appeared at the door and lunged directly at the girl. The girl was frozen in place, staring in shock as the wolf monster lunged at her, completely unprepared. She didn't even think to use her talent to fight back. I suddenly grabbed the fruit knife from the table and charged forward, my powerful strike slamming the black wolf against the wall, the knife plunging deep into its body. It spat out blood and quickly lost its breath. After taking down the wolf monster, I dashed out without hesitation. Not far away, a spatial rift slowly closed, clearly where the wolf monster had come from. I looked at the dozens of demon wolves tearing through the crowd and felt a surge of fear. This was beyond my capability, so I rushed out of the hospital. However, I didn't return to the school dormitory. I'm a local from Shanghai, and after my parents passed away, they left me a house, so I do have a place to stay. After returning home, I opened my phone to check the situation. Major websites were flooded with news about the nationwide awakening and monster attacks. Fortunately, these monsters are generally weak in strength and not numerous, but this is only true for the current stage. Who knows what will happen in the future? I opened the attribute panel and looked at the dungeon options. Newly awakened users are only at rank 0. To level up, they must pass dungeon trials. There are 2 types of dungeons, trial dungeons and ascension dungeons. When an awakener's growth value reaches 100, they can enter the ascension dungeon, and upon completion, they can advance to a higher rank. Looking at the dungeon options, I fell into thought. Originally, I could wait until my strength improved to a certain level before entering a dungeon, but today's experiences completely changed my mind. First, I was attacked, and then I encountered monster attacks. I deeply realized that my current situation is extremely dangerous. A cold glint flashed in my eyes. The bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. Let's go, brothers. In the next moment, a series of dungeons appeared before me. There were a total of 10 dungeons on the street, and after some research, I chose one. Ding and I chose the trial dungeon blood battle at Lin Family Fortress. The dungeon is matching the required number of players, and the match was successful, entering the dungeon now. In the next moment, the scene became hazy, and when I could see clearly again, I found myself in a chaotic villa. The hall was filled with signs of battle, with dozens of corpses lying in pools of blood. Dungeon introduction. Lin Family Fortress is a top martial arts power with strong capabilities. The head of the family, Lin Tiannan, is upright. A criminal who escaped under Lin Tiannan's blade 20 years ago has come seeking to slaughter the entire Lin family. The task is to survive until dawn. A stream of information flooded my mind, giving me a general understanding of the dungeon's background. In addition to me, 4 other people appeared in the living room, surrounded by a layer of light screen, blocking the outside scene. Above, a massive presence loomed in the sky, with its momentum changing every minute. Clearly, this was our preparation time. At this moment, my vigilance peaked. The powerful criminal from the Demon Palace was likely already slaughtering at Lin Family Fortress, and all we had to do was survive until dawn. It felt so real. Were we truly here in the dungeon? An inappropriate voice broke the tense atmosphere as I turned to look at my 4 teammates. The 3 boys and 1 girl were all quite young, and at this moment, they looked like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, excitedly surveying their surroundings with not a hint of nervousness. The dungeon was something new, and everyone was quite fresh about it. In the dungeon, death only results in a failed to clear message, and players are kicked out. Only after dying more than 10 times do they truly die. This is why it was possible to match successfully in less than a minute. Without the threat of life and death, their mindset was very relaxed. Many treated it like a sightseeing trip. "Everyone, don't be too careless. Let's discuss our strategy first," said a young man as he adjusted his glasses. "Who the hell are you? Why should we listen to you? You're just a 16 or 17-year-old punk. I said we should negotiate. If you have objections, you can choose not to participate, Mr. Glasses. Let me share my thoughts first. According to the dungeon information, this criminal is extremely powerful and beyond our capabilities. It seems the best option is to hide, but I don't see it that way. If we scatter and hide, it's like committing slow suicide. Once found, we are surely dead. Look at the living room. That criminal must have already started a massacre. The Lin Family Fortress is a top-tier power after all. Even the strongest criminal suffers losses. This means that right now is his weakest moment. If we miss this opportunity, we have no way out." A college student nodded and said, "I think you're right. What do you suggest we do?" The punk snorted in disdain, but he didn't say anything. "Soon, we'll go find that criminal. Even if we can't take him down, we need to injure him so we can hold out until dawn. I have a B-level defensive talent, and I'll lead the charge. You all need to strike at the right moment." At that moment, the countdown hit 0, and the outside scene came to life with a rush of blood. The reality of it made a few of us feel uneasy. The glasses-wearing youth took the lead, with the 4 of us closely following. But after just a few steps, a startled shout came from the doorway. "Oh no, there's still a fish that slipped through the net." A middle-aged man covered in blood stood in the center of the hall, looking terrifying under the dim light. "Who the hell are you?" the punk shouted arrogantly. I cursed inwardly. It's obvious, this guy looks like he's been through a bloody battle, holding a dripping bloodied sword. He's definitely the criminal. The middle-aged man showed a sinister grin. Although I couldn't understand him, it didn't stop him from killing. The next second, a shadow of blood shot forward. The glasses-wearing youth didn't have time to defend and was killed in an instant. His defensive talents seemed non-existent. Suddenly, my vision blurred, and a tearing pain shot through my chest. I looked down and saw a bloody wound had appeared on my chest. "Ding, and I was dead. Your talent has activated. Please choose to revive at the spot or revive at a safe location." Since I wasn't kicked out of the dungeon, I could still see what was happening inside. The 2 college students were quickly taken down by the criminal, 1 sword strike each. The arrogant punk had it the worst. He was first turned into a rag doll by the criminal, then beheaded with a single sword strike. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. Our group was wiped out. Seeing this absurd scene, I was stunned. Is this even a dungeon meant for humans? However, I wasn't too worried. Unlike the glasses-wearing youth, who was kicked out upon death, I had more options. Others could only clear it once, while I had countless lives. The next moment, the surrounding scene changed, and I found myself in a cabin. I checked my attribute panel, and my 4-dimensional attributes had risen to 22.6, more than double what they were when I first awakened. Half an hour later, there was a loud crash as the archway shattered. A shadow of blood flashed by, and a sword pierced through my body. Upon reviving, I appeared in a beautifully decorated room. 25 minutes later, a long sword pierced through the bed and took my life again. In just 4 hours, I had revived 7 times. After reviving again, I was momentarily taken aback because I was now in the living room where the dungeon officially began. However, compared to the start, there were 4 additional corpses, including the glasses-wearing youth. Those 7 revivals had also allowed me to gather a lot of information. The glasses-wearing youth was right, the Huns were indeed injured, and when we encountered him in the living room, it was his weakest moment. Nevertheless, even injured, he was still not someone we freshly awakened weaklings could handle. While searching for survivors, my strength was gradually recovering. At this point, my mental attributes were average, but that still wasn't enough against that criminal. 5 times isn't enough? Then how about 10? I'm not going to let you get away with this. After being killed 7 times, I was getting annoyed, so this time I wouldn't hide anymore. As my strength increased, my various life signs became more pronounced, making them increasingly noticeable to the criminal. If I continued to hide, I would die faster. 5 minutes later, I encountered the criminal in the hall. The middle-aged man didn't strike immediately. Instead, he asked with confusion, "You look a bit familiar. Are you twins? Never mind, go die." No one pays attention to the ants they crush without a second thought. In the earlier encounters, I had been killed without him seeing my face, so he only recognized me from the first in this time. Then came the endless cycle of reviving and dying again. I was fleeing while he was chasing. I was trapped with no way to escape. After my 15th revival, I had a complete understanding of the dungeon layout. Although the boss still found me, I managed to stall him for a full 40 minutes. By now, my 4-dimensional attributes had reached 80 points. The boss's stamina wasn't infinite, but mine was different. Every time I revived, I was in perfect condition with no period of weakness. The criminal panted as he looked at me, astonished. This Lin family fortress was too strange. It was as if I wouldn't stop coming back, and every now and then, one of me would appear. When he finally recognized my face, he completely lost it. "What the hell, it's you again. How many twins do you have? How can your mother give birth so many times?" As the dungeon boss, he couldn't comprehend the concept of dying and reviving. He just assumed we were siblings. "You bastard, you killed 6 of my brothers. I'm going to avenge them." This time, I didn't run away. Instead, I charged at him. Even though my 4-dimensional attributes matched that sword, his skills were no joke. In a flash, I was killed once again. An hour later, I looked at my trembling chest, smiled gently, and said, "You've killed me so many times, that must feel good. Want to enjoy it again?" The criminal was startled and turned to flee. However, with his internal energy nearly depleted, he moved as slowly as a turtle in my eyes. I shot forward and punched him in the back. In our clan, we're the most hospitable. Regardless of whether you're an enemy or a friend, we always ask, "Have you eaten? If you haven't eaten, then take 3 punches from me." The criminal roared in anger and drew his sword to stab. But the lightning-fast sword strike was caught by my palm. Immediately after, a flurry of punches rained down on him, causing the ground to collapse beneath us. Ding! You have cleared the trial dungeon. Rating, Level 1. Reward, 50 growth points, 5 4-dimensional crystals of each type. Using them will increase your 4-dimensional attributes by 1 point. You are the first ability user to clear this dungeon. Reward, 10 4-dimensional crystals and skill material, Ice Crystal for Sword Mastery. Rewards have been stored in your backpack and are available for use at any time. Exiting the dungeon now. The next second, a system notification echoed in everyone's ears. Global announcement. Congratulations to Jolie, Su Chang, Zheng Tai, and Chang Lin for successfully clearing the trial dungeon. Blood battle at the Lin family fortress. Everyone erupted in excitement. How the hell did they do that? I was killed by that sword as soon as I entered the dungeon. They actually cleared it? They must be cheating. Finally, someone cleared it. And there's someone with the same name as me. The glasses-wearing youth, munching on snacks, exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, 2 system notifications rang in his ears. Congratulations! You cleared the blood battle at the Lin family fortress. Rating, Love. Reward, 10 growth points and 1 strength crystal. You are the first ability user to clear this dungeon. Extra reward, 1 4-dimensional crystal. What the hell is going on? The glasses-wearing youth was stunned. He never expected to be a member of the first clearing team. I wonder which big shot managed to hold on until now. Recalling his 4 teammates, he quickly narrowed down the possibilities to me. Although I had been low-key, I was at least more reliable than the other 3. At this point, I had been teleported back home. I was surprised to see the system notification saying I received 50 growth points from 1 dungeon. Does that mean if I go through it again, I can enter the upgraded dungeon? Then, I eagerly checked the skill I received. The Sword Mastery passive skill had a quality rating of Excellent. You can proficiently use various sword-type weapons, increasing sword damage by 10%. This is a boss skill drop. I was surprised. That criminal's swordsmanship is superb. If it were just about attributes, I would have smashed him to pieces already. As my gaze fell on the quality line, I understood the relevant information. Skills, materials, and equipment all have different qualities, ranging from low to high, ordinary, excellent, rare, perfect, epic, legendary, and mythical. I grinned and clicked to learn. The next moment, countless experiences of sword training flooded my mind, as if I had personally lived through them. Now, as long as I have a long sword in hand, even the criminal at his peak is merely a target before me. After using the 4-dimensional crystals, I began matching for a dungeon again. To my surprise, after waiting for over half an hour, I still hadn't found a match. After checking online, I quickly understood the situation. Due to many foolish teammates, those entering the dungeon were mostly familiar 5-person teams, with very few solo players. I was left speechless. It seemed I needed to form my own team. Then, I logged into the newly established Ability user forum and registered an account using my real name, posting a team recruitment thread. First clear team leader is taking people through the dungeon. First come, first served. No delays. I must say, the phrase first clear is very eye-catching and in high demand, yet not a single person wanted to join my group. I started browsing the posts with a puzzled expression and soon understood the situation. It turned out that Punk wanted to cash in on the first clear title by live-streaming his experiences on a certain platform. He claimed he just laid down after entering and contributed nothing to the clear, ending up with very little reward, only 10 growth points for each run. To gather enough for 100 points, he would need to clear it at least 9 times. He even jokingly referred to my team as a death squad. Everyone wanted to clear, but not many were willing to do it this way. At that moment, a girl named Rain After Sunny privately messaged me, asking, "Big shot, can I join with my level 1 talent?" Before I could respond, my messages started flashing like crazy. Countless requests to join the team left me bewildered. Wasn't everyone just mocking me for being in a death squad? At that moment, Rain After Sunny sent me a message, "Big shot, I hope you can take me through a dungeon. I'm not afraid. Even if we don't clear it, I can accept that. I really need the money." She also included a link below. After seeing the link's content, I suddenly understood. In just a few minutes, the attribute crystals from clearing the dungeon had skyrocketed to 1 million coins, meaning that clearing it would guarantee a profit of 1 million. The Death Squad had instantly turned into a money-making train. I can't believe it can be played this way. Super abilities really work in any situation. However, I wasn't worried at all. After all, my breathing itself increases my attributes. I'm in a completely different league from those rich folks. I grinned and replied, "I'll save you a spot. Once we gather enough people, we'll go." Then, I changed the entry requirement to 500,000 coins for a single spot, only accepting those with talents below D level. Although some called me a profiteer, it didn't stop the rich from pouring in. In just a few minutes, I had assembled a 5-person team. The scene shifted, and I entered the Lin family fortress once more. Looking at the 3 men and 1 woman before me, I smiled faintly and said, "My name is Jolie. I'm Rain After Sunny, but my real name is Hiyuching. Thank you, Brother Jolie, for not kicking me out." Hiyuching was a delicate-looking girl around 18 or 19, slender and dressed in old, faded clothes. The other 3 introduced themselves as well, all dressed in brand-name clothes, clearly not short on money. I cut the small talk and said, "I initially wanted to choose a different dungeon, but considering you don't know my abilities, I thought I'd go through the process first. If you have no objections, I plan to guide you through until we clear this and move on to the upgraded dungeon." As soon as I said that, the 4 of them were left dumbfounded. The leader among the 3, Gao Chang, looked bewildered. "What's going on? Aren't you just taking us through once?" Yu Xiaobo said with concern, "Big brother, can you handle it? Remember, after dying 10 times in the dungeon, if you die again, it's game over. I don't want to waste too many attempts here." I smiled and said, "You'll find out soon enough." Just then, a familiar voice rang out, "Oh no, there's still a fish that slipped through the net." I grinned at the bloodied BOU. The next second, I shot out like a cannonball. "Hey, who are you?" Boss's suspicious words were cut short and turned into fear. With a single punch, Zhou Chen blew the thug's head, instantly killing him. Ah! The 4 of them widened their eyes, wondering if they were hallucinating, unsure who the real boss was. It was over just like that, relying on brute force to clear the level. The system prompt sounded. They each received 10 growth points and a random attribute crystal. Hiyuching, it's not a hallucination. It's not. Gao Chang, wrong. Everyone is completely wrong. Yu Xiaobo, big brother, please, take me flying. Yan Wu was even more straightforward, "No one can make me leave the team. Zhou Chen smiled at the four's reactions, not surprised by their turnaround, then looked at the system prompt just received. Congratulations on clearing the trial instance, Blood Battle Lin Family Castle, rated SSS, and receiving the following rewards: 50 growth points, 10 strength crystals, 10 agility crystals, 10 constitution crystals, 10 spirit crystals, skill, shadow step. Since your growth points are full, continuing to clear the zero-order trial instance will significantly reduce profits. 40 attribute points, skill, shadow step, truly deserving of an SSS rating, almost comparable to the extra rewards for the first clear. The only regret was that the growth points were full. Zhou Chen looked at the negative effects after reaching full growth, feeling quite helpless, but it was understandable. If the profits remained the same, with his current efficiency in clearing instances, he could quickly accumulate a large number of attribute crystals and completely drain the boss. His rate of improvement was nowhere near as fast. Thinking of this, Zhou Chen found balance, then looked at the newly dropped skill. Shadow step, quality, fine, type, active skill, your figure becomes unpredictable. Speed increases by 30%, another fine grade skill. Zhou Chen's face lit up with joy. With this step, his speed increased. He had long understood that to have strong power, relying solely on basic attributes was not enough. Various skills and weapon equipment were also needed. Like the thug boss, even when Zhou Chen's attributes surpassed him completely, he could still beat him, making Zhou Chen unable to escape. Relying on his magic skills and sword, 2 consecutive skills were of fine quality. The thug was truly a good person. After using all the attribute crystals and skills, just like when he mastered swordsmanship, memories of practicing shadow step flooded his mind. It felt like a long time had passed, yet it seemed like an instant. His footwork became mysterious and unpredictable, and his speed increased dramatically in an instant. By the time Zhou Chen finished absorbing, he had completely mastered this skill. Skill, Sword Mastery LV0. Shadow Step LV0. Unlike Sword Mastery, Shadow Step was an active skill that required a certain amount of true energy to use. Zhou Chen naturally had no true energy, and he didn't need it. There were no health points or mana points on the attribute panel, unless you had resurrection ability. Being hit in a vital spot would result in death. Extraordinary powers like mana, true energy, and magic power were all classified as energy. The amount and recovery of energy depended on the spirit. The higher the spirit value, the more energy one had and the faster it recovered. Shadow Step had no cooldown. As long as there was enough energy, it could continue indefinitely. Zhou Chen believed that with his spirit value, he could use Shadow Step for 1 to 2 hours straight, but now was not the time to test the skill. Zhou Chen regained his focus and looked at the 4. Which instance should we clear next? Any suggestions? Hearing this, Gao Chang and the others' eyes lit up. Brother, are you suggesting we aim for the first clear? Yes. Zhou Chen nodded. The 4 exchanged glances, unable to contain their excitement and joy. At this moment, they were extremely grateful to have latched onto Zhou Chen's super thigh. Even more grateful that Zhou Chen didn't mind their offensive remarks and was still willing to lead them through the instance. And moreover, aiming for the first clear. This is the first clearance, far from being comparable to ordinary clearances. Big brother, you're only charging 500,000 each. It's really too cheap. How about charging a bit more? Otherwise I won't feel at ease. Yu Xiaobo immediately expressed. Gao Chang and Yan Wu nodded repeatedly, fully agreeing. He Yuqing, however, looked troubled. No need. 500,000 is enough. Zhou Chen shook his head. Big brother cares about that 500,000. He doesn't want people to freeload. Gao Chang understood. Zhou Chen said, let's talk about the next instance. He hadn't spent much time on the forum. So many developments were unclear to him. Let me go first. He Yuqing volunteered. She had been active on the forum, paying close attention to its trends. The information about selling attribute crystals for 1 million was provided by her to Zhou Chen, who didn't even take her money. This made He Yuqing anxious and eager to make a statement. There are 10 trial instances, each with a strong team to guide through. Some are like the Wind and Thunder team, openly progressing, while others are not. However, the difficulty of the instances is similar. It seems we are not far from clearing them. If we want to grab the first clearance, we need to do it quickly. Zhou Chen nodded slightly at the words. He no longer expected the rewards for normal clearances. Only the first clearance rewards were worth considering. the difficulty of the advancement instances would certainly be higher than the trial instances. If he wanted to get the first clearance of the advancement instances, then getting the first clearances of several instances would be crucial. Zhou Chen asked, which instances do we have a higher chance of getting the first clearance for? Currently, 3 instances have been cleared, leaving 7. 2 of them have more complex mechanisms, which would consume a lot of time even if the strength is sufficient. The probability of us getting the first clearance before the guide teens is very low. Therefore, there are actually only 5 instances to choose from, namely Brave the Black Wind Stronghold, Goblin Forest, Blood Cemetery, Shogunate Mutiny, and Sunset Siege. 3 instances have been cleared, including Blood Battle Lin Family Manor and 2 similar ones, all completed with the lowest rating by Old 6. When Zhou Chen was forming the team, he received a world announcement. 5 instances. Which teams are tackling them? Zhou Chen asked. It was only after asking that he learned that the main attacking instances varied among the Blue Star countries. For example, Xia country was focusing on Blood Battle Lin Family Manor and Brave the Black Wind Stronghold. Zhou Chen had already obtained the first clearance for Blood Battle Lin Family Manor. After some thought, he decided to leave Brave the Black Wind Stronghold for last. If he managed to get the first clearances of the other 4 instances, and the first clearance of Brave the Black Wind Stronghold was still available, he wouldn't hold back. Decided. The next instance is Shogunate Mutiny. Zhou Chen glanced at He Yuqing and said, I'll give you 3 minutes to prepare. These 3 minutes were for them to sell attribute crystals, as the current price was the highest. Thank you, brother Zhou Chen. He Yuqing was overjoyed. After clearing the instance, they could stay inside for 10 minutes. Seeing that the discussion was over, Zhou Chen no longer hesitated and chose to exit the instance. 3 minutes later, Zhou Chen clicked on the instance again. You have selected the trial instance, Shogunate Mutiny. Do you want to enter? Enter. About to enter the instance. 10, 9. The 5 entered the instance. Trial instance, Shogunate Mutiny, Tier 0 Tier, Difficulty, Normal, Mission, Escape the Shogunate surrounded by rebels, Content, Shogunate General extorting. Zhou Chen quickly scanned the instance information, skipping over the content. Brother Zhou Chen, Shogunate Mutiny is the instance targeted by the Sakura country. They are very high profile on the forum, claiming they will be the first country to clear the instance. After you took the first clearance, they were left with bruised faces. He Yuqing was in a good mood, laughing as she said, Sakura country is very arrogant. They have publicly disclosed all the instance information they have collected on the forum, thinking no one can surpass them. If we manage to get the first clearance before them, I wonder what their reaction will be. The difficulty of this instance lies in how to break out from the heavy siege. The rebel army surrounding the mansion consists of thousands of soldiers, with foot soldiers numbering between 10 to 20, elite monsters 30 to 40, and a boss around 50. Individually, they are far weaker than the boss of the Blood Battle Lin family mansion, but their sheer numbers are overwhelming. No matter which direction one chooses to break out, they would face thousands of enemies, at least 2 elite monsters, and the boss. With reinforcements arriving rapidly, must all 5 people escape from the mansion, or is it considered a success if one person leaves? Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. If all 5 must escape for it to be considered a success, then the difficulty of this instance is indeed exaggerated. Even the top teams from Sakura country couldn't break through the rebel siege, whether attempting to break out separately or unite their forces. He Yuqing said, Sakura country tried various methods, including diverting the attention of the rebel army with others, allowing awakened individuals with stealth talents to sneak past the defenses, and an awakened individual with an S-level spatial talent attempting to teleport out of the mansion. They all failed. The boss of this instance has a canine-type spirit that can easily detect hidden awakened individuals. As for the awakened individual with the spatial talent, he overestimated his own abilities. Zhou Chen understood in his heart, a mere S-level talent, even in spatial abilities, could only go so far, especially considering that the awakened individuals were still at Tier 0. If it were daytime, there might have been a chance of success, but within the instance, it was deep into the night. If a spatial jump landed directly in front of the boss, glancing around, Zhou Chen took in everything before him. Their entry point was on the 2nd floor of a building, with a dozen fully armed guards behind them, protecting a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious attire. At that moment, the countdown ended, and they officially entered the instance. Shouts, battle cries, and the clashing of weapons could be heard from outside the building, creating a chaotic atmosphere. The middle-aged man looked panicked. Upon seeing Zhou Chen and the others appear out of nowhere, he didn't show surprise but instead began shouting at them in a language they didn't understand. What is this fool saying? Gao Chang scratched his head. Does anyone here understand Sakura language? Yan Wu and Yu Xiaobo shook their heads. Their knowledge of the Sakura language was limited to common phrases used by their teachers. It's unbelievable that this instance doesn't have a translation function. No wonder everyone prefers instances based on their own country's background, He Yuqing said with a hint of displeasure. He's ordering us to take him and escape. In this instance, our roles are the strongest guards under the mansion's general, Zhou Chen said. In the instance's setting, awakened individuals didn't appear out of thin air but had specific roles, similar to the Blood Battle Lin family mansion where they were enemies to be killed. He is the mansion's general? Zhou Chen glanced at the middle-aged man filled with anger. Yes, the mission doesn't require us to take him out, right? He Yuqing said decisively. Absolutely not. That's good then, Zhou Chen said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared. There was only a crisp sound, and the next moment, a large head soared into the air, a pillar of blood shooting up. The world fell silent. Zhou Chen's speed was too fast. Utilizing the shadow step, his figure was elusive, surpassing the reaction speed of everyone present. It wasn't until the middle-aged man's body slowly fell, drenched in blood, that the guards reacted, drawing their swords in panic. Only one person hesitated, looking at the sword in Zhou Chen's hand, feeling a sense of familiarity. Ha! Zhou Chen sneered, his body swiftly moving. In the eyes of He Yuqing and the others, before the afterimage of Zhou Chen left their retinas, a new one appeared. In the attic, it seemed like a dozen Zhou Chens had suddenly appeared. Swoosh, the afterimages slowly dissipated, and the guards fell one after another, following the fate of the middle-aged man. The first sword upon entry. First slay your own people. Gao Chang clicked his tongue in amazement. Big Brother is indeed decisive and ruthless. I support you, Big Brother. These useless people are just a hindrance to us, dragging us down. It's better to kill them quickly. He Yuqing's expression was strange. In the strategy guide for Sakura Country, it also recommends killing these people first, showing how troublesome these guys are. You guys wait here, I'll go break through the defense. Leaving these words behind, Zhou Chen appeared at the edge of the second floor, looking down at the rebels and shogunate troops fighting below. Without hesitation, he leaped into the crowd. The swords flashed, heads flew from both sides of the battle, whether rebels or shogunate troops, creating a wide circle around him. Zhou Chen moved as if in a realm of his own, leaving death and destruction in his wake. With his current four-dimensional attributes around 120, plus 2 major skills, these soldiers with only 10 to 20 attributes were as fragile as babies before him. What? Feeling uncomfortable killing people? Sorry, Zhou Chen was already used to it. In the Lin family castle instance, he died more than 10 times. Watching the rebels fall like weeds in front of Zhou Chen, He Yuqing and the others were all shocked. They knew Zhou Chen was powerful, but killing the criminals so quickly didn't have such a strong impact. Now they truly realized how formidable Zhou Chen was. It's like mowing grass with no rivals. It's a one-sided slaughter. I joined this team just to clear the instance, pretending to be cool in my friend's circle. At first, I was thinking about what kind of posture would look cooler lying down, but unexpectedly, I've grabbed onto a real big shot. Gao Chang sighed with emotion. Who would have thought that not only did they not have to die, they didn't even have to participate in the battle, just leisurely accompanying Zhou Chen as if sightseeing, extremely relaxed, waiting for the first completion reward. I wonder how long Big Brother spent in the first instance. Who knows? Yu Xiaobo shrugged. The group exchanged glances. They speculated it had to do with Zhou Chen's talent, but they didn't dare to verify such a secret. Elite monsters have appeared. He Yuqing ignored the idle chatter of Gao Chang and the others, focusing entirely on Zhou Chen. When she saw Zhou Chen kill over 100 people in an instant and clear a large area in front of him, 2 tall and sturdy generals rushed towards him at lightning speed, raising their long knives high to strike Zhou Chen. She immediately shouted a warning. However, she quickly realized she was worrying needlessly. She could see that Zhou Chen, whose physical fitness was 10 times better than hers, wouldn't make any mistakes. These 2 generals had much higher physical attributes than ordinary soldiers and astonishing speed, but as fast as they were, Zhou Chen was faster. Before their long knives could fall, afterimages streaked past, followed by their wide-eyed heads flying up. and their headless bodies collapsing several meters away. Keep killing. Easily killing the two elite monsters, Zhou Chen switched swords and continued mowing down enemies. An instance was just an instance. If it were a real scenario, facing an unmatched killer like Zhou Chen, the rebels would have long collapsed. However, within the instance, more rebels kept coming from other places, but Zhou Chen was killing too quickly, far surpassing the speed of the rebel reinforcements, quickly slaughtering the rebels in front of him. Just as he was about to break out of the encirclement, a man in peculiar attire blocked his path. At his feet, a large white dog growled. "Boss, Shikigami?" The man roared loudly, but Zhou Chen couldn't understand him and wasn't interested in listening. For the boss blocking his way, Zhou Chen's strategy was simple and brutal. Crush through. His forward momentum didn't slow down at all. The white dog roared and pounced, but before reaching Zhou Chen, it screamed in pain and retreated. The Shikigami was a spiritual body, and Zhou Chen's immensely powerful physique was like a blazing furnace to it. Boom! The boss was hit head-on by Zhou Chen, as if being struck by a speeding truck, flying out violently, spewing blood from its mouth, clearly on the brink of death. After crushing the boss, Zhou Chen's figure disappeared into the darkness. Not long after, the system prompt sounded in the ears of He Yuqing and others. Congratulations on clearing the trial instance, Shogunate Mutiny, rating F, and receiving the following rewards. Growth value 10. Due to this first clearance, your contribution is minimal. Additional rewards include Power Crystal *1, Agility Crystal *1, Constitution Crystal *1, Spirit Crystal *1. The four of them cheered with joy. The forum for extraordinary individuals was bustling in the Shogunate Mutiny instance area. This was because 3 minutes ago, a post was made by an awakened individual from the Sakura country. His talent level was S-class, not top-notch, but he was a member of the expedition team, Team Amaterasu, in the Sakura country. Due to the existence of revival chances in instances, any awakened individual who could enter an expedition team might not be the strongest in power, but they were definitely the best at staying alive. This person was no exception. Surrounded by rebel forces and seeing no hope of escape, after enduring for a minute, he successfully exited the instance, bringing out news of Team Amaterasu's imminent clearance. After the expedition team thoroughly excavated all the information about the instance and formulated a perfect strategy, the Sakura country officially began its operation, replacing 3 team members, one of whom was the Sakura country's only SSS-class talented awakened individual, Nobuo Miyamoto. Indeed, Lord Nobuo Miyamoto, our Sakura country's strongest SSS-class awakened individual, can clear instances with a single move. Ha. Although our Sakura country is the 4th to clear the instance first, our clearance value is the highest. What are the first 3 compared to us? Sakura country? True strength is to be seen in our Sakura country. The people of Sakura country were extremely excited, continuously posting on the forum to vent their emotions. Some more impulsive individuals even ran to other instance areas, especially the first 3 cleared instance areas, to mock openly. Amidst the chaos on the forum, a sudden world announcement rang out. World announcement: congratulations to Zhou Chen, He Yuqing, Gao Chang, Yu Xiaobo, and Yen Wu for successfully clearing the trial instance, Shogunate Mutiny. Here it comes. Long live Sakura country. Long live Lord Nobuo Miyamoto. While the people of Sakura country celebrated and cheered, they suddenly felt something was amiss. Wait, why were there 5 people from the Xia country in the world announcement? Is this a mistake? Clearly, it was Lord Nobuo Miyamoto and his team who cleared it. How could anyone be faster than Team Amaterasu? They stole the monsters. They stole the monsters. The people of Sakura country were in despair, unable to accept the truth. Hilarious. Are all of you from Sakura country a bunch of clowns? Who said only you from Sakura country can enter this instance? Stealing monsters? Simply inviting ridicule. Also, you might want to check the instance records. Don't be so arrogant. Some skeptical individuals from Sakura country actually checked the instance records, and the glaring 3 minutes and 20 seconds blinded them. Team Amaterasu's clearance record ranked 2nd, taking 15 minutes and 37 seconds, which was quite impressive, but compared to Zhou Chen and his team, they were far behind. In the blood battle in Family Manor instance area, Zhou Chen, is it the Zhou Chen I know, or someone with the same name and surname? I checked the instance records of the Shogunate Mutiny. It's the same person. Clicking on the instance records would reveal the basic information of the clearers, including appearance, age, gender, etc., to avoid mistaking identities. How is this possible? Wasn't he supposed to rely on luck for the first clearance? Where did he get the strength to clear another first so quickly? Everyone was shocked. It had not even been half an hour since Zhou Chen came out with the first clearance, which was simply unbelievable. Some people who saw Zhou Chen's post for team formation were even more incredulous, thinking he was forming a team to continue the Blood Battle Lin Family Manor instance by luck. You guys, go check the instance records of the Blood Battle Lin Family Manor. It's simply unbelievable. Damn. I'm back from checking. 3 seconds. Can you believe it? Zhou Chen cleared this instance in 3 seconds. I feel a bit dizzy. Wasn't his first clear time over 6 hours? I suspect he slept for 6 hours in the instance before defeating the boss. That's outrageous. Unaware of the outside noise, the 5 inside the instance continued. Congratulations on clearing the trial instance, Shogunate Mutiny, rating SSS, receiving the following rewards, Spirit Crystal *1, as this is a first clear. Your contribution far exceeds others. Additional rewards, Power Crystal *10, Agility Crystal *10, Constitution Crystal *10, Spirit Crystal *10, Skill, // Item Military Order, Shogunate Guard Commander. Upon hearing the system prompt, Zhou Chen's gaze slightly hardened. SSS was the highest rating. Logically, the rewards given wouldn't be less than the additional rewards for the first clear. However, this time, Zhou Chen only received 1 Spirit Crystal, nothing else. Obviously, it was because his growth value was full, significantly reducing the benefits. Fortunately, the additional rewards for the first clear were unaffected. After using up all attribute crystals, Zhou Chen looked at the other 2 rewards. Perhaps luck had run out in the Blood Battle Lin Family Manor instance, as both rewards this time were of common quality. / was an attack skill, but Zhou Chen lost interest after a glance. With a maximum of 3 skills at 0 level, he had already learned 2, leaving no room for such a common skill. The last reward was an item. Military Order, Shogunate Guard Commander, Quality, Common, Type, Item, Summon a Shogunate Guard Commander to fight for you. Disappears upon death, not bad. Zhou Chen's eyes brightened. The strength of the Shogunate Guard Commander was equivalent to the elite monsters in the instance, surpassing an ordinary S-rank talent awakener. Although it was of no use to him, it would be quite helpful for others. Hey, why did I only receive 10 growth points for a normal clear reward? You too. I thought it was just my bad luck. Isn't 1 attribute crystal guaranteed? Hai Chang and others noticed the anomaly, and upon inquiry, they found out their rewards had been significantly reduced. Except for He Yuqing's good luck in receiving a spirit crystal, the other 3 received nothing but growth points. Of course, the first clear reward remained unchanged. Your reduced rewards are probably due to my influence, Zhou Chen said solemnly, not hiding the negative effects of reaching full growth value. In fact, he was quite surprised. He had thought such negative effects would only affect himself, but unexpectedly, they also affected the other members of the team. From this rule, it was clear that the 1 to 4 clear method with full growth value was not encouraged. If you feel disadvantaged, you can leave the team, Zhou Chen said calmly. After achieving the first clear of the Shogunate Mutiny, Zhou Chen believed that recruiting new members on the forum would be easy. Of course, if Hai Chang and the others didn't mind the losses, he wouldn't casually change team members. Brother, don't say that. Unless you reject me, I won't leave, Hai Chang immediately declared. Right, 1 first clear makes up for it. What's this little loss? Yu Xiaobo added. He Yuqing and Yan Wu had nothing to say. Only fools would leave the group. Alright, let's move on to the next instance. Zhou Chen nodded slightly, about to speak when suddenly, 2 system prompts sounded. World announcement, congratulations to Lin Tianyu, Shi Hai, for successfully clearing the trial instance, Brave Raid on Black Wind Stronghold. World announcement, congratulations to Elizabeth, Arthur, for successfully clearing the trial instance, Sunset Siege. 2 first clears gone, Hai Chang said regretfully. Not surprising, Brother Zhou's first clear has spurred everyone on. Those top-tier awakeners are starting to exert themselves. It was unrealistic for us to aim for 5 first clears, He Yuqing said helplessly. Zhou Chen silently nodded, agreeing with He Yuqing's words. At the end of the day, among the nearly 100 awakened individuals on Blue Star, there is no shortage of strong ones. There are dozens of SSS-level talented awakeners alone. At first, not in a hurry. They didn't know about the rich rewards of the first clear, and the importance of cherishing the resurrection chances in the instance. Instead of risking their own lives, it's better to wait for the pioneering teams with strong survival abilities to provide intelligence and strategies. Now, over 6 hours have passed, and the collection of instance intelligence is almost complete. Coupled with Zhou Chen's first clear excitement, the top awakeners immediately took action. In at most half an hour, the first clears of all trial instances will no longer exist, He Yuqing said. This half hour includes the 2 instances with more complex mechanisms, otherwise, there would be at most 10 minutes left. It's now a race against time, and the 5 dare not delay. After exiting the instance, Zhou Chen immediately selected a new one. There are 2 more first clears to compete for: Goblin Forest and Bloodstained Graveyard. He Yuqing briefly introduced the situations of these 2 instances, which are similar. The objective is no longer just survival or breaking through but to find the boss and defeat it to clear the instance. You have chosen the trial instance, Goblin Forest. Do you wish to enter? Enter. With a flash of light, the 5 appeared in a forest, surrounded by tall and lush trees. Brother Zhou Chen. The strength of the Goblin Chief is slightly higher than the boss in the Shogunate Rebellion but weaker than the thugs in the Blood Battle Lin family fort. You shouldn't be a match for it alone. He Yuqing explained quickly during the 1-minute entry period. The difficulty of this instance lies in finding the Goblin Chief. Because there is no fixed camp, the Goblin Chief roams the forest, and the map of this instance is much larger than those of the Shogunate and Lin family fort. It's very difficult to find it. The number of goblins is not as many as the rebels in the Shogunate, but they are scattered throughout the forest. The regular goblins and goblin warriors have stats comparable to the foot soldiers and elite monsters of the Shogunate. However, the number of goblin warriors far exceeds that of the Shogunate's elite monsters. Basically, for every 10 goblins in a team, there is a goblin warrior. The larger the team, the more goblin warriors there are. Is there no shortcut to finding the Goblin Chief? Zhou Chen asked. He Yuqing shook her head helplessly. The main team attacking this instance is the Holy Hall team of the White Eagle country, and they haven't disclosed specific details on the forum. However, it's not just the Holy Hall team strategizing this instance. Other teams have shared some information more or less. From my speculation, the appearance of the Goblin Chief may be related to the number of goblins killed. A team once posted that due to their hatred for the goblins as a race, they killed all the goblins they encountered, only to soon encounter a second goblin team, then a third. I understand. At the moment the countdown ended, Zhou Chen's figure disappeared instantly. The 4 of you, hide. Okay, He Yuqing replied, turning to see Gao Chang and the others swiftly climbing up the trees with incredible speed. Yuqing, quickly hide. Gao Chang waved below. Thinking of the rumors about the goblins, He Yuqing shivered and quickly chose a tree to climb. The 4 hid in the trees, waiting quietly. At first, they could still hear strange roars and screams from a distance, but soon everything fell silent. In the anxious wait, suddenly, a system prompt sounded. World announcement, congratulations to Zhou Chen, He Yuqing, Gao Chang, Yu Xiaobo, and Yen Wu for successfully clearing the trial instance, Goblin Forest. Great! This time I got an agility crystal. I got a strength crystal. Except for Yen Wu, who was a bit unlucky. The other 3 received an attribute crystal each. Only 5 minutes. Big brother is too strong. Looking at the clearance time, Gao Chang was greatly impressed. Although the difficulty was similar, the time spent on this instance was definitely much longer than the Shogunate Rebellion, and they cleared it in just 5 minutes. There's one more to go. Just as the 4 of them were eagerly anticipating, the world announcement for the first clearance of the Blood Red Tomb site sounded. After more than 10 minutes, the first clearances of the last 2 instances were also achieved. With this, it was less than an hour before Zhou Chen's first clearance, and all 10 trial instances were conquered. The Forum of the Extraordinary. Come on, place your bets. Who will be the first to clear the advancement instance? Need you even ask? It's definitely our Holy Hall team from the White Eagle Nation. Oh please, it's our Amaterasu team from the Sakura Nation that is the strongest. Clearing the advancement instance is a piece of cake. I'm laughing so hard. Weaklings who couldn't even get the first clearance in the trial instances should keep quiet. I'm rooting for the Truth team. I'm voting for Zhou Chen's team. Currently, without a doubt, the hottest topic on the forum was the first clearance of the advancement instances. It took 7 hours to conquer the trial instances. The advancement instances are definitely harder. There's no hope of seeing it today. Not necessarily, the beginning is always the hardest. In the past, we knew nothing about the instances. Coupled with various concerns, progress was naturally slow. Now with rich experience, even the advancement instances won't be able to hold back top-tier awakeners for long. I heard that the Xia Nation and the White Eagle Nation are already considering forming a super team composed entirely of SSS-level talented awakeners. In the face of such a super team, even without any intelligence or strategies, it's possible to overcome challenges with sheer strength. Forget about the Xia Nation. Does the White Eagle Nation really have so many SSS-level talented awakeners? They sure do. Advancement instance. Zhou Chen looked at the panel in front of him. His heart stirred. There was only one advancement instance for 0 tier. Originally dim, but now it was lit up, indicating it was selectable. You have selected the advancement instance. Rise of the Orcs, Part 1. Instance requires 5 people. Your team does not meet the requirements. Unable to enter the instance, upon hearing the system prompt, Zhou Chen was not surprised. Once his growth value was full, he could enter the advancement instance. But He Yuqing and the others' growth values were not full yet, so they couldn't enter for the time being. They needed to find an instance to max out their growth values first. As for which instance to choose, any would do. Since the first clearances were gone, neither Zhou Chen nor He Yuqing and the others would get anything good, so it didn't matter which instance they cleared. Thus, Zhou Chen led the team back to the Blood Battle Lin family fortress, and within 10 minutes, they cleared it 7 times, maxing out the growth values of the 4 of them. Brother Zhou Chen, shall we go directly to the advancement instance? He Yuqing seemed as if in a dream. Gao Chang and the others were no exception. It's worth noting that they were D and E tier talented awakeners that no one wanted to team up with. Yet now, not only did they get 3 first clearances, but they were also about to enter the advancement instance, and it was very likely that they would be the first team to enter it. As for whether they could clear it, they weren't sure. Just as Zhou Chen was about to reply, his expression suddenly changed slightly. Countless memories of practicing swordsmanship flooded his mind, then disappeared in an instant. Could it be? He quickly opened the attribute panel and looked at the skills section. Skill, Sword Mastery LV1. Shadow Step LV0. Sword Mastery had changed from LV0 to LV1, increasing by 1 level. There were no other changes, except that in the skill description, the power of the sword had increased from 10% to 11%. Skills had proficiency or experience points. Through long-term use, experience points would increase, and the skill level would also rise. However, was it that simple to level up? Zhou Chen recalled that he only used a long sword during the Coup d'Etat instance, increasing his skill experience. If it was that easy to level up, he would have done so back then. Therefore, this time, the level up was not due to using the long sword. Soon, Zhou Chen thought of a possible reason. He opened the attribute panel and carefully looked at his talent. Effect 2, Strengthening with Breath. As long as you breathe, you can strengthen in all aspects, and can control perfectly. The higher the tier, the greater the enhancement. Strengthening in all aspects, so it's not just basic attributes. Skills will also be enhanced. This was quite comfortable. There is no need to deliberately use it. His skills will improve on their own until they reach the maximum level. It seems that skills should not be learned randomly. If there are suitable skills, it is better to learn them as early as possible. Zhou Chen checked his inventory. There was only one skill inside, a common quality skill called Cross Slash. This skill didn't appeal to him. After clearing the Goblin Forest, besides the attribute crystal, he also received 2 rewards, an item and a piece of equipment. Military token, Goblin Warrior, quality, common, type, item, after use. Summon a Goblin Warrior to fight for you. Disappears upon death, same type of item as the military token, Shogunate Guard Commander. 2-handed greatsword, quality, fine, type, weapon, a finely crafted standard weapon owned by a formal female knight. When Zhou Chen saw this weapon, his eyes lit up. A fine quality weapon. This was a great prize. Forget about being a 0 level. This weapon could be considered top-notch even in a first-level dungeon. My luck is really on fire. Zhou Chen naturally decided to keep this weapon for himself. The 2-handed greatsword was also a sword weapon, and the passive skill of sword mastery would come into effect. Brother Zhou Chen. Seeing Zhou Chen not responding, He Yuqing called out again. Oh, let's not enter the dungeon for now. I have something to attend to. Let's regroup in an hour. If you have things to do, you can go handle them. Zhou Chen came back to his senses and said. Back at his residence, Zhou Chen immediately logged into the extraordinary forum and headed straight to the trading center, putting up the 2 military tokens for exchange. He specified that he wanted to exchange them for skills. The trading center was still quite deserted at the moment, with very few people able to pass the dungeons. Therefore, when Zhou Chen put up these 2 items, they quickly caused a sensation. Wow, there are military tokens like these. If I had these 2 military tokens, wouldn't I be able to clear the dungeons too? Everything is possible in dreams. Without checking the overwhelming number of messages in the background, Zhou Chen refreshed the trading center every now and then. 10 minutes later, he saw a skill being listed. Unfortunately, it was just a common quality skill, and the other party was asking for a trade of 1 skill for 2. Zhou Chen simply ignored it. While the price of skills was indeed higher than that of items, the military tokens were not far behind. Both were of common quality, so asking for a trade of 1 for 2 was clearly asking for too much. An hour later, Zhou Chen somewhat regretfully left the forum. He realized he had been thinking too much. There were too few people with skills at the moment, and most of them were using their own skills and wouldn't trade them away. You have chosen to enter the Advanced Dungeon, Rise of the Orcs, Part 1, your team meets the requirements. Do you wish to enter? Warning, death or withdrawal in the Advanced Dungeon is considered a failure. Warning, after failing, you cannot enter again for 10 days. Zhou Chen's gaze hardened slightly. He hadn't expected the Advanced Dungeon to have a new mechanism. Or rather, this was the normal mechanism, and the previous trial dungeons. As long as one person passed, the others could pass as well without dying or withdrawing. Was it a special treatment for them? Without making an immediate decision, Zhou Chen consulted He Yuqing and the others for their opinions. Because it was very likely that they would gain nothing and die in vain. I'm fine with it, He Yuqing said. Ha ha, brother, we were mentally prepared to die once anyway. Gao Chang added. Let me rely on myself. It would take forever to enter the Advanced Dungeon otherwise. Being able to surpass nearly 10 billion people in the world. It's worth dying once, said Yu Xiaobo. Yen Wu said. Advanced Dungeon. Here we come. Without further hesitation, Zhou Chen chose to proceed, entering the dungeon soon. 10, 9. As the countdown ended, the 5 of them disappeared in unison, being transported into the dungeon. Instance upgrade, Rise of the Orcs, Part 1, Tier 0 Tier difficulty, normal mission, kill Chief Luan of the Bloodhoof tribe content, on the same continent. A long-lasting war has just ended as the Human Empire and Elven Empire, both severely weakened, quietly lick their wounds and prepare for the next full-scale war to claim dominance over the continent. The attention of the 2 empires is focused on each other, ignoring the other weaker races and turning a blind eye to the barren and cold Northlands. Little did they know that an orc empire, composed of various races, is rising powerfully in this harsh land. Wow, this background introduction is quite something, giving me a feeling of witnessing a magnificent epic chapter. After receiving the information provided by the system, Gao Chang couldn't help but exclaim, instance upgrades truly live up to their name. The style is much higher compared to trial instances. Yu Xiaobo added, the instance is named Rise of the Orcs, Part 1, indicating there might be Parts 2 and 3 to follow. I wonder if our actions in Part 1 will affect the subsequent parts, leading to an increase in difficulty. He Yuqing furrowed her brows slightly. Hearing this, the 4 of them turned to Zhou Chen simultaneously. With their limited strength, the possibility of Zhou Chen continuing to lead them through the instance was slim. Therefore, whether it was Part 2 or Part 3, it didn't concern them much, but Zhou Chen was different. Zhou Chen shook his head slightly. It doesn't matter. When they reach Tier 1 and Tier 2, there might not be just one instance upgrade. Even if they can only enter the same series, he remains unfazed. Just plow through it. The Orc Empire is just the background. What we will face is only the Bloodhoof tribe within it. Based on my knowledge of Western fantasy novels and games, tribes with names like this are most likely Tauren, and Tauren are usually a main force in the Orc Empire, with considerable strength. He Yuqing analyzed the limited intelligence as much as possible. Don't expect to find information on instance upgrades on forums. They are likely the first team to enter the instance upgrade. As they spoke, the preparation time for entry quickly ended. The 5 of them looked around, and all they saw was frozen soil, devoid of any greenery. The harsh land was truly as its name suggested, so cold. Gao Chang shivered, feeling a chilling wind penetrating through his clothes as if freezing to the bone. The other 3 were not faring any better. They didn't have many attribute crystals on them, even if they used them all. the highest would only be in the 20s, far from enough to ignore this cold. Little did they expect that even before encountering any monsters, they couldn't bear this extreme environment. In the future, we need to consider environmental factors when entering instances, He Yuqing pondered. Zhou Chen was only wearing a thin autumn garment, yet he felt nothing. The intense cold wind blowing from all directions hadn't even come close to him. Dispersed by the vigorous blood energy within him, he glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Zhou Chen Tier, 0 Tier Talent, Innate Divine, EX, Strength, 165 Agility, 162 Constitution, 166 Spirit, 163 Skills, Sword Mastery LV1. Shadow Step LV1. Yes, Shadow Step had also leveled up. The 4 major attributes were exaggerated, far exceeding the 0 Tier category, making him the undisputed number 1 in the Blue Star. Let's go. The map of the 0 Tier instance shouldn't be too large. The Bloodhoof tribe shouldn't be too far away. Zhou Chen spoke. He didn't leave the 4 of them behind to go kill the boss on his own. The unique mechanism of the instance upgrade made Zhou Chen decide to play it safe. As time was on his side, there was no need to panic. He Yuqing and the others were obedient, and there were no hiccups during the team formation. If possible, Zhou Chen still hoped to clear the instance with them. After about 10 minutes, Gao Chang and the others couldn't bear it anymore. Big brother, it's just too cold. I've decided to exit the instance. Gao Chang shivered uncontrollably. Me too. If I get killed, I'll accept it, but freezing to death, I can't accept that. Yu Xiaobo added. Yen Wu vigorously nodded. All 3 of them were second-generation wealthy individuals who had never experienced such hardships before. Being able to persevere until now was already considered quite commendable. Just as Yu Xiaobo had said, they had entered with the determination to risk their lives, unafraid of being killed by monsters. However, instead of encountering monsters, they were unexpectedly frozen to death, which they found unacceptable. Zhou Chen remained silent and turned to He Yuqing, asking, "What about you?" I will stay." He Yuqing's teeth chattered from the cold, but she persisted, unwilling to give up. Unlike Gao Chang and the others, she came from a poor family, and her willpower far surpassed theirs. Zhou Chen nodded and looked at Gao Chang and the others. "I won't stop you, but you need to think carefully. If you choose to stay, I am confident that I can help you clear this level together. The dungeon wouldn't keep us searching for monsters endlessly. I suspect that this extreme cold environment is the first challenge. It's been about 10 minutes now, so it should be almost over." Gao Chang and the others knew that Zhou Chen's words held a high possibility of being true, but they couldn't bear the hardships they were enduring. 1 minute later, as they watched Gao Chang and the others slowly disappear, Zhou Chen remained calm. With his speed, he could have left first, found the orcs, and brought back any cold-resistant items that might exist. However, Zhou Chen was not their babysitter, and his relationship with Gao Chang and the others was just like that. He had already helped them clear 2 levels, fulfilling his duty. He had long decided that once he entered this place, he wouldn't leave until they cleared it. Orcs. After walking for a while, just when He Yuqing was about to give up, a blazing campfire appeared ahead, with 3 dark figures sitting beside it to keep warm. The appearance of the 3 figures startled the orcs, who stood up, with the body of a bull and a tall, muscular stature wrapped in thick fur. They were formidable creatures. Indeed, orcs. It's said that orcs are not as aggressive, but in this dungeon, they might have been programmed with a vengeance mechanism, or perhaps our identities have been set as enemies to them. Seeing the 3 orcs charging towards them without hesitation, He Yuqing quickly analyzed the situation. These orcs were tall, about 2 to 3 meters in height, holding the leg bones of unknown creatures. Their fierce charge was intimidating. However, neither Zhou Chen nor He Yuqing's expressions changed. With a swift motion, a massive white longsword appeared in Zhou Chen's hand, measuring 1 meter and 7 in length, with a heavy and brutal blade weighing 50 kilograms. It was the excellent great weapon he had obtained from the Goblin Forest dungeon, a 2-handed sword. While an ordinary person would struggle to carry such a huge sword, Zhou Chen wielded it effortlessly with just 1 hand, swinging it fiercely. At the same time, he activated the Shadow Step. Zhou Chen's figure vanished from where he stood and reappeared in front of the leading orc, his sword flashing coldly as it sliced through the orc's shoulder, chest, abdomen, and legs, cutting it in half like tofu. So brutal. Zhou Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. This 2-handed sword was perfect for him at that moment, allowing him to unleash his immense power to the fullest. The death of their companion did not deter the orcs. Their eyes turned red as they fiercely swung the animal bones they held towards Zhou Chen. This time, instead of swiftly killing them, Zhou Chen retreated 10 meters, planted the two-handed sword into the ground, and faced the two beasts barehanded, occasionally blocking their attacks. With his current robust physique, his defense was astonishingly strong. Even if struck by the animal bones, it only caused superficial injuries that would quickly heal. It could be said that as long as he avoided vital points, Zhou Chen could withstand their attacks without being killed. After a while, Zhou Chen suddenly stepped back, pulling out the sword from the ground. With a swift motion, the giant sword swept in a half-circle, cutting the two pursuing orcs in half at the waist. These Tauren have low spirit values, around 70 in strength, over 60 in agility, and the highest in constitution, over 80. Zhou Chen said casually after easily dealing with 3 small monsters. Qianqing beside him quickly noted it down. Such exaggerated data. Except for spirit, the other 3 attributes are almost similar to the ruthless boss of the Blood Battle Lin family manner, right? Qianqing was greatly shocked. Indeed exaggerated. Zhou Chen nodded. The difficulty of advancing dungeons is completely different from trial dungeons. Although the small monsters only have physical attributes close to the ruthless boss, when it comes to a real fight, with the latter's mastery of dark magic and weapons, defeating the former is a piece of cake. But these are just small monsters. One can imagine how formidable the strength of elite monsters and bosses would be. Brother Zhou Chen, are you confident? Seeing the attributes of the small monsters, Qianqing, who was originally very confident in Zhou Chen, now had doubts. Time is on our side. Zhou Chen smiled. This dungeon is vast and the monsters are rare. After half an hour of walking, they finally encountered 3 waves of monsters, with the third wave consisting of 7 Tauren, one of them being exceptionally burly, an elite monster standing at 2.7 meters tall. With little effort, they dealt with them one by one, and Zhou Chen obtained the data of the elite Tauren warrior, with over 100 in strength, over 90 in agility, and the highest constitution exceeding 120. Constitution is the highest attribute of the Tauren, which makes sense as their strong constitution allows them to survive in this harsh land. High constitution means high defense. If Zhou Chen were to use a normal weapon, even with great strength, it wouldn't cut deep against this formidable constitution of 120. Better off using his own fists. Fortunately, the excellent grade two-handed sword is powerful enough to easily cut through the physique of the Tauren warrior, without much effort. The boss's constitution is definitely stronger, probably over 150, Zhou Chen said. Can a Zeroth awakening handle this? Qianqing, wrapped in thick animal hide, not worried about freezing to death, was incredulous upon hearing Zhou Chen's speculation. After all, it's a 5-player dungeon. Zhou Chen sighed. This level of intensity is naturally difficult for one person, but when divided among 5 people, it becomes more manageable. But thinking that just assembling 5 SSS-level talented awakeners can easily clear it is wishful thinking. Qianqing couldn't help but smile at his words. Before entering the dungeon, she had been active on the forums and was well aware of the current trends. After the SSS-level talented awakeners took action one by one, the first clears of various trial dungeons were achieved, which made everyone overly confident. Some even believed that with 5 SSS-level talented awakeners working together, they could easily clear the advancing dungeons. However, talents can be combat-oriented or support-oriented, and while low-difficulty trial dungeons can be easily overcome, it's a different story when facing high-difficulty advancing dungeons. Having a well-balanced team composition is key. After killing 3 waves of Tauren, the Bloodhoof tribe should have reacted by now. Let's be cautious and not rush into direct confrontation with them. Zhou Chen laid out his plan. Okay. Qianqing had no objections. An hour passed quickly. The two kept moving, and as Qianqing grew tired towards the end, Zhou Chen casually lifted her up, as if carrying a little chick. Qianqing wanted to voice her opinion but dared not. Along the way, they encountered several waves of monsters, avoiding them if possible, and eliminating them if they couldn't. Zhou Chen was buying time. Nearly 2 hours had passed since they entered the dungeon, and his major attributes had increased by 20 points each, becoming stronger and stronger. If the Blue Star countries cooperate and form the strongest team, how long would it take to conquer the advancing dungeons? Zhou Chen suddenly asked. Well. Qianqing was taken aback for a moment, then pondered seriously. Both death and withdrawal will result in failing the challenge. We have to wait 10 days before we can try again. Therefore, those who truly hope to be the first to pass won't casually enter the instance. It's highly probable that they will let others pave the way, gather some intelligence, and then enter officially. It might take more than 10 hours. Zhou Chen nodded slightly. He couldn't confirm whether He Yuqing's guess was accurate. Countries cannot set aside all conflicts and competition to cooperate sincerely, but it's also possible that SSS-level talented individuals are willing to pay the price of failure to enter the instance and provide a large amount of intelligence for others. Zhou Chen needed to be more cautious if he wanted to be the first to pass. Let's start when all attributes exceed 200, he said. 2 hours later, Zhou Chen checked his own attributes. Strength 215, Agility 212, Constitution 216, Spirit 213, Skills, Sword Mastery LV3, Shadow Step LV3. That's enough. The two stood on a small mound, gazing at the distant Bloodhoof tribe. They had found the location of the Bloodhoof tribe. Are we going to launch a strong attack? He Yuqing was a bit nervous. In her eyes, Zhou Chen's actions had always been reasonable. By eliminating the roaming small monsters and elite monsters outside first, he undoubtedly reduced the difficulty of the boss battle. Now that there were no more Taoren outside, if they wanted to pass through, they inevitably had to face the entire tribe. It's a pity we couldn't lure the boss out, He Yuqing said regretfully. You stay hidden. I'll be right back. With the heavy two-handed sword on his shoulder, Zhou Chen strode towards the Bloodhoof tribe without any intention of concealing himself. Finally discovering the culprit Zhou Chen, angry roars echoed from the Bloodhoof tribe, followed by a large number of Taoren rushing out of the tribe towards Zhou Chen with murderous intent. Good. They're here. Zhou Chen showed no fear. His huge sword leaped up from his shoulder and swept horizontally. 3 Taoren were split into upper and lower halves, blood spraying everywhere. As they screamed in agony, Zhou Chen charged forward, thrusting his sword through their chests, skewering 4 Taoren together like a string of candied haws. With a swing of his sword, he flung the skewered meat away. In the blink of an eye, 7 Taoren met their demise. Swish! The sword cleaved through, splitting a tall Taoren warrior in half from head to toe. Zhou Chen, who had charged into the Taoren crowd, began a massacre. Not a single Taoren was a match for him. It was a matter of instant death upon contact. Watching from her hiding spot, He Yuqing was dazzled, as if she had seen a scene from a historical rebellion instance where Zhou Chen moved through the rebel army effortlessly. Feeling a sense of historical recurrence, a ferocious roar sounded, and a massive figure like a mountain pushed aside the Taoren blocking the way, charging towards Zhou Chen. The huge axe in its hand swung fiercely towards Zhou Chen's head. With an agility of 212, Zhou Chen reacted quickly, his sword blocking the axe. Clang! Contrary to expectations, Zhou Chen easily blocked the attack, then pushed the opponent away with force. Only then did he have the chance to size up his opponent. Standing at 3.5 meters tall, much taller than the surrounding Taoren, with an incredibly robust physique, the figure held a giant axe in its right hand, 2 thick white streams of air spewing from its nostrils, its eyes glaring at Zhou Chen as if ready to breathe fire. This appearance was most likely that of the boss, the chieftain of the Bloodhoof tribe, Luan. With no common language between them and no interest in communication, Zhou Chen went straight for the kill. Unlike the other Taoren, Luan was extremely powerful. With the help of other Taoren, he wouldn't be taken down with just one strike. Soon, Zhou Chen figured out Luan's stats. Strength over 130, Agility over 110, Spirit 60, and Constitution probably exceeding 160. The giant axe in his hand was likely a high-quality weapon, and he was not at a disadvantage against the attacks of Zhou Chen's two-handed sword. However, the wielder of the weapon was far from a match. The giant sword quickly clashed with the giant axe, cutting deep into Luan's shoulder. Unlike other Taoren, this time Zhou Chen felt a noticeable resistance. If cutting through other Taoren was like cutting through tofu, then Luan was undoubtedly a block of wood. This sword did not cut Luan in half, it only sliced into his shoulder about 20 centimeters. With the sharpness of the two-handed sword and Zhou Chen's strength of 215, this should not have happened. Zhou Chen pondered, realizing that the opponent most likely had defensive talents or skills. Kill. Seeing the main target, Zhou Chen focused solely on Luan, ignoring the attacks of the other Taoren. His current physique allowed him to ignore most attacks without much harm. The Taoren blocking his path was no match for him. If this had been at the beginning of entering the instance, even facing Luan would have been a tough battle, let alone going on a killing spree in Bloodhoof Village. However, after more than 4 hours of growth, Zhou Chen at this moment was more than capable of overpowering everything. Luan roared in frustration but was helpless as his injuries accumulated, eventually leading to Zhou Chen beheading him with a single sword strike, causing his massive body to collapse to the ground. A pleasant system notification sounded. Congratulations on clearing and advancing in the instance, The Rise of the Orcs, Part 1. Your rating is S. And you have received the following rewards: Strength Crystal *30, Agility Crystal *30, Constitution Crystal *30, Spirit Crystal *30, Equipment Blood Rage Heavy Axe. Due to your first completion of this instance, your contribution far exceeds others, granting you additional rewards of Strength Crystal *50, Agility Crystal *50, Constitution Crystal *50, Spirit Crystal *50, Special Dark Cold Root Seed, Skill Blood of the Barbarian Bull, Title Pioneer. Your rank has been promoted to the first rank. Your talents have been enhanced, adding 3 skill slots. You have awakened the inherent skill, Rank Suppression. A series of system notifications followed, but Zhou Chen had no time to check them. After Luan's defeat, the surrounding Taoran did not scatter but instead became more frenzied, charging towards Zhou Chen in a deathly assault. Zhou Chen showed no mercy, wielding his two-handed sword continuously, effortlessly cutting down the charging Taoran. For some reason, the strength of these Taoran had weakened, making Zhou Chen's slaughter even smoother. In just a few minutes, the entire Bloodhoof village was littered with corpses, leaving only him alive. After clearing the instance, one could choose to exit immediately or linger briefly. Exiting at this point did not require waiting for a minute. However, Zhou Chen paid no heed to the threat of the Taoran and did not rush to leave. Sheathing his blood-stained two-handed sword, Zhou Chen began to take stock of his gains. The rewards for clearing the advanced instance were very generous, with a total of 80 elemental crystals from regular and first-time rewards, totaling 320 for all 4 attributes, not to mention the rewards like skill equipment. An S-grade evaluation was normal. Considering the 4-hour duration, it was impossible to achieve the highest SSS rating. Did he miss out? Zhou Chen did not think so. If he had waited for 4 hours to enter the instance with his overpowering attributes, he would have surely achieved SSS and not missed the first completion. But that would be hindsight. Without entering, how would he know the difficulty of the instance or when would be the best time to enter? To strive for the first completion, some risks had to be taken. The S-grade rewards were also good. The main difference from SSS lay in the elemental crystals, with other rewards being almost the same. And most importantly, the first completion was secured. Relaxing his mood, Zhou Chen continued to check his progress. After clearing the advanced instance, he smoothly advanced to the first rank, gaining 3 skill slots, Enhanced Talents, and the awakened inherent skill, Rank Suppression. What is the inherent skill? Zhou Chen wondered but did not rush to find out, instead turning his attention to the most important talent. Talent, Divine by Birth, EX. Effect 1, Immortality. No means can completely kill you after death. You can choose to revive on the spot or in a safe location. Effect 2, Breathing strengthens. As long as you breathe, you can become stronger in all aspects and have perfect control. The higher the rank, the greater the amplification. After carefully reading it several times, Zhou Chen confirmed that there was not a single word changed in the description of the talent. It seems that just advancing to the first rank cannot bring about too much change in the talent. The so-called enhancement should refer to Effect 2. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Chen couldn't help but show a smile. The extent to which breathing strengthens had indeed increased. When at rank 0, each attribute increased by 0.2 per minute, but now it had become 0.5, a whopping 2.5 times increase, 0.5 per minute, 30 per hour, 720 per day. The newly acquired attribute crystal suddenly lost its appeal. The regret of not receiving an SSS rating vanished instantly. Ha ha ha. Laughing 3 times, Zhou Chen began to look at the so-called inherent skill. Rank Suppression rank, first rank type, passive. Inherent skill awakened at the first rank. It improves with rank advancement, exerting comprehensive suppression on individuals of lower ranks, with a 10% suppression for each lower rank. This was Zhou Chen's first rank skill. No wonder those minotaurs weakened. Zhou Chen suddenly realized that while minotaurs were at rank 0, he was already at the first rank. naturally making them considerably weaker under the 10% suppression. This made Zhou Chen aware of the importance of rank. Even if he stacked thousands of attributes, if his rank remained at 0 while encountering a first-rank awakener, he would still be partially suppressed. The greater the rank difference, the harsher the suppression. If the difference was 10 ranks, he would be completely suppressed, rendering the stacking of a billion attributes useless. Zhou Chen saw the benefits of a higher rank and vowed not to delay his advancement in the future. Rank suppression exerts comprehensive suppression on individuals of lower ranks, affecting not only attributes but also weakening skills, unless the quality of the skill is higher, in which case it remains unaffected. Of course, Zhou Chen currently did not possess skills higher than his own rank, and rank suppression would also increase with rank advancement. But what about the future? One must always have dreams. Retracting his wandering thoughts, Zhou Chen looked at the title, which was also something new. Pioneer type, title a commendation for awakeners who are brave and full of pioneering spirit. All attributes plus 3%. Note, the added attributes are real and not subject to any form of suppression by skills, talents, or other means. This, Zhou Chen's eyes widened suddenly. Initially indifferent to the title, he now realized his mistake. Real attributes, not subject to any form of suppression. What did this mean? It meant that even when facing someone 10 ranks higher, he could still utilize 3% of his attributes, rather than being a powerless speck of dust. While 3% may seem insignificant, it was an incredibly valuable real attribute. I must strive to clear the advancement dungeons in the future. Zhou Chen immediately made up his mind. Zhou Chen looked at the remaining 3 rewards. Bloodthirsty Heavy Axe quality, fine type, weapon and ancestral heavy axe passed down through the Bloodhoof tribe, its weathered surface seemingly recounting the tribe's history. All of Luan's weapons are being dropped. Zhou Chen's expression was odd. He wasn't particularly interested in this massive axe, as he wasn't proficient in axe techniques, and it was far inferior to a two-handed sword in his hands. Skipped. Blood of the Barbaric Bull quality, common type, passive skill. Your physique becomes exceptionally robust. Strength plus 20, agility plus 10, constitution plus 30. This bonus is just average. Zhou Chen was somewhat disdainful. Even if it doubled at maximum level, it would only be 40 points of strength, 20 points of agility, and 60 points of constitution. While others might treasure it, Zhou Chen found it unappealing. After some thought, Zhou Chen decided to set it aside for now. Despite the lackluster boost from the Barbaric Bull's strength, he still appreciated the passive ability to increase attributes. Zhou Chen was preparing for the future. The attribute limit of 0 order is 100. First order is 1000. Second order might be 10,000. But the increase in his talent cannot keep up with the order's strength. Zhou Chen's talent allowed him to reach the 0 order limit in less than half a day, and the first order only took a little over a day. But what about the third order? Fifth order? Relying solely on talent, his rate of improvement will inevitably be slowed down, which Zhou Chen cannot tolerate. If he could learn some passive skills that increase attributes, combining the two, even if he couldn't catch up with the order's strength, he could still narrow the gap considerably. However, Zhou Chen looked down on the power of the Barbaric Bull, and with limited skill slots, he couldn't just learn skills at will. The reason for putting it aside instead of selling or exchanging it is because Zhou Chen wanted to conduct an experiment. His talent is EX level. Solely relying on talent can raise a skill to level 10. But what happens after level 10? Can it surpass the limit? If it can, then the Barbaric Bull's blood would be useful, otherwise, it can only be sold. One last thing, what category is special? Casting his gaze towards the final reward, Zhou Chen couldn't help but gasp when he saw the attributes of the item clearly. There's something like this too. Dark Cold Root Seed, quality, common, type, grain. Special item, can grow into dark cold root in harsh environments. The main food of orcs. Prolonged consumption can slowly increase physique, up to a maximum of 10 points. Being of common quality, it was undoubtedly the most lackluster among the many rewards. The effect it could have didn't concern Zhou Chen. What's 10 points of physique? Let alone the need for long-term consumption. But Zhou Chen soon realized its value. Not for top-tier awakeners like them, but for ordinary people with E and F level talents. 10 points of physique was not a small amount. As his gaze widened, if there were foods that could increase physique, then there must also be ones that increase strength, agility, and spirit. This meant a massive increase in overall attributes, making it no longer a dream to clear the trial dungeons. So this is how orcs rose in the frigid lands. The role of this dark cold root is definitely not small. Zhou Chen realized. To establish an orc empire, the number of orcs must not be few. The 10 points of physique from the dark cold root could help more orcs survive, slowly growing in the neglect of the elven and human empires, gradually forming a strong force. Brother Zhou Chen. Seeing Zhou Chen organizing his gains, He Yuqing, who had hurried over, was full of shock on her face. The suppression of this rank is so powerful, and the title is outrageous. As a member of the first team to clear the dungeon, she also received a title. It's best not to reveal the attributes of the title, Zhou Chen said in a deep voice, not wanting to give competitors more motivation. I understand. He Yuqing nodded vigorously, then smiled happily. The rewards from the advancement dungeon are so generous, with 15 crystals of each attribute and a skill book given to me, truly worthy of being the first clear reward of the advancement dungeon. The rewards were unbelievably rich. Even a pure slacker like He Yuqing could benefit greatly. She sent a trade request. Zhou Chen hesitated for a moment before accepting. Soon, He Yuqing placed a skill book in the trade window. Stomp, quality, common, type, active skill, stomp the ground forcefully, causing stun and shock within a 3-meter radius. The higher the spirit and physique, the lesser the impact. A control skill. Zhou Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Although this skill was of the lowest common quality, being a control skill made it worth a second look. Zhou Chen didn't care much for common level skills, but if it could surpass the limit, it would still be a decent choice. Wait, has the Minotaur used this skill before? Upon careful consideration, it seemed that Luan did stomp the ground in battle, but Zhou Chen didn't feel anything at the time, so he didn't pay it any mind. I'll take this skill. What do you want? Command tokens, weapons, or attribute crystals? No need. He Yuqing waved her hands repeatedly. I've taken enough. This skill is my gift to brother Zhou Chen. She was not a greedy person and felt grateful to Zhou Chen. If it weren't for Zhou Chen's special care and letting her join the team for free, she wouldn't have the current generous profits. If Zhou Chen asked for it, she would not hesitate to give away the attribute crystals. Hearing this, Zhou Chen shook his head. I have my principles. What belongs to you is yours. No need to say more. With his insistence, He Yuqing could only accept. For the military token weapon attribute crystal, I suggest you choose the attribute crystal, Zhou Chen recommended. The bloodthirsty heavy axe was not suitable for her, and the military token was a disposable item, not as useful to He Yuqing as the attribute crystal. Of course, the value of the bloodthirsty heavy axe was in its rarity. If He Yuqing really chose it, she would have to pay Zhou Chen with attribute crystals. I'll listen to brother Zhou Chen, He Yuqing said happily. Unsure of how many attribute crystals were appropriate, Zhou Chen hesitated. Skill books were priceless, making it hard to determine their value. After some thought, he took out 10 attribute crystals each, totaling 40, and placed them in the trade window. That's too much. He Yuqing panicked. In her view, even though the price of attribute crystals had dropped, they still cost tens of thousands each, totaling millions, beyond her imagination. Don't measure these extraordinary items with real currency. Zhou Chen naturally understood what she was thinking. He looked at He Yuqing and said seriously, you'd better not sell these attribute crystals. Dragging you through the instance will greatly weaken your future potential. Fortunately, the first clear of the advancement instance gives a lot. Combined with what I've given you, it can make up for your losses, even surpass them. The future of the Blue Star will undoubtedly belong to the Awakened. Don't focus too much on trivial gains. He Yuqing blushed. I understand. Zhou Chen didn't say more. There was no need to delve deeper. After spending time together, he was quite satisfied with He Yuqing. In reality, He Yuqing should be a top student, meticulous, good at collecting and analyzing information. If possible, Zhou Chen didn't mind staying in touch with her. Of course, if He Yuqing got too caught up in money, he wouldn't contact her again. With that, the inventory was complete. The two didn't linger and, after adding each other as friends, chose to leave. The extraordinary forum was getting busier. It was daytime now, with more active users compared to late at night. Many people woke up to find that the world had undergone drastic changes. Although the system prompts sounded in their minds, some ignored them and continued sleeping, with many still awake. What's going on? Has the world changed? I awakened an S-level talent. Ah, so many first clears. I feel like I missed out on a billion. The hottest topic was still who could first clear the advancement instance. However, there weren't as many people discussing it as before. Unlike the trial instance strategies, there was no team revealing their progress in clearing the advancement instance on the forum. Except for those involved, no one knew the specific progress or if it was going smoothly. 4 hours had passed, and there was still no news of progress. Many believed that there wouldn't be any progress in clearing the instance in the short term, especially after the serious consequences of failing to clear it were revealed. So, it was time to go to work or study. Although a new era had arrived, for most people, it didn't make much of a difference. The so-called instances had nothing to do with them. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded without warning. World announcement: congratulations to Zhou Chen and He Yuqing for clearing the advancement instance. The rise of the orcs, 1. Becoming first tier awakened. Special reward title Pioneer. Upon hearing this news, the entire Blue Star was in an uproar. They did it. The first clear is out. It's Zhou Chen again, leading a team of 5 to surpass those strong teams. It's unbelievable. What kind of talent has he awakened? I regret so much. Why didn't I join Zhou Chen's team when the big shot was forming it? Doesn't the conscience of those who talk about the group of death ache? Ah, my heart hurts so much I can't breathe. The first and second tier 1 awakeners of Blue Star are so impressive. Some also noticed that there were only 2 people mentioned in the announcement. Did the other 3 die? It shows how difficult it is to advance in the instance. Even Zhou Chen can only save 1 person. I envy He Yuqing openly. She's really cozying up to the big shots. What's the title? Since it appears in the announcement, it must be extraordinary. I really want to know the specific attributes. Countless people wanted to contact Zhou Chen and He Yuqing, but couldn't reach them. As for the high-ranking players who had already left the instance, they had closed off all messages and fallen into seclusion. Ah, finally back. Zhou Chen, who had returned to his home, had just stretched when he heard a system prompt. World announcement: detected that the Blue Star Awakeners cleared all Tier 0 instances within 12 hours. Performed excellently. Special countdown for the impending disaster as a reward. What countdown? Zhou Chen was puzzled. Then, as if sensing something, he walked quickly to the window and looked up at the sky. In the clear blue sky and sea, a line of large characters slowly appeared. Demonized monster, ghost level 90 days. What is that? A disaster countdown? I'm in the White Eagle country, and there's a countdown for an impending disaster in the sky. Is it the same where you are? I'm in the summer country, and I can see it too. It's the same in the Ice Bear country. People all over Blue Star quickly discovered that no matter where they were, as long as they looked up at the sky, they could see this line of large characters. Coupled with the word disaster, this countdown felt like a Damocles sword hanging over everyone on Blue Star, making many people's moods heavy. A disaster countdown? Zhou Chen murmured as he looked at the sky. He remembered the information he had received when he first awakened. The extraordinary light had descended on Blue Star, ushering in an era of mass awakening, but crisis and opportunity coexisted. The dazzling extraordinary light would attract brutal otherworldly monsters, leading to a terrifying disaster. This was an inevitable fate for Blue Star. Demonized monsters. Zhou Chen recalled the 3 monsters he had killed in the hospital, shrouded in black mist, and the goblins attacking New High University were the same. Were they demonized monsters? 3 months left. Time seemed abundant, but no one knew the overall strength of the demonized monsters. Since they were called a disaster, they certainly wouldn't be easy to deal with. Ghost level? Zhou Chen shook his head slightly. There was too much missing information to draw any effective conclusions. Forget it, let's rest first. Zhou Chen stretched, finished washing up, and quickly lay down on the bed. After fighting in the instance for over 10 hours, he was also feeling exhausted, and even major events would have to wait until he woke up. New High, Pinggu District. A short-haired woman in a deep blue professional dress got out of the car, looked up at the building in front of her, and walked in without hesitation. Although the building looked very simple, without even a signboard, she believed that this place would become crucial in New High. Hello, welcome to the Extraordinary Management Bureau of New High City. The receptionist girl smiled sweetly. I'm Jiang Yu, here to report, the short-haired woman said. Ms. Jiang, Director Liao is waiting for you on the 3rd floor. Hearing this, Jiang Yu nodded. The official response from the summer country was very prompt. Despite the mass awakening happening in the middle of the night, they still responded at the fastest speed. Establishing extraordinary management bureaus in various places was the first step. and the next step was to assess the talents of the entire nation. The first to be assessed were the public officials. Jiang Yu was originally a person within the system. After receiving the notification, she didn't hesitate much and reported her own talent. Since her awakened talent was SS level, she was immediately transferred to the Extraordinary Management Bureau. Jiang Yu had no objections to the new appointment. Director Liao. On the third floor of the Management Bureau, Jiang Yu met a slightly overweight middle-aged man. Liao Xiefeng was the deputy director of the Extraordinary Management Bureau, mainly responsible for administrative and logistical management. MS. Jiang, from now on, you will be the captain of the first team of the Extraordinary Law Enforcement Team. Is that okay? Liao Xiefeng's attitude was very polite. The members of the Extraordinary Management Bureau were divided into combat and management sections, with no direct hierarchy between them. Above the team captains was the chief, and above that was the director, both of which were currently vacant. Therefore, even though Liao Xiefeng was the deputy director, he did not dare to give orders to Jiang Yu, who was in charge of combat. I obey the arrangements of my superiors. Jiang Yu said firmly. Are there any urgent cases in Xin High City now? Killing monsters from other realms, or dealing with awakened criminals? Although the frequency of spatial rifts had greatly decreased, they were still appearing constantly, with incidents of monsters injuring people continuing, and some awakened individuals who suddenly gained power were using it recklessly for illegal activities. As she had heard, no, all those matters can be put aside for now. Others will handle them. Liao Xiefeng gestured with his hand, his expression suddenly becoming strange. Your most important task now is to meet someone who claims to be a reincarnator. A reincarnator? Are you kidding me? Coming out of the director's office, Jiang Yu was still somewhat incredulous. This was too absurd. Before the awakening of the public, she would have definitely thought the other person was crazy. But now, things were different. No one dared to say that there wouldn't be any reincarnators. Of course, the higher-ups wouldn't easily believe others. The ramblings of a madman wouldn't be taken seriously. If the higher-ups were starting to believe it, it meant that the other party had provided some evidence. When the trial dungeons have not all been conquered, and when no one knows anything about the advancement dungeons, he provided information related to the dungeons. This doesn't prove that he is a reincarnator. It's also possible that his talent is related to precognition, or it's a time-related talent. Jiang Yu's task was to make contact with this person who claimed to be a reincarnator and determine whether his claims were true or false. As for why she was specifically chosen, Jiang Yu glanced at her own talent. Talent, Absolute Law, SS, Effect 1, Attribute Enhancement, SS Level. All attributes receive a certain enhancement. Effect 2, Golden Rule, you can establish temporary laws within a certain range, forcing the target to comply. This was an extremely powerful talent, equivalent to a youthful version of the Constitution in her mouth, useful whether in combat or support. For example, Jiang Yu could establish laws that prohibited lying, or attacking, and so on. I hope it's useful. Public Security Bureau. Jiang Yu met the target, a man with a gloomy expression. I know you, Jiang Yu, captain of the Extraordinary Management Bureau Law Enforcement Division in Xin High City, honored as the Queen of Law, possessing an SS-level talent, Absolute Law. Before Jiang Yu could speak, the gloomy man spoke first, and his words shook Jiang Yu to the core. Unfortunately, you will die in the dark turmoil a year from now. Dying young. If you were alive, you would definitely be my comrade in the future. The gloomy man sighed, full of regret. What? Jiang Yu stood frozen in place. Anyone who suddenly learned that they would die a year later would find it hard to remain calm. She wanted to ask what the dark turmoil was, but she forced herself to hold back, giving the gloomy man a deep look and said, Law, no prying eyes here. A mysterious power suddenly descended, turning the room they were in into a hidden place where outsiders could not spy. Even if there were cameras, recording devices, and the like, they would immediately malfunction. Law, you shall not lie. Another mysterious force descended, landing on the gloomy man. The existence of the reborn is of the highest secrecy level, so Jiang Yu's actions were not considered a violation. After enacting 2 laws in a row, Jiang Yu felt somewhat exhausted, especially with the second one, which consumed a staggering amount. Still at the 0 order, her use of talents, as well as the intensity and duration of the laws, were quite limited. Your talents have limited effects on me. The gloomy man shook his head. But if it gives you peace of mind, Feel free to use them. Are you an SSS level talent? Jiang Yu stared intently at the gloomy man. If it weren't for an SSS level talent, how could one qualify for rebirth and return to the past? The gloomy man smiled bitterly. I know you have many doubts and may question my motives, but please believe me, I am sincerely cooperating with the authorities. To prove my sincerity, I will show you my talent panel. At these words, Jiang Yu was stunned. Attribute panels, especially talents, were a person's greatest secret. Even though the authorities kept track of talent situations, they did not require them to display their talent panels, as it would pose a great risk, potentially causing chaos. If the gloomy man was willing to show his talents, his sincerity was beyond doubt. A visible light screen appeared in front of the gloomy man. Talent, time travel, SSS, effect 1, attribute enhancement, SSS level. All attributes receive a certain enhancement. Effect 2, time reversal, when you die, time will reverse to a safe point. The greater the crisis, the longer the reversal time. Effect 3, beyond time, your true self is detached from time. All damage and effects, positive or negative, directed at you will be reduced. Jiang Yu found it hard to look away from the gloomy man's talent panel. Truly an SSS level talent. She couldn't help but exclaim, I thought my talent was strong enough, but yours is even more extraordinary. Indeed, to have time reverse upon death, who could possibly kill him? It's not as exaggerated as you think. The number of times time can be reversed within a certain period is limited, especially at the zero order. The gloomy man said solemnly, I have proven my sincerity. What now? I cannot deny your sincerity, but your identity as a reborn. Could it be that your future self encountered an unimaginable crisis, prompting a time reversal to the present? Jiang Yu speculated. The maximum time for time reversal also has its limits. What prompted my rebirth was the fourth effect of talent sublimation at the sixth order. Time travel. Jiang Yu noted in her mind. I understand. So, Lin Ming, what is the purpose of your return? Lin Ming, the gloomy man's real name. For what? Lin Ming chuckled. The first thing I did upon my return. Don't you all know? But, Jiang Yu furrowed her brows. According to our investigation, a person named Zhou Chen is a sophomore at Xin High University, excelling in both academics and character, with no criminal record. Moreover, upon awakening, he killed 3 alien monsters and saved many lives. At present, there is no indication of any potential wrongdoing on his part. If you hold a deep grudge against him in the future, I hope you understand that he has done nothing wrong at this point. If Lin Ming was truly a reborn, it would be of great importance to Xia country. However, Zhou Chen was also outstanding, being the first to clear 3 out of 10 trial instances and the first to advance to the first order, becoming the first awakened individual in Blue Star. Currently the top awakened individual. The higher-ups undoubtedly hoped to resolve the conflict between the two. Jiang Yu also shared this sentiment, speaking sincerely, but what she didn't expect was to completely provoke Lin Ming. Do you think I'm doing this for myself? Do you actually believe I'm seeking personal revenge? Lin Ming was furious. He stood up abruptly, slammed his hands on the table with force, making a loud noise. He roared angrily, do you know what a heavy price we paid to let me be reborn before the awakening of the whole nation? So many people sacrificed without hesitation. They generously gave their lives, ending it without any hesitation, placing all their hopes on me. For what? To prevent the tragedy from happening again, to end the disaster from its source, to ensure that the despairing future never arrives. Lin Ming stared coldly at Jiang Yu. You know nothing. Please calm down. Jiang Yu was not intimidated. She was more composed with some mental preparation and the impact of their recent meeting. Although Lin Ming spoke passionately, she was not a reborn individual. She had not experienced the desperate future mentioned by Lin Ming, so his words did not strike a chord with her. In your future, what kind of existence is Zhou Chen? Lin Ming quickly calmed down and faced Jiang Yu's question. A complex and fearful expression flashed in his eyes. He is the most evil and wicked great demon king, the source of fear that looms over all the people of Blue Star. He is indestructible, omnipotent. His power surpasses everyone's imagination. Even someone like me, an SSS-level awakened talent, cannot even catch a glimpse of his towering figure in the sky. Undeniably, he brought safety to Blue Star. Any terrifying disaster can be easily eradicated by him. But, at some point, maybe it's his nature, he started becoming capricious. In a fit of rage, he casually wiped out a city. Millions died instantly. He summoned meteors from space, triggered tsunamis, just to enjoy watching people struggle under natural disasters. These are just a fraction of the sins he committed. He deserves to die. If he doesn't, Blue Star has no future, forever living under his brutal rule. Disasters, we can handle, even if we die by disaster. No one wishes to live in such a despairing future. After listening to Lin Ming's words, Jiang Yu's heart was restless for a long time. One thought for God, one thought for demon. This is undoubtedly a true portrayal of Zhou Chen's future. He could have been the savior of countless people on Blue Star, but ultimately became a lawless and terrifying great demon king. An unbalanced future is too terrifying. At the level of Zhou Chen in the future, good and evil truly lie in a single thought. Perhaps, good and evil are meaningless. He is like the indifferent heavenly way, indifferent in viewing all beings as mere straw dogs. The first thing you did when you were reborn was to find Zhou Chen and try to kill him, but unfortunately, you failed. Now you contact us, voluntarily revealing your identity as a reborn individual. Is it to gain our trust? To use our power to kill him before Zhou Chen grows into the future great demon king? Jiang Yu said seriously. Forgive me for being blunt. Without more evidence, the Extraordinary Management Bureau will not act easily based solely on your words. Zhou Chen is the first Tier 1 awakener on Blue Star. At the peak of his popularity, acting against him rashly, Jiang Yu did not believe that the higher-ups would make such a decision. Even if what Lin Ming said was true, it was still the future. No, you're wrong. To Jiang Yu's surprise, Lin Ming denied without hesitation. I revealed my identity as a reborn individual, showing my sincerity, not to use the official power of Xia country to kill Zhou Chen. Quite the opposite. I hope that you can spare no effort. Make every effort to protect Zhou Chen. Jiang Yu? She almost doubted her own ears. I didn't hear wrong. It's to protect Zhou Chen, not to kill him? Yes, to protect. Lin Ming confirmed. Jiang Yu was stunned. She looked at Lin Ming opposite her, his eyes filled with endless hatred towards Zhou Chen in the future. However, the words he spoke carried a different meaning, making one wonder if he was suffering from a split personality. I know you probably think I'm crazy now. Lin Ming's voice was low. Honestly, more than anyone else, I want to kill Zhou Chen. It's not just me. Everyone in the future has tried everything, made countless attempts, but we all failed. He cannot be killed. When my fourth talent awakened, during time travel, we once thought we saw hope of killing Zhou Chen. The future Zhou Chen is indeed unimaginably powerful, completely beyond our comprehension, but even the strongest have moments of weakness. As long as I can travel to his moment of weakness, I can kill him. Did you succeed? Jiang Yu asked, already knowing the answer as soon as the question left her lips. If he had succeeded, why would Lin Ming have to come back after paying an unimaginable price for rebirth? I failed. Lin Ming's answer did not surprise Jiang Yu. I traveled to a year after the awakening of all, when Zhou Chen was only at the 5th rank, not even a match for me. However, when I found Zhou Chen and tried to kill him, Lin Ming paused here, a look of intense fear on his face. Zhou Chen showed no surprise at my appearance. Upon seeing me, he said, "You're here," and then, he crushed me like one crushes an ant. Despite me being at the 8th rank, Jiang Yu's face showed astonishment. A 5th rank crushing an 8th rank? Although she didn't have a detailed concept of whether it was the 5th or 8th rank, the 3-rank difference was still too extreme. There are two possibilities. Either Zhou Chen has already achieved unity in the timeline, meaning no matter which point in time Zhou Chen is, he is at his peak, never weak, or he sensed the timeline alteration, discovered my time travel, and transferred his power and will to the past. Either way, it means that attempting to travel back in time to kill Zhou Chen is impossible. Jiang Yu was thoroughly shocked. The situation described by Lin Ming exceeded her imagination. Could awakeners really be powerful to such an extent? In the end, the only way we could think of to kill Zhou Chen was for me to travel back to before the awakening of all, before the Supreme Will descended, when Blue Star had no extraordinary powers. Everyone was just ordinary people, thus ending Zhou Chen at the root. This time travel was extremely difficult, costing the lives of all the rebels, allowing me to return to the day before the awakening of all. But I can't go back anymore. This time travel is irreversible, and I can only be reborn into my past self. You know what happened next, right? I failed. Missed the only chance. Lin Ming's expression was calm. Despite the initial despair and frustration after failing to assassinate Zhou Chen, he had endured countless hardships under the brutal rule of future Zhou Chen. remaining a resilient warrior with an unwavering spirit, refusing to give up. The sage among the rebels told me before my rebirth, if my assassination failed, to let go of all hatred and do everything possible to protect Zhou Chen, to keep him in his current state, ensuring that the cruel demon king never emerges. Only Zhou Chen himself can kill himself. Furthermore, the strength of Xia Country and Blue Star must be as strong as possible, to balance Zhou Chen if possible. Jiang Yu understood completely. She looked at Lin Ming, expressionless, unable to help feeling sympathy. For someone burdened with deep-seated enmity, such a complete transformation was incredibly difficult and painful. You don't need to pity me. Everything I've done is not for personal vengeance. I carry too much on my shoulders. I can't afford to be willful. Lin Ming noticed Jiang Yu's gaze and said lightly, and you're right about one thing. The sins committed by the future Zhou Chen cannot be attributed to the current Zhou Chen. He really hasn't done anything. There was one thing Lin Ming didn't say. If Zhou Chen were a villain or a selfish person, he would never make such a decision. Instead, he would go against Zhou Chen at all costs and do everything to hinder his growth. But Zhou Chen is not like that. After a frank conversation with Lin Ming, Jiang Yu walked out of the security office with mixed feelings. Before coming here, she could never have imagined hearing such shocking information. She was well aware that once this information spread, it would cause great turmoil and chaos. Fortunately, when the sky falls, there will be someone tall enough to hold it up. Jiang Yu sighed softly, although the awakened ones are the future. As a member of the SS-level talent, she is naturally one of the tall ones, but at least for now, she doesn't need to bear so much. It must be said that after listening to Lin Ming's account, she had developed a strong sense of fear and dread towards the terrifying Demon King deep in her heart. These emotions even lingered a bit on Zhou Chen now, making her subconsciously want to stay away. After submitting the organized information, Jiang Yu officially fulfilled her duties, leading the first team of subordinates who had come to report one after another, to begin their mission of slaying monsters from the other world and punishing criminals. Several hours later, Jiang Yu's team, who had just slain a monster from the other world that appeared in the bustling market, was stopped when they returned to the Bureau of Supernatural Affairs. Captain Jiang, Director Liao wants you to go to his office. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat, feeling somewhat uneasy, but she didn't show it and went alone to the Deputy Director's office. The information you submitted has been reviewed by the higher-ups, and they have given instructions promptly. Liao Xiefeng cut to the chase. The higher-ups' view is that we cannot fully believe it, nor can we disbelieve it. No one knows if what Lin Ming said is true or false, or if there is some truth and some falsehood in his words, or if he has a hidden agenda. All of this is unknown. We should make our own judgment. Regardless, we still need to make contact with Zhou Chen first. At this point, Liao Xiefeng's expression became somewhat strange. This is a matter of great importance. We can't just find anyone. Captain Jiang, you have performed excellently in Lin Ming's mission, so the higher-ups have decided to let you make contact with Zhou Chen. We believe you can handle the task well. Jiang Yu, Omega Omega. Mingzhu Community. Late at night, Jiang Yu and a young woman in her early 20s got out of the car. Captain, why are we here? The young woman looked around curiously and asked. We are here to meet someone. Someone you should have heard of. Jiang Yu took a deep breath to calm herself down. His name is Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, the one who first cleared the advancement instance dungeon? Sure enough, as soon as she heard this name, the young woman immediately showed an interested expression. I've been in a trial instance once, almost died inside. I heard that the advancement instance dungeon is much more difficult than the trial instance. I really don't know what kind of talent he has to be so powerful. Captain, are we here to invite him to join the law enforcement team? If he comes, our first team will be invincible. Jiang Yu smirked. Invite Zhou Chen? Thinking too much. Who dares to let such a godlike figure be a subordinate? The decision from above is to maintain a distant contact, neither close nor distant, observe slowly, and gather information. Of course, any action that may cause the other party to be displeased is strictly prohibited. Qianqian, remember, as soon as I grab your arm later, you activate your ability immediately. Understand? Jiang Yu instructed. Wu Qianqian nodded repeatedly. Her ability is an S-level spatial talent, able to set a coordinate elsewhere. Once activated, she can instantly teleport to that coordinate. Top-notch escapability. This was also the reason why Jiang Yu came with her. Arriving at Zhou Chen's residence, ringing the doorbell. Soon, The two heard footsteps approaching and stopping in front of the door. The next moment, the door swung open. The tall figure of Zhou Chen loomed over the two. "You're here." Jiang Yu's pupils contracted sharply. At that moment, Jiang Yu's fear reached its peak. The terrifying Demon King described by Lin Ming seemed to have walked out of the future and turned into a living reality. Just as she was about to grab Wu Qianxian's arm regardless of everything, Zhou Chen's next words made her freeze. "Who are you guys? Isn't the food delivery here?" Zhou Chen looked somewhat puzzled at the two women. What left him speechless was that when he came out, the confident short-haired woman shuddered slightly and took a step back. Was he really that scary looking? After all, he was the campus heartthrob of Xin High University. Could it be that his decisive actions in the instance dungeon brought out this aura? Looking at the other younger girl, she behaved normally, not scared at all, but rather showed an interested expression, sizing him up. At this moment, Jiang Yu also realized she had overreacted. Lin Ming mentioned two possibilities, and judging by his tone, he leaned towards the latter. Not to mention that even if it was the former, Zhou Chen, who had awakened his talent and unified the timeline, wouldn't casually reveal it. Lin Ming was going to kill him, but they weren't. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu quickly adjusted her mindset and showed an awkward yet polite smile. "Hello, we are from the Extraordinary Management Bureau of Xin High City." Then she briefly introduced the bureau. In simple terms, they represented the authorities and had come to talk to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen was not surprised at their arrival at all. His basic information could be freely accessed in the instance clearance records. Although there were no detailed addresses, phone numbers, or other contact methods, if the authorities wanted to find out, it was easy. In this era of mass awakening, with countless people struggling in the instance dungeons, Zhou Chen had successfully cleared 3 trial dungeons in one go, not to mention missing out on the first clear of the promotion dungeons, becoming the first Tier 1 Awakener of Blue Star. Such a big commotion. It would be strange if the authorities didn't react at all. However, it was a bit unexpected for him to come over so late at night. At this point, the food delivery also arrived, and Zhou Chen led the two women into his house. What surprised Zhou Chen was that the conversation process was very relaxed, not as serious as he had imagined, and there were no difficult questions asked. For example, his talent situation. Zhou Chen had been somewhat worried about how to respond, but the other party didn't even ask. What slightly hurt Zhou Chen was that the other party didn't mention inviting him to join the Extraordinary Management Bureau. What? Am I, the first Tier 1 Awakener of Blue Star, not worthy of joining the Bureau? Of course, Zhou Chen was just thinking casually. He was still a student and not yet considering his future career path, so he wasn't very enthusiastic about joining the authorities. If they had really invited him, he didn't know how to politely decline. Fortunately, they didn't bring it up. The professionalism of the authorities was indeed commendable. Zhou Chen couldn't help but feel emotional. "Zhou Chen, are you planning to tackle the Tier 1 dungeons next?" Jiang Yu's mood calmed down, and considering that Zhou Chen was still a student, she addressed him as a classmate. "Of course," Zhou Chen replied confidently. "I'm not concerned about the dungeon difficulty. The most troublesome part is the requirement for a 5-person team." Speaking of this, Zhou Chen was very troubled. Just after waking up, he checked the situation of the Tier 1 dungeons. He couldn't see the promotion dungeons, and the trial dungeons were the same as Tier 0, requiring 5 people to enter. By now, there should be more than just him and He Yuqing as Tier 1 Awakeners, but those people already had teams, and they were also competitors. It wasn't easy to pull them into his own team. When it comes down to it, the only one who is certain to be brought into the team is He Yuqing. However, Zhou Chen hesitated about whether to invite her, mainly because He Yuqing's talent is too low, only at E level. Even though she has cleared a few dungeons first, it is difficult for her to compare with normal S or even a level talent awakeners. With her current strength, she cannot contribute enough in the dungeon to receive good reviews and rewards. Even with the additional rewards for clearing it first, it is not a long-term solution. That's right, Jiang Yu cleared his throat. Students like Zhou Chen, who are so powerful and can clear dungeons first, the authorities are willing to provide the greatest support. After all, your existence plays a huge role in enhancing our country's international reputation. Not to mention, in the future, the world will belong to awakeners. People with good character like Zhou Chen. The stronger you are, the safer our country will be. With you in charge, even the small fries won't dare to come and cause trouble easily. So, people for people, equipment for equipment. Don't underestimate equipment. Starting from the first tier dungeon, you can carry firearms. In addition, the authorities' internal resources will also be open to you. If you want to sell skills, items, etc., you can completely entrust us without any fees. If you want to buy things from the official treasury, you can also enjoy a certain discount. Wu Qianqian was stunned by this treatment. It seems better than their law enforcement team. Who is the real favorite here? Zhou Chen's eyes also lit up. He almost forgot that he could carry firearms after the first tier. However, firearms are controlled items in Xia country. Ordinary people like him have no way to obtain them, so he never thought about it. Now, according to Jiang Yu, as long as he wants, they will provide it? This level of support is too much. At the same time, Zhou Chen also felt a sense of urgency. With the support of firearms, the strength of other teams cannot be underestimated. To compete for the first clear of the first tier advancement dungeon, he cannot be careless. I will ask around on my end and should be able to bring in one person, so we still need 3 more. Zhou Chen thought for a moment and said, with the support of firearms, He Yuqing can also play a role. Understood. We will quickly gather 3 first-tier awakeners on our end. Jiang Yu immediately responded. I hope we can cooperate happily. By the way, clearing the advancement dungeon first rewards a special item. Although it's only ordinary grade, its effect is quite significant. The authorities were sincere, and Zhou Chen didn't hide anything, directly taking out the black cold root seed. Initially, Jiang Yu didn't pay much attention. After all, ordinary grade items can only be so good. But when she saw the properties of the black cold root seed, her eyes widened. This thing, Jiang Yu's expression was excited. Once the black cold root seed is promoted and consumed by the public, the physique of Xia country's people will be 10 points higher than people from other countries, which is a huge advantage. Thank you, Zhou Chen. The black cold root seed is very important to Xia country. When I go back, I will definitely persuade the higher-ups to give you some compensation. It's just mutual benefit. Zhou Chen smiled slightly, not caring about the compensation promised by Jiang Yu. This thing is indeed of no use to him, so he doesn't mind giving it away. It's just a matter of giving and receiving. Before leaving, Jiang Yu gave Zhou Chen an address where he could practice shooting anytime, with unlimited ammunition. For someone who has never touched a gun before, it's best to practice a bit. Otherwise, missing the enemy is one thing. Hitting your own people would be embarrassing. Zhou Chen was quite interested and agreed. With his current physical fitness and perfect control, as long as he gets the hang of it, he can aim and shoot accurately. The firearms that can be brought into the first-tier dungeon are limited to various firearms. Weapons with great power like shells and missiles clearly exceed the first-tier category. Zhou Chen is just a dream of Yuan's ordinary person. After all, with his current speed of becoming stronger, all 4 major attributes will break 1,000 in a day. Even with a firearm in hand, how much effect can it have? If it weren't for the dungeon's mandatory requirement of 5 people, Zhou Chen would have killed alone long ago. After Jiang Yu returned, he immediately organized the meeting process and reported it. The senior management was satisfied with Jiang Yu's completion of the task, but there was controversy over the 3 people selected for Zhou Chen's team. After all, if Zhou Chen can continue to grow as he is now, there is a great possibility that he will become the guardian god of the Blue Star humans. Everyone can see the benefits of having a relationship with such an existence, so they all want to push forward their chosen candidates. After a fierce competition, a consensus was finally reached, including Jiang Yu and Wu Qianqian. When Jiang Yu received the list, she was numb. Just grab a sheep and pull hard. Although she had let go of some fear after meeting Zhou Chen, the thought of having to get along with him for a long time still filled her with resistance. Ahem. Liao Xiefeng was a bit embarrassed. Considering Zhou Chen's situation, the fewer people who know, the better, so you are the most suitable. As for Wu Qianqian, her life-saving ability is valued. When Zhou Chen and the others entered the advanced dungeon, there were 5 people, but only 2 successfully cleared it. Except for He Yuqing, who can continue to follow, the other 3 dropped out. Therefore, teaming up with Zhou Chen, strong life-saving ability is also crucial. Otherwise it is easy to be left behind, and then new personnel will have to be replaced. Moreover, Wu Qianqian's personality is relatively good. Although she doesn't know the inside story, she won't easily conflict with Zhou Chen, and their previous meeting didn't leave a bad impression on Zhou Chen. The senior management's considerations were reasonable. and Jiang Yu could only accept it helplessly. The last person is not from Xinhai. After all, the quota cannot all be given to Xinhai City. As long as the team is formed, it doesn't matter where they are, so he doesn't need to rush over. Don't be ignorant of your blessings. Starting from the third stage of the dungeon, there won't be a mandatory requirement for teaming up. You don't have many chances to build a good relationship with Zhou Chen. A familiar voice came from the door. Jiang Yu turned her head suddenly and saw Lin Ming walking in. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Yu asked in surprise. "Lin Ming is now a consultant for our Bureau of Extraordinary Management," Liao Xiefeng explained. "I have assassinated Zhou Chen, and I find it hard to remain calm in front of him, so I won't formally meet him or join the Bureau of Extraordinary Management," Lin Ming said lightly. "But I will provide important future martial arts techniques and information to help the Bureau of Extraordinary Management in Xia Country grow rapidly, such as the body strengthening technique." Body strengthening technique? Both Jiang Yu and Liao Xiefeng were surprised to hear this for the first time. Lin Ming took out a thick stack of papers. "In the future time and space, it is a basic ancient martial art practiced by everyone in Xia Country. When practiced to perfection, it can increase strength by 20 points, agility by 20 points, constitution by 30 points, and spirit by 10 points. However, practicing the body strengthening technique depends on aptitude. Those with high aptitude can achieve perfection in a month, while those with poor aptitude can achieve mastery after 3 years of hard work." Adding so many attributes? Jiang Yu and Liao Xiefeng were both astonished. This is more exaggerated than the Wahangwen seed, but one only needs to eat to increase constitution, while the other depends on aptitude and self-cultivation. Wahangwen seed, what is that? Lin Ming frowned. "You, a reincarnator, don't know?" Liao Xiefeng teased. "The changes have already begun since my rebirth. The future is not set in stone. Otherwise, why would I work hard? It's better to end it early," Lin Ming said coldly. Looking at the information on the Wahangwen seed handed over by Liao Xiefeng, he was also somewhat shocked. "The Wahangwen seed never appeared in your previous life. It should be the first clear in the Zero Order Advanced Dungeon that has a chance to drop." "In your previous life? Did Zhou Chen not get this thing?" Jiang Yu was curious. "In the previous life, the first person to obtain the first passage of the copy relied on perseverance until the end, which was the second passage winner in this time and space. As for the first passage of the upgraded copy, it was taken by the Holy Hall team. In the early stages, Zhou Chen didn't show up at all, keeping a low profile. It wasn't until a year later that he emerged, shocking everyone. The Zhou Chen from 2 different time and space. If there's any difference, it's simply that the current Zhou Chen was assassinated by you," Jiang Yu analyzed calmly. "Perhaps it's precisely because of this assassination that he developed a strong sense of crisis and became more proactive in getting stronger." Lin Ming nodded. He wouldn't deny it. Zhou Chen might be growing faster than in the previous life, filling him with a sense of urgency because it meant that Xia Country and even the entire Blue Star would face an incredibly powerful Zhou Chen beyond imagination. Whether during this period, they could establish enough friendship and bonds with Zhou Chen, and whether Xia Country and Blue Star's strength could grow to the extent of countering Zhou Chen, became uncertain. "There's no more time to waste. I need to enter the copy as soon as possible," Lin Ming said solemnly, still at 0 level. "Understood. That's also why we asked you to come here. Captain Jiang, you, Lin Ming, and Wu Qianqian will team up, along with 2 others, to quickly advance to the first level and not keep Zhou Chen waiting too long," Liao Xiefeng said seriously. "Yes." After Jiang Yu and the others left, Zhou Chen quickly contacted He Yuqing. Upon learning that she obediently used all the attribute crystals for herself instead of exchanging them for money, Zhou Chen nodded in satisfaction and then invited her. He Yuqing was pleasantly surprised. She thought she wouldn't have a chance to hitch a ride on Zhou Chen's express. Without hesitation, she immediately agreed. Afterwards, Zhou Chen asked her to contact the local Extraordinary Management Bureau. Jiang Yu's promise wasn't limited to Xinhai City, it was also valid for his teammates. Zhou Chen asked He Yuqing to practice marksmanship diligently and await his call. In the following days, Zhou Chen went to the shooting range to practice shooting, satisfying his shooting cravings, then went straight home and immersed himself in the forum for extraordinaries. What? He's still a sophomore at Xinhai University now, and his main focus should be studying? Zhou Chen said. Study what? The right path is to quickly clear the copy. Time is power. My friend. Oh, someone posted a copy strategy. Jochen noticed that the most popular ID on the forum was someone called Watcher, who had posted a complete guide for the 0-level trial copy. He randomly selected a guide, clicked on it, and was somewhat amazed. This guide was incredibly detailed, listing the copy's mechanisms, monster attributes, skills, and more, better than any previous guide. What was most shocking was that Watcher listed various ways to clear the copy, from selecting team members, attribute requirements, to how to defeat the boss, even including ways to skip classes. Everything was covered. With this guide, Awakeners who could clear the copy smoothly would undoubtedly increase significantly. Even Awakeners with A-level talents, as long as they had a reasonable team setup and ample preparation, had a good chance of clearing it. This is too powerful, Zhou Chen exclaimed. To create such a detailed and perfect guide wasn't something that could be done in a short time. It required a high demand for the number of copy clearances and intelligence gathering. He speculated that Watcher could produce such a guide at this time, mostly due to this person's talent. The post received a lot of praise and worship in the replies, with many people begging Watcher for a guide on advancing to the next level copy. Watcher's growth value should be full, but whether they cleared the advanced copy was unknown, let alone the strategy for it. Zhou Chen was also curious, but unfortunately, after advancing to the first level, he couldn't see the 0-level copy anymore, let alone check the clearance records. Fortunately, a do-gooder posted the clearance record for the 0-level advanced copy. Zhou Chen glanced at his phone and saw that his first clearance record was still at the top, prominently displayed, with the detailed clearance records below. The first clearance and normal clearance records coexisted. Previously, when Zhou Chen cleared the level, his clearance record was simultaneously at the top of both the first clearance and normal clearance records, unquestionably ranking first. However, now he had slipped to 5th place. 4 teams had cleared the level faster than him. Zhou Chen was not surprised, as more and more people cleared the level, the times would only get shorter. The clearance records could only hold up to 10 entries, so it wouldn't be long before his record disappeared, leaving only the eternal first clearance record. What surprised Zhou Chen was that the 4 teams that cleared the level faster were all from the Xia Kingdom. This was somewhat unusual. After all, during the previous competition for the first clearance of the trial dungeon, the Xia Kingdom teams hadn't performed so outstandingly. Shaking his head, Zhou Chen didn't dwell on it and, while engrossed in the forum, received a text message from Zhang Yu, with whom he had exchanged contact information. The 3 first-tier Awakeners are already in position? That was fast. Zhou Chen was pleasantly surprised. After spending so much time on the forum, he was eager to get started and immediately sent out team invitations to the 4 of them. The 4 quickly agreed. If there are no objections, we'll start the dungeon soon. Zhou Chen messaged He Yuqing and Zhang Yu. He Yuqing replied, okay, while Zhang Yu asked for 10 minutes. Zhou Chen's expression changed slightly. He had messaged Zhang Yu because he didn't have the contact information for the other 3, but now it seemed she was also involved. After adding her as a friend, they could exchange messages. He sent a message to He Yuqing, informing her that they would start the dungeon in 10 minutes, and patiently waited. 10 minutes later, Zhou Chen opened the dungeon. First-tier dungeons were divided into trial dungeons and advancement dungeons, with 2 advancement dungeons that couldn't be chosen, their specific content unseen. There were a total of 20 trial dungeons, twice as many as the 0-tier ones. With so many trial dungeons, it wasn't realistic to aim for all the first clearances. Although the threshold for first-tier dungeons was higher, the Awakeners at this level were stronger, with almost no weaklings. Trying to snatch all the first clearances from them would be too difficult and unnecessary. Zhou Chen planned to level up all team members before challenging the advancement dungeons. As for how many first clearances they would get, it didn't matter much to him, as he valued the first clearances of the advancement dungeons more, as their value far exceeded that of the trial dungeons. During this time, Zhou Chen hadn't wasted his time. He had already chosen the first dungeon to enter. Before entering the dungeon, Zhou Chen habitually checked his attribute panel. Name, Zhou Chen, tier, first tier, talent, innate divine, EX, strength, 945 plus 28, agility, 942 plus 28, constitution, 946 plus 28, spirit, 943 plus 28, skills, sword mastery LV8, shadow step LV8, tier suppression, title, pioneer. It had been almost a day since Zhou Chen came out of the advancement dungeon, and his 4 major attributes had grown remarkably, nearing the 1000 mark. With the 28 bonus from the pioneer title, representing his noble true attributes. What surprised Zhou Chen was that both skills had reached level 8. Although the higher the level, the more experience points were required to level up. After advancing to the first tier, his rate of improvement had also increased significantly, allowing him to level up 5 times in less than a day. If it weren't for not entering the dungeon and not using the skills much, relying solely on talent for leveling up, he would probably have reached the maximum level by now. Even so, it wouldn't be long before he reached level 10, and Zhou Chen knew that his talent would determine whether the skills could break through their limits. Very good, very powerful. Looking at his formidable attributes, Zhou Chen was very satisfied. His panel far surpassed that of other awakeners. With this level of strength, advancing to higher level dungeons is uncertain, but the trial dungeon is definitely a walk in the park. All set, it's time to enter the dungeon. You have selected the trial dungeon, the beginning of catastrophe. Please choose the difficulty level, easy, normal, and hard. Unlike the 0-level dungeon with only one difficulty, the first level dungeon offers 3 difficulty levels to choose from. Normal. Zhou Chen made his choice. If he were alone, he would definitely choose the highest difficulty, but with 4 others present, unsure of their situation, it's their first cooperation, so better to play it safe. Is your team meeting the dungeon requirements? Shall we proceed? Yes. After the familiar countdown, a beam of light enveloped Zhou Chen, transporting him into the dungeon. Trial dungeon, the beginning of catastrophe, level, first level, difficulty, normal, mission, survive for 24 hours in the Forest Sea City or eliminate the source of the virus. Plot, a meteorite falls from outer space, burning up in the atmosphere, leaving behind a fist-sized fragment that lands on the outskirts of Forest Sea City. A child picks up the fragment and takes it home. Little did anyone know, the fragment harbors a highly contagious and terrifying virus. The child's family is the first to be infected. With a 7-day incubation period, no one notices anything amiss. As they move around, the virus spreads rapidly, infecting the entire Forest Sea City. A crisis is about to erupt. A biozombie type of dungeon. Just after receiving the system prompt, Zhou Chen heard a sigh, and it was Jiang Yu who spoke. Biozombie-type dungeons have a characteristic of having many monsters, and correspondingly, individual strengths will be weaker, making it suitable as our first dungeon for team building, Zhou Chen explained. Despite his strength, he could easily crush the dungeon, but Zhou Chen wasn't planning to do so. When he was at 0 level, he went all out, responsible for chaotic killings, while He Yuqing and the others were responsible for support. But they all ended up with the lowest ratings and had to settle for the minimum rewards. They fell behind later. He Yuqing and the others had low talent levels and limited potential, which was understandable. Now, the ones gathered here are elite members of the Extraordinary Management Bureau. It wouldn't be right to hinder their potential, Zhou Chen thought. You're the captain. We'll follow your lead, Jiang Yu replied. Zhou Chen nodded slightly, sizing up his 4 teammates. First was He Yuqing, dressed in combat gear with a bulletproof vest on the outside, a helmet on her head, holding an assault rifle, and carrying a heavy package on her back, armed to the teeth. Similarly armed was Wu Qianqian, a spatial talent awakener. Her talent excelled in survival, relying on equipment for attack. However, she held a sniper rifle. Jiang Yu appeared more refreshing, also in combat gear and armed, but not as bulky as He Yuqing and the others. The last person was a burly man standing 2 meters tall, with a square face and muscles knotted all over, exuding a powerful aura. Unlike Jiang Yu and the others, he carried a thick iron shield. Let's introduce ourselves first. I'm Jiang Yu, with an SS-level talent, Absolute Decree, able to establish temporary laws within a certain range to make targets comply, versatile in offense, defense, and support. Jiang Yu spoke first. Hey, I'm Wu Qianqian, with an S-level spatial talent, able to move between 2 coordinates, can take people alone, but with a cooldown. Wu Qianqian raised the sniper rifle in her hand. I'm Shi Tongyan, with an SS-level defense talent, capable of significantly reducing incoming attacks on me and taunting enemies. I'm in charge of defense and drawing aggro. The burly man spoke concisely. I'm He Yuqing, with an E-level talent, not very effective, but I'm good with guns. Seeing the other 3 looking at her, He Yuqing hurriedly added, with teammates either S or SS level. She felt immense pressure. Seeing everyone sharing their situations, Zhou Chen smiled and said, I thought we would have teammates with SSS level talents. Awakeners with SSS-level talents are not easy to find. Jiang Yu shook her head slightly, explaining, based on probability, our Xia country should have around 13 or 14 SSS-level talent awakeners, but in reality, it's not the case. Although it's said that everyone has awakened, only those above 16 years old have unlocked their talents. Those under 16 have attribute panels, but their talents are blurry, not fully formed, unable to learn skills, or enter dungeons. Excluding this group, Xia country currently has less than 10 SSS-level talent awakeners. This is just a theoretical estimation, not the actual number. It's already impressive that Xia country established the Extraordinary Management Bureau and counted the awakeners within the system in such a short time, since the nationwide awakening began just a day and a half ago. It's unknown how long it will take to count all awakeners nationwide. Currently, there are only a few active SSS-level talent awakeners on the forum, and not all of them are willing to join the Extraordinary Management Bureau. As far as Jiang Yu knows, apart from the exception of Lin Ming, there are only 2 SSS-level talent awakeners in the Bureau, one in Tianjing and one in Haijing. The main forces of law enforcement teams in various regions are composed of S and SS-level talent awakeners, with SS-level talent awakeners all being team leaders without exception. When selecting teammates for Zhou Chen this time, neither of the 2 SSS-level talent awakeners were chosen. It's not because they are weak, but considering that SSS-level talent awakeners, as the highest ranked in talent levels, all have their pride and strong self-confidence. Even if they were informed of the situation, they might not necessarily respect Zhou Chen. To avoid unnecessary conflicts, they were simply not chosen. Of course, Zhou Chen doesn't mind whether there are SSS-level talent awakeners in the team, he just needs to fill the numbers. Since everyone is so calm, I won't be petty either. Zhou Chen glanced at the 4 people and said seriously, as the team leader, let me introduce myself. Zhou Chen, SSS-level talent. The effect is simple, getting stronger unconditionally as time passes. I'm responsible for ending everything. Zhou Chen's voice was not loud, but it sent shivers down the spines of the 4 people. The strong confidence that came with his words and the unwavering belief in his invincibility left them stunned and in awe. Zhou Chen remained indifferent. He couldn't completely hide his talent. At least He Yuqing, who had advanced through the promotion dungeon with him, must have some guesses. Instead of concealing it, he decided to reveal a part of it. He wasn't afraid of anything. With the talent effect of immortality, he could resurrect in a safe place after death, ensuring his immortality. He even suspected that if the whole blue star turned against him, he could resurrect on another planet. It was simply unbelievable. If Zhou Chen didn't want to be too high profile, even if the whole world turned against him, what could they do? Zhou, you're so cool, Wu Qianqian reacted, her eyes shining with admiration as she looked at Zhou Chen. Stop pretending to be innocent. You're older than Zhou Chen. Jiang Yu sighed in relief, patting Wu Qianqian's head gently, while her mind was in turmoil. Among the 4, she knew Zhou Chen the best and had also seen Lin Ming's SSS-level talent. She knew that what Zhou Chen revealed was just a part of his talent, but even this part alone was astonishing. Shi Tongyan and He Yuqing also showed surprised expressions. They had long suspected that Zhou Chen's talent was the highest SSS level, but this simple yet incredibly powerful talent effect still shocked them. Just call me Zhou Chen. Seeing the astonishment of the 4, Zhou Chen felt secretly pleased. After all, he was just a young man under 20, showing his brilliance in front of talented individuals naturally. Alright, Jiang Yu nodded. What are your thoughts on this dungeon? Just as the words left her mouth, she was startled, realizing she might have dominated the conversation. She quickly turned to look at Zhou Chen, relieved to see no signs of displeasure on his face. The 5 of them had officially entered the instance by now. Located on the rooftop of a skyscraper, looking down from above, they could see the bustling city below, with cars and pedestrians filling the streets. A scene of a prosperous city with no signs of the apocalypse. However, Jiang Yu and the others knew that the end of the world was imminent. I'm a bit worried. Will this virus affect us too? Wu Qianqian touched her arm, feeling a bit scared. Environmental factors cannot be ignored, but no matter what virus we may encounter inside the instance, it will be cleared once we leave. According to the instance description, this virus has a 7-day incubation period, and we only need to stay inside the instance for 24 hours, so there's no need to worry about the virus threatening us. Jiang Yu analyzed calmly. Upon hearing this, He Yuqing and Shi Tongyan also breathed a sigh of relief. This virus was no ordinary zombie virus, It didn't require blood or saliva transmission. It seemed that mere proximity could lead to infection, making it a sure thing that they would be infected. Fortunately, the incubation period was relatively long. Zhou Chen, on the other hand, felt nothing. The stronger one's physique, the stronger their resistance. He doubted whether this virus could infect him. About this instance. He Yuqing started to speak but felt immense pressure as all eyes turned towards her. Don't be afraid. Speak your mind freely. Wu Qianqian put her arm around He Yuqing's shoulder, smiling warmly, trying to ease the tension. He Yuqing felt even more pressured now, but with Wu Qianqian's encouragement, she gathered her courage and continued. This instance has two ways to clear it: survive for 24 hours or kill the source of the virus. The former should be easier. Considering this is a big city with skyscrapers everywhere, it should be relatively easy to hide. And even if the infected are powerful, we can move to another building to buy time. The advantage of this method is its lower difficulty and ease of completion, but the downside is the time it consumes, and the rewards may not be that great. The other way is to kill the virus source, which should refer to the family of the child who first came into contact with the meteorite debris. Eliminating them will clear the instance directly. The pros and cons of this method should be the opposite of the first one. Good analysis, Jiang Yu praised. All eyes turned to Zhou Chen, the team leader, expecting him to make the decision. No one objected. 24 hours is too long, Zhou Chen stated without hesitation. Spending a whole day on a normal difficulty instance was something he couldn't tolerate. Then let's kill the virus source, He Yuqing added, frowning slightly. The problem now is we don't know the location of the virus source. It's quite far from the outskirts, and if we head in the wrong direction, we'll waste a lot of time. The others also felt a bit troubled. The outskirts were vast, and finding the virus source wouldn't be easy. Time will give us the answer, Zhou Chen said calmly. Wu Qianqian and the others were a bit puzzled, but seeing Zhou Chen's confident demeanor, they held back their questions. As the five of them discussed, the virus finally broke out. The peaceful city descended into chaos as they watched cars colliding below. Some people turning into infected beings, crazily attacking the surrounding crowd. This virus is too powerful. Once they turn into infected beings, they immediately transform from ordinary people into superhumans. Wu Qianqian exclaimed in shock. Although they couldn't discern the specific attributes of these infected beings, it was definitely over 100. What was most terrifying was that these infected beings were countless, likely exceeding 1 million in the entire Shanghai city. If they are allowed to kill, when will they stop killing? After all, it's a first-order instance, and the attributes of the small monsters are also in the first-order category. Jiang Yu's expression was solemn. The difficulty of the instance increases much faster than our strength growth. This is only normal difficulty. The zero-order instance blocked the vast majority of people in launching, but this is just the beginning. After reaching the first order, facing instances becomes even more challenging. It can be imagined that as one goes higher, the fewer people there are, and the distribution of strength among awakeners is inevitably pyramid-shaped. There are 3 difficulties in the first-order instance. I suspect that if we choose the easy difficulty to farm growth points, the benefits obtained will not be able to support us in clearing and advancing to higher-order instances. Only by choosing normal difficulty do we qualify to challenge higher-order instances. As for the hard difficulty, it can make our strength stronger, accumulate more reserves to enter higher orders. The strong get stronger, the weak get weaker. The reticent Shitanjian murmured softly. Yes, He Yuqing did not participate in the discussion of the few people. Her strength was the weakest, and she had no sense of security. In order not to be kicked out, she was also trying her best to show herself. She kept Zhou Chen's words in mind, pondering their meaning. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. I understand. The people in Shanghai City were infected in a certain order. Those near the virus source were definitely the first to be infected, gradually spreading throughout the entire city. They would also be the fastest to become infected. Although one person's range of activity can be large and difficult to judge, in suburban areas where there is relatively little movement of people, as long as we observe which direction has the most infected individuals, where the virus outbreak is faster, we can guess the position of the virus source. That's right, Zhou Chen showed appreciation. The virus source is most likely in the southern suburbs of Shanghai City. Let's go. The group no longer hesitated and acted together. Naturally, they would not be foolish enough to force their way through the ground. The endless swarm of infected individuals rushed towards them. Except for Zhou Chen. No one was confident enough to fight their way out. Even Zhou Chen was unwilling to face so many infected individuals because it was completely thankless. With a sudden force from his feet, Zhou Chen leaped high, easily crossing tens of meters and landing on the adjacent skyscraper. He then jumped again, landing on another building. With nearly 1,000 attributes, he could easily do things that ordinary people could not imagine. This densely populated metropolis was like a walk in the park for him. The others also displayed their abilities. Hashitanjian shouted loudly, standing on the edge of the rooftop, exerting force and jumping over. Although far less relaxed than Zhou Chen, he appeared quite cumbersome, but this kind of jumping between buildings did not seem to be a problem for him. Law, I am light as a swallow. Jiang Yu used her talent without hesitation, and her body floated up gracefully, landing on the adjacent building. After advancing to the first order, her talent was enhanced, and her auxiliary abilities greatly improved. He Yuqing's face turned slightly pale. With her current attributes, she could barely manage to jump over, but it would be impossible to do so with all the heavy equipment on her. Yu Xuan, don't be afraid. I'm here. Wu Qianqian smiled and approached, her hand resting on He Yuqing's body, activating her talent. In the next moment, the two women appeared on a skyscraper hundreds of meters away, faster than the three of them. However, Zhou Chen soon jumped to their building, smiled slightly, and leaped to the next location. He Yuqing's ability went into cooldown, and she could only watch as she was surpassed. In this way, the five of them moved at an extremely fast pace in the city's airspace, completely avoiding the battle with the large number of infected individuals on the ground. 20 minutes later, the five of them had already left the urban area of Sunhai City and entered the southern suburbs. There were fewer tall buildings here, and they were about to face the first-order infected individuals, not the weak zombies. They were immensely strong and agile, capable of dismantling houses and climbing buildings effortlessly. You guys go ahead, Zhou Chen said indifferently. As soon as he made a move, he took most of the credit, which made Jiang Yu and the others look bad. Good. Shi Tongyan grunted and fell to the ground with a bang. The loud noise immediately attracted nearby infected beings, roaring as they rushed over with astonishing momentum, like trucks crashing. However, Shi Tongyan remained calm, raising the steel giant shield in his hand. Boom! The infected beings heavily collided with the steel giant shield, their immense force striking fiercely. Yet Shi Tongyan, holding the giant shield, stood firm, effortlessly blocking the attacks of the infected beings. After all, he was a first-tier awakened with an SS-level defense talent. If even the small monsters couldn't be stopped, then the difficulty of this instance would be absurd. Bang! Suddenly, the head of an infected being exploded, its body weakly falling down. Far away on a tall building, Wu Qianqian proudly waved her sniper rifle. Rat-a-tat-tat. He Yuqing jumped down from a nearby residential building, continuously firing her assault rifle, harvesting the lives of the infected beings. As she said, her marksmanship was good. That's talent for you. Considering He Yuqing had only been in contact with firearms for a few hours, Jiang Yu was also busy, occasionally taking out infected beings, using her laws to help Shi Tongyan regain his strength, making her a versatile support. All four of them were contributing, with Zhou Chen being the most relaxed, strolling casually through the battlefield of blood and flesh. The strength of the infected beings is around 180, agility 170, constitution 200, and spirit 120. Soon, Zhou Chen summarized the specific attributes of the infected beings. Not only that, he was also well aware of the attributes of his four teammates. He Yuqing was the weakest, with strength 70, agility 150, constitution 130, and spirit 70. Wu Qianqian had strength 130, agility 150, constitution 210, and spirit 270. Shi Tongyan had strength 300, agility 220, constitution 410, and spirit 230. Jiang Yu had strength 210, agility 240, constitution 300, and spirit 400. There might be some variations, but the differences shouldn't be significant. Apart from He Yuqing's relatively weak attributes, the attributes of the other three were all standard for first-tier experts, especially Shi Tongyan and Jiang Yu. The attribute enhancement of E-level talent. It seems that after advancing to the first tier, all attributes have increased by 50. Zhou Chen looked at He Yuqing's data, pondering. He was very familiar with He Yuqing, When she was at 0 tier, she was just an ordinary person. Even with all the attribute crystals in her hand, they didn't add up to more than 150, which was inconsistent with her current data. The most likely explanation was the enhancement of her talent upon advancing to the first tier. Although he hadn't seen He Yuqing's talent panel, he could guess that her talent probably included attribute enhancement. This was a talent effect that the vast majority of awakened individuals possessed. Many people on the forum had showcased this attribute. At 0 tier, the attribute enhancement of an S-level talent increased all attributes by 10, A-level decreased by 10%, and so on, with E-level increasing all attributes by 5. By turning it into an increase of 50 for all attributes, it matched He Yuqing's data. In that case, S-level increases all attributes by 100, SS-level by 200. And what about SSS? Is it an increase of 300 for all attributes? Zhou Chen realized that it was probably following this pattern. The talent effect of attribute enhancement was like a passive skill that would continuously strengthen with each tier advancement, without occupying a skill slot, which was quite good. Zhou Chen didn't have this talent effect. His talent had an extremely rare growth effect. The bonus from attribute enhancement was fixed and wouldn't change unless he advanced to a higher tier. Zhou Chen, on the other hand, could grow limitlessly, at an astonishing speed, and not limited to attributes. It seemed to be responding to him, as Zhou Chen suddenly paused, a smile appearing on his face. Proficiency in swordsmanship and shadow step, both at level 9. The experience points for these two skills were almost full before entering the instance, so it was only natural for them to break through at this moment. Almost there, Zhou Chen was in a great mood. Jiang Yu and the others swiftly killed the infected around them, advancing at a steady pace. Even the weakest, He Yuqing, performed quite well, judging solely by attributes. He Yuqing was no match for the infected, but battles were not just about attributes, they also involved talents, skills, and equipment. The firearm she carried was the most powerful of its kind, not killing with one shot but firing multiple shots. The cost was rapid ammunition consumption. Suddenly, a giant towering half again as tall as the surrounding infected appeared before them. Be careful, an elite monster has appeared. Jiang Yu tensed up. Don't buff me yet, Chieftain Luan said in a deep voice. He wanted to see if he could withstand this elite infected on his own. The elite infected charged wildly, knocking aside the infected in its path, raising its hammer-like arms and smashing down towards Chieftain Luan. A yellow light emanated from Chieftain Luan, exuding an indomitable aura. Simultaneously, the surrounding infected rushed towards him as if in a frenzy. This was his talent. When actively used, defense increased significantly, and taunting towards monsters reached its peak. The elite infected's arms pounded against the steel shield, but neither the shield nor Chieftain Luan budged. However, the ground beneath his feet couldn't withstand the onslaught, and under the furious blows of the elite infected, Chieftain Luan found himself unable to move, his legs gradually sinking. Not good. Jiang Yu's face changed slightly. Chieftain Luan, surrounded and unable to see, was unaware, but Jiang Yu could see clearly. Two more elite infected were drawn towards them, one of them casually picking up a nearby car as a weapon. Chieftain Luan seemed unfazed by the assault of one elite infected, but facing three at once was a different story. Just as Jiang Yu was about to use her skills to help Chieftain Luan, Zhou Chen, who had been leisurely watching, sprang into action. In an instant, he transitioned from stillness to motion. Like a speeding car, he charged out, cutting down the infected in his path, leaving twisted bodies in his wake. In a blink of an eye, Zhou Chen reached the elite infected holding the car, ready to strike. With a heavy two-handed sword in hand, Zhou Chen swung it fiercely, cleaving through the car as if it were paper, splitting it in half from end to end. Without stopping, he continued the motion, cutting the elite infected into two pieces. In a swift move, he swiftly killed both. Seeing Zhou Chen effortlessly slay the two elite infected, the three women had different reactions. Truly the future Demon King, Jiang Yu murmured softly to herself, her emotions shaken. Wu Qianqian was dumbfounded. She knew Zhou Chen was strong, having taken on multiple challenges alone, but she never expected him to be this powerful. With such a strong ally, advancing and leveling up would be a breeze. He Yuqing remained the calmest. In her eyes, Zhou Chen was an invincible war god. Merely dispatching two elite monsters was nothing special. As for Chieftain Luan, he was still under attack, swinging his giant sword in a wide arc. Chieftain Luan cut down the approaching infected, creating a gap. Zhou Chen sheathed his sword, returning to his relaxed demeanor. "Let's continue," he said. "Oh. The three women responded quickly. Once Chieftain Luan was rescued, he fell silent too. The four of them picked up the pace once again. It wasn't just Zhou Chen's presence that fueled their excitement and motivation, they also realized they were slowing him down. If not for the need to earn his approval, Zhou Chen would have completed the level by now. He Yuqing might be an exception, but the other three were either S-rank or SS-rank talent awakeners. They couldn't bear this shame. Seeing them working so hard, Zhou Chen frowned. This was only the first copy. If they overused their resources, what would they do next? So, he changed his previous slacking off attitude and timely took action to relieve the pressure on the four of them. By now, he had a certain understanding of these four teammates. None of them were difficult to get along with, and their talents had their merits. They could continue teaming up in the following copies until they couldn't keep up. With Zhou Chen occasionally taking action, Jiang Yu and the others felt the pressure decrease. They realized it and started to reduce the use of their talents, focusing on unleashing their firepower instead. At this rate of ammunition consumption, they couldn't sustain it for long. Fortunately, after this crazy progression and slaughter, they finally found their target. A colossal creature, towering 3 stories high, appeared before the 5 of them. It was their target to kill, the source of the virus. "It's so big." Yuqing's face turned pale. "So ugly." Wu Qianqian's focus was different. If ordinary infected beings still had some human resemblance, elite infected beings were just burly giants. As for the final boss, the virus source, it had completely lost its human form, resembling a fleshy mountain standing there, imposing immense pressure. Just its size alone made one's scalp tingle. "Let's clear the small fries first," Zhou Chen said calmly, not intimidated by the exaggerated size of the virus source. As a boss, there couldn't be no minions around. Near the virus source, there were hundreds of ordinary infected beings and 7 or 8 elite infected beings. Chieftain Luan swallowed nervously. Even if he activated his talent, facing these elite infected beings together, he would likely end up as minced meat. It wasn't that he was too weak, but this was a 5-person team copy. He couldn't handle it alone. But with Jiang Yu's support to enhance his defense and slow down the elite monsters, along with the others' output, dealing with all the elites wouldn't be a big issue. The problem was that Yuqing was relatively weak in the team, and Zhou Chen was often slacking off. "I'll take action," Zhou Chen added, as if sensing his concern. They were at the final stage of killing the boss, so there was no need to hold back anymore. Their contributions along the way should earn them a good evaluation. With Zhou Chen going all out, this time, the efficiency of clearing the small fries far exceeded before. Whether ordinary infected beings or elite infected beings, they were all easily dealt with by Zhou Chen, and the speed of killing them was incredibly fast. Chieftain Luan realized that as the tank who should bear the most pressure, he didn't feel much pressure at all. Soon, the surrounding small fries were all cleared out, leaving only the boss. The virus source showed no reaction to their clearing actions, and Chieftain Luan's talent failed to draw its hatred. Bang! Wu Qianqian opened fire. This shot, empowered by Jiang Yu's command, significantly boosted the attack, causing a substantial wound on the virus source's head. If it were any other creature, even an elite infected being, such a large penetrating wound on the head would have been fatal. But the virus source seemed unfazed, as the wound visibly healed at a rapid pace, completely disappearing in less than a minute. "Such terrifying regenerative ability," Wu Qianqian exclaimed. "Its physique is very strong, but all focused on recovery and vitality, not much on defense," Yuqing analyzed. Zhou Chen nodded slightly. Physique affected attributes like defense, recovery, and vitality, which were generally balanced. Like Zhou Chen, his body's defense was not weak, and his recovery speed and vitality were also decent, without any weaknesses. However, some talents and skills could influence them, making one particular attribute or two stand out. For example, Chieftain Luan had an SS-level defense talent. If their physique values were the same, his defense would definitely surpass Zhou Chen's by far. Chieftain Luan's talent enhancement was beneficial because his defense increased without weakening his recovery and vitality. The virus source, however, was different. Its constitution was very high, but its defense was very low, in exchange for astonishing recovery speed and vitality. Next is the attack. Zhou Chen's body moved and appeared in front of the virus source body. Faced with Zhou Chen, who was close at hand, the flesh mountain finally reacted. Its bloated and countless flesh-stacked arms raised and fiercely smashed towards Zhou Chen's position. Boom! A huge pit several meters wide appeared at Zhou Chen's position, countless debris splashing in all directions. Not as slow as imagined. The attack speed is very fast. If careless, it is very likely to be hit. Zhou Chen's calm voice came from over 10 meters away. Not even a hair of his was harmed by the terrifying blow of the boss. The other arm of the virus source body quickly hammered down. Zhou Chen stood there without any intention of dodging. His hands raised the great sword and slashed towards the boss's palm. In a painful roar, Zhou Chen's sword cut off half of the boss's palm, effortlessly intercepting the boss's terrifying attack. Who is the real boss after all? Jiang Yu and the others were stunned. Soon, Zhou Chen deduced the approximate data of the boss. Strength 720, Agility 650, Constitution 850, Spirit 250. Quite astonishing values. High agility, mainly reflected in speed of action and reaction. Don't think it's slow just because it's like a flesh mountain. As for movement speed, it can be ignored. Strong strength, high attack, coupled with super strong vitality and recovery ability. The advantages and disadvantages are obvious. Zhou Chen analyzed. This boss is just a target. It has no ranged attacks. As long as we attack it from a distance, we will eventually wear it down. Wu Qianxian said with a smile. Hearing this, Zhou Chen smiled slightly. I don't think it's that simple. He Yuqing had a different opinion. I guess it should have the ability to call other infected bodies. Wu Qianxian's face changed. She disappeared with a spatial movement and reappeared on top of a distant high-rise building. After a while, she teleported back. Looking terrified. Oh my. I saw countless infected bodies rushing towards here. Maybe all the infected bodies in Sunhai City will come here. The thought of the number of infected bodies in Sunhai City made everyone's mouths dry. If it's so easy to target a first-tier dungeon on normal difficulty, no one would still be struggling to clear it. Jiang Yu said. So far, no one has cleared the normal difficulty. As for the easy difficulty, there was a team that cleared it. The Amaterasu team from the Sakura country, which made the people of Sakura country proud for a while on the forum, almost boasting. However, this was just a one-time occurrence. After that, no team cleared the easy difficulty first, including the Amaterasu team. Obviously, the rewards for the easy difficulty were too poor. The teams capable of raiding the first-tier dungeon were all in the forefront of the Blue Star Awakened. Receiving such poor rewards was equivalent to weakening their potential, which naturally they could not accept. It's time to send it on its way. Zhou Chen waved the great sword in his hand. The first clear of the first-tier dungeon on normal difficulty is about to happen. A few minutes later, as the virus source body fell weakly to the ground, completely lifeless, the system prompt sounded in everyone's ears. Congratulations on clearing the trial dungeon, the beginning of catastrophe, normal. Your rating is SSS, and you have received the following rewards: growth value 20, strength crystal asterisk 100, agility crystal asterisk 100, constitution crystal asterisk 100, spirit crystal asterisk 100, normal grade material essence of flesh. Due to this first clear, your contribution is significant, and you have additionally received strength crystal asterisk 70, agility crystal asterisk 70, constitution crystal asterisk 70, spirit crystal asterisk 70, normal grade item active protein, only 20 growth value. After listening to the system prompt, Zhou Chen pursed his lips. At 0 level, just one run gave 50, and 2 runs were enough. Obviously, the higher the rank, the greater the difficulty of growth, requiring more copies to be completed. Zhou Chen had already figured out the reward mechanism for copies. The rewards for normal clearance are based solely on the evaluation level. The higher the evaluation, the more generous the rewards, although the growth value is relatively less affected. Basically, as long as there is an A-level or higher evaluation, the growth value will not be reduced. So, when Zhou Chen was at rank 0, the first 2 clearances resulted in 1 A-level evaluation and 1 SSS-level evaluation, both giving 50 growth values. Unless the evaluation is extremely low, the growth value will be significantly reduced. During the time of He Yuqing and the others, they received only 10 growth values for completing a copy due to their lack of contribution. The amount of this reward is calculated individually for each person. The more you receive, it will not affect others. As long as the evaluation is high, you will not receive less. The additional reward for the first clearance is calculated differently. based on the contributions of the team members. The greater the contribution, the more one receives. Zhou Chen's current additional reward for the first clearance is definitely not as much as what a 1 to 14 would receive. However, Zhou Chen is not particularly concerned about it. The copy mechanism encourages strong alliances rather than carrying weaker members. Therefore, the additional rewards for the first clearance in a strong team will undoubtedly surpass those of a 1 to 4 team. Thus, Zhou Chen may be at a slight disadvantage individually, but the team is making a lot of gains. I got an A-level evaluation, He Yuqing said excitedly. This was the first time she had received such a high evaluation. With a high evaluation comes more rewards. Although she couldn't compare to Zhou Chen, it was a significant improvement from the rank 0 copies, making her so happy she almost wanted to jump for joy. Wu Qianxian, I got an S-level. Jiang Yu, SS-Level. Shi Tongyan, SS-Level. The three of them were also very satisfied. This was their first clearance, and without any strategies, achieving an S-level evaluation was already good enough. As for an SSSS-level evaluation, they hadn't even considered it. Let's disband for now, Zhou Chen said, looking at the excited group of 4. You guys restock on ammunition. He Yuqing had long run out of ammunition, and Jiang Yu and Wu Qianxian had very little left. Understood. Half an hour later, we will tackle another copy, Zhou Chen said slowly. This time, we will challenge the difficult level. Difficult. The 4 exchanged glances, not showing any worry but rather anticipation and excitement. After this copy, they were full of confidence in Zhou Chen. World announcement, congratulations to Zhou Chen, Jiang Yu, Shi Tongyan, Wu Qianxian, and He Yuqing for clearing the trial copy. The beginning of catastrophe, normal, a stone thrown into the water caused 1,000 ripples. The number of world announcements was scarce. So far, only the first clearances of copies and the countdown to disasters had triggered global announcements. When this system announcement was made, the entire forum of extraordinary individuals erupted. Someone cleared a copy again, and it's Zhou Chen leading the team. What kind of copy is the beginning of catastrophe? Why haven't I heard of it? And there's even a normal label at the end. You can't even see the first rank copies, so it's normal not to have heard of it. Just look at who's clearing them. Zhou Chen and his team are already first-rank awakeners, so of course, they are clearing first-rank copies. As for the normal label, it's because first-rank copies have difficulty levels to choose from, divided into easy, normal, and difficult. The easy difficulty of the first-rank copy was cleared by the Cherry Blossom country. The normal difficulty was cleared by our summer country. I wonder how long the difficulty will last and which country will clear it. A large number of people rushed to the copy area occupied by the Cherry Blossom country. Although the forum of extraordinary individuals was global, with people from all over the world active in it, due to the different top teams of each country strategizing copies, the areas where people were active varied. Previously, when the Amaterasu team cleared the easy difficulty of the first-rank copy, it greatly excited the people of the Cherry Blossom country. Feeling superior, they were extremely frustrated that their top team couldn't achieve a first clearance, and they viewed Zhou Chen's team, who seized the opportunity, as thieves. Therefore, after the Amaterasu team successfully cleared the first subinstance and obtained the first clear, they couldn't contain their excitement. Not only did they celebrate wildly in their own subinstance area, but they also flooded into the subinstance areas of other countries, especially the subinstance area of the Xia Kingdom, which became a major target of their pollution. The people of the Xia Kingdom were feeling downcast, although some mocked the Amaterasu team for only clearing a simple difficulty level and not making much of an impact. After all, it was the only first clear of the first subinstance. Now that the world announcement was made, the people of the Xia Kingdom were thrilled, seeking revenge and settling scores, even targeting the people of the Sakura Kingdom relentlessly. People of the Sakura Kingdom, aren't you all high and mighty? Come out and continue showing off. Hilarious. Acting all proud just for clearing a simple difficulty level. Weren't you mocking Zhou Chen before, calling him a thief and saying he wasn't even worthy of carrying shoes for the Amaterasu team? Ha ha, who's the clown now? Treating a simple difficulty level as a treasure. If your Amaterasu team is so capable, why not continue clearing more? Why aren't the top teams of other countries entering the simple difficulty level? Ha ha, my cousin said. Simple difficulty levels are just mediocre, yet you treat them like treasures. Only your Sakura Kingdom can do that. Being mocked and attacked by the people of the Xia Kingdom, The people of the Sakura Kingdom were feeling so frustrated that they were almost spitting blood, but they were utterly powerless to retaliate, so they could only pretend to be dead collectively. Some even directed their criticism towards the Amaterasu team, fiercely accusing Nobuo Miyamoto of bringing shame to the Sakura Kingdom. Jo-Chen casually glanced at the heated arguments on the forum and decided to stop paying attention. He had only visited the forum to check on the progress of other teams, but unfortunately, he didn't find any useful information. I'm silly. Why not just ask the official source? Jo-Chen patted his head and sent a message to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, received. Afterwards, Jo-Chen reviewed his own gains. Needless to say, he immediately used the attribute crystal, and his 4 major attributes instantly improved. This was how Jo-Chen operated. Others wouldn't choose to develop all 4 attributes equally, as attribute crystals were limited, and distributing points evenly would slow down their growth. Zhang Yu, Shi Tongyan, and others followed the same approach, focusing on 2 main attributes. Awakeners didn't have a preset class template, they decided on their own path of growth. As for the sub-instance rewards being all attributes, it wasn't an issue at all. The most popular trade in the Extraordinary Forums Trading Center wasn't for skill equipment or buying and selling attribute crystals, but for exchanging attribute crystals. Currently, the exchange rate for various attribute crystals was 1:1. Jo-Chen naturally didn't need to exchange. His attention was on other gains. Compared to attribute crystals, what was more important were skill equipment and items. Although this time they didn't receive equipment and skills upon clearing, they did get an item and a material. Essence of flesh and blood, quality, common, type, material, extracted from the flesh and blood of infected beings. Safe and harmless, can be used to make potions. Potions? Jo-Chen was puzzled by the description of the essence of flesh and blood. This was the second material he had obtained, the first being the frost crystal marrow, which could be used for forging weapons. Currently, neither had a practical use. Jo-Chen didn't know how to make potions or forge weapons, so he could only store them away for now. Awakeners didn't have a class template. Perhaps they needed specific talents and skills to utilize them. Active protein, quality, common, type, item, immediately restores a certain amount of vitality when used. Slightly enhances recovery ability. Lasts for 1 hour. Healing potion. Upon reading the description, Jo-Chen immediately understood. It was a decent item, capable of saving lives in critical moments, although it was of no use to him. Save a life? What life to save? Isn't it better to just end it and respawn at full health? The gains aren't that great. Jo-Chen felt a bit disappointed. Both rewards were of common quality and of no use to him. Apart from attribute crystals, the drops here are much worse compared to zero-order instances. At least zero-order instances still give out fine quality rewards. I don't know if it's just my bad luck or if the best items are in the difficult levels. Anyway, Jo-Chen is not planning to enter normal difficulty again. Choosing normal difficulty for the first time was just to get the team in sync. After browsing the forum for a while, a message alert sounded. Jo-Chen checked and found it was from Zhang Yu, who sent over a detailed set of information. This included the current number of first-order awakeners in Blue Star, which are the top teams, and which instances they are tackling. Can I see all this? Jo-Chen couldn't help but sigh, having to give a thumbs up to the official side. Bright. Grand. Zhang Yu sent a message. The higher-ups are very interested in the progress of other countries' strategies. Privately, each country exchanges some important intelligence. Although there is definitely some concealment, it can still be used as a reference. For example, the reward situation for first-order instances in simple difficulty is provided by Sakura Country. Sakura Country asks for quite a price. This time we cleared normal difficulty. How the rewards are, only we know. It's a good opportunity to make a profit from them. Jo-Chen looked through the information, occasionally glancing at Zhang Yu's messages. The number of first-order awakeners in Blue Star is not large, probably over 300 people, with more than 50 top teams in total, either tackling or preparing to tackle first-order instances. These top teams, some are tackling normal difficulty, some are tackling simple difficulty. After the Amaterasu team was the first to clear simple difficulty, the latter unhesitatingly gave up their progress and joined the former. As for difficult difficulty, no team dares to enter yet. After all, if normal difficulty is already so challenging, not to mention difficult, it is wise to gather enough intelligence in normal difficulty, strengthen through rewards, and then tackle difficult difficulty. 300 people are few. the number of first-order awakeners should increase next. Zhou Chen is very certain. From the current situation, having an SS-level talent is essential to advance to higher instances. Globally, there are close to 10,000 SS-level talent awakeners. These people either failed to clear, entered a 10-day cooldown, or for various reasons, have not entered instances yet. So the number of first-order awakeners is far more than this. Of course, it's not to say that without reaching SS level, one cannot advance to higher instances. It still depends on the specific team, like Wu Qianxian who is S level but already at first order. Not to mention E level like He Yuqing, with a perfect strategy, sufficient equipment support, or decent skills and items, perhaps even S level talent can clear higher instances. If more items like Wenghang Wenmiao are added, the clearance conditions will decrease. Thinking of a perfect strategy, Zhou Chen thought of the Watcher. The data shows that among Blue Star Awakeners, those with full growth but stuck at advancing instances are 100 times the number of first-order Awakeners, increasing rapidly. This situation can be attributed to the Watcher, who posted a perfect strategy on the forum for extraordinary individuals. The perfect strategy for advancing instances might be out soon. Zhou Chen pondered. According to his guess, the Watcher can write a perfect strategy due to their special talent, so it's reasonable to expect a perfect strategy for advancing instances from them. It's just a matter of whether they are willing to publish it. By then, the number of first-order Awakeners will skyrocket. Zhou Chen doesn't feel much pressure. If Jiang Yu and the others are the first echelon among first-order Awakeners, he undoubtedly belongs to an extraordinary existence. Overall, the relationships between the various countries on Blue Star involve both competition and cooperation. Jiang Yu sent a message at this moment. Zhou Chen saw it and casually said, "It would be great if we could cooperate." As far as he knew, the conflicts between the countries on Blue Star were not small, and some countries were even archenemies. "We can, because of the ghost-level catastrophe." Jiang Yu paused before replying. Ghost-level catastrophe. Zhou Chen's heart trembled. He naturally hadn't forgotten the sudden appearance of the catastrophe countdown and the so-called ghost-level catastrophe. However, because there was no information channel, he didn't know what this so-called ghost-level disaster meant. Now that Jiang Yu mentioned it, he naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to inquire. What is a ghost-level disaster? Zhou Chen immediately asked. It's a terrifying disaster that sweeps across the globe, requiring people from all over the world to fight together. It's many times more terrifying than the global monster attacks that served as a warning during the awakening of the entire population. Jiang Yu replied slowly. The Extraordinary Management Bureau has an awakener with an SSS-level precognitive talent who can see parts of the future. And it was his warning. Disasters are divided into 5 levels: heaven, earth, God, human, and ghost. Ghost level is the weakest level. However, even the weakest ghost-level disaster poses an immense threat to Blue Star. Among the countless demonized monsters that attack, there are powerful beings of the 3rd rank, not just one. In the scenes he saw, Blue Star paid an incredibly heavy price to repel them. The countries of Blue Star also decided to set aside their differences and strengthen cooperation because of the threat of the ghost-level disaster. However, since the disaster hasn't truly arrived, they are all skeptical, and the extent of their cooperation is very limited. Jiang Yu ended with a hint of helplessness. The information about the ghost-level disaster was naturally provided by Lin Ming. To conceal the existence of this reincarnator, they borrowed the name of precognition. It was normal for other countries not to believe, but Xia country didn't expect them to. Zhou Chen fell silent. 3rd rank. He glanced at the sky, and the countdown changed to 89 days. He somewhat understood why the authorities were so generous in supporting him, not hiding even such secrets. They hoped he would quickly grow and become the main pillar against the ghost-level disaster. With less than 3 months left, he must reach the 3rd rank, or even stronger. His drive to become stronger was even stronger. By the way, what about the person who tried to assassinate me? Any updates? Zhou Chen's thoughts shifted slightly, suddenly remembering the assassin who had also been a driving force for his growth. Zhou Chen remembered the reasons the assassin had given for targeting him, claiming he had killed certain individuals, as if he were a bloodthirsty demon. Initially, he had thought the assassin was insane, but the subsequent awakening of the entire population had made him consider otherwise. He was certain he wasn't a ruthless demon of slaughter now. But what about the future? Zhou Chen couldn't guarantee he wouldn't change. In the past few days, many beings had died by his hands in the game, even though they were not real lives. he could still feel his slight changes. More resolute, more indifferent? People change, but Zhou Chen deeply rejected the idea of becoming a heartless and ruthless demon. Hearing Jiang Yu mention the precognitive awakener, Zhou Chen couldn't help but think of the assassin and wonder what his future would be like. However, this thought flickered in his mind and then disappeared. That was an SSSS-level precognitive talent, the most top-tier strategic talent. Given the current status of Blue Star Awakeners, the assassin's rank was at most one level higher. To glimpse such a future, he must have paid an unimaginable price. Precognition abilities were certainly used for extremely critical matters. Zhou Chen didn't think peeking into his own future qualified as a major issue, not to mention that the authorities wouldn't agree. Even he found the idea absurd. The future should be in my hands, Zhou Chen realized. The kind of person he would become in the future should be his decision. The desire to see the future faded, but he couldn't let go of the matter of the assassin. It was the closest he had come to death, and without understanding the reasons, it remained a thorn in his heart. Despite being busy with the game in the past few days, his thoughts were still focused on becoming stronger, but it didn't mean he had forgotten about this matter. He picked up his phone and called the public security officer who had taken his statement, and after a moment, Zhou Chen hung up the phone. Such a lunatic, a severe case of delusional disorder. A weight lifted off his chest, and Zhou Chen quickly pushed the matter to the back of his mind. The significance of the reborn and of Zhou Chen himself made the Extraordinary Management Bureau handle the aftermath with utmost care, ensuring seamless handling of every detail. At least not something Zhou Chen could easily uncover, unless he devoted considerable effort to investigate and gather evidence. However, Zhou Chen didn't dwell on it much. The assassin was his initial drive to become stronger, and having the answers was enough. His mind was already elsewhere. Extraordinary Management Bureau. Jiang Yu let out a soft sigh, already aware of Zhou Chen's phone call. I hope this is the end of it. Labeling Lin Ming as mentally ill was just the beginning. In order to prevent Zhou Chen from discovering the truth and developing a dislike for the Extraordinary Management Bureau, Lin Ming had decided to completely stay hidden in the shadows. Not joining the bureau was just one aspect. He would not engage in any behavior that might draw Zhou Chen's attention, including competing for first clears in dungeons or recording copies. As for the future where Zhou Chen grew into an omnipotent and omniscient being, he would naturally see through everything. If he were a god by then, he wouldn't care about the bureau's concealment. If he were a demon, then death would be the end of it. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Chen had already finished reviewing the information. For the same dungeon, the first clears for 3 difficulty levels were independent. Obtaining the first clear in a normal dungeon wouldn't make it disappear in a hard dungeon. Among over 50 top-tier teams worldwide, only they focused on hard dungeons. In other words, as long as they kept tackling hard dungeons, no one could compete with them for the first clears. There were no rivals. Monitoring the progress of those teams was mainly to know when they would max out their growth points, since it didn't require entering hard dungeons. Once the growth points were maxed out, they could enter the advancement dungeons. Zhou Chen didn't want to be engrossed in clearing hard dungeon first clears only to have someone else beat him to the advancement dungeons. After all, advancement dungeons might not necessarily be easier than hard dungeons. Nothing was absolute. It was better to be cautious. Let me see how difficult this hard difficulty dungeon really is. Zhou Chen spoke in a deep voice. You have selected the trial dungeon, beginning of catastrophe, hard, entering dungeon. 10, 9. 5 individuals appeared on the familiar rooftop of a building. The entry point was the same as the normal difficulty, and the dungeon description didn't differ much, except for the change in difficulty. The 24-hour survival task is gone. Wu Qianxian's face turned pale. This meant there were no shortcuts. To clear it, they had to go kill the virus source. It's a head-on collision. I have a bad feeling about this. Wu Qianxian shrank her neck. I'm not afraid. Worst case, Big Brother Zhou Chen will carry us through even in death, He Yuqing said confidently, showing no signs of panic. Among the 5, only Zhou Chen was full of confidence. No matter how difficult the dungeon was, he could rely on resurrection to get through. It wasn't his first time doing this. As long as he entered a dungeon, there was no challenge he couldn't overcome, the only difference being the duration. Should we head straight to the southern suburbs? Looking at the bustling city below that hadn't mutated yet, Wu Qianxian suggested. Not necessarily in the southern suburbs. Jiang Yu shook her head. They weren't the only top-tier team tackling this dungeon. According to the information exchanged, the direction of the virus source wasn't fixed. So, Trying to find the boss's location before the mutation began was futile. Let's wait, Zhou Chen said calmly. Soon, a familiar scene unfolded, the virus outbreak. Countless infected beings crazily chasing survivors. Although they had seen this scene before and should have been indifferent, the expressions of Jiang Yu and the others changed completely. Damn! Stone Tongyan, who had been silent, cursed. It was because the infected beings below were acting a bit exaggerated, effortlessly jumping several stories high, casually picking up cars from the ground and throwing them around, easily crushing everything around them. Source text: an ordinary person of ordinary difficulty, at least survived for a while, but in difficulty, was wiped out in an instant. Soon, the infected individuals who had lost their targets stopped and wandered aimlessly. If their size hadn't changed, I would have thought they were all elite monsters. How can we fight this? Wu Qianxian exclaimed in shock. A few elite monsters can still be fought, but an abundance of elite monsters makes it impossible. Blunt enhancement of attributes. He Yuqing calmly analyzed. Compared to normal difficulty, the values of the small monsters are comparable to elite monsters in normal difficulty. We haven't seen elite monsters and bosses yet, but they are definitely stronger. It's not all bad news. The number of infected individuals has decreased. In normal difficulty, because they weren't killed quickly, more people survived and turned into infected individuals. But now, many people who could have become infected individuals have been killed early, greatly reducing the number of infected individuals. The number of infected individuals may only be 1/10 of normal difficulty. 1/10 is still something we can't handle, Wu Qianxian said helplessly. I suspect that if we continue to move forward like in normal difficulty, jumping from building to building, it will provoke their attacks. Jiang Yu frowned as she looked at the infected individuals wandering below. Yes, He Yuqing nodded. During normal difficulty, because the city area was chaotic and the infected individuals had lower attributes, they had a hard time spotting us on the rooftop of the building. But in difficulty, their attributes have increased significantly, and the city area has quieted down. All four of them felt a chill. Although they had improved their strength after clearing the normal difficulty and receiving the first clearance reward, it was insignificant compared to the increase in difficulty. They all looked towards Zhou Chen, understanding that their hopes of clearing this terrifying difficult dungeon rested on him. Zhou Chen did not disappoint them. Even in this environment filled with elite monsters, he remained unfazed. Same old method. Slowly jump from rooftop to rooftop, but this time, He Yuqing and Wu Qianxian, don't shoot. Let the infected individuals climb to the rooftop before we clear them out. That way, we can slowly progress and save our firepower until we reach the outskirts of the city. Hearing this, the four nodded. It seemed they had no other choice. Difficulty clearly couldn't be bypassed. Clearing monsters was inevitable. Following Zhou Chen's method would at least allow them to fight fewer monsters. If they were to kill all the infected individuals along the way, Zhou Chen probably wouldn't be able to do it, or it would take too much time. But before we act, has anyone confirmed the location of the boss? Zhou Chen asked. The others looked at each other. None of them had an answer. The virus outbreak had been too sudden, seemingly erupting in all directions of Sunhai City at the same time, making it difficult for them to make a judgment. It's okay, we can exit and re-enter. Zhou Chen didn't mind. The trial dungeon was not like an upgrade dungeon. There was no cooldown time. You could enter whenever you wanted. The first time might catch them off guard. There might be oversights, but once mentally prepared, finding the boss's location was only a matter of time. Exit, enter, exit, enter. They repeated this process 6 times in a row until the 7th time they entered the dungeon. Zhou Chen and the others were fully focused and finally confirmed the boss's location. In the northern suburbs. Let's go. Zhou Chen exerted a little force and effortlessly jumped to the adjacent building, followed quickly by Shi Tongyan and Jiang Yu. Wu Qianxian and He Yuqing stayed behind. They were deprived of the right to shoot. Their attacks were far from enough to threaten the infected individuals in the difficult dungeon. Of course, they didn't act alone either, because it wasn't safe. Even the slightest movement in spatial teleportation was not without sound. The infected individuals on the street couldn't hear, but that didn't mean the infected individuals in the building couldn't. If an infected individual from a lower floor happened to be attracted up, they would be in danger. Watching where Zhou Chen and the others landed, Wu Qianxian waited until it was safe before activating her talent and instantly teleporting over. Anyway, the distance of spatial movement is far. so it wouldn't be too late for Zhou Chen and the others to act after jumping over a few buildings. Roar. When Zhou Chen and the others jumped to the fourth building, a roar came from below. Just below a dozen meters of floors, an infected creature broke through the window, firmly clinging to the glass with its hands and feet, rapidly climbing towards the rooftop. This movement also alarmed more infected creatures below, either climbing up from inside the building or from the street. For a moment, it attracted no less than 70 to 80 infected creatures. It was fortunate that the number of infected creatures in the difficult instance was far fewer than in normal difficulty. Otherwise, the number would have increased tenfold. Prepare to face the enemy, Zhou Chen said calmly, taking out a large sword from his backpack. Sure, Tongyan and Jian Yu looked a bit nervous, but they were experienced in battle and did not panic. In order not to attract more infected creatures, Zhou Chen and the others waited until the attracted infected creatures climbed to the rooftop before taking action. The sword light was dazzling, and at that moment, it seemed as if several Zhou Chens appeared on the rooftop at the same time. The first 4 infected creatures to arrive were suddenly split in half, blood gushing out wildly. 1 sword, 4 kills. Seeing Zhou Chen effortlessly kill the infected creatures, Jian Yu and the others looked envious. They envied not only his powerful strength but also the sharpness of his weapon. If there were an equipment ranking list in Blue Star, they had no doubt that Zhou Chen's large sword would definitely rank first. The infected creatures showed no fear. The instant death of their companions did not deter them. Instead, the rich blood stimulated them to climb faster, scrambling from all directions of the building. With Zhou Chen's agility nearing 1200 and level 9 Shadow Step, he could kill as many infected creatures as he wanted. However, Zhou Chen did not take care of all of them but left a few infected creatures to Shi Tongyan and Jiang Yu. By the time the two of them dealt with these few infected creatures, Zhou Chen had already taken care of all the attracted infected creatures. After a short rest, the team continued to move forward. They proceeded by jumping forward while eliminating all the attracted infected creatures. Although the pace was slow, it was steady. The path that could be crossed in 20 minutes in normal difficulty took over an hour in the difficult instance, and they had not even finished it yet. In the latter part, Zhou Chen was basically the one taking action. Shi Tongyan and Jian Yu were a bit exhausted and needed to save some energy and focus for the more challenging boss battle ahead. Like phantoms, Zhou Chen moved back and forth on the rooftop, with every flash of his sword resulting in the demise of an infected creature. After resolving all the infected creatures, Zhou Chen stopped and said, "Rest for a while, okay?" Jian Yu and the others naturally had no objections. With a gentle shake, Zhou Chen flicked off the blood on his large sword and sat down. Choosing to pause for rest was not because he was tired and needed a break, but because of Zhou Chen's 2 skills, Sword Mastery and Shadow Step, which had rapidly increased in experience from his frequent use, coupled with the talent effect that strengthened with each breath. They were now at maximum level. Whether the talent could break through the skill limit was right in front of him. Zhou Chen first checked the current attributes of the 2 skills. Sword Mastery LV10, Quality, Fine, Type, Passive Skill. You can proficiently use various sword weapons, increasing sword power by 20%, with Sword Mastery at maximum level. The sword power increased from 10% at level 0 to 20%, doubling directly. Shadow Step LV10, Quality, Fine, Type, Active Skill. Your figure becomes unpredictable. Speed increases by 60%, the improvement effect of Shadow Step increased from 30% to 60%, also doubling. This made Zhou Chen understand that these skills doubled in effect from level 0 to level 10, and by seeing the effect at level 0, one could infer the effect at maximum level. What's next? Zhou Chen furrowed his brows slightly. He didn't know if he could still gain experience points after reaching the maximum level of skills. How much experience would he need to break through? Or was this the end? With everything being unknown, requiring him to explore on his own? He tried to focus his attention on the skill line in the attribute panel, specifically on the word Sword Mastery. Gradually, waves of information surged, and Zhou Chen quickly understood. A look of ecstasy appeared in his eyes. Indeed, the EX level talent was extraordinary. Just like attributes that could easily break through the current level, with unlimited increases, the same applied to his skills. After reaching the maximum level of a skill, he could break through the limit. This process did not require accumulating experience points. As long as Zhou Chen was willing, he could break through immediately. The reason for the lack of change now was that he had not determined the direction of the breakthrough. In general, there were 2 development directions, vertical and horizontal. Taking Sword Mastery as an example, Choosing a vertical breakthrough meant continuing on the path of swordsmanship, mastering what was below, specializing, becoming a grandmaster, or a grandmaster of the art. His swordsmanship prowess would become increasingly powerful. Opting for a horizontal breakthrough would transform the skill into sword and blade mastery, mastery of multiple weapons, master of all weapons, or a melee grandmaster. The power of the skill remained the same but was no longer limited to swordsmanship, allowing the use of more weapons. One enhanced depth, the other breadth. How should I choose? Zhou Chen fell into contemplation. Of course, this decision was not set in stone, it could be changed later. When the skills reached the maximum level again, he could choose a new breakthrough direction. After some contemplation, Zhou Chen made a decision. With a slight movement of his mind, two skills at maximum level underwent immediate changes. Sword Mastery Specialization LV0, Quality, Rare, Type of Passive Skill. Your swordsmanship is unparalleled. Any sword in your hands is wielded with ease, increasing swordsmanship prowess by 25%. Thunder Shadow Step LV0, Quality, Rare, Type, Active Skill. Your figure becomes unpredictable, like a flash of lightning, increasing speed by 50%. Both skills broke through the limit, upgrading to a higher quality of rare. Their effects also received significant enhancements. The LV0 Sword Mastery Specialization surpassed Sword Mastery of the same level by 15%, while Thunder Shadow Step improved by 20%. Although Thunder Shadow Step was slightly weaker than the full-level Shadow Step, being at LV0 meant that once it reached LV3, it would surpass the full-level Shadow Step. Comparatively, the enhancement of Sword Mastery Specialization was greater, being stronger than full-level Sword Mastery at LV0, truly deserving of being rare-level skills. After the breakthrough of the two skills, Zhou Chen closed his eyes. Countless memories of practicing swordsmanship and footwork flooded his mind, as if decades had passed in an instant. When Zhou Chen calmed down, he looked at the two skills, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Rare-level skills were usually only obtainable in second or third-tier dungeons, yet he had acquired them in the first tier. Not only had his attributes improved, but his skills had also broken through the tier category. Zhou Chen couldn't help but wonder aloud. Who else is there? Zhou Chen had chosen depth for the breakthrough direction of both skills. He was clear in his mind that until all skill slots were filled, there was no need to consider breadth unless he found himself lacking good swords but possessing other exceptional weapons. Right, there are those two skills. After confirming that his talent could allow skills to break through the limit, Zhou Chen immediately remembered the two skills he had stored. A first-tier player could learn 6 skills, leaving 3 empty slots, so learning them all was not out of the question. Without delay, Zhou Chen took out the skills of Blood of the Barbarian Bull and Trample and chose to learn them. One was a passive skill that increased attributes, and the other was a control skill. The learning process for Trample was similar to that of Sword Mastery, involving countless memories of using the skill. As for the Blood of the Barbarian Bull, there were no memories produced. Zhou Chen only felt a surge of heat flowing through his body, rapidly strengthening his physical qualities, gradually stabilizing them. As a result, Zhou Chen's skill bar turned into his skills: Sword Mastery LV0, Thunder Shadow Step LV0, Rank Suppression, Blood of the Barbarian Bull LV0, Trample LV0. With one skill slot left, Zhou Chen hesitated about the skill cross-slash in his backpack and decided not to learn it. Before advancing to the second rank, he only had this one skill slot left, so he couldn't afford to make a hasty decision. At least cross-slash wasn't outstanding enough to be a must-learn skill. A few minutes later, Blood of the Barbarian Bull and Trample both reached LV1. Zhou Chen was not surprised. These two were common level skills, requiring little experience to level up, making it easy to max them out. However, the two rare level skills showed no signs of leveling up. The higher the quality, the more experience needed for leveling up, and in just a few minutes, it was impossible to see any results. Let's go! Zhou Chen stood up, finished preparing, and continued to advance. 2 hours later, the 5 finally left the urban area and entered the northern suburbs. Standing on top of a building, Zhou Chen searched for the location of the virus source body. Unlike the southern suburbs, the northern suburbs were more open, with fewer tall buildings. Given the large size of the virus source body, it wasn't difficult to find the target. Found it! A message from Wu Qianqian came through. All 5 had added each other as friends since this dungeon wasn't suitable for loud communication, so they used messages when they were far apart. Looking at Wu Qianqian a few hundred meters away, Zhou Chen was about to jump over when suddenly, Jiang Yu also sent a message. I found one too, but it seems to be a different one. Zhou Chen paused, immediately understanding that the difficult dungeon's boss was not just one. Keep looking to see if there are more, Zhou Chen said solemnly. The third boss was found by He Yuqing. The five had searched most of the northern suburbs but hadn't found the fourth one. It was safe to assume that there were only 3 bosses. 3 bosses. This is trouble, Wu Qianqian exclaimed in shock. Even the regular monsters have been strengthened, let alone the bosses. It's hard to defeat even one, let alone 3. The most troublesome part is that once a boss is attacked, it will summon the small monsters from the urban area. It's very likely that when we're fighting the third or even the second boss, we'll have to face countless infected bodies. He Yuqing frowned. This was indeed the biggest challenge. Although they had cleared many small monsters and elite monsters along the way, they were still less than 1% compared to the infected bodies in the entire Shanghai city. Regardless, let's clear the area first, Zhou Chen said calmly. Then, we wait. Suddenly, they all remembered Zhou Chen's talent that grew stronger over time unconditionally, and hope rose in their hearts. Wu Qianqian, He Yuqing, you can start firing later, Zhou Chen said. Finally, we can start firing. Wu Qianqian was very excited. He Yuqing was also much more spirited. Stay safe, Zhou Chen said before abruptly jumping down from the 5th floor. Bang bang bang, the sound of firearms echoed in the peaceful northern suburbs. Not only in the northern suburbs but also in the areas near the northern suburbs. Some infected bodies were attracted by the noise. Shi Tongyan was in charge of defense, while Jiang Yu and He Yuqing, under his protection, fired at full force, harvesting the lives of the infected bodies. Wu Qianqian remained in her usual position, shooting from a high place, but the difficulty level was no longer as comfortable as before. Some infected bodies were drawn by the gunfire, climbing up the buildings to find her, forcing Wu Qianqian to move positions frequently. Zhou Chen bore the greatest pressure, like a ghost shuttling back and forth on the battlefield, his two-handed sword continuously harvesting the lives of the infected bodies. Even the elite monsters in the difficult dungeon, although not enhanced to the level of regular bosses, were still formidable, with main attributes all above 600. However, in front of the increasingly powerful Zhou Chen, they were no different from ordinary infected bodies. 2.5 hours later, the last infected body attracted was shot in the head by Wu Qianqian, and the clearance operation was coming to an end. No matter how much commotion they cause in the northern suburbs now, as long as they don't fight the boss, no infected bodies will come over. Everyone relaxed. Is everyone hungry? Let's find a place to eat something, shall we? Jiang Yu smiled and suggested. Ha, you can still eat inside the instance. Wu Qianqian was surprised. Food could naturally be brought into the instance. However, their carrying capacity was all used to carry firearms and ammunition, and since they usually didn't stay in the instance for long, they didn't consider bringing food. He Yuqing smiled and said, someone has tried it. Food inside the instance can also be eaten. If you eat poison by mistake in the instance, as long as you exit the instance in time, you can recover your health. Some awakened individuals with strong life-saving abilities specifically enter instances not to clear them but to taste different ingredients. They are all talented. Wu Qianqian sighed. I remember there is a hot pot restaurant not far away. It should not have been affected by the fighting. Shi Tongyan coughed and said. After a while, the 5 of them started eating at a hot pot restaurant. The virus outbreak had not completely collapsed the Shanghai city shortly after. Eating hot pot, drinking beer, the few people looked relaxed, just like a normal gathering, making it hard to imagine that they had just been killing outside. While Zhou Chen and the others were relaxed and happy, someone was burning with anger. In a mansion in Kyoto, Sakura Country, Hachiga, a young man in his 20s was full of anger, with broken vase fragments at his feet. He was the only SSS-level talented awakened individual in Sakura Country. Nobuo Miyamoto. Nobuo Miyamoto was a scion of a prestigious family in Sakura Country. Coming from a noble background, he immediately received full support from his family after luckily awakening an SSS-level talent, forming Sakura Country's top team, Team Amaterasu. Currently, Team Amaterasu had already recruited 7 SS-level and more than 20 S-level talented awakened individuals. Looking globally, they were also in the first echelon of teams. Nobuo Miyamoto was very angry. He had just led the team out of an instance, which was the one they had focused on, and obtained the first clear of the simple difficulty level. After obtaining some intelligence, They began to strategize for the normal difficulty level. Although they did not succeed this time, they also managed to exit the instance without any injuries to the team members. Nobuo Miyamoto believed that with 1 or 2 more attempts, mastering more intelligence and data, he would definitely be able to clear the instance and obtain the first clear of the normal difficulty level. With this psychological advantage, he looked at the forum for extraordinary individuals, expecting to see praise and admiration for himself, but instead, he was met with a barrage of insults. These fools, just because someone else snatched the first clear of the normal difficulty level, they criticize us as useless. Inside the room, another young man with glasses was full of resentment. He was Nobuo Miyamoto's capable assistant, Haruhiko Nagahisa, an SS-level talented awakened individual and also a key member of Team Amaterasu. Miyamoto-kun, they are just ignorant people. Most people in Sakura country still praise us, Haruhiko Nagahisa comforted, and we will soon clear the normal difficulty level. Nobuo Miyamoto's face darkened. The team led by Joe Chen, especially Joe Chen himself, was simply his nemesis. Not only did they snatch the first clear of the Shogunate Rebellion instance, but they also couldn't maintain the glory of the first clear of a first-tier instance for long. He seriously doubted whether he was being maliciously targeted by Joe Chen. No one will pay attention to the second, Nobuo Miyamoto said slowly, unless we can clear a difficult instance. With his pride being targeted one after another, he could no longer tolerate it. He wanted to reclaim the glory that belonged to him. A difficult instance. Haruhiko Nagahisa's face changed drastically. That's impossible. The difficulty of a difficult instance is too exaggerated, beyond the current capabilities of awakened individuals. I believe that even Joe Chen cannot clear it. Although the official statements of various countries were that they had not entered difficult instances, in reality, they were not ignorant of difficult instances. They had sent out teams with the strongest life-saving abilities to enter. Without exception, they suffered a crushing defeat. The difficulty of the difficult instance exceeded their imagination, leaving them without any hope of clearing it. No one can pass through, but we can. The strength of the Sakura country and the Amaterasu team is undeniable, Nobuo Miyamoto said sternly. Haruhiko Nagase looked bitter, wanting to retort, I can't do it. Your Highness, I have carefully studied it. Our talents are not lacking, what we lack are powerful skills and attributes. Nobuo Miyamoto tried to prove that his idea was not far-fetched. Skills cannot be solved in a short time, but we can work on attributes. Just imagine, if we have thousands or even thousands of attributes, coupled with our strong talents, what difficulty is there in clearing difficult instances? Well, Haruhiko Nagase hesitated. Currently, there are few sellers of attribute crystals on the market, but many buyers. Attribute crystals are snapped up as soon as they appear. So far, we have only managed to grab a few dozen attribute crystals. Those who can pass the instance are all A rank and above awakened talents. They are optimistic about their future, and only a few are willing to use attribute crystals to buy. This scarcity results in very few attribute crystals appearing in the trading market. Nobuo Miyamoto pondered for a moment. I remember Joe Chen led 4 weaklings through the instance at rank 0, right? Hearing this, Haruhiko Nagase's face changed, immediately understanding Nobuo Miyamoto's meaning. Your Highness has thought it through. We can completely send out strong enough awakened individuals, clear it with a 1-to-4 ratio. As long as we can ensure their safety, many people will surely agree. Our only requirement is to purchase the attribute crystals they obtain. After all, A rank and above awakened individuals are few, with most being lower ranked E and F levels. Under normal circumstances, they do not even have the qualifications to enter the instance. Nobuo Miyamoto chuckled, his face somewhat cold. Our Miyamoto family controls some underworld forces, making them find ways to bring people into the instance. Even if their growth value is full, they should not stop, but instead, earn attribute crystals at all costs. Sometimes, people are resources, whether the former or the latter. The number of attribute crystals given is very few, especially the latter. It may not even yield 1 attribute crystal after 10 instance runs. However, every little bit counts. Haruhiko Nagase's eyes sparkled, as if he saw a bright future. Several hours later, the Amaterasu team successfully cleared the instance, becoming the 9th team to clear the normal difficulty on Blue Star. The people of the Sakura country were jubilant on the extraordinary forum, but this time they had learned their lesson and did not boast in other instance areas. However, This restraint disappeared when the Amaterasu team announced that they were about to enter the difficult instance and claim the first clear on Blue Star. Countless people from the Sakura country were excited to the extreme. They believed that since the Amaterasu team dared to come out and announce it so boldly, they must be very confident. This was a difficult instance, far more valuable than ordinary instances. As the Sakura country plunged into celebration, nations began to act, wanting to investigate the truth behind it. No one believed that the seemingly inconspicuous Amaterasu team could have such a significant change in strength. The first clear of the simple difficulty was nothing special, and even the normal difficulty was not a big deal. Before the Amaterasu team, several teams had already cleared it, most of them being top teams from the Xia country. But the difficult instance was different. So far, no one dared to consider attempting it, as the difficulty was too exaggerated. The Amaterasu team, however, dared to do so and in such a high-profile manner, indicating that something was amiss. Having tasted success, the Amaterasu team did not stop but instead intensified their efforts. Their actions could not be hidden under the investigation of various nations. Suddenly, there were countless imitators. Some more chaotic nations and regions went even further than the Amaterasu team, treating ordinary awakened individuals as mere tools, devoid of any rights. Blue Star was beginning to show signs of chaos. The beginning of the disaster instance. Breakthrough. Zhou Chen looked at the blood of the fully leveled barbarian bull and trample. His mind stirred. In the next moment, as countless memories of using trample emerged, a more majestic and vast surge of heat appeared in Zhou Chen's body, pushing his physical qualities to a higher level. After a while, Zhou Chen calmed down and checked the two skills. Barbarian Bull's Blood LV0, quality, fine, type, passive skill, your physique is extremely robust. Strength plus 300, agility plus 200, constitution plus 400, Zhou Chen's eyes lit up. The skill name remained the same, but the added attributes had undergone a huge change, increasing by more than 10 times, upgrading in quality, with 3 attributes reaching 600 strength, 400 agility, and 800 constitution at full level, which could be described as extremely heaven-defying. It wouldn't be difficult for someone who obtained a similar skill to become an awakened member of the Blue Star's top tier. Of course, it wasn't easy for ordinary people to max it out. The difficulty of gaining experience for this passive skill was the highest among all skills, and it was fortunate that Zhou Chen could gain experience just by breathing, otherwise, it wouldn't have been maxed out by now. Trample LV0, quality, fine, type, active skill, stomp the ground with force, causing stun and shock within a 10-meter radius. The higher the spirit and constitution, the less the impact. Unlike the straightforwardness of Barbarian Bull's Blood, the skill Trample, with the same name unchanged, had little information visible on paper, only the range of effect, which had increased from 3 meters to 10 meters. After all, it was a control skill, and the degree of enhancement was different from other skills. The real effect had to be experienced in battle. In previous battles, Zhou Chen had used Trample, but faced with infected bodies with at least 3 to 400 constitution and spirit, the ordinary level of Trample was practically ineffective. Not only did Barbarian Bull's Blood and Trample break through the limit, but Sword Mastery and Thunder Shadow Step also increased by 2 levels. Even though they were rare levels, the previous levels were relatively easy to upgrade. The power of the sword increased from 25% to 30%, and the speed from 50% to 60%. The level 2 Thunder Shadow Step caught up with the full level Shadow Step, while the level 2 Sword Mastery increased by half compared to full level Sword Mastery. After reviewing the changes in skills, Zhou Chen once again looked at his attribute panel. Name, Zhou Chen, Tier, First Tier, Talent, Innate Divine, EX, Strength, 1845 plus 55, Agility, 1742 plus 52, Constitution, 1946 plus 58, Spirit, 1543 plus 46, Skills, Sword Mastery LV2. Thunder Shadow Step LV2, Tier Suppression, Barbarian Bull's Blood LV0, Trample LV0, Title, Pioneer, the incredibly astonishing attribute panel, with the highest constitution exceeding 2000. Coupled with the skill upgrades, Zhou Chen had become much more powerful than when he first entered the dungeon, more than doubling his strength. It's almost time. Zhou Chen wasn't planning to wait any longer, although the longer he waited, the stronger he would become. The evaluation of clearing the dungeon might not look good. In fact, he could choose to exit and come back to kill again since there was no cooldown for the trial dungeon. He could enter any time. With his current attributes, starting from scratch would only be faster. and the final evaluation would most likely be SSS. However, Zhou Chen wouldn't do that unless he was ready to take on 4 opponents alone and give up the idea of letting Jiang Yu and others boost their evaluations. Otherwise, to clear this dungeon, spending several hours was inevitable. Zhou Chen wasn't prepared to waste any more time in this difficult dungeon. He had already spent enough time here. With his current attributes, other difficult dungeons were a piece of cake, and leveling up growth points would be quick. Therefore, Zhou Chen's gaze had already turned to the advancement dungeon. It was just a matter of losing some attribute crystals, and clearing the advancement dungeon sooner was the right path. Are we starting? Wu Qianqian was eager to try. The others also looked expectant. Zhou Chen nodded slightly. Let's go. The boss battle officially began, and at the moment they attacked the boss, tens of thousands of infected beings in Sunhai City seemed to receive a signal and sprinted towards the northern suburbs at full speed. There were 3 bosses, one located inside a factory, one in the residential area, and one on the wide road in the outskirts. Zhou Chen and his team chose to attack the first boss, located in a factory, the westernmost one. Zhou Chen, using his full power to unleash the Thunder Shadow Step, felt a burst of thunder exploding inside him, instantly circulating through his limbs and body, allowing him to reach extreme speed in the blink of an eye, rushing to the virus source body resembling a mountain of flesh. The virus source body didn't react until Zhou Chen's consecutive strikes hit it, taking away parts of its body, causing it to roar in anger and swing its arm towards him. However, before its attack landed, Zhou Chen stomped the ground forcefully. Boom! Within a radius of 10 meters, the ground in the factory shattered everywhere, and a nearby factory building collapsed against the wall. The virus source body's attack abruptly stopped, as if struck by a tremendous impact. Dazed for a second, Zhou Chen swiftly struck twice, cutting off both of its bulky arms. The superior level trample greatly increased in power, even stunning bosses in difficult dungeons for a second. Nearby, Jiang Yu and the others were stunned. They never expected that after 6 hours of rest, Zhou Chen's strength would grow to such an extent. It was like he was treating the boss as a child, exerting more pressure on the boss than on a regular dungeon boss. The double-handed sword in Zhou Chen's hands unleashed power far beyond before, making him invincible. I'm so envious. Wu Qianqian's eyes were brimming with envy. Jiang Yu and the others were no better. The 4 of them had only one thought. With the talent to unconditionally grow stronger over time, it was simply unfair. Fire. Despite their envy, the 4 didn't stop their attacks. Even Shi Tongyan pulled out his assault rifle and continuously fired at the virus source body. Although he had an SS-level defensive talent, Shi Tongyan wasn't confident in blocking the boss's attacks. Instead of risking their lives, they opted to provide long-range support. The virus source body had thick blood and strong regenerative abilities. Even though Zhou Chen disabled its attack capability with a single blow, causing it to be in a cycle of injury, recovery, injury, becoming an easy target, it still took the 5 of them 3 minutes to completely defeat it. Next one. Without daring to rest, the 5 rushed to the virus source body on the outskirts road. Meanwhile, Wu Qianqian moved to a building, looking towards the city area and seeing the endless infected beings rushing towards them, causing her face to pale in fear. Some of the infected beings closer to the northern suburbs had already entered and were heading towards them. Kill. After hearing Wu Qianqian's report, Zhou Chen remained unfazed, initiating the attack directly, following the usual routine of closing in, stunning, disabling the virus source body's counterattack, and then wearing it down. Midway through the battle, roars echoed as dozens of infected beings arrived first, launching attacks without hesitation. Jiang Yu and the others abandoned the boss and emptied the remaining ammunition on these infected beings. Shi Tongyan activated his talent to attract all the infected beings' attention, getting surrounded and pummeled. These infected beings were as strong as elite monsters in regular dungeons, and some were even mixed with elite monsters from difficult dungeons, breaking through Shi Tongyan's defensive barrier in an instant. At this critical moment, Zhou Chen suddenly retreated like a thunderbolt, cutting down dozens of infected beings. Hide. Glancing at the terrified Shi Tongyan, Zhou Chen calmly instructed. Jiang Yu and the others acted decisively, knowing that their presence had become a burden. They immediately distanced themselves from the battlefield, as the infected being's target was to reinforce the boss. As long as they didn't confront them directly, they wouldn't be seen as targets for attack by the infected beings. Wu Qianqian grabbed He Yuqing and moved to a nearby high-rise building, observing the battlefield from a high vantage point. Shortly after, Jiang Yu and Shi Tongyan also arrived, and the four of them gathered together. The difficulty of this dungeon is too exaggerated. I thought it was already tough coming from the urban area to here, but the boss battle is 10 times harder. Wu Qianxian said with a wry smile. Is this difficulty for real? It feels way out of proportion. She added. Yeah, He Yuqing nodded in agreement. Compared to regular dungeons, the difficulty spike in hard dungeons is huge. Besides brother Zhou Chen, I can't think of anyone else who could clear it, Shi Tongyan said quietly. Looking down below, Zhou Chen was circling around the mountain-like virus source, continuously attacking the boss and the infected bodies that rushed over. From above, one could clearly see Zhou Chen turning into a lightning shadow around the virus source, inflicting wounds on the boss and mowing down the incoming infected bodies like wheat, resembling a blooming flower of flesh and blood. Is it possible that hard dungeons are not meant for the vast majority of awakeners at our current stage? Jiang Yu sighed. 3 pairs of puzzled eyes turned to her simultaneously. Have you ever thought that we are at the beginning of a nationwide awakening? In this new era, we are the first generation of awakeners. We have faced challenges with ordinary dungeons, let alone hard dungeons, Jiang Yu said slowly. But what about those who haven't activated their talents yet? Our descendants? They stand on our shoulders, with a better foundation and stronger abilities. Perhaps in a few years, the new generation of awakeners will learn high-quality skills at level 0, equipped with powerful gear and items, along with extremely high attributes. Would hard dungeons still be difficult for them? When looking at dungeon difficulty, we should consider it from a higher and longer-term perspective. Level 0 has only 1 difficulty, while level 1 has 3 difficulties. Perhaps in future dungeons, there will be even higher difficulties. Those high-difficulty dungeons might be prepared for the increasingly powerful new generation of awakeners. It's not reasonable to expect us, the first generation of awakeners, to clear all difficulties. Jiang Yu's words left the 3 in silence. Captain, what you said makes sense, but it sounds strange, like we become stepping stones. Wu Qianxian quipped. The essence of civilization lies in inheritance. Each generation being stronger than the last is the normal progression. Jiang Yu smiled. Moreover, it shouldn't be seen as stepping stones, but as giants carrying the new generation on their shoulders. I don't think even hard dungeons can stump brother Zhou Chen. He Yuqing offered a different opinion. I'm referring to the vast majority, excluding the exceptionally outstanding awakeners, especially Zhou Chen, who is an exception among exceptions. Jiang Yu smiled awkwardly. In her heart, she thought, how can the future Demon King be judged by common standards? We, the first generation of awakeners, also have our advantages. At least for most dungeons, the first clear doesn't fall to the new generation. Even for those extremely difficult dungeons, unconventional methods can still lead to success. What unconventional methods? Wu Qianxian immediately asked, with He Yuqing and Shi Tongyan also curious. Jiang Yu shook her head and remained silent. As they chatted, Zhou Chen had already dealt with the second boss and was swiftly heading towards the location of the third boss, disappearing from their sight in the blink of an eye. Let's go check it out. Unable to sit still, the 4 of them headed towards the target residential area. So many small monsters. Even before they got close, He Yuqing and Wu Qianxian, who teleported to a nearby high-rise building, saw the densely packed infected bodies inside and outside the residential area, numbering around 1 to 2,000. With even more infected bodies rushing in from the urban area. Turns out, when one boss is attacked, the other 2 bosses will also summon minions. He Yuqing suddenly realized. No wonder she always felt that the minions at the second boss were coming too fast. This mechanism undoubtedly made the boss battle more difficult. Even for top-tier teams, facing so many minions, they would probably feel despair, even with SSSS-level awakened talents among them. However, Zhou Chen wouldn't. Wu Qianxian and He Yuqing saw Zhou Chen rushing towards the residential area surrounded by infected bodies with an extremely fierce momentum, either knocking the infected bodies blocking his way flying to their deaths or cutting them into pieces. Zhou Chen sliced through the gate of the residential area with a sword, and the 2 women could no longer see him, only witnessing infected bodies in cars on the road being lifted tens of meters high and crashing heavily to the ground. The 2 women exchanged a glance, seeing the horror in each other's eyes. Without us, he's even stronger. When tens of thousands of infected bodies in Sinhai City attacked together, Zhou Chen indeed couldn't handle it, but just 1 or 2,000 infected bodies couldn't stop him. With his speed, the infected bodies found it difficult to attack him. Even if they were too densely packed, a stomp would cause a large area to be stunned, allowing him to slaughter them at will. It must be said that the area control skill of stomping was really useful, stunning ordinary infected bodies for 3 seconds and also causing a certain amount of damage. The skill itself had no cooldown and could be used freely. The only downside was that it consumed a lot of energy, and even with Zhou Chen's formidable attributes, he couldn't use it frequently. 2.5 minutes later, the system prompt for clearing the instance sounded. Zhou Chen broke free and quickly escaped from the encirclement of infected bodies. With all 3 bosses defeated, the infected bodies in Sunhai City seemed to have lost their backbone and resumed wandering. The 5 of them quickly gathered together. We hit the jackpot. I didn't expect the rewards for the difficult instance to be this good. Wu Qianqian was excited. After all, it's currently the highest difficulty level. Jiang Yu was not surprised. I got a B grade evaluation. What about you guys? He Yuqing looked surprised. She thought her instance evaluation would be poor, but it turned out to be passable. Wu Qianqian said, I also got a B grade. Jiang Yu, A grade. Shi Tongyan, A grade. Compared to regular instances, their evaluations dropped by 2 grades. He Yuqing was fortunate to only drop by 1 grade. The 4 of them were not surprised by the decrease in evaluation, as their contributions in this difficult instance were far less than in regular instances. It was only because Zhou Chen gave them the opportunity to improve their evaluations, otherwise, it would have been lower. Zhou Chen then looked at his gains. Congratulations on clearing the trial instance, the beginning of catastrophe, difficult. Your evaluation is SS, and you have received the following rewards: growth value 30, strength crystal * 270, agility crystal * 270, constitution crystal * 270, spirit crystal * 270. Fine grade item, distortion serum. As this is your first completion, your contribution is unparalleled, and you will receive additional rewards: strength crystal * 280, agility crystal * 280, constitution crystal * 280, spirit crystal * 280, fine grade skill blood defense conversion, fine grade material meteorite remnants. No wonder Wu Qianqian and the others said the rewards for difficult instances were good. Just the attribute crystals alone were abundant. If it were the highest SSS evaluation, all attributes would reach 300, 3 times that of regular instances, while the growth value was only 1.5 times. After this difficult instance, Zhou Chen made a killing. In terms of attribute crystals, he received 2.1 times more than in regular instances. Jiang Yu and the others didn't gain as much, but it was still no less than 1.5 times. Not only that, the other 3 rewards were also fine grade, 1 level higher than regular instances. Indeed, one must challenge the highest difficulty level. Zhou Chen sighed inwardly. For those who complete difficult instances with full growth, they are much stronger than those who do normal and easy instances, possessing a stronger foundation. To Zhou Chen's surprise, his evaluation turned out to be SS rank, much higher than he had expected. He had thought that he would only achieve an S rank at best this time. After some consideration, Zhou Chen understood. The difficulty of the dungeon was high, so the evaluation criteria must be different. Therefore, even though he had spent 12 hours in the dungeon, he still received such a high evaluation. Go out. Remember to replenish your ammunition. After you all rest well, we will enter the next difficult dungeon. Zhou Chen looked at the 4 of them and said. His condition was fine. Wu Qianqian and He Yuqing had no issues, but Jiang Yu and Shi Tongyan were somewhat overdrawn. Our clearance this time will definitely shock countless people. Wu Qianqian was full of excitement. Of course, this is the first clearance of a difficult dungeon. He Yuqing could not hide her joy. Jiang Yu and Shi Tongyan were more composed, but they also had smiles on their faces at this moment. They had heard of several first clearances in normal dungeons while they were fighting in the dungeon, but the first clearance of a difficult dungeon was absolutely unique. Just as Wu Qianqian had guessed, Blue Star was already boiling because of their first clearance this time, and there were discussions on the forum. There were even rumors that Nobunaga Miyamoto, upon hearing the system prompt, was so angry that he spat blood and fainted. After all, not long ago, the Amaterasu team had just loudly announced on the forum that they would be the first team on Blue Star to clear a difficult dungeon, stealing the limelight. Just at that moment, the world announcement for Zhou Chen's team's first clearance rang out. Like a loud slap in the face to the Amaterasu team and Nobunaga Miyamoto, causing Nobunaga Miyamoto to spit blood out of anger, which was not surprising. If the matter had been limited to this, the impact would not have been too great. At most, the arrogant and conceited Sakura country would once again be laughed at and become the butt of jokes for many. However, at the moment when Joe Chen and his team left the dungeon, a system prompt that surprised everyone unexpectedly appeared. It truly shook the whole world. World announcement: detected Blue Star Awakeners clearing a difficult dungeon within 72 hours. Showing outstanding performance, Zhou Chen, Zhang Yu, Shi Tongyan, Wu Chanxian, and He Yuqing are awarded the title of Pioneers. As all 5 are from the Xia country, special rewards are granted. 0-level Awakeners from Xia country receive a plus 10 bonus to all attributes. First-level Awakeners receive a plus 100 bonus to all attributes. And the probability of advancing to high-level talents for Xia country Awakeners is slightly increased. At that moment, in the sky above Xia country, a large crack appeared as the world announcement rang out, and countless ethereal lights poured down from the gap, just like during the mass awakening, but the scale and duration were far less, and the sky quickly returned to its original state. The ethereal lights flowed over the land of Xia country and disappeared in an instant. All Xia country residents saw a large amount of ethereal light flowing into their bodies, turning into warm currents that enhanced their physical qualities. National reward. Oh my god, what did I just see? Why am I not from Xia country? What are our country's top teams doing? Useless. They are all a bunch of useless people. People from other countries collectively felt sour, especially the majority of E and F ranked talent awakeners, who were particularly bitter. A plus 10 bonus to all attributes was insignificant for top awakeners, but for them, it was a qualitative change. While many envied Xia country, many also directed their criticism towards their own country's teams. Xia country, on the other hand, was in a frenzy. Damn! At this moment, my inner emotions are hard to express in words. I can only shout damn. Zhou Chen, you are amazing. You are the true god. Thanks to the great god Zhou Chen for saving my life. Just when I was in a bad situation and encountered a spatial crack, I thought my life was over. But I didn't expect this enhancement to come so timely, allowing me to counter-kill that monster from another world. With so many attribute bonuses. That's great. I'm going to the next dungeon. The whole country celebrated. Originally, the first dungeon clearance was just a spectacle for them, a matter of honor, and there were no actual benefits, especially the first completion of a first-tier instance. They were even further away. The vast majority of people are still at ground zero, haven't even entered an instance, or have failed miserably if they did. But this time was different, with rewards for everyone, benefiting all. The lower-level awakeners had their attributes doubled. Their gratitude towards Zhou Chen was evident. Even for the few first-tier awakeners, all attributes plus 100, a significant boost for them. Zhou Chen's reputation in Xia country was unmatched. Zhou Chen, Zhang Yu, and others were stunned. They never expected such a commotion from completing a difficult instance for the first time. Everyone received benefits, so how could they, as the main participants, be left out? Due to your outstanding performance, the extraordinary insight has once again descended. Special reward of all attributes plus 100, plus 3 lottery draws, title Pioneer, feeling the ethereal flow of light entering their bodies, transforming into warmth, enhancing their physical qualities. Zhou Chen showed a look of astonishment. Lottery draws? Curious as he was, he didn't rush to check but first looked at the newly acquired title. Pioneer, typo title, a commendation for awakening pioneers and forging ahead. Skill level plus 1, note, this level can exceed the 10-level limit. Indeed, a title of great value. Zhou Chen admired in his heart. The 2 titles he obtained, one with true attributes free from any suppression and one that could surpass level limits, were things others dreamed of. For Zhang Yu and the others, it meant their skills could reach level 11 in the future. For Zhou Chen, it was not useless either. The higher the skill level, the stronger one became, especially with high-quality skills later on, where the leveling slowed down, making this level even more precious. Looking at the attribute panel, indeed, all 5 skills had a plus 1 except for the rank suppression. Zhou Chen, I got a talent upgrade pill. He Yuqing sent a message, accompanied by a screenshot. Talent upgrade pill, quality, rare, type, item, upon use, talent level plus 1, only effective for talents below a rank. Although not face-to-face, Zhou Chen could feel He Yuqing's excitement at that moment. Following Zhou Chen into the instance, she obtained a large number of attribute crystals, not to mention other E and D rank awakeners. Even a rank awakeners at the same level were not as good in terms of attributes. The only difference was the talent. Although this talent upgrade pill could only raise her level by 1, it gave her hope. Congratulations. After some thought, Zhou Chen replied, advising her not to rush to use it, as He Yuqing's talent level was still several levels away from the highest B rank, making this rare item a bit wasteful. If they could find an excellent grade talent upgrade pill, maybe they could exchange one for 2, which would be more beneficial for He Yuqing. After asking He Yuqing a few questions, Zhou Chen learned that she had one lottery draw in her rewards. Presumably, Zhang Yu and the others had similar rewards. Due to Zhou Chen's outstanding performance, he was given 3 lottery draws. By the way, Zhou Chen, our Extraordinary Management Bureau here has invited me to join. I wanted to ask for your opinion. He Yuqing sent a somewhat nervous message. She had a clear understanding of herself. With her E-rank talent, she was not qualified to be valued by the Extraordinary Management Bureau. The treatment she received today was all thanks to Zhou Chen's guidance. If it weren't for Zhou Chen taking her along, achieving several first completions, especially the Ground Zero Advancement instance and the first completion of the first tier difficult instance, she wouldn't have received this invitation today. It could be said that everything she had was bestowed by Zhou Chen. Joined the Extraordinary Management Bureau? That's great. Zhou Chen's reply made He Yuqing relax. With your titles of Pioneer and Explorer, receiving official training will maximize the value of these 2 titles, which is most beneficial for your future. Zhou Chen truly didn't care whether He Yuqing joined the Extraordinary Management Bureau or not. He had no ambition to establish power, and it was too much trouble to find followers. He had no patience to be a babysitter. As for the fact that everyone in the team except him was from the Bureau of Extraordinary Management, so what? There were already 3. What difference would one more make? Zhou Chen was very indifferent about the backgrounds of his teammates. After all, they were just there to make up the numbers. Having interacted with Zhang Yu and the others, Zhou Chen had a good impression of the Bureau of Extraordinary Management and was open to collaborating with them. He understood He Yuqing's concerns, but he truly didn't care. Shaking his head, Zhou Chen silently thought, lottery. Suddenly, a large disc appeared in front of Zhou Chen, divided into different areas based on quality and type. The higher the quality, the lower the probability of drawing it. Highest rare level. It seems like He Yuqing is really lucky. Zhou Chen chuckled. Let's start the draw. All 3 times. The disc quickly spun, and soon the results were out. Congratulations on drawing a rare skill, Mountain and River Collapse. Congratulations on drawing a fine-grade equipment, Eye of Reconnaissance. Congratulations on drawing a rare special item, Sword Sect Disciples Training Insights, rare skill. Zhou Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to draw the highest quality prize, let alone 2, with one of them being the most valuable skill. He quickly chose to view it. Mountain and River Collapse, quality, rare, type, active skill. Concentrate all your strength to deliver a strike that shakes mountains and rivers, increasing attack power by 100%. Wow, double damage. Zhou Chen's eyes widened. This was only at level 0, at max level. It would be triple damage. Mountain and River Collapse was undoubtedly the highest damage skill he had ever seen. A pure attack skill seeking ultimate burst. With this skill, there would be no need to exert so much effort against the virus origin body. Zhou Chen had always lacked in attack methods. Among his 5 skills, none were for attacking. While his basic attacks were powerful, he lacked that crucial burst at key moments. This was his weakness. Mountain and River Collapse would undoubtedly make up for this shortcoming. However, Zhou Chen didn't immediately learn it. Instead, he took out another skill. One of the rewards for clearing a difficult dungeon. Blood defense conversion, quality, fine, type, passive skill, lower a portion of defense to increase one's own vitality and recovery speed. Obviously, this skill came from the virus origin body. The description didn't specify how much defense would be lowered or how much vitality and recovery speed would increase. Perhaps he would only know once he truly learned it. It's a pity it's a passive skill. Zhou Chen shook his head. A passive skill meant its effects were permanent. If it were an active skill, once cancelled, it would revert to its original state. Zhou Chen was still somewhat interested. After all, this skill could be very useful in certain situations. But for now, he let it go. He didn't want to become a sitting duck like the virus origin body. Progressing simultaneously in defense, vitality, and recovery speed was his path. Learn Mountain and River Collapse. Countless memories of practicing mountain and river collapse flooded his mind, allowing Zhou Chen to quickly master this skill. Skills: Sword Mastery LV2+1, Thunder Shadow Step LV2+1, Rank Suppression, Blood of the Barbarian Bull LV0+1, Trample LV1+1, Mountain and River Collapse LV0+1. With this, all 6 skills were learned. To learn new skills, he would have to wait until he advanced to the 2nd rank. It's a shame that Sword Mastery doesn't affect Mountain and River Collapse. Zhou Chen felt a bit regretful. Sword Mastery enhanced sword techniques, while Mountain and River Collapse was a close-range fist skill. Otherwise, his finishing move's power would have reached another level. In the future, I can consider broadening the scope of Sword Mastery. With limited skill slots, Zhou Chen couldn't possibly learn a passive skill for each weapon type like swords, knives, spears, fists, and feet. Therefore, expanding this skill would be the best choice. Previously, he only had swords in hand, so he chose to deepen his development. Now the situation was different, and naturally, things were different. Next, Zhou Chen checked his other gains. The rewards for clearing the difficult instance for the first time are the meteorite fragments and the distorted blood serum, as well as the Eye of Reconnaissance and the Sword Sect Disciples insights obtained from the lottery. The first 3 rewards are of excellent quality. Among them, the meteorite fragments made Zhou Chen a little nervous, as the source of the disaster was this meteorite that fell from outer space. Fortunately, the material description clearly stated that this meteorite fragment had been deactivated and did not carry any viruses. The distorted blood serum is a disposable item that, when used, grants certain attributes at the cost of the body undergoing some distortion. Whether it be extra hands, extra feet, or other mutations, varies from person to person, becoming ugly but stronger. Zhou Chen could not accept any bodily mutations, so even though this item could increase several hundred points in attributes, he simply ignored it. The Eye of Reconnaissance is more useful as it can investigate the basic information of a target, including name, rank, attributes, and skills. Innate talents are beyond its scope. With an excellent Eye of Reconnaissance, Zhou Chen could basically see all the information of a 0-rank target, only part of a 1st-rank target, even less for a 2nd rank, and beyond the 3rd rank. It exceeded its reconnaissance capabilities. This equipment was somewhat useful. What Zhou Chen valued the most was another rare item. Sword Sect Disciples Insights, Quality, Rare, Type, Special Item, contains the insights of Sword Sect Inner Disciples' years of practice, containing a large amount of swordsmanship principles. Reading it can gain swordsmanship experience. This was the 2nd special item Zhou Chen obtained, and according to the description, simply reading it could gain swordsmanship experience. Swordsmanship experience was exactly what Zhou Chen needed, so he immediately took out this practice manual. It was a somewhat yellowed and worn booklet, seemingly read countless times, emitting unmatched sharpness from its pages. Zhou Chen's spirits lifted as he carefully turned to the first page. The words written inside were all unfamiliar to him, but at that moment of turning the page, he seemed to transform into a young man in ancient clothing, practicing swordsmanship with intense focus on cliffs, mountains, rivers, and under the moonlight. After an unknown amount of time passed, Zhou Chen slowly came back to his senses, his eyes gleaming with cold light. It took a while before he returned to normal. He then checked his skills. Sword Mastery had increased from level 2 to level 5, a 3-level increase. It was a rare skill, requiring a lot of experience to level up, and this reading had saved Zhou Chen at least a day or 2 of time. Zhou Chen looked back at the practice manual. The sharpness it emitted was still sharp but slightly weaker than before. Zhou Chen understood that when he no longer felt any sharpness while reading this practice manual, it meant he had fully absorbed the swordsmanship principles within. Let's take a break. Although he wanted to continue absorbing the swordsmanship principles, Zhou Chen was feeling a bit weary. Clearly, this method of gaining a large amount of swordsmanship experience in a short time was quite taxing on his mental energy. As he reviewed his gains, reveling in the joy of his increased strength, he was completely unaware of the undercurrents brewing in the outside world. Back at the Extraordinary Management Bureau, Zhang Yu hadn't even had the chance to draw from the lottery. She opened her friend list and sent a message to Lin Ming. Why didn't you tell us that there would be a nationwide reward for clearing the difficult instance for the first time? The commotion caused by this nationwide reward was significant, and it was unknown what kind of repercussions it would bring. Lin Ming, as a reborn individual, not disclosing such information made people question his intentions. If I said I also didn't know there would be a nationwide reward, Would you believe me? Lin Ming quickly replied to the message. In fact, he was even more clueless than Zhang Yu. In his previous life, he never remembered any benefits that blessed billions of people, and clearing the difficult instance for the first time was no different from other difficulties. The difference between his past and present lives undoubtedly lay with Zhou Chen. Let's meet in the director's office. Zhang Yu sighed. If this turn of events wasn't handled properly, it might affect the trust between the Transcendent Management Bureau and Lin Ming. All right. Zhang Yu was about to get up when the door suddenly burst open, and Wu Qianxian ran in shouting, "Captain, come quick and look outside. The disaster countdown." Hearing this, Zhang Yu's heart skipped a beat, and she hurried to the window to look at the sky. The countdown representing the disaster had unexpectedly changed to Demonized Monster, Ghost Level 59 days. Looking at the countdown in the sky, Zhang Yu's face turned pale. I remember it was 89 days before. Wu Qianxian looked puzzled and uneasy. With 30 days less until the Ghost Level disaster struck Blue Star, who could remain calm? It's because of the national reward this time. Zhang Yu forced a bitter smile. She remembered that the monsters from another realm came in pursuit of the transcendent light. This national reward had caused the transcendent light to reappear, albeit briefly. Although it was a short time, it served as a prominent guide for the pursuing demonized monsters, further confirming the location of Blue Star and shortening the time needed for their arrival. So, this countdown is not fixed and changes with the situation. She could guess the truth, and so could others. Trouble was brewing, just as Zhang Yu had expected. Many people had already linked the reduction in the disaster countdown time with the completion of difficult dungeons, especially those from other countries who had gained no benefits. They had stirred up a storm of public opinion online, pointing fingers at Xia Country and Zhou Chen, among others. Director's office. In my past life, I had never seen such a national reward. The first team to clear the difficult dungeon was the Truth Team, and it was also within 72 hours. Lin Ming furrowed his brows and voiced his speculation. I suspect that to trigger the national reward, besides not exceeding the set time limit, there are also requirements for the clearers. The Truth Team from the past and the current Amaterasu team are similar. They rapidly boosted their attribute values to extremely high levels by extracting attribute crystals from others in a short period. Perhaps those awakened who became powerful through exploiting their compatriots and fishing in troubled waters are seen as cheaters. Even if they perform exceptionally well, they won't receive special rewards. The disaster countdown and the national reward were indeed special rewards, only attainable by those who excelled. A gleam flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. From this differential treatment, he discerned the inclination of the Supreme Will. In the past, Blue Star had only one special reward, the disaster countdown, and nothing else. At this moment, Lin Ming's emotions were complex. The Supreme Will, who had ushered Blue Star into the era of mass awakening, had not appeared again after bestowing the transcendent light. In his past life, they had no means of contacting it and knew nothing about it. Unexpectedly, within less than 3 days of his rebirth, he had learned about its attitude towards the awakened and the selected worlds. He voiced his speculation. That doesn't make sense. Zhang Yu was puzzled. You said Zhou Chen emerged a year after the mass awakening. By then, Blue Star's dungeon progress had reached the 5th tier. According to your speculation, the nightmare difficulty of the 3rd tier and the hell difficulty of the 5th tier, cleared by cheaters, wouldn't have special rewards. But what about later? The 7th tier purgatory difficulty. Zhou Chen should have been the first to clear it, right? Did that not bring any special rewards to Blue Star? Zhou Chen should have been a normal growing awakened. Lin Ming shook his head. There were no special rewards. I don't know the specific reasons. I speculate there are 3 possibilities. First, due to the rampant behavior of cheaters, who plundered dungeon rewards, the Blue Star world was disqualified, and there was no longer a possibility of receiving special rewards. Second, in the past, Zhou Chen's growth speed was not fast enough, and when he first cleared the purgatory difficulty, his performance was not outstanding. Third, there is a reason unknown to me. The countdown to disaster is shorter than I expected. Many things in this life are different from my past life. The first disaster will arrive faster. Lin Ming admitted frankly. Whether the higher-ups believed it or not, he couldn't do anything about it. The future is constantly changing. From the moment of his rebirth, the world's trajectory diverged from his past life. Lin Ming had a premonition that as time passed, his advantage as a reborn individual would quickly disappear. Zhang Yu and Liao Xiefeng didn't press Lin Ming further. whether to believe him or not. The higher-ups would make their own judgment. The countries of White Eagle, Sakura, Sunset, and others united to force Xia country to hand over Zhou Chen and the others, compensate the other Blue Star countries, and promise not to seize any more first clears of dungeons. Their reasons were valid. Zhou Chen and the others' actions disregarded the bigger picture, shortened the countdown to disaster, and forced Blue Star to face a ghost-level disaster prematurely. Without the extra 30 days of preparation, who knows how many more people would die on Blue Star. Therefore, Zhou Chen and his group committed a grave offense and must be severely punished. The entire Blue Star was in turmoil, with online discussions turning into a frenzy. As beneficiaries, most people in Xia country firmly supported Zhou Chen and the others, shouting for justice and engaging in online arguments with people from other countries. Some sought attention or had ulterior motives, publishing articles demanding Xia country hand over Zhou Chen and apologize to the world. However, they were soon met with consequences like having their accounts suspended and being silenced, causing them to back down. All the countries on Blue Star awaited Xia country's official response. To everyone's surprise, Xia country quickly responded with a stern and firm tone. Not only did they reject the unreasonable demands of other countries, but they also declared that clearing dungeons was the freedom of every awakener. Zhou Chen and the others were not at fault but rather commendable. If other countries insisted on coercion, Xia country was ready to fight. When Xia country took a stand to protect Zhou Chen and the others at all costs, the other countries faltered. Unless they wanted to start a world war before the ghost-level disaster arrived, they had no choice but to retreat. After all, no one wanted mutual destruction. In the end, they were not acting out of fairness but out of jealousy towards Xia country. If it were their own countrymen facing the dungeon difficulty, they would show a different face. While pressuring Xia country together was acceptable, engaging in a real battle was beyond anyone's courage. Just then, the Watchers released a perfect walkthrough for the Zeroth tier advancement dungeon on the forum for extraordinary individuals, further lowering the clearance requirements. The global focus shifted instantly, and even the countries fell silent. Everyone's attention turned to the perfect walkthrough, regardless of who it was. Enhancing one's own strength was the most crucial. The first clear of difficult dungeons and the national rewards were already established facts. Instead of getting entangled in this matter, it was better to seize the time and become a stronger awakener sooner. This way, the hope of surviving the ghost-level disaster in 2 months would be greater. When it came to one's own life, no one dared to be careless. The Watchers were elevated to a divine status by countless people, holding a position in Xia country equivalent to Zhou Chen and becoming the only true god in other countries. Amidst the external disturbances, they entered seclusion, with Zhou Chen immersed in reading the insights of the Sword Sect disciples' cultivation techniques, oblivious to the world. When tired, he closed his eyes to rest, digesting the knowledge gained, paying little attention to messages from friends, let alone going online. After a long time, the cultivation insights in front of Zhou Chen became ordinary, devoid of any sharpness, indicating that he had fully absorbed the sword principles within. With some anticipation, Zhou Chen looked at his skills. Sword Mastery LV9+1, Quality, Rare, Type of Passive Skill. Your swordsmanship is unparalleled. Any sword in your hands is wielded effortlessly, increasing the power of your sword techniques by 50%. Level 9. Zhou Chen's face lit up with joy. The insights on cultivation from this rare-level disciple of the Sword Sect were incredibly powerful, boosting his sword skills by 7 levels. While his talent played a part, the credit mainly belonged to it. If he had to rely solely on himself to advance, it would probably take 5 or 6 days. Truly a special item, Zhou Chen realized. Even though he had absorbed the profound sword principles from the cultivation insights, it didn't render it useless. While perusing it, occasional flashes of inspiration still occurred, indicating that he could still gain swordsmanship experience, albeit at a much slower pace compared to before. Moreover, if used by others, it might even accelerate their experience gain. It's been 6 hours. Glancing at the time, Zhou Chen was somewhat surprised. He thought it would take longer. It's time to enter the instance. Zhou Chen pondered. Difficult instances were no longer a challenge for him. He was confident in clearing them at a faster pace. However, he wondered how Jiang Yu and the others were recovering. Checking his friend list, Zhou Chen was taken aback as all his friends, including the reserved Stone Coppercliff, had sent messages. What's going on? After quickly skimming through all the messages and browsing the forum for extraordinary individuals, Zhou Chen understood the reason. Bold move to target me, Zhou Chen sneered. With less than 3 days until the global awakening on Blue Star, the strongest awakened individuals were only at the first level. Even Zhou Chen couldn't withstand various powerful heavy weapons, let alone weapons of mass destruction. That was why countries dared to threaten him. I'll remember this grudge. Although he didn't let the countries succeed, Zhou Chen was still displeased and planned to retaliate sooner or later. As for fully revealing his talent to deter any future trouble and prevent similar incidents, Zhou Chen didn't even consider it. He wasn't invincible yet. The unknown was the smartest choice. As the first awakened individual who had created numerous miracles, Zhou Chen was certain that countless people on Blue Star were currently studying him, regardless of how much they discovered or how close they got to the truth. As long as Zhou Chen didn't display his talent panel, no one could ascertain the details of his talent. Maintaining this air of mystery was more beneficial than harmful until he fully matured. Did they really think he couldn't be targeted? If they couldn't kill him, couldn't they seal him? By preventing him from breathing while keeping him alive, Zhou Chen would be rendered useless. The talents of awakened individuals varied greatly, and Zhou Chen truly doubted that there was anyone who could achieve such a feat. What? Not revealing his talent would not prevent similar troubles? Zhou Chen wasn't afraid of trouble. The ones who should fear were those who sought trouble with him, not him. I didn't expect the authorities to support me so firmly in this global turmoil. Zhou Chen was touched by the performance of the Xia Kingdom officials during the crisis. He wasn't ungrateful. This only strengthened his resolve to venture into instances with Jiang Yu and the others, growing together with them. With his guidance, the growth of Jiang Yu and the others wouldn't be inferior to that of SSS-level talented awakened individuals. The perfect strategy for advancing to the next level in the instance is out. Along with some body strengthening techniques, Zhou Chen noticed that the hottest topics on the forum were the perfect strategies for advancing to the next level in the instance, followed by body strengthening techniques. Naturally, it was the watchers who published the perfect strategies. Zhou Chen's expression shifted slightly. He couldn't help but acknowledge that the timing of the watchers' strategy release was quite opportune, coinciding with the standoff between various countries and the Xia Kingdom, as if offering a way out for the countries in a difficult situation. It's highly likely that the watchers are from the Xia Kingdom, possibly in cooperation with the authorities or even affiliated with the Bureau of Extraordinary Management. Zhou Chen pondered. When he saw that the top ranks in the zero-level advancement instance were all from the Xia Kingdom team, he had his suspicions, which were now more certain. Countries were not naive, they would surely have their own covert actions. However, it had little to do with Zhou Chen. As the first in the first echelon of Blue Star Awakeners, Zhou Chen's progress has always been ahead of the curve, with strategies trailing behind him, rendering perfect strategies unnecessary. What interests Zhou Chen more is the body strengthening technique. The Xia Kingdom officially promotes this ancient martial art, with a grand momentum. Turning on the TV or browsing video websites, one can see people teaching the body strengthening technique. It can be freely downloaded without any restrictions. This ancient martial art is not complicated and can be self-taught. Even if practiced incorrectly, it does not harm the body. At most, it just lacks effectiveness. Currently, there are not many people proficient in the body strengthening technique, but the authorities promise to promote it nationwide at the fastest speed, including in schools and martial arts schools, creating many job opportunities. Ancient martial art? If it weren't for the official push, I would definitely think today is April Fool's Day. After mastering it, can it really increase strength by 20, agility by 20, constitution by 30, and spirit by 10? Is it true? Brothers, I just practiced casually and found it easy to get started. What level am I at? Versailles. Here I come. I practiced for an hour and felt nothing. Am I really a martial arts waste as the legend says? The body strengthening technique doesn't have much popularity overseas, but in the Xia Kingdom, it's a hot topic among the people. Just the words ancient martial art are enough to catch attention, not to mention that practicing it actually yields results. Some people shared changes in their attribute panels, real increases in attributes, motivating others to practice martial arts. What surprised Zhou Chen was that after mastering the body strengthening technique, it actually appeared on the attribute panel. Zhou Chen was not surprised by the change in the attribute panel, as the initial panel did not have a title. After he obtained it, it appeared there. However, the body strengthening technique was not a system reward, yet it appeared on the attribute panel, making Zhou Chen realize that he still knew very little about it. Let's give it a try. Zhou Chen became interested and casually opened a video website to start learning. According to the official explanation, the body strengthening technique was created by an awakener with martial talent, revitalizing various martial arts in the Xia Kingdom. This awakener was a descendant of a martial arts family, well-versed in various martial arts from a young age. However, in modern society, martial arts had declined, reaching a limit where no matter how much one trained, there was no breakthrough. After the awakening of the people, his martial talent gave these martial arts a new life. What Zhou Chen didn't know was that the official explanation was the true story of Lin Ming's past life, but the time it took for that martial arts descendant to develop techniques like the body strengthening technique was much longer. Is this just the beginning? Just by following the video and practicing once, Zhou Chen was surprised to feel a warm flow surging through his body, gradually enhancing his physical qualities. Zhou Chen quickly understood that he could grasp the body strengthening technique so quickly because of his talent, allowing him to perfectly control his body. Glancing at the attribute panel, indeed, the body strengthening technique appeared. Technique, body strengthening technique, beginner. It did not appear in the skills section but below it, adding a new technique column. Focusing on the words body strengthening technique, Zhou Chen checked its specific attributes. Body strengthening technique, basic technique, realm, beginner, long-term practice can enhance physical qualities. Strength +5, agility +5, constitution +7, spirit +2. Unlike skills, techniques are divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and perfect realms. Just entering the beginner realm of the body strengthening technique can only enhance 1/4 of physical qualities. Zhou Chen's eyes lit up. Although even at the perfect realm, the attributes enhanced by the body strengthening technique were minimal, not worth his attention. It was a new path to becoming stronger. I wonder if my talent will affect the technique. Zhou Chen was somewhat hopeful. The talent effect of strengthening one's breathing is extraordinary, but it only applies to oneself. External items like equipment and props do not work. Titles are ineffective. And even within skills, there is a hierarchy suppression that renders this inherent skill immovable. If the talent cannot take effect, the value of the technique is greatly reduced. Just wait and see. Although the technique has no quality or level, the strengthening technique is only a basic technique, which may be equivalent to a common quality skill and will soon yield results. 10 minutes later, Zhou Chen's expression changed slightly as countless memories of practicing the strengthening technique flooded his mind, then disappeared in an instant, perfectly mastered by him. Looking at the strengthening technique again, the realm had unexpectedly reached a minor completion, with added attributes of 10 strength, 10 agility, 15 constitution, and 5 spirit. Another half-hour passed, and the strengthening technique reached completion. Zhou Chen patiently waited for over an hour until the strengthening technique reached perfection. Can it be broken through? Zhou Chen was more concerned about whether it could be broken through. Focusing on the 3 words of the strengthening technique, he slowly absorbed the information and, after a moment, his expression became somewhat strange. Indeed, his talent could allow the technique to break through, but unlike skills that break through unconditionally, techniques require something else, more martial arts concepts and knowledge, preferably with subsequent techniques. After careful consideration, Zhou Chen understood the difference between the two. A skill is like a tree shrouded in black mist. Although the trunk behind cannot be seen clearly, the skill itself is complete. So breaking through a skill only requires dispersing the black mist. Techniques, however, are different. They are a broken path that requires either a higher level technique to connect or building it up from scratch. In simple terms, techniques offer more possibilities and room for growth, with a single technique possibly encompassing everything. Thinking this through, Zhou Chen didn't hesitate to message Zhang Yu. Are there any subsequent techniques after the strengthening technique? Zhang Yu, upon receiving the message, was puzzled. Why do you need subsequent techniques? Because I've completed the strengthening technique. Zhou Chen's reason was compelling, causing Zhang Yu to rub her eyes vigorously, unable to believe it. You've reached full completion? It was quite easy. Seeing Zhou Chen's reply, Zhang Yu almost spat blood. She had also practiced the strengthening technique a day earlier than the official announcement, and she had just reached the beginner level. With relatively high martial aptitude, Zhang Yu was quite satisfied with herself. According to Lin Ming, even those with high aptitude would take a month to complete the strengthening technique, and only those with top-tier aptitude could shorten it to a few days. But now, looking at what Zhou Chen said, was he speaking the truth? From the official announcement of the strengthening technique until now, it had only been a few hours. She didn't know if Zhou Chen's aptitude was too extraordinary or his talent was too extraordinary. She only knew that she felt really sour. After calming down for a while, she replied to Zhou Chen, "There are no subsequent techniques yet. They haven't been sorted out." This was not a lie. Lin Ming had not presented higher-level techniques yet, as he put it. The strengthening technique was enough for Xia country to digest for a while, and when the time was right, he would introduce advanced techniques. The Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs was also unable to do anything about it. Lin Ming's cooperation with them was based on equality, and they couldn't force this reborn individual. "Alright then," Zhou Chen casually asked, not holding out much hope, considering the short time frame. Instead of exploring from reality, a better option was actually the instance dungeons. For example, the blood battle at Lin Family Manor. If Zhou Chen were to enter now and engage with the criminals, he would definitely absorb some martial arts concepts. Given his current martial foundation, it would be even better if he could find technique manuals. Although he couldn't take them out, he could learn within the instance dungeon. However, it was unlikely to find technique manuals in low-level instance dungeons. Only higher-level ones would have a complete background setting. As Zhou Chen pondered which instance dungeons in the first tier would be useful, Jiang Yu's message came in. "Going to the next one?" "Ha!" Zhou Chen was somewhat surprised that Jiang Yu would take the initiative to suggest running a dungeon. Thinking about it, they had been resting for quite some time. If it weren't for the perfect strategy and body strengthening technique catching Zhou Chen's attention, he would have led the team into the dungeon long ago. The top teams from other countries progress quickly. "I'm worried they might snatch the first clear of the advanced dungeon," Jiang Yu replied. Hearing this, Zhou Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly inquired about the progress of other teams. The Sun Team, the Sanctuary Team, and the Truth Team. These three top teams were the most noteworthy. After repeatedly being overshadowed by Zhou Chen's team and failing to pressure the Xia Kingdom, it seemed that the countries behind these top teams had reached a consensus. The Sun Team and the Sanctuary Team had set their sights on challenging the difficult dungeon, while the Truth Team chose to clear normal dungeons quickly to enter the advanced dungeon at the fastest speed possible. It seemed like they wanted to reclaim the glory of clearing the difficult and advanced dungeons. The Sun Team and the Sanctuary Team dared to challenge difficult dungeons? And the Truth Team, only clearing normal dungeons. Do they have enough strength to challenge the advanced dungeon? Zhou Chen found it hard to believe. He knew well how difficult the difficult dungeons were. Although he no longer considered them a challenge, it didn't mean others couldn't. It was still a formidable obstacle to overcome. As for the Truth Team, it was even more unbelievable to Zhou Chen. He couldn't fathom where they got the confidence to challenge the advanced dungeon. "They are all cheating," Jiang Yu replied, revealing the actions of these top teams exploiting others' attribute crystals. Zhou Chen was stunned. When the attribute crystals were initially sold at a high price of $1 million, he knew that wealthy individuals could rise quickly by purchasing attribute crystals in bulk. However, he never imagined that those people would act even more despicably than he had thought. With a scarcity of attribute crystals circulating in the market, they resorted to any means to exploit their compatriots. Countries like the Sakura Kingdom and the White Eagle Kingdom showed some restraint, but in some war-torn areas, lawless regions, where people were not regarded as human beings, their actions could only be described as insane. If this situation continued to escalate, even worsen, Zhou Chen dared not imagine the future. Sensing the reason for Zhou Chen's silence, Jiang Yu, from the Extraordinary Management Bureau, looked serious and slowly uttered 4 words. "Dark turmoil. Dark turmoil." When Jiang Yu first met Lin Ming, she learned that she would die in the dark turmoil a year later. Although she initially held back and didn't inquire further, Jiang Yu eventually got the answers from Lin Ming. Understanding what the dark turmoil was, Jiang Yu realized that this catastrophe was unavoidable because of human greed, the desire for more, the dominance of individual power over the collective, and the clash of old and new forces became inevitable. In the future timeline, this dark turmoil affected the whole world, and even the Xia Kingdom couldn't escape it. The number of people who died in the dark turmoil reached over 1 billion, surpassing those who died in the ghost-level disasters. It was incredibly ironic. In the previous life, it was Zhou Chen who ended the dark turmoil. What about this life? Jiang Yu had no answer, but she believed that when disaster struck and people's lives were threatened, she would still step forward without hesitation, just like the future Queen of Law. Do we have cheaters like that in our Xia Kingdom? Zhou Chen remained silent for a moment before asking. Absolutely not. The Extraordinary Management Bureau will crack down severely on such behavior. Once discovered, there will be no leniency. Jiang Yu replied without hesitation. Cheaters harm others for their own benefit, sacrificing the future of Blue Star for their selfish desires. We will never allow such things to happen in the Xia Kingdom. Aren't you afraid that those cheaters from abroad will grow rapidly, beyond the reach of even nuclear weapons? At that time, perhaps the entire Blue Star will be at their mercy? Zhou Chen continued to inquire. Not afraid. Jiang Yu smiled confidently, even though Zhou Chen couldn't see it. We have you, Zhou Chen. For a moment, Zhou Chen stood there in a daze, unsure of how to respond. His mind was in turmoil, still not completely transitioning from an ordinary person's mindset. He hadn't even realized that he had grown taller. Ha ha, just kidding. We are all working hard. Why would we put all the pressure on you? Jiang Yu laughed, seemingly delighted to have teased the future Great Demon King once, not even realizing herself that her subtle resistance towards Zhou Chen had disappeared without a trace. After this national reward, the foundation of our Xia country will be even stronger. Coupled with the perfect strategies, we will be able to form more top-tier teams. Oh, you should be able to guess that the Watchers are from our Xia country, right? They have a cooperative relationship with the Extraordinary Management Bureau, and the perfect strategies will be provided to us first before being officially announced after some time. These top-tier teams may not be as good as you, and they are far from the level of those top cheaters who plunder massive resources, but they are enough to handle most difficulties and ordinary cheaters. Zhou Chen nodded slightly. In the national reward, first-tier awakeners received a boost of all attributes by plus 100, which was no small amount. Xia country's top teams were strong. In fact, most of the top-ranked teams were from Xia country. However, with the appearance of cheaters, things were no longer certain. The Watchers. Zhou Chen's heart stirred. His previous guess was correct. The Watchers were indeed from Xia country and had a partnership with the authorities. So, you approached me for this dungeon because you have a detailed strategy for the first tier? Zhou Chen suddenly realized. I don't have a perfect strategy, only a detailed one without the best team compositions or shortcuts like skipping classes. Jiang Yu said somewhat helplessly. As a reborn individual, let alone the first tier, Lin Ming could provide perfect strategies for second and third tier dungeons, but he chose not to. According to him, he wouldn't deliberately hinder Zhou Chen's growth, but he also wouldn't offer additional help. Helping Xia country and Blue Star grow rapidly to balance Zhou Chen was his main goal. In his view, this was the best way to protect Zhou Chen. Otherwise, with his help as a reborn individual, Zhou Chen's growth rate would be beyond imagination, and there was a great possibility that the terrifying future Great Demon King would arrive ahead of time. This was something Lin Ming did not want to see. That's enough. Zhou Chen's face lit up with joy. He didn't know there were so many reasons behind it, nor did he care. Team compositions, skipping classes, did he need those things? All he needed to know was who the boss was, where it was, and how to quickly find it. That was sufficient. Alright, I'll inform Qin Qian and the others to prepare for the dungeon. Jiang Yu immediately replied. There are 20 difficult dungeons, aside from the one we've already tackled. There are 19 more. Among them, 15 dungeons have not been explored yet. I suggest. The difficulty of the difficult dungeons was too high. Even for cheaters, they couldn't meet the requirements in a short time. After all, the exploitation of compatriots had just begun, and the scale was not large yet, far from the level of the dark turmoil that would come later. The reason why the Sunlight team and the Sanctuary team dared to attempt the difficult dungeons was due to exchanges of interests with other countries, gaining a large number of attribute crystals. There were also 2 difficult dungeons being explored, including Xia country's top teams. Their chances of clearing them were not high. Which dungeon is the Sunlight team tackling? Zhou Chen didn't wait for Jiang Yu to finish her suggestion and interrupted directly. The chaos of the green ghosts. Are you thinking? Jiang Yu suddenly understood Zhou Chen's intention. Let's collect some interest first. Zhou Chen sneered coldly. He was one to hold grudges. If they could snatch the first clear rewards from the Sunlight team and the Sanctuary team, they would probably be furious. Snatching the first clear from the Sunlight team at 0 tier and doing it again at first tier was a fine tradition. Jiang Yu's mind quickly assessed the feasibility. However, according to our investigation and inference, at least 2 to 3 attributes of the 5 main members of the Amaterasu team exceed 1,000. Mamoru Miyamoto's highest attribute may reach 2,000. Don't worry, leave it to me, Zhou Chen replied in a deep, confident tone. The current strength of the Amaterasu team was formidable? So what? Zhou Chen wasn't worried at all. The power of awakened individuals lies not only in attributes but also in talents, skills, equipment, and especially the first two are crucial. The attributes and talents of the Amaterasu team are top-notch, but their skills are lacking. At this stage, they can only exploit attribute crystals, while skills, equipment, and other items are not a concern. Mamoru Miyamoto and his team may possess high-quality skills at best, with levels not exceeding 5 and likely mixed with ordinary level skills. With their strength, they could tackle difficult dungeons but could never achieve the efficiency of Zhou Chen. Therefore, as long as there isn't a significant time difference and with a dungeon guide available, Zhou Chen was confident in securing the first clear reward of the Amaterasu team. Can you confirm the time the Amaterasu team entered the dungeon? Zhou Chen inquired. Yes, in fact, the Extraordinary Management Bureau has been monitoring the movements of these top teams. The Amaterasu team entered the dungeon about an hour and a half ago, Jiang Yu replied. The precise timing made Zhou Chen curious. How is that possible? Jiang Yu didn't hide anything. Some awakened individuals with divination or reconnaissance talents can remotely determine the target status. Although due to their low rank, the information they can gather is minimal. Confirming whether the target is on Blue Star is still achievable. These awakened individuals are not rare, they exist in other countries as well. Therefore, our movements cannot be concealed. Fortunately, we can only determine if the target has entered the dungeon. Understood. Zhou Chen marveled at the variety of talents that existed. By the way, when did the Sanctuary team enter the dungeon? Remember to investigate that too, Zhou Chen added. Jiang Yu was taken aback. She thought that securing the first clear of the Amaterasu team was already the limit, but Zhou Chen didn't even overlook the Sanctuary team. If he succeeded, both the White Eagle country and the Cherry Blossom country would be left reeling. Although not expecting much, Jiang Yu agreed nonetheless. That's settled then. Let's start the dungeon. Trial Dungeon, Chaos of the Blue Ghost, Rank, First Rank, Difficulty, Hard, Mission, Defeat the demonic leader Blue-Faced Ghost King causing chaos in Tsukunami City. Content, 20 miles outside Tsukunami City, with continuous mountains and rampant demons under the command of the Blue-Faced Ghost King. The demons gather to prey on humans, causing chaos and suffering, until one day, you travelers from afar arrive in this land. Could you bring hope to this despairing land? Zhou Chen and his team appeared on a dilapidated ancient street. Because they hadn't officially entered, everything outside was frozen. Through the light screen, they could see a grotesque demon with two heads wreaking havoc in the city, holding a civilian with a food-covered face and forcing it into its gaping mouth. Watching this brutal scene, Zhou Chen and his team remained unfazed. Zero and first-rank dungeons were inspired by Blue Star's film and literary works, so they contained familiar elements. Whether it was the Shogunate Rebellion or the chaos of the Blue Ghost, it was all the same. Therefore, Zhou Chen and his team were indifferent to the tragic fates of the ancient people of the Cherry Blossom country, which was not surprising. Finally, we're starting the dungeon. I can't wait. Wu Qianqian cheered. Chaos of the Blue Ghost. Isn't that the dungeon the Amaterasu team is currently tackling? He Yuqing's face showed concern as she immediately guessed Zhou Chen's intentions. By doing this, will it? She was worried. Previously, the various countries joining forces to pressure Xia country had frightened her. She was just an ordinary girl who had never experienced such a situation before. What are you afraid of? These bastards resort to dirty tricks when they can't match up. Let's just snatch their first clear and make them mad. Wu Qianqian huffed, still upset about the previous coercion by the various countries. Yu Qing, with official support, there's nothing to fear from them. Jiang Yu nodded with a smile. Don't feel any psychological pressure. As the official said, it's our freedom to choose which dungeon to challenge. As for the difficulty of the first clear, although it brings disaster earlier, it also brings national rewards to Xia country, allowing more people to clear the dungeons without fault. Compared to the increased attributes, the higher-ups valued the latter more, slightly increasing the probability of awakening advanced talents among the people of Xia country. Slight as it seemed, when applied to Xia country's vast population, it made a significant difference. In a short time, its power had begun to show. After the national awakening, those under 16 who hadn't activated their talents had a blurry display on their talent panel, waiting until they turned 16 to fully develop. The younger they were, the blurrier it was, but teenagers at 15 could already see the specific levels of their talents. Unless there were major changes, there wouldn't be any further alterations. However, at the moment of the national reward and the return of extraordinary insight, some 15-year-olds experienced a drastic change in their talents, jumping from A, B, or even lower levels to S or even SS levels. The Extraordinary Management Bureau had discovered dozens of such cases. There were likely more that went unnoticed due to their young age and vague talents. Unlike the all attribute rewards, which only targeted the current people of Xia country, the latter reward would also benefit future generations of Xia country. It could be said that the merit lies in the present, but the benefits extend to future generations. Jiang Yu relayed the attitude of the higher-ups and looked at Zhou Chen, saying, "Each of us four will receive corresponding rewards later. Zhou Chen, you are the greatest contributor, with the most significant achievements, and with the black cold root seed you provided, all of which are great deeds for the country and the people. Therefore, the higher-ups have promised that you can choose a perfect grade item from the official treasury, or 3 rare grade items, or 10 fine grade items. Perfect grade." Wu Chanxian's eyes lit up. He Yuqing and Shi Tongyan were also filled with envy. Currently, even fine grade items were priceless treasures sought after by countless people, let alone perfect grade items, which even top teams couldn't equip all members with. Zhou Chen, wow, this is an empty promise. Perfect grade items may seem wonderful, but there's currently no way to obtain them. Can the officials provide perfect grade items now? No, Jiang Yu honestly replied. Nor rare grade items. The only rare grade item I've heard of so far is the talent upgrade pill that Yuqing won in the lottery. In other words, none of them had any luck during the lottery. You can claim it now or wait for later. During this period, if you make other contributions, the reward level can be increased. Zhou Chen understood. If he claimed it now, he could only choose 10 fine grade items because there was no choice. Although it seemed like a choice of 3, it was actually just 1. Honestly, Zhou Chen was no longer interested in fine grade items. Let's leave it for now, Zhou Chen decided. Whenever there's a need, he would go check out the official treasury. In the end, his strength had grown too fast, and the officials couldn't keep up. As the 5 of them conversed, a minute had passed, and they officially entered the dungeon. Suddenly, cries and roars could be heard, causing Zhou Chen to furrow his brows slightly. A person dressed in luxurious attire from the Sakura country's ancient era rushed towards them, shouting with excitement and pointing at the 2-headed demon about to feast. Clearly, based on the background setting, this person from the Sakura country's ancient era recognized Zhou Chen and his group as brave warriors who had come from afar, hoping they could help resolve the crisis before them. However, to his utter surprise, Zhou Chen and the others didn't even spare him a glance. The mountain range where the green-faced Ghost King lurks is in that direction. Let's head straight there. Jiang Yu quickly determined the boss's location based on the copy of the strategy provided by Lin Ming. Let's go, Zhou Chen said. The 5 of them moved at an extremely fast pace. Even the weakest among them, He Yuqing, had several hundred agility and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The ancient people of Sakura country watched helplessly as Zhou Chen and the others left, extending their hands in despair until a huge shadow covered them. No, according to the normal procedure, the team entering the instance should first deal with the elite monsters, the 2-headed ghost monsters, feasting in the city, and then learn the location of the green-faced Ghost King from the rescued ancient people of Sakura country. After all, with continuous mountains outside and no specific target, searching aimlessly would waste a lot of time. However, Zhou Chen and the others with the strategy skipped this process directly. Soon, they entered the mountains and headed straight to where the green-faced Ghost King was located, dealing with any ghosts they encountered on the way. The number of monsters in this instance was far fewer than the beginning of the disaster instance, but their individual strength surpassed those infected beings. Even the ordinary monsters had attributes of 5 to 600, and the elite monsters were stronger, like the 2-headed ghost monsters encountered at the entrance, with the highest attributes exceeding 8 to 900, comparable to the normal difficulty virus source bodies. The strength of the virus source body lies in its terrifying vitality, recovery ability, and the mechanism of summoning small monsters when attacked. Without the latter, they were no match for the 2-headed ghost monsters. Of course, the virus source bodies and the difficulty level were a different story. If it were Jiang Yu and the others who had just joined the team, they wouldn't be able to handle elite monsters of the 2-headed ghost monster level. But after clearing 2 instances in a row and receiving the first clear rewards, their strength had improved significantly. With the cooperation of the 4 of them, they could now easily defeat elite monsters of equal strength. Zhou Chen was not just a bystander throughout. Speed was key to seizing the first clear, and he would also intervene at the right time. For example, once, passing by a hill, he alerted 2 elite monsters and numerous small monsters inside. Zhou Chen directly took action, killing one of the elite monsters with a sword and slashing the other, making it easier for Jiang Yu and the others. 2.5 hours later, Zhou Chen and the others who had ventured deep into the mountains finally found the main target. In a valley, a huge green-skinned evil ghost lay on the ground, sound asleep, surrounded by a large number of human and animal skeletons. In addition to this green-faced ghost king, there were several strange elite ghost monsters and hundreds of ordinary ghost monsters in the valley. Zhou Chen and his team swiftly killed their way through, leaving no survivors, so the green-faced ghost king and the others were completely unprepared. However, except for the green-faced ghost king and a few elite ghost monsters sleeping, most of the ordinary monsters were awake, making it unrealistic to sneak in silently for a surprise attack. Captain, boost my attack. I'll see if I can blow up the boss's head. Holding a sniper rifle, Wu Qianqian was eager to act. I think the chances are slim, He Yuqing analyzed. If the boss in the difficult instance is so easy to kill, it would be too strange. Wu Qianqian nodded somewhat regretfully. The power of the sniper rifle was no longer significant in difficult instances. Not even able to kill an ordinary monster with one shot, let alone a big boss. Zhou Chen remained silent, and around him floated a spherical eyeball, the excellent grade equipment he had won in the lottery, the Eye of Reconnaissance. As the eye's gaze fell on the green-faced Ghost King, its data was displayed in the form of a light screen. Green-faced Ghost King, Tier, First Tier, Attributes, Strength 2000, Agility 1500, Constitution 1800, Spirit 1400, Skills, Tough Skin, Wild Intuition. As a first-tier target, the Eye of Reconnaissance could only uncover partial information, and it was evident that the green-faced Ghost King had more than just these 2 skills, but only these 2 were revealed. Too strong. Jiang Yu and the others could also see the light curtain, and they couldn't help but gasp in cold air. This boss was too powerful. With their strength, they couldn't even fight it. The green-faced Ghost King is much stronger than the virus origin body. He Yuqing worried. Although in terms of attributes, the green-faced Ghost King was not much stronger than the virus origin body, their combat power was clearly not on the same level. No problem. Zhou Chen remained calm internally. Not to mention anything else, just based on attributes, he completely overwhelmed the green-faced Ghost King. Later, focus all your firepower on the green-faced Ghost King and try to maximize the output, Zhou Chen instructed, starting to arrange tactics. Me too? Chieftain was taken aback. Yes, if the ghosts get close, you can use your shield, Zhou Chen said. Remember, full output, you don't have much time. Hearing Zhou Chen's serious tone, the 4 of them did not dare to be negligent. Jiang Yu's expression turned serious. Law, the attack of firearms will be greatly enhanced. For mysterious powers fell on the firearms, and Jiang Yu felt a splitting headache, her face pale. Fortunately, she didn't need to use her talent again. She had wanted to buff Zhou Chen as well, but he refused. Fire! Countless bullets rained down on the sleeping green-faced Ghost King. At the moment they opened fire, the green-faced Ghost King's eyes suddenly opened wide, its massive body sitting up abruptly. The bullets hitting it sounded like hitting steel plates, sparks flying. Even the bullets strengthened by Jiang Yu could only barely break through the skin, causing minimal damage. Wu Qianqian's sniper rifle hit the green-faced Ghost King's head, only penetrating a few centimeters before getting stuck. A minor injury for the Ghost King, although not much harmed. This wave of attacks undoubtedly angered the green-faced Ghost King. With a roar, all the surrounding ghosts woke up, roaring and charging towards the 5 of them. The green-faced Ghost King held a 3-meter-long wolf-tooth club, kicking away the ghosts along the way. Its speed was so fast that it didn't give the 4 a chance to shoot much before it was in front of them, exuding a terrifying pressure. The boss's hideous and ferocious face, with a single horn on its forehead, looked even more sinister. At this moment, its eyes widened in anger, raising the wolf-tooth club high. Chieftain nervously swallowed and raised his steel shield, despite having no confidence in blocking the green-faced Ghost King's attack, and the greater possibility of being crushed by a single blow. His sense of duty as a tank made him step forward without hesitation. Jiang Yu and the others were also tense. This was their first time facing such a terrifying boss in a difficult dungeon. Just then, Zhou Chen, who had not yet made a move, suddenly lifted and stomped his left foot. Boom! The ground cracked, rocks flying, centered around Zhou. Within a radius of 10 meters, Jiang Yu and the others, along with many ghosts, all staggered, falling into a dazed state. The green-faced Ghost King, with the strongest resistance, recovered from the daze in less than a second. However, by then, Zhou had already rushed out like thunder. Reaching it, he retracted the two-handed sword in his hands and assumed a posture of unleashing a powerful punch. The next moment, an incredibly terrifying force erupted from him. Mountains and rivers collapse. The punch was thrown. The wind and clouds stirred. The green-faced Ghost King, facing the brunt of it, let out an extremely piercing scream as Zhou punch hit its right leg, causing exaggerated twisting and fracturing. Unable to support its heavy body, it knelt down like a collapsing mountain. Before it could feel the pain of its broken leg hitting the ground, Zhou unhesitatingly delivered a second strike of mountains and rivers collapse. This time, it landed on its chest. The green-faced Ghost King's agonizing scream abruptly stopped as this punch crushed all its internal organs, the light fading from its eyes. Its body weakly fell to the ground, lifeless. If there were a health bar, one could see the green-faced Ghost King's nearly full health bar instantly drop to zero and disappear. The system prompt sounded. Congratulations on clearing the trial dungeon, Chaos of the Green Ghost, hard. Your rating is SSS, and you have received the following rewards: 30 growth points, Strength Crystal * 300, Agility Crystal * 300, Constitution Crystal * 300, Spirit Crystal * 300, Fine Grade Equipment Ghost Wolf Fong. Since this is your first clear, your contribution is unparalleled, and you will receive additional rewards: Strength Crystal * 280, Agility Crystal * 280, Constitution Crystal * 280, Spirit Crystal * 280, Fine Grade Item Evil Ghost Power, Fine Grade Material Ghost King's Horn. As the surrounding ghosts and monsters woke up from their daze, they looked at their leader's gradually cooling corpse, fear unconcealed in their eyes. Some of the ghosts turned and fled, while others turned fear into strength, roaring as they lunged towards Zhou, seeking death. Zhou said in a deep voice, his two-handed sword appearing in his hands, continuously swinging and killing the approaching ghosts one by one. The mountain and river collapse skill, which gathers all his strength into a devastating blow, although not on cooldown, imposes a great burden on his body with each use. Even someone as strong as Zhou felt exhausted after using it twice in a row. After all, it is a rare skill with immense consumption. If it weren't for Zhou 4 major attributes, he would have long entered the second tier and wouldn't be able to handle using this move. Despite feeling a bit drained, with his physical attributes in place, Zhou effortlessly slaughtered these ghosts. Jiang Yu and the others finally reacted and quickly joined in to help clear the small monsters. They were only momentarily stunned, and upon regaining consciousness, they witnessed the astonishing scene of Zhou punching the boss to death. Even now, they still felt like they were in a dream. Is it over? Wu Qianqian asked incredulously while firing her weapon. Jiang Yu nodded solemnly. This is too strong. I love it. Wu Qianqian's eyes sparkled. They had thought it would be a tough battle, but it ended so quickly. It was only now that they understood why Zhou had instructed them to output as much damage as possible, because the green-faced Ghost King would soon be no more, and there wouldn't be another chance like this. The fleeing ghosts were not pursued. After all, the dungeon had been cleared, and the rewards had been obtained, so chasing them was meaningless. What delighted Jiang Yu and the others was that their ratings had all increased by 1 level in this difficult dungeon. Wu Qianqian and He Yuqing had A-level ratings, while Jiang Yu and Shi Tongyan had S-level ratings, yielding higher profits than the Dawn of Catastrophe dungeon. The difficulty of the hard dungeons was almost the same, but they took less time, resulting in higher ratings. Fortunately, their strength had improved, or achieving an A-level rating in such a short time would not have been easy. Jiang Yu took out a bottle of purple potion and poured it into her mouth. With each gulp, her somewhat pale complexion quickly improved. What's this? Zhou asked in surprise. Recovery potion. It can restore a certain amount of energy and stamina. Do you want a bottle? Jiang Yu smiled. Zhou shook his head. He was just a bit tired, and with his physique, he would recover soon without affecting the next dungeon. What piqued his curiosity was whether such potions were dungeon rewards or created by awakeners. Upon asking, he learned that they were dungeon rewards. In the first-tier dungeons, there was a chance to drop recovery potions, mostly common grade ones. Since no one could currently clear the difficult level of that dungeon, high-grade potions were extremely rare, requiring very good luck to drop in normal difficulty. Due to the scarcity of first-tier awakeners and the significant reduction in rewards after reaching full growth points, the quantity of recovery potions was extremely limited. Jiang Yu only had 2 bottles on hand and wouldn't have used them if they weren't about to enter the next dungeon. As for the awakening maker, it is currently not realistic. There are indeed talents related to making potions, but there is a lack of skills, formulas, and materials. It is not feasible to develop them on your own and get on the right track in a short period of time. This is still the case with the help of Lin Ming, the reborn, otherwise it would take even longer. Reborn individuals are not omniscient and omnipotent, so providing some help is already good enough. Go out. Zhou Chen didn't delay and chose to exit the instance. Give me 10 minutes, and I will find out the movements of the Holy Hull team and the Truth team. Jiang Yu sent a message. Okay. Zhou Chen glanced at his gains, used up the attribute crystals, and his gaze fell on 3 excellent great items. The Ghost Wolf Fong and Ghost King Horn were of no use, so he directly threw them into his backpack. The last item, the Power of the Evil Spirit, piqued Zhou Chen's interest. Power of the Evil Spirit, quality, excellent, type, prop, summon the power of the evil spirit to possess, increasing the user's strength by 15% for 1 minute. Usable 3 times, not bad. Zhou Chen's eyes lit up. This was an item that could increase combat power, and unlike the distortion serum, it had no side effects. For Zhou Chen, it was a good boost, although it was a pity that it could only be used 3 times. After collecting the power of the evil spirit, Zhou Chen browsed the forum for a while. Their first clear of the difficult level chaos of the Green Ghost had naturally caused some waves, mainly between the people of the Xia Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom. After reading for a while, Jiang Yu sent a message. The Holy Hull team entered the instance an hour later than the Amaterasu team and has now been in the instance for over 3 hours. Jiang Yu sent a message. Being 3 hours ahead, it would be difficult to catch up. If they followed the strategy of the chaos of the Green Ghost instance, they would definitely not make it in time. But that wasn't the most troublesome part. The Truth team reached the maximum growth value 2 hours ago and is not on the blue star now. They should have entered the Ascension instance long ago. Jiang Yu replied, sounding a bit anxious. Should we enter the Ascension instance as soon as possible? The implication was to give up on snatching the first clear of the Holy Hull team's instance and instead clear the normal level instance as quickly as possible to max out the growth value. Zhou Chen fell into contemplation. If the Truth team had entered the Ascension instance 2 hours earlier, their advantage would undoubtedly be significant. To snatch the first clear, they had to enter as soon as possible. No, let's go snatch the first clear of the Holy Hull team. After some contemplation, Zhou Chen made a decision. Ha! Jiang Yu was stunned, thinking that Zhou Chen had given up on the first clear of the Ascension instance. But the strategy needs to change a bit. Later, we'll split up. I'll go directly to kill the boss, and you guys deal with the mobs, causing as much damage as possible. This time, we'll clear the difficult level instance quickly. Zhou Chen remained calm. The difficulty of the difficult level instance was there. Even if the Holy Hull team was strong enough, it would still take at least an hour to clear it. However, once Zhou Chen chose to go all out and clear the difficult level instance, with a detailed strategy, he was confident that he could do it within half an hour. Being half an hour late for the Ascension instance was acceptable. After all, by clearing the normal level instance, he would max out the growth value in one go, while others would need to do it twice, saving only a limited amount of time. The Truth team had entered 2 hours earlier, seemingly with a big advantage, but as long as Zhou Chen was fast enough, he still had a chance to snatch the first clear. After all, it was the Ascension instance, so it couldn't be that simple. Enter the instance. Time was pressing, and Zhou Chen didn't delay, directly clicking to select the instance. Your team is about to enter the trial instance, Frosty Snowfield, difficult. 10, 9, 8. On the snowy and icy cold snowfield, 5 figures appeared out of thin air. Taking advantage of the 1-minute entry time, Zhou Chen explained his plan. If we choose to clear it quickly, your ratings will be slightly lower. Zhou Chen apologized. What's the big deal? As long as we can snatch the first clear of the Holy Hull team, I'm all for it, Wu Qianxian said nonchalantly, showing that she also held grudges. Zhou Chen, you don't need to care about our evaluation, He Yuqing said calmly. Although this time the sub-instance doesn't leave us much spare time for rating, due to the quick completion, the time taken will be short, so the clearance evaluation will also improve. It won't affect you, Zhou Chen, but for us, it's quite useful. With this give and take, even if the final evaluation may decrease, it will at most drop by one level. The highest evaluation for instances is SSS. Whether it takes 2 hours or half an hour to clear, the result will still be SSS. The duration of clearance makes no difference to Zhou Chen, who already has an SSS evaluation, as he has reached the top. However, for He Yuqing and the others, it can enhance the instance evaluation. Jiang Yu and Shi Tongyan also expressed their full support for Zhou Chen's decision. They were well aware that if it weren't for Zhou Chen leading the team, they wouldn't even be able to clear difficult instances, let alone reap such rich rewards. It could be said that their current growth and progress had surpassed even the SSS-level awakened talents in the country. Countless reports were submitted, requesting to change the team members to join Zhou Chen. Even the 2 SSS-level awakened talents who had joined the Extraordinary Management Bureau were very tempted, but they were all decisively rejected by the higher-ups. The higher-ups who knew the inside story were very clear that unless Zhou Chen actively proposed to change team members, they would absolutely not interfere, as it was a prohibited matter. Alright then, Zhou Chen didn't linger, and after the countdown ended, he moved swiftly, accompanied by a faint sound of thunder, and headed straight to find the boss. With the instant strategy in hand, finding the boss wasn't too difficult. Let's not waste any more time, Jiang Yu said, and the 4 of them quickly got into action. Watching his teammates full of energy, He Yuqing couldn't help but feel emotional. The current situation was so similar to when they were at Ground Zero and Zhou Chen led them to soar. The difference was that back then, they had no strength at all, couldn't even defeat the weakest small monsters, could only cautiously hide and cheer for the big shots, and in the end, only received an F-grade evaluation and minimal rewards. But now, things were different. Even the weakest among them had the confidence to inflict tons of damage on the small monsters. The contribution in the instance wasn't just about the damage to the boss, but also to the small monsters and elite monsters. Although the former accounted for the majority, a good evaluation could also be obtained based on the damage to the latter. This instance, Frosty Snowfield, was somewhat similar to the beginning of Catastrophe instance. One involved a super virus carried within a meteorite from outer space, infecting a city, while the other was an unknown cold stone unearthed from the underground, emitting a terrifying cold air, turning a lush plain into a snowfield covered in ice, transforming all the creatures within into frosty beings. There were many frosty creatures in the snowfield, and Jiang Yu and the others quickly found a group. Without any hesitation, they directly engaged in battle. They knew time was limited. With their current strength, as long as they didn't encounter a large number of elite monsters, they had no fear at all. While Zhou Chen and the others were on a killing spree in the frosty snowfield, in Tianjing, at the headquarters of the Extraordinary Management Bureau, in the director's office, Deputy Director Qi Maoyun looked at the video conference in front of him with a calm expression. Similar to Xin High City, the headquarters of the Extraordinary Management Bureau also did not have a formal director, with the deputy director responsible for administrative and logistical management. Even the SSS-level awakened talent who had joined the bureau was currently only the captain of the first team. According to the high-level planning, the director and chief of staff positions would be held by awakened individuals with strong abilities and outstanding merits. This was the case everywhere. At this moment, Qi Maoyun was participating in an international video conference, with the participants being the heads of various awakened organizations from different countries. Before the director appeared, he was in charge of similar work. Watching the representative from the Awakening Organization of Sakura Country, the responsible person from Gaotian Yuan, speaking with indignation and excitement, Qi Maoyun maintained a serious expression on the surface, but inside, he felt a bit disgusted. It was just about being robbed of a first clear. After all, as for being so angry and convening meetings of various countries to denounce, where is the big picture? Where is the magnanimity? The behavior of Zhou Chen's team completely disregards the overall situation of Blue Star. I suggest punishing the 5 of them severely, ordering them to return all the looted rewards, and making further compensations, said Gao Tianyuan, the person in charge, with a righteous tone. However, what frustrated him was the sparse response. Even the responsible person of the Gate of Heaven, from the Awakening Organization of the White Eagle Country, who had a close relationship with them, just chuckled and did not respond. Seeing this, Qi Maoyun sneered inwardly. Did he think he could easily incite other countries? Every country is vigilant and won't act until they see the rabbit. They joined forces before because the disaster countdown suddenly decreased by 30 days, affecting their safety, which was a well-known strategy. But now, it's just a matter of losing the first clear. Such a trivial matter. If even this needs to be punished, what's the point of dungeon competition? Moreover, there are only a few dungeons. Are you implying that while you are raiding, we can't enter? There is no such reason in the world. Every country has cheaters to some extent, and they have confidence in the strength of their top teams and definitely wouldn't want to set such a precedent. They are blatantly targeting them, the enraged Chieftain Luan said. There are so many difficult dungeons they could have raided, but they chose to target the team that was raiding the Heaven's Light Squad. How is this not targeting? Mr. Gong Ben, I must correct you, Shi Mao Yun said firmly. The reason why Zhou Chen's team chose the chaos of the Green Ghost Dungeon is because they are familiar with it. It is well known that the current dungeons are based on the film and literary works of various countries, and your country's similar works have a large market in our Xia country, with many fans. So, Zhou Chen's team's choice of this dungeon is entirely reasonable. Moreover, with the strength of your country's Heaven's Light Squad, they are capable of clearing difficult dungeons. If they are reluctant to give up the first clear reward, they could choose to raid other dungeons again. Gao Tianyuan was furious. Shi Mao Yun's words sounded light, but in reality, it was not that simple. The Watchers did not release any strategies for first-tier dungeons, and each country's understanding of these dungeons was limited to the information they collected and exchanged with others. Relying solely on this information, switching to a new dungeon would undoubtedly waste a lot of time. Although the Heaven's Light Squad was strong enough, time was still precious, and it would definitely take longer than clearing the chaos of the Green Ghost. What's more, the time spent raiding the Green Ghost dungeon before would be in vain. Nobumoto, who forcefully exited the dungeon, shouted, "If I am born, why is Zhou Chen born?" and then coughed up blood. For this proud and arrogant SSS-level talented awakener, being repeatedly robbed of the first clears was a heavy blow. Although everyone present knew that Shi Mao Yun was talking nonsense and that Zhou Chen was clearly retaliating, since it was not their side that suffered the loss, there was no need to intervene. The responsible person of the Gate of Heaven comforted verbally, but in his heart, he was mocking the immaturity of the Sakura country. It was just a waste of a little time, not a big deal. Mr. John, with Zhou Chen's vengeful personality, after raiding my country's Heaven's Light Squad's dungeon, they will definitely go after the Sanctum Squad next. Gao Tianyuan took a deep breath and said solemnly to the responsible person of the Gate of Heaven. Hearing this, the responsible person of the Gate of Heaven sneered. The Sanctum Squad is powerful and fearless. He was not worried at all about the Sanctum Squad's first clear being stolen. Zhou Chen's team was indeed powerful, but it took them over 2 hours to clear the chaos of the Green Ghost, while the Sanctum Squad entered the dungeon just an hour after the Heaven's Light Squad. He didn't believe for a second that Zhou Chen's team could steal another one. Before he could finish his sentence, a system prompt sounded. World announcement: congratulations to Zhou Chen, Jiang Yu, Shi Tongyan, Wu Chanxian, and He Yuqing for clearing the Frosty Snowfield trial dungeon. Hard, damn. The head of the Gate of Heaven jumped up from his seat, his face full of anger. Retaliation. It must be retaliation. Such despicable behavior must be severely punished. Mr. Shi, what explanation do you have this time? The head of the Gao Tianyuan stared at Shi Mao Yun tightly, waiting for his explanation. As we all know, the film and literary works of the White Eagle country have a broad market in our Xia country, with extremely far-reaching influence. Shi Mao Yun solemnly presented his previous argument. Gan Yan, I have never seen such shameless person. The heads of Gao Tianyuan and the Gate of Heaven cursed in their hearts, but they had no way to deal with it. Without the support of other countries, they couldn't do anything about the shameless Xia country. I thought Zhou Chen was a smart person, but I didn't expect him to be so foolish just for a little face. The head of the Gate of Heaven suddenly sneered. Mr. John, what do you mean by that? Shi Mao Yun asked in confusion. Our truth team has long entered the advancement instance. If Zhou Chen chooses to quickly pass the normal or easy difficulty instances to accumulate enough growth points to enter the advancement instance, it would be a wise choice. How can the first pass reward of a difficult instance compare to the advancement instance? The head of the Gate of Heaven disdainfully said. Unfortunately, he was blinded by a strong sense of retaliation and foolishly chose the more time-consuming difficult instance. Entering the advancement instance at this time would just be a foil for the Truth team. Of course, our Truth team is stronger than the Holy Hull team. Even in fair competition, Zhou Chen's team is not a match. Please watch. The first pass of the advancement instance will definitely be taken by the Truth team. The heads of various countries had different expressions. The Sakura country had only one top team, while the White Eagle country had two. The top teams of other countries, except for Zhou Chen's team, were currently unable to compete with them. The first pass of the advancement instance was just a passing cloud. It was better to watch the gods fight. I have confidence in Zhou Chen's team. Chi Maoyun appeared calm on the surface, but he couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Zhou Chen's ability to snatch the first passes from the Sun team and the Holy Hull team was already a miracle. As for snatching the first pass from the Truth team as well, no one would believe it. A dead duck's mouth is still hard. The head of the Gate of Heaven sneered. The representatives of various countries chatted casually, exchanging their intelligence, not eager to adjourn the meeting. They also wanted to see who would have the last laugh. According to their understanding of the advancement instance, this first pass competition would not last long. Is the difficulty of the advancement instance necessarily higher than that of the difficult instance? Not necessarily. Countries with more intelligence clearly had a deeper understanding of the instances than ordinary awakeners. The difficulty of the difficult instance was indeed too high. Over 99% of Blue Star Awakeners did not have the strength to clear the difficult instance. In other words, if the advancement instance was more difficult than the difficult instance, the vast majority of Blue Star Awakeners would be stuck at the first level. This was obviously unreasonable. The higher the level, the fewer Awakeners there were. But there shouldn't be such a huge gap at just the first level. In their view, teams that could clear instances at normal difficulty had a certain probability of clearing the advancement instance. The gap between the first level advancement instance and the normal difficulty instance was greater than at zero level, blocking more people, but not to the extent of the difficult instance, which was a reasonable setting. Therefore, the advancement instance should be simpler than the difficult instance. With the strength of the Truth team, even without any strategy, they could push through, and it wouldn't take long. The Truth team had been in there for almost 3 hours, so the results would soon be out. However, to everyone's surprise, 1 hour passed, 2 hours passed, until the video conference was adjourned. The world announcement of clearing the advancement instance still hadn't appeared. Top teams that had accumulated enough growth points entered the advancement instance one after another. 20 hours later, the Sun team and the Holy Hull team entered the instance one after the other. The first tier advancement instance is like a bottomless abyss, swallowing all entering teams without a sound. Even the weaker top teams dare not enter, knowing there is a price to pay for advancing. Countries are filled with anxiety. No one knows what is happening. Finally, a team emerged after a day. The top team from Gaul, the Louvre Palace team. They spent less than 6 hours inside, the shortest time any team spent in the instance, with no world announcement. It indicated their failure, leading to a 10-day cooldown. The Louvre Palace team did not hide the truth. They revealed to the world that the difficulty of the first tier advancement instance was beyond imagination, surpassing even the hardest instances. Facing a 10-day cooldown upon failure, they had no choice but to struggle within the instance to find a way to clear it. Unfortunately, they failed. According to the Louvre Palace team, the monsters inside were incredibly powerful. Even the regular monsters were hard to defeat, let alone the elite ones, which could easily overpower them. As for the boss, they never even saw it. Cornered by a powerful elite monster with no way out and to avoid wasting instance revival chances, the Louvre Palace team chose to retreat. Hearing the information provided by the Louvre Palace, countries were left in extreme shock. The difficulty far exceeded that of the hardest instances. A single elite monster could effortlessly defeat the Louvre Palace team. Such exaggerated strength. It's worth noting that the Louvre Palace was composed of cheaters, while their strength couldn't compare to the Sun team or the Holy Hull team when they entered. They barely had the ability to clear the hardest instances, albeit consuming a lot of time to do so. Such strength was far from enough to clear this instance. The first tier advancement instance was unexpectedly challenging. Were they trying to trap all awakened individuals at the first tier on Blue Star? Is this fair? Following the Louvre Palace, more teams emerged, either voluntarily quitting upon seeing no hope or being killed. Another day passed, and the first team to enter the advancement instance, the Truth team, also withdrew. Shortly after the Truth team, the even stronger Sun team and Holy Hull team also reluctantly chose to retreat from the instance. Thus, Apart from the Zhou Chen team, all teams inside the advancement instance were wiped out. Advancement instance. After clearing the frost snowfield, Zhou Chen received an SSSS-level evaluation, reaching 100 growth points. As expected, Jiang Yu and the others' evaluations dropped by 1 level. But even with the lowest B-level evaluation, the deducted growth points were not many. Jiang Yu and the others did not fall behind, including He Yuqing, whose growth points were maxed out, meeting the criteria to enter the advancement instance. Glancing casually at the first clear rewards, Zhou Chen found no usable items and immediately focused on the advancement instance. With the growth points reaching 100, these 2 previously dim instances became bright and clear. Zhou Chen quickly clicked on the 2 instances. The left instance was a familiar one. You have chosen the advancement instance, Rise of the Orcs, Part 2. Your team meets the requirements. Do you wish to enter? Warning: death or withdrawal in the advancement instance is considered a failure. Warning: after failing, you cannot re-enter for 10 days. Warning: due to your team's outstanding performance, the difficulty of the advancement instance has significantly increased, and the rewards will be richer. Normalcy will resume in 7 days. Zhou Chen's gaze narrowed slightly as he noticed an additional warning in the first-tier advancement instance. After some thought, he chose the right instance and found a third warning. What's going on? Could it be because we cleared the hard instance within 72 hours? Zhou Chen's expression turned to surprise. He had thought the national reward was over, but there was more to come. Higher difficulty, better rewards. Zhou Chen pondered deeply. Originally, he was a bit impatient, but now, he wasn't in a hurry anymore. So what if the Truth Team entered the upgraded instance 2 hours early? The difficulty had increased significantly, and it was not something they could clear easily. I don't know if it's my team being treated specially, or if it's the same for other teams. Just as Zhou Chen was pondering, Jiang Yu sent a message, clearly puzzled why Zhou Chen hadn't chosen to enter the instance yet. Zhou Chen didn't hide anything and sent the third warning to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was also taken aback and only replied after a while, I haven't heard of the Truth Team encountering this situation. It's possible that the White Eagle country is hiding something. It's also possible that only we can see it because we are the ones who have cleared the difficult instances. Zhou Chen chuckled. This is a favor to us. Jiang Yu didn't deny this possibility. What are you going to do? Enter the instance? Of course, Zhou Chen replied without hesitation. The anomaly in the upgraded instance would only return to normal after 7 days. He couldn't wait that long because the cheater's strength wouldn't stop growing. Zhou Chen had already figured out that the appearance of Blue Star cheaters was inevitable. Although the Extraordinary Management Bureau had a firm stance, they couldn't prevent the emergence of domestic cheaters in the end. Because the Extraordinary Management Bureau, which didn't exploit the attributes of fellow citizens' crystals, couldn't keep up with those cheaters in terms of strength. Once the power suppression was lost, chaos would ensue. And the more severe the suppression, the fiercer the backlash. Not to mention, foreign cheaters wouldn't miss out on this super fat piece of meat that was the Xia country. Zhou Chen was just an ordinary person who didn't understand the grand principles of governing and protecting the people, but he knew that only absolute strength could establish rules. He couldn't stop the cheaters from appearing, but with absolute strength, he could kill them ruthlessly until no one dared to do such things. In order to achieve this, he couldn't stop. I understand, but if you want a high rating, it's better to wait a while before entering. We can also get a few first clears of difficult instances to enhance our strength, which would give us a better chance. Jiang Yu suggested. No, we're going in now. Zhou Chen shook his head. This is a high difficulty instance that requires a lot of time to clear. Therefore, entering now or later, I believe there won't be much difference in the rating, at most 1 level lower, which won't make a big difference. If we don't enter the upgraded instance now and instead go for other difficult instances, coupled with the Truth Team's delay, it might make other countries suspect that something unusual is happening in the instances. Zhou Chen explained. Are you trying to trap the top teams of other countries? Jiang Yu immediately understood, a look of surprise on her face. Exactly. I've said before, I hold grudges, and making those top teams fail once, delaying them for 10 days, might not be a bad thing. Zhou Chen smiled. Most of the teams that can enter the upgraded instance at this time are cheater teams, letting them stay in the first tier for more than 10 days. And then, after 7 days, when the instance difficulty returns to normal, our Xia country team can smoothly advance to the second tier. With 3 days, they can achieve more first clears in the second tier instance, and even the difficult instances are not without hope. Jiang Yu was thrilled to hear this. The benefits of the first clear in the second tier instance were undoubtedly much higher than in the first tier. They might seem to be losing out on the benefits of a few first clears in the first tier difficult instances, but in reality, the advantages were greater, and they could also benefit other top Xia country teams. I just hope they fall for it. Jiang Yu was excited. Find the right opportunity to announce this. Zhou Chen sent the specific attributes of the Pioneer title to Jiang Yu. He was investing in luring them in. Real attributes. There's something like this. Jiang Yu swallowed hard. Even she was tempted. The difficulty of advancing to the next level of the dungeon is challenging, but it won't stop top-tier teams from rushing in. In order to avoid a 10-day cooldown, teams entering the dungeon will do everything they can to survive and find a way to clear it. Therefore, news of the dungeon being too difficult won't spread. For the top teams outside, if the teams ahead are not coming out, it might be due to issues with the dungeon's mechanics, requiring a lot of time and not solely based on strength. They might think, True Truth team can't do it, Zhou Chen's team can't do it, but that doesn't mean we can't. Besides, there are 2 advanced dungeons, maybe the other one holds greater hope. With the temptation of the Pioneer title, I believe they will take the risk. Zhou Chen shared his plan. Of course, it's uncertain how many top teams he can lure into the trap. Jiang Yu nodded vigorously. After obtaining Zhou Chen's approval, she reported the information about the anomaly in the advanced dungeon to the higher-ups. Upon learning this news, the senior officials of Xia country also became excited and strived to perfect the plan as much as possible, aiming to not only clear themselves of suspicion but also to eliminate all the cheating teams. Zhou Chen paid no further attention to what followed. His focus returned to the dungeon selection interface. 2 advanced dungeons. Which one to choose? The Rise of the Orcs, 2, as a series-type dungeon, must have its uniqueness. Although there's no evidence, Zhou Chen suspected that entering this dungeon could yield better rewards, such as special items better than the Wahangwen Sprout or passive skills stronger than the blood of the Barbarian Bull. Zhou Chen was filled with anticipation, but when he saw the other dungeon, he immediately made a decision. Click. Select. As if the clear sound of swords clashing echoed in his ears. Enter the dungeon. Advanced dungeon, battle at the summit of the Forbidden City, tier, first tier, difficulty, high difficulty, mission, defeat any 3 top-tier experts, content, in the martial world. Who will reign supreme? During the Chongwu era of the Great Qin dynasty, martial arts flourished, with strong individuals emerging endlessly. The entire martial world reached its peak, especially with the so-called Sword Saint Ding Xianzhu, the demon lord of the Azura magic sect, and the Wind and Cloud sword sect's master, known as the sword god Shangguan Yun, collectively known as the Dual Sword Saints, dominating the martial world. Warriors were fierce and relentless, with clashes between good and evil factions escalating, accumulating deep-seated hatred. Once it erupts, it will ignite the entire martial world. Even the Great Qin Empire won't be spared. To resolve this crisis, the Great Qin court intervened, inviting the Sword Saint and the Sword God to duel at the summit of the Forbidden City. The victor will have everything, commanding the martial world with no one daring to disobey. High difficulty dungeon. After hearing the system prompt, Zhou Chen immediately noticed that the dungeon's difficulty was extraordinary. Unlike trial dungeons, advanced dungeons didn't offer a choice of difficulty, and from the outside, the specific difficulty level couldn't be seen. Zhou Chen initially thought it would be a difficult level, but to his surprise, it was an unprecedented high difficulty level. Normal. High difficulty. Is this how advanced dungeons are categorized? Zhou Chen pondered. This high difficulty level was evidently temporary, unlike the difficulty level of trial dungeons that remained constant. Oh, so it's this dungeon. I thought you would choose the Rise of the Orcs, too. Zhou Chen. Wu Qianqian curiously looked around. They appeared on a north-south official road, with about a dozen people walking back and forth. Looking into the distance, they could see the outline of an ancient city. This dungeon will be more helpful to me. Zhou Chen didn't hide his reasons. The battle at the summit of the Forbidden City is a martial arts-themed dungeon, filled with rich Eastern style. The reason Zhou Chen chose this dungeon was simple: to break through the strong body technique and create higher-level martial arts. Whether it's a zero-tier or first-tier dungeon, they all have martial arts backgrounds. If it weren't for targeting the Sun Team and the Sanctuary Team, Zhou Chen would have definitely chosen those martial arts-themed dungeons for the next 2 difficult dungeons to seek a breakthrough in martial arts. Fortunately, it's not too late now. Regarding the potential of martial arts techniques, Zhou Chen was very hopeful. As they chatted, a minute passed, and the 5 of them officially entered the instance. The pedestrians on the official road showed no signs of astonishment at the appearance of Zhou Chen and the others. They seemed accustomed to their peculiar attire. It's worth noting that except for Zhou Chen, the other 4 were all fully armed. Even Jiang Yu, this time, was no exception. Just by appearance, it was hard to tell if they were male or female. Their style clashed with the ancient style of this instance. Zhou Chen sighed inwardly. It was precisely this lack of harmony that made him always aware that he had entered an instance. A fabricated world where everything seen and heard, no matter how real, was false. He hadn't been transported to another world. The eye of detection appeared on Zhou Chen's shoulder and scanned the nearest pedestrian. Wang Air, rank, 0 rank, attributes, strength 30, agility 35, constitution 40, spirit 20, skills, none, equipment, wooden stick, such high attributes. Wu Chanxian looked at the screen and exclaimed, I wonder what level this Wang Air belongs to in the instance. He should just be an ordinary person. He Yuqing offered her judgment, expressing some concern. Brother Zhou Chen, the people in this instance may have very high attributes. So-called ordinary people were almost like background characters. Generally, they had no connection to their missions. The only time they had encountered a large number of ordinary people was at the beginning of the disaster instance, where they were all wiped out after the mutation began. The ordinary people in those instances didn't have such high attributes. They were similar to the ordinary people before the awakening of the blue star. Zhou Chen nodded slightly, understanding the whole situation from a small detail. The difficulty of high-level instances could be seen from this. Whoosh, a black horse sped by, passing by the 5 of them. On the horse's back sat a burly middle-aged man who glanced at them but didn't stop. The eye of detection focused on him. Zhou Xiangu, rank, 1st rank, attributes, strength 570, agility 360, constitution 620, spirit 320, skills, mountain-cleaving swordsmanship, heart-crushing palm. Equipment, refined steel blade. Zhou Chen remained composed. Zhou Shangwu's attributes were not exaggerated, but unlike Wang Air, it was not easy to determine his level in the instance. Therefore, it was impossible to speculate on the strength of those martial arts experts, especially the top-notch ones who were mission targets. Let's gather intelligence first, Zhou Chen said, looking towards the ancient city in the distance. The city was called Jianyuan City. Once inside the city, the 5 of them split up to gather information. Zhou Chen strolled casually down the street, using the eye of detection whenever he spotted a valuable target. There were many martial artists in the city, and from their conversations, Zhou Chen gained a clear understanding of the strength levels of martial artists. In today's martial arts world, the Sword Saint and the Blade God stood at the top, considered super first class. Below these 2 were divided into first class, second class, third class, and non-classified. If the first-class experts were considered bosses, then the second and third-class experts were elites, and the non-classified warriors belonged to the minor monster category. Unfortunately, the previously encountered Zhou Xiangwu was just a minor monster, an unknown warrior in the martial world. However, in Jiangyuan City, it was different. Not to mention first-class experts, there wasn't even a second-class one in the city. Third-class experts were already respected in Jianyuan City. One of them was not a martial artist but the leader of the Black Armor Army in Jianyuan City. Shortly after Zhou Chen entered the city, he saw this leader leading dozens of elite soldiers rushing towards the city gate. Zhou Chen sent a detection towards him. Yan Pingyang, rank, 1st rank, attributes, strength 1300, agility 1100, constitution 1500. Spirit 1000, skills, 100 battle spear technique, equipment, black blood armor, dragon roar spear. These attributes. Zhou Chen was somewhat surprised. All 4 attributes surpassing the first-tier category is quite normal. After all, the strength of the monsters in the instance is very high. However, these are just third-rate experts. Their attributes are only slightly inferior to the bosses of difficult instances. Above them are second-rate and first-rate experts, who are even more powerful. Zhou Chen suspected that the strength of second-rate experts should not be inferior to the bosses of difficult instances, while first-rate experts are even stronger. As for those 2 super first-rate experts, they are very likely already at the second tier. This is no small matter. Tiers are tiers, attributes are attributes. Despite Yin Pingyang's attributes all reaching the second-tier category, he is still at the first tier. so there is no tier suppression on Zhou Chen and the others, and in terms of skills and such, at most, he is at the fine level. At the second tier, it is highly likely to have rare level skills and equipment. Even if the attributes are the same, the strength of the two is not on the same level, not to mention that the latter's attributes will only be higher. It's a good thing the mission target is not to kill those two super first-rate experts. Zhou Chen felt a slight relief. Otherwise, as strong as he is, he wouldn't have the confidence to clear the instance. 2 hours later, the 5 people gathered. Gathering information went smoothly. Although there were some twists and turns, there was no real danger. Jiang Yu and the others are not weak in strength. Both Jiang Yu and Shi Tongyan's 2 main attributes have already exceeded 1,000, and the other 2 attributes are also in the hundreds. With their powerful talents, even if they encounter third-rate experts like Yan Pingyang, they have the ability to fight. Even the weakest, He Yuqing, can be considered a small expert in Jianjuanqing. Zhou Chen first recounted the information he had collected. When they heard that the Sword Saint and Sword God were likely second-tier experts, the 4 of them all changed color. It's a good thing they didn't ask us to fight those 2 freaks. Wu Qianxian patted her chest in relief. The others also looked relieved. First-rate experts are not easy to deal with, He Yuqing reminded. What's there to fear? We have Zhou Chen. He can easily kill the bosses of difficult instances. So even if first-rate experts are strong, they won't be a match for the big shots. Wu Qianxian said with a smile. I'll be responsible for shouting 666 to the big shots. Big shots. Big shots. I'll shout it out like crazy. The others also relaxed. Yes, Zhou Chen's strength is there for all to see. Fighting difficult instances is like fighting normal instances for him, and he is constantly getting stronger. If even he can't get through, then these high difficulty instances are too exaggerated. Hearing this, Zhou Chen smiled. He had confidence in himself, but still reminded the others, don't be too careless. After all, my estimation of the strength of second-rate and first-rate experts is just speculation. If first-rate experts are indeed at the second tier, then I might not be so sure. The faces of the 4 became serious. Although they didn't think first-rate experts would be as exaggerated as second tier, they didn't dare to be careless. Shanxian and I will act together, gather some information, and make some deductions, the analysis master He Yuqing said as she began to speak. The map of this instance is very large. The territory of the Great Qin Empire should not be smaller than the Blue Star. However, most of the areas are just backgrounds. Considering the name of the instance, it should only cover the land of Zhongzhou, located in the heart of the Great Qin. Although it's only one state, it's not small. The size of Zhongzhou is no less than our Xia country, so I think it's harder to find them than to kill the 3 first-rate experts. The first-rate experts of the Great Qin are few. Even in the most prosperous martial arts region of Zhongzhou, there are only 10 people, 3 from the demonic path, 3 from the righteous path, and 4 from the court. As first-rate experts, they have almost reached the limit of martial arts. They may not necessarily stay within their own forces, they may travel outside, perform tasks, or disappear without a trace. Zhou Chen frowned. What He Yuqing said made sense. The map alone is vast, and they are not fixed NPC locations. It's harder to find people than to kill them. Under normal circumstances, it may take us 10 days to half a month to complete the mission. He Yuqing continued, with a slight smile. Fortunately, it's a special time now. The 2 super first-rate experts, the decisive battle at the peak of the Forbidden City. This unprecedented martial arts event. How can any martial artist resist the temptation to participate? So our goal is clear, to go to the imperial capital where there are plenty of top-notch experts. Wu Qianxian commented. I wonder what the court of the Great Qin Empire is thinking. Creating a martial arts emperor? Is this a way to seek trouble for themselves? When 2 tigers fight, one will get hurt. Jiang Yu sneered. The court of the Great Qin may not have good intentions. They must have a backup plan. Would the Sword Saint and Blade God be so naive to be manipulated? Wu Qianxian said incredulously. They are not naive, but confident in themselves. Even if the Great Qin court has some conspiracy, they can overcome it. Jiang Yu smiled. After all, have you ever heard of any expert in the Great Qin court who can rival the Sword Saint and Blade God? Wu Qianxian was taken aback. True. Seeing that Shi Tongyan had nothing to add, Zhou Chen began to arrange the operation. The decisive battle at the peak of the Forbidden City is in 3 days. This time we will split up. You go first to build reputation, and we will meet in the imperial capital. I suspect that the instance will be very unsafe in 3 days. Whether one of the Sword Saint or Blade God wins, or the Great Qin Court intervenes, there will be a major cleanup in the martial arts world. By then, it will be too late to build reputation again. Jiang Yu and the others nodded solemnly. They couldn't stay in the instance forever, since the only way to clear it is to defeat 3 top experts. It indicates that there will be a crisis. Clearing them out, like the martial arts world cleanup Zhou Chen mentioned. And what about you? Wu Qianshan curiously asked. Me? Zhou Chen smiled. Of course, I will make friends through martial arts, testing my skills against the world. Due to the large map of the instance, it would waste a lot of time on the road, so Jiang Yu and the others did not delay and left immediately. As for their reputation building target, undoubtedly, it was the underworld forces in Zhengzhou. They were all members of the Supernatural Management Bureau, fighting evil in the real world and not easily changing their stance in the instance. Zhou Chen was not worried about their safety. With their strength, even if they encountered second-rate experts and couldn't win, they could escape. With Wu Qianshan's spatial movement, as long as Shi Tongyan could attract hatred and not be quickly defeated, they could safely retreat. The number of top experts was too scarce, so the chances of encountering them were very low. In Jiangyuan City, at the Gu's Martial Arts Hall, on this day, the Hall Master Gu Wei was teaching a few direct disciples martial arts in the inner courtyard when suddenly, he heard shouts and screams mixed with cries of pain from outside. Gu Wei's heart sank, and he quickly went out to check, only to see many disciples practicing martial arts in the hall lying on the ground, either screaming in pain or clutching their stomachs in agony. A young man stood in the courtyard and turned around at the sound. A nameless nobody, here to ask Master Gu for guidance. Bold ruffian. Seeing the scene in the courtyard, a few direct disciples were filled with indignation and one of them rushed forward, but he fell even faster. Like the 7 little fortunes saving their grandfather, several direct disciples were easily defeated by Zhou Chen. When Gu Wei couldn't resist and stepped in, he could only hold on for a moment in front of Zhou Chen. Outrageous. Watching Zhou Chen leave, Gu Wei spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. This was just the beginning for the Gu's Martial Arts Hall. In just 2 hours, all the major forces in Jiangyuan City were overturned by Zhou Chen, except for some warriors not affiliated with their own forces. Zhou Chen didn't stay, heading north directly. Jiangyuan City was just a county town, with prefectural cities, provincial cities, and the central point of this instance, the imperial capital. Above it, each city was filled with numerous warriors, especially in the prefectural and provincial cities, where there were even more strong individuals, not to mention the various forces occupying famous mountains and rivers, establishing sects. Before Jiang Yu and the others left, they shared the intelligence they had gathered with Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen had already planned a route to sweep through all the major forces along the way until reaching the imperial capital, Qingqiu Mansion. 20 miles outside the city, there was a tea house by the road. The sun was scorching, and many martial artists seeking shade and rest had gathered inside the tea house. As the crowd grew, the conversation turned to the hot figures in the nearby area. Have you heard? There's a martial arts fanatic causing a stir in the Jianghu recently. Starting from Jianzhuanqing, he has already overturned dozens of forces. He might already be considered a third-rate master. A burly man with a beard said enviously. To someone like him, who was not well known, a third-rate master was already someone to look up to. Your information is outdated. There have been several third-rate forces overturned by the martial arts fanatic. A young swordsman in green clothes provided updated information. The crowd was in an uproar. Forces with third-rate masters were considered top-notch in the area, and it was big news that they had been overturned. Why do they call him a martial arts fanatic? In a corner of the tea house, a young man in luxurious clothing who seemed new to the Jianghu asked curiously. Because he only competes and doesn't kill. Many have been injured in the forces he overturned, but not a single person has died. The burly man did not hide the truth. It is said that this martial arts fanatic is obsessed with martial arts. No matter who the opponent is, as long as they have some skill, he will fight them for a moment before defeating them. And it seems he has cultivated some kind of unique technique, making his body impervious to swords and knives. Regardless of whether the opponent uses weapons, he confronts them with his iron fists, hence earning the title of a martial arts fanatic. The young man in luxurious clothing listened with shining eyes. For someone like him, who had recently entered the Jianghu, the behavior of the martial arts fanatic was something he greatly admired, almost wishing he could emulate it. Not killing people. What a joke. A rough voice came from outside the tea house, followed by a burly man bursting in, third in command of the Black Tiger Gang. Someone recognized the burly man's origin and exclaimed in shock. Inside the tea house, everyone's expression changed. The Black Tiger Gang was a well-known underworld force in Qingqiu Mansion, and all three of its leaders were third-rate masters, renowned in the area. They hurriedly looked outside and suddenly realized that the tea house was surrounded by hundreds of people, their leaders exuding a formidable aura. Second and first in command of the Black Tiger Gang, and the leader of the Blood Shadow sect. Some people turned pale, their legs trembling. The Black Tiger Gang is here to handle business. All idle people, disperse. The third in command of the Black Tiger Gang scanned the surroundings and spoke sternly. Upon hearing his words, the people in the tea house felt as if they had been granted amnesty and dared not linger. The people outside parted to let them leave. Why aren't you leaving? The young man in luxurious clothing was terrified and about to flee when he noticed the young man sitting across from him, who had not moved a muscle. The man was quiet, had not participated in the previous discussion, and the young man did not know him. They were just sharing a table. I'm leaving. Who are they looking for? Zhou Chen smiled faintly and said in a low voice, You're not leaving yet. Oh, okay. The young man in luxurious clothing realized and quickly ran out of the tea house. Finding no one stopping him, it was only then that he realized the third in command of the Black Tiger Gang had seemed to be staring in his direction since he entered. Martial arts fanatic, you have committed many wrongdoings. We have come this time to avenge the 37 members of the Poison Scorpion Gang and the 80 to 90 members of the Dark Snake Gang who died at your hands. Too much nonsense. The martial arts fanatic, that was him. The young man in luxurious clothing never imagined that his idol was sitting right across from him. Few in the Jianghu were timid, and the young swordsman in green clothes and others did not stay far away, watching from a distance. Naturally, they also heard the words of the third in command of the Black Tiger Gang. Wasn't it said that the martial arts fanatic doesn't kill? I didn't expect these underworld forces to be so loyal to each other. The Poison Scorpion Gang and the Dark Snake Gang were both underworld forces. The young man in luxurious clothing felt his values being shaken. Loyal to each other, my foot. The green-clad swordsman sneered and said disdainfully, The fist fanatic has never killed anyone, but he has dealt a heavy blow to two underworld forces. Obviously, he is on the side of justice. The Black Tiger Gang and the Blood Shadow sect are afraid of him. They fear being singled out by the fist fanatic, so they join forces to strike first, wanting to deal with this major enemy. But the fist fanatic didn't provoke them either. The young man in brocade was puzzled. The green-clad swordsman sneered. Isn't it easy to guess the fist fanatic's route? He hasn't concealed it. He's heading straight for the imperial capital, aiming to reach the summit of the Forbidden City in 2 days for a decisive battle, using major forces along the way as whetstones. Otherwise, there are more than these 4 underworld forces in the Qingqiu Mansion. Why were only the Scorpion Gang and the Dark Serpent Gang slaughtered? The young man in brocade suddenly realized, looking worriedly in the direction of the tea house. With so many third-rate experts, can the fist fanatic escape? It's hanging by a thread. The green-clad swordsman sighed. The 3 heads of the Black Tiger Gang are all out, plus the main and deputy heads of the Blood Shadow sect, 5 third-rate experts. Even if second-rate experts come, they won't have an easy time. Before he could finish speaking, they saw, accompanied by a scream, a figure suddenly flying out of the tea house, landing on the ground motionless. The 3 heads of the Black Tiger Gang. The green-clad swordsman's gaze froze. Zhou Chen's figure darted out from the tea house, advancing instead of retreating, plunging into the encirclement. A melee erupted immediately. The 2 heads of the Black Tiger Gang and the 2 sect masters of the Blood Shadow sect roared and attacked together, but Zhou Chen easily fended them off. His body moved unpredictably, and with each strike, a lackey fell. The more people he killed, the fewer remained, and the 4 of them grew more and more fearful as the fight went on. Second rate. He's a second-rate expert. The head of the Black Tiger Gang shouted hoarsely, while the 2 sect masters of the Blood Shadow sect remained silent, turning to retreat hastily. However, before they could take a few steps, one of the sect masters suddenly stiffened, a fist piercing through his chest, taking his life. It was only then that they realized, the faster they ran, the quicker they died. There was no use in not fleeing. After a brief struggle, it was still 1 punch per person, sending them on their way. In just a short while, this slaughter came to an end, with all the third-rate experts of the Black Tiger Gang and the Blood Shadow sect wiped out, leaving only the lackeys dead or fleeing. The green-clad swordsman, the young man in brocade, and the others watched from afar, feeling a chill run down their spines. As they watched Zhou Chen clean up the scene and approach step by step, they were frozen stiff, not daring to move. They seemed to see countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood looming behind Zhou Chen, reaching into the sky. When he reached their side, Zhou Chen's steps suddenly halted. Then, in their fearful eyes, he spoke. "Which of you knows the way to the Black Tiger Gang and the Blood Shadow sect?" I know. The green-clad swordsman startled, coming to his senses and quickly replied, "Lead the way." Zhou Chen didn't waste words. His goal was simple, to send the other members of these two forces on their way. A family should be complete. After all, news of the massacre of the Black Tiger Gang and the Blood Shadow sect spread, causing the underworld forces in the Qingqiu mansion to flee in fear. Even those not on Zhou Chen's route abandoned their homes and fled, just when everyone thought a new star of justice was rising. Inside the Qingqiu mansion, the Lujiang sect was completely wiped out. The righteous individuals were in an uproar. The Lujiang sect was one of the top righteous forces in the Qingqiu mansion, with the sect leader being a second-rate expert. The fact that the fist fanatic could annihilate such a force left people in awe of his strength. What was even more puzzling was his inclinations, killing in the underworld and in the righteous path. Half a day later, a world-shaking battle erupted outside the Zhengzhou city. 2 underworld figures and 3 righteous figures, all second-rate experts, joined forces to intercept Zhou Chen. Many witnesses thought the fist fanatic was doomed, but to their surprise, Zhou Chen displayed unprecedented strength, knocking out one second-rate expert with a single punch, intimidating everyone. The remaining 4 were unable to escape and all perished under Zhou Chen's fists. This battle shook the entire Central Plains. The name of Fist Fanatic was no longer mentioned, replaced by the Shura Fist. Imperial City, Golden Phoenix Tavern. Zhou Chen sat in a corner, pouring and drinking by himself. This tavern was full of ancient charm, and he didn't mind savoring it. As the date of the decisive battle at the peak of the Purple Forbidden City approached, more and more martial artists flocked to the Imperial City. The tavern was filled with people from all over, and one could hear plenty of news. The most popular topic was naturally the upcoming Pinnacle duel. Following that, undoubtedly, was the emergence of the Shura Fist. News of Jiang Yu and others clearing out the forces of the underworld was also circulating, but compared to the former two, it was not worth mentioning, and not many paid attention. Zhou Chen's display of martial arts skills attracted attention from all over, serving as a cover for Jiang Yu and the others' actions. As for the occasional slaughter, it was just a matter of convenience. Zhou Chen was not a bloodthirsty demon. He always believed in an eye for an eye, blood for blood. In normal competitions, he never resorted to lethal force. Dealing with the underworld forces was because of their dirty tricks like poisoning, assassination, and ambushes. The destruction of the Lujiang sect was for the same reason. Later on, whether it was due to Zhou Chen's intimidating record or understanding his character, no one dared to make a move, so Zhou Chen didn't resort to lethal force either. After overturning various major forces along the way, he successfully reached the Imperial City. It had to be said that after 2 days and nights of continuous battles, Zhou Chen's gains were extremely rich. He looked at his attribute panel, specifically the martial arts section. There had been a significant change. Martial arts, 100 battles art, perfected. The original strong body art had disappeared, replaced by the 100 battles art. It was unlikely for a first-tier instance to contain martial arts or secret manuals, so Zhou Chen had no intention of collecting such items. Even if they did exist, they were of no use because the time inside the instance would not exceed 3 days, and these martial arts manuals couldn't be taken out, they could only be learned on the spot. Zhou Chen wasn't particularly talented in this aspect, so he didn't have the ability to learn all these martial arts manuals within 3 days or absorb them into his own martial arts. Therefore, the best method was through combat. By fighting, he could absorb the corresponding martial arts concepts and knowledge, serving as nourishment for martial arts breakthroughs. Zhou Chen always engaged in battles with opponents worth fighting, only defeating them after a brief struggle. This was because, with his immense strength, aside from top-notch experts, who could withstand his attacks? Although this method had its limitations in terms of nourishment, accumulation over time paid off. With enough accumulation, the strong body art was successfully broken through, transforming into the current 100 battles art. And this new martial art did not disappoint Zhou Chen. 100 battles art, advanced martial art, perfected realm. This martial art, derived from actual combat, not only included cultivation methods but also the combat experience of numerous experts. Through persistent practice, it could slowly enhance physical qualities. Strength plus 300, agility plus 300, constitution plus 400, spirit plus 200. The more you battle, the stronger you become, gaining more experience and insights in combat. The fully perfected 100 Battles art not only provided substantial attribute values but also a combat buff. Although the total attribute values did not match those of the Blood of the Barbarian Bull, they were more comprehensive, including spiritual values. The combat buff was also excellent. Zhou Chen had tested it and found that not only did he benefit from martial nourishment, but even skills like sword mastery and thunder shadow step would also improve, gaining more experience and indirectly increasing his growth rate. Of course, it only took effect during combat, not as effortlessly as innate talent. Above basic martial arts were advanced martial arts, equivalent to superior grade. If advanced martial arts were already this powerful, Zhou Chen was even more eager to see the effects after breaking through. Unfortunately, he was stuck. With Zhou Chen's exceptional talent, he had already reached the full realm of the 100 Battles art within 2 days. However, just like the strong body art, he couldn't break through. The nourishment he absorbed from those second and third-rate experts was clearly insufficient to make a new breakthrough. A top-notch expert, he still hadn't made a move. After all, it was related to the main task. Shaking his head, Zhou Chen once again looked at his attribute panel. Apart from progress in martial arts, he hadn't stayed in one place in other aspects. Name, Zhou Chen. Rank, first rank. Talent, Divine by Birth, EX, Strength, 6055 plus 181, Agility, 5852 plus 175, Constitution, 6356 plus 190, Spirit, 5353 plus 160, Skills, Close Combat Mastery LV7 plus 1, Thunder Shadow Step LV6 plus 1, Rank Suppression, Blood of the Barbarian Bull LV9 plus 1, War Stomp LV3 plus 1, Collapse of Mountains and Rivers LV5 plus 1, Martial Arts, 100 Battles Secret, Perfected, Title, Pioneer, Trailblazer. Among the 4 major attributes, the highest Constitution reached 6,500, and the lowest Spirit was at 5,500. Not only did it far surpass the first rank, but it was also not far from the limit of the second rank. Incredibly powerful to an outrageous extent. With these godly attributes, a casual punch could take down the green-faced Ghost King without even needing to use Collapse of Mountains and Rivers. In terms of skills, there had also been significant progress. Zhou Chen's gaze fell on the skills, and besides the level upgrades, 2 skills had undergone changes, namely Close Combat Mastery and War Stomp. War Stomp LV3 plus 1, Quality, Rare, Type, Active Skill, stomp the ground with unparalleled strength, causing dizziness and shock to targets within a 50-meter radius, inflicting damage. The higher the spirit and constitution, the less the impact. There wasn't much to say about this skill. 2 days were enough to max it out and make a breakthrough. After reaching the rare level, its name changed to War Stomp, expanding its range from 10 meters to 50 meters and adding a description of causing damage. Zhou Chen had tested War Stomp in battle, and the damage it inflicted on targets and the surrounding environment was much stronger than Stomp. With one stomp, all those below the third-rate expert level within a 50-meter range would cough up blood and be injured, with a maximum dizziness time of 5 seconds, playing a significant role in Zhou Chen's extermination. Of course, the stronger the individual, the shorter the dizziness time. Lastly, there was the skill Close Combat Mastery. It had evolved from Sword Mastery. Close Combat Mastery LV7 plus 1, Quality, Rare, Type of Passive Skill, your swordsmanship and boxing are top-notch. Any weapon in your hands is wielded with ease. Sword power plus 45%. Boxing power plus 70%. This skill's name is somewhat misleading. Zhou Chen shook his head slightly. The so-called Close Combat Mastery should include both weapon and non-weapon scenarios. Weapons weren't just swords but also knives, spears, staffs, and more, while empty-handed techniques included palm strikes, grappling, and more. Zhou Chen was currently only proficient in swordsmanship and boxing, so he was definitely lacking. Zhou Chen didn't pay much attention to it. Close Combat Mastery sounded better than Sword and Fist Mastery. And it was full of potential now, so it would be fine to perfect it slowly in the future. The boxing power being much higher than the sword power, Zhou Chen could understand, as the weapon's bonus was not to be underestimated, making them roughly equal. As for Close Combat Mastery being a higher level than Thunder Shadow Step, That was because Zhou Chen had realized that choosing breadth breakthroughs was different from depth breakthroughs. Depth breakthroughs raised the skill's quality by one level, entering a whole new level, meaning a higher ceiling and stronger power, rendering the previous experience insignificant. So starting from level 0 after the breakthrough, breadth breakthroughs, however, were different. The skill's quality didn't change, the ceiling didn't change, and the previous swordsmanship experience wouldn't disappear, still holding significant weight. Therefore, the skill level only dropped to 5. Blood of the Barbarian Bull is really hard to level up. Zhou Chen was somewhat speechless. War Stomp, which broke through at the same time, not only broke through again but also increased by 3 levels, while it was still only at level 9. Now, Zhou Chen's 6 skills, apart from the inherent skills of the Blood of the Barbarian Bull and the rank suppression, have all reached the rare level. It is not an exaggeration to say that at this moment, Zhou Chen has become powerful to a whole new level. Zhou Chen. Zhang Yu and the others appeared at the entrance of the tavern and hurried over to Zhou Chen. The team gathered once again. It looks like you guys had a good harvest. Seeing the relaxed expressions of the 4, Zhou Chen smiled. We've accumulated enough contributions, ensuring that the evaluation of this instance won't be too bad. Wu Qianqian chuckled. Thanks to Big Brother Zhou Chen, attracting the attention of the Central Plains martial arts. Otherwise we wouldn't have been so successful. He Yuqing expressed her gratitude. Others may not know who the Azura Fist is, but how could they not figure it out? It's nothing. Zhou Chen didn't mind. He fought against the world with his fists, not just to cover for them. If Zhang Yu knew that he had not only completed the breakthrough of the strong body technique but also embarked on a new path, she would be shocked. To what extent? After chatting for a while and exchanging some information, Zhou Chen began to assign tasks. You have half a day to find out as much as possible about the top experts in the imperial capital now. Detailed information would be better. After that, leave the imperial capital when the instance ends. Zhou Chen's expression was serious. With their strength, staying in the imperial capital was too dangerous, especially as the decisive battle day approached. Zhang Yu and the others nodded one after another, completely obeying Zhou Chen's orders. They were self-aware, and how to preserve themselves and survive until successfully clearing the instance was the most important thing. What about you? Zhang Yu asked with concern. The decisive battle at the peak of the Forbidden City. Such a grand event. It would be such a regret if I couldn't experience it firsthand. Zhou Chen's eyes were full of anticipation. Half a day later, Zhang Yu and the others successfully left the imperial capital. Although the imperial capital had long been under martial law, with Wu Qianqian's spatial movement, no matter how high the city walls were or how strict the patrols were, they couldn't stop them. They found a secluded place and patiently waited. Wu Qianqian and He Yuqing chatted excitedly. This was the longest instance they had experienced. 2 days of non-stop running around, coupled with continuous battles. Even with their strong physical qualities, they felt very tired, but their spirits were high. They speculated about what rewards they would receive upon clearing the instance this time. When the world announcement came out, it would probably shake the world once again. They had no doubt that they could clear the instance because Zhou Chen was with them. Shi Tongyan furrowed his brows, pondering over the sentence Zhou Chen had said before. After thinking for a long time without an answer, he couldn't help but ask Zhang Yu for help. You said, when Zhou Chen mentioned the decisive battle at the peak of the Forbidden City, how regretful it would be not to experience such a grand event firsthand. What kind of experience did he mean by firsthand? Hearing this, Zhang Yu smiled, about to answer, but suddenly realized what Shi Tongyan meant, her expression involuntarily changing slightly. Are you saying that Zhou Chen is very likely to truly participate in this battle and confront the sword god Blade Saint? Shi Tongyan nodded with a bitter expression. Wu Qianqian and He Yuqing, who were chatting nearby, were drawn over. After understanding, the two women also changed their expressions. Big Brother Zhou Chen wouldn't do anything without certainty. He Yuqing said confidently, always full of faith in Zhou Chen. But that's the second rank, and it's a high difficulty second rank. Zhang Yu murmured, with only a 10% rank suppression. It wasn't hopeless, but the strength of the second rank also varied. This was a high difficulty instance. Even ordinary second ranks might not be able to defeat top experts, let alone surpass the sword god Blade Saint, whose strength far exceeded that of ordinary second ranks. Just how powerful has he become? Zhang Yu muttered to herself in a low voice. Even as a teammate, she couldn't fathom Zhou Chen's ultimate strength, which seemed to have no limits. Why did Lin Ming and the others in the rebel army feel so desperate? Believing that Zhou Chen was unbeatable, she was gradually beginning to empathize. Purgatory rank, first rank attributes, strength 4500, agility 4000, constitution 4200, spirit 3700 skills, great bright fist, flower pinching finger. Zhou Chen looked at the light screen in front of him. This was a top-notch expert inside the instance. As Zhou Chen expected, their attributes were mostly above 4000. Although there were variations in strength among top-notch experts, others wouldn't deviate too far. Glancing at the bald man in the distance, Zhou Chen turned and walked away without any nostalgia. His attributes were completely overwhelming. Coupled with the 70% martial power boost from his melee specialization, Zhou Chen doubted whether the opponent could withstand even a slightly serious punch from him. Top-notch experts no longer piqued his interest. Zhou Chen's attention shifted to the two super top-notch experts. He had a feeling that he could gain enough insights from them to break through his martial arts once again. Let's focus on the main quest first. Considering the possibility of major changes after the final battle that could threaten the safety of Jiang Yu and the others, Zhou Chen decided to complete most of the main quest first. At this time, most of the top-notch experts of the Great Qin Empire had gathered in the imperial capital, not limited to the Central Plains. The list provided by Jiang Yu and the others mainly consisted of underworld figures, but there were also some top-notch experts from the righteous path. Those on the list were either highly confident in themselves, powerful in influence, or had numerous subordinates, barely concealing their whereabouts. It was extremely difficult to kill them. However, for Zhou Chen, it was not a challenge at all. Without holding back, his unleashed power was beyond imagination. Intrude, eliminate the target, and leave. Before others could react, Zhou Chen had already disappeared by the time they hurriedly pursued him, leaving them clueless about who had struck. Before other forces could react, Zhou Chen moved on to the next location, repeating the same process. Main quest completion rate 2 to 3. Out of the 3 top-notch experts required by the main quest, Zhou Chen had taken down 2. The last one would depend on which lucky audience member he chose when the time came. After all, one could only stay in the instance for a maximum of 10 minutes after completing the task, and Zhou Chen was definitely not in a hurry to act. The deaths of the 2 underworld top-notch experts in the imperial capital caused a huge stir, and the appearance of a mysterious assassin made other top-notch experts wary, prompting them to hide. The Great Qin court was in chaos, unable to find the culprit, naturally yielding no results. As midnight approached, no one paid attention to the deaths of those 2 individuals anymore. As everyone's gaze turned towards the location of the imperial palace, the decisive battle at the peak of the Forbidden City, at the Bright Hall, the highest point of the imperial palace. This was originally where the Emperor Chongwu held his morning court, but now it had become the battlefield for the ultimate showdown. Tens of thousands of imperial guards surrounded the palace, allowing no one to enter without authorization. This was a selection process. Those with insufficient strength could not enter. To watch this ultimate showdown, one had to be at least a second-rate expert. For others, it was like an insurmountable barrier. But for Zhou Chen, it was a piece of cake. Standing on the roof of a palace, Zhou Chen gazed in the direction of the Bright Hall, waiting for the main protagonist to appear. Faint figures could be seen nearby, clearly experts from both the righteous and underworld factions. 11 o'clock. A figure descended from the sky, landing gracefully on the roof of the Bright Hall. Here he comes, master of the Wind and Cloud Sword sect, Shangguan Yun. A suppressed shout came from a nearby palace. Shangguan Yun, dressed in white like snow, with a cold demeanor, caught Zhou Chen's gaze, as if he saw a sharp edge of the heaven-defying divine sword. Zhou Chen's expression turned solemn. The fact that he had this illusion indicated that Shangguan Yun's swordsmanship had reached an unimaginable realm, and his spiritual attributes were definitely not low. A beam of light shot out from Zhou Chen's reconnaissance eye, landing on Shangguan Yun. Shangguan Yun rank, second rank attributes? Skills? Indeed, he is a second rank. Zhou Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His excellent level of reconnaissance eye was rendered almost useless in front of a second-tier powerhouse, with most of the information being a mystery except for the name and tier. Sensing the reconnaissance eye's surveillance, Shangguan Yun glanced towards Zhou Chen, but quickly averted his gaze, scanning the entire venue before shouting, "Ding Qianju, come out!" Accompanied by wild laughter, a figure broke through the air at high speed, emitting an astonishing roar of wind as he landed opposite Shangguan Yun. It was none other than the leader of the Azura demon sect, Ding Qianju. Ding Qianju donned a black sturdy outfit, exuding a wild and arrogant aura all over, similar to Shangguan Yun. When Zhou Chen saw him, it was as if he saw a domineering long blade standing against the sky. Undoubtedly, he was a powerhouse on the same level as Shangguan Yun, but compared to Shangguan Yun's restraint, he was more arrogant and domineering. It could only be said that he was truly a tyrant of the underworld. "Since you're here, let's battle," Shangguan Yun said coldly. Wait. Just when everyone thought that the earth-shattering battle was about to erupt, Ding Qianju grinned and said, "Before our decisive battle, let me deal with a little pest." Without waiting for Shangguan Yun's response, he scanned around and called out, "That guy named Azura Fist, come out." On the palace roof, Zhou Chen was taken aback. He was still contemplating how to intervene in the battlefield when one of the main characters, the Sword Saint, came looking for him without him doing anything. Could it be that his attempt to assassinate two top-notch underworld experts had been exposed? It was only logical for Ding Qianju, a giant figure in the underworld, to come looking for him. In a flash of thought, Zhou Chen responded promptly, "I'm here." Ding Qianju's gaze immediately locked onto Zhou Chen, a cruel glint in his eyes as he sneered, "I am the leader of the Azura demon sect. You, a little stray hare who knows not where you came from, dare to use the name of Azura. Die." The long blade behind him suddenly appeared in his hand, slashing towards Zhou Chen from a distance. A dazzling blade aura exuding an endless murderous intent flew out from the long blade at an unimaginable speed, heading straight for Zhou Chen's face. Shangguan Yun raised an eyebrow. He had the opportunity to block Ding Qianju's attack. However, with Zhou Chen's ambiguous stance, he had no intention of coming to the rescue. "So, you are Azura Fist? Recently making a big name in the central region, but alas, you have offended Ding Qianju. Ha ha, what's the use of being a top-notch expert? In front of Ding Qianju, you are as fragile as a baby. It's a pity that a generation's pride is about to fall. He he." The onlookers gloated one after another, none believing that Zhou Chen could escape from this strike. After delivering this earth-shattering blow, Ding Qianju withdrew his gaze, no longer paying attention to Zhou Chen. In his eyes, Zhou Chen was already a dead man. Clang! The sharp sound of weapons colliding echoed throughout the venue. "So, it's because of this that you attacked me?" Zhou Chen's calm voice rang out. Ding Qianju's gaze narrowed slightly as he turned around abruptly, only to see Zhou Chen standing unscathed in the distant hall, wielding an astonishingly long giant sword that shattered his blade aura. Well, I didn't expect Ding to misjudge the situation. A piercing light gleamed in Ding Qianju's eyes. "Old man, reciprocity is a must. You shall taste my sword as well." Thunder Shadow Step activated. Zhou Chen moved like a flash of lightning, instantly closing the distance between them, his hands wielding the giant sword with a terrifying momentum, slashing towards Ding Qianju. "Good, come on." Ding Qianju showed no fear. Just as he was about to block the strike, Zhou Chen's lips curved into a smile, and with a sudden stomp of his right foot, he initiated War Trample. Boom! The Grand Hall of Radiance seemed to have been forcibly demolished, the entire building collapsing with a deafening crash, engulfed in smoke and dust as Zhou Chen and Ding Qianju fell into the ruins. Shangguan Yun, who had been watching coldly from the side, was not spared either and fell alongside them. Ding Qianju was so formidable that the time he was dazed by War Trample was less than half a second. However, in this short amount of time, Zhou Chen managed to consecutively unleash several swords, all of which landed on Ding Qianju. The sword edges did not give the slightest sensation of piercing flesh. Zhou Chen's strikes felt as if they were hitting thick cowhide, not harming Ding Qianju in the slightest. Nevertheless, the immense force sent Ding Qianju flying unexpectedly. What just happened? The Sword Saint was actually sent flying by someone? The onlookers all wore expressions of disbelief. The invincible Sword Saint in their minds was sent flying? And the one who acted was the Azura Fist they believed couldn't be stopped by Ding Qianju's strike? Wait, why is the Azura Fist using a giant sword? Ignoring the disarrayed spectators in the wind, after sending Ding Qianju flying, Zhou Chen, who activated the Thunder Shadow Step, swiftly followed. Just as Ding Qianju was recovering from dizziness, a deafening roar was heard, causing the surrounding buildings to collapse, plunging him into dizziness once again. No, Zhou Chen, who continuously used the War Trample, firmly restrained Ding Qianju. His hands wielding the large sword relentlessly struck down. Although unable to break through Ding Qianju's protective true energy, it depleted a large portion of it. From the scene, Zhou Chen clearly had the upper hand, continuously pressing down on Ding Qianju. The bystanders were dumbfounded. No one had expected that the pinnacle duel between the Sword Saint and the Sword God would evolve into such a situation. The emergence of the Azura Fist was unexpectedly powerful. They were shocked and fearful. Some even had thoughts of death. In the distance, on a tall building, Emperor Changwu and his entourage closely watched the battle. Seeing the bright hall reduced to ruins, Emperor Changwu's brows furrowed. When he saw the palaces collapsing wherever the two went, the once majestic palace complex now in ruins, resembling a scene of forced demolition, he could no longer contain himself. He disregarded his imperial dignity and cursed at the two. Inquiring about the families of Zhou Chen and Ding Qianju, the guards and ministers beside him remained silent, observing with a heavy heart. The battle at the peak of the Forbidden City, where the victor would lead the martial world, was such a prestigious fight. Both Shangguan Yun and Ding Qianju were people of status and position. Even in a life-and-death battle, they wouldn't intentionally cause such extensive destruction. Who could have imagined that a monster like Zhou Chen would appear, not only terrifyingly powerful but also unrestrained in his actions, causing such a commotion? Facing such a character, the Forbidden City was in for a rough time. After the war trample was upgraded to a rare level, the consumption also increased significantly. Even someone as strong as Zhou Chen couldn't continuously use it without pause. When the control was interrupted, Ding Qianju finally regained control of his body. Ding Qianju had never felt so stifled before. Being pressed and randomly attacked by Zhou Chen, his anger had long reached its peak, and he was on the verge of going all out to defeat Zhou Chen and wash away his shame. Just as Zhou Chen assumed a stance to exert force with his fists and feet, a terrifying momentum that made his face pale erupted from Zhou Chen. Mountains, rivers, collapse. Like a volcanic eruption, the terrifying fist force shook the heavens and the earth, causing the ground to crack, and the surrounding buildings to collapse. This time, Zhou Chen did not use the war trample. With his current strength of over 6,000, 70% power boost from his close combat specialization, and a skill level of 5, under full exertion, he truly displayed a hint of the power to collapse mountains and rivers. With a thunderous sound, Ding Qianju's attack was easily shattered. This fist directly shattered his protective true energy, and the terrifying force penetrated his body. A mouthful of blood sprayed out wildly, and Ding Qianju's body, like a cannonball, crashed into the palace complex behind, burying him under a pile of rubble. This was the first time Ding Qianju had been injured since the fight began. Everyone was stunned. How long had it been since Ding Qianju ascended to the peak and was honored as the Sword Saint? He had never been injured again, nor had anyone been able to hurt him. Now, in front of everyone's eyes, he was struck and spat blood on the spot. What shocked them even more was Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen had always used a sword before, leaving people puzzled. What about being a fist fanatic, a master of the Azura Fist? The result was that they finally witnessed the renowned Azura Fist in action. However, no one could have imagined that this fist would be so earth-shattering. Zhou Chen stood still, not pursuing. The might of the collapsing mountains and rivers far exceeded the time he killed the green-faced Ghost King, but the consumption was also greatly increased. In a short time, he found it difficult to strike a second punch. Boom! Ding Qianju was buried, and countless rocks and beams were sent flying. You, really, have provoked me. Ding Qianju stared fiercely at Zhou Chen, his hair moving without wind, a terrifying aura gathering around him, boosting his momentum to an unprecedented peak. Countless sharp blade auras kept emerging around him, making him appear like a demon. This old guy is serious now. The onlooker Shangguan Yun sighed. Zhou Chen's expression turned serious. Swish as if teleporting, Ding Qianju appeared in front of Zhou Chen, his long knife emanating a chilling blade aura as he madly slashed towards Zhou Chen. Ha ha ha, witness my true power. Have you figured out how you're going to die? In his frenzied state, Ding Qianju became extremely arrogant, launching a relentless attack while spouting wild words. In an instant, he unleashed dozens of slashes, each capable of easily killing any top-notch expert. The fragmented blade auras around him kept entering the long knife, increasing his speed and the power of the blade aura. Even Zhou Chen fell into a complete disadvantage, with each blade aura leaving numerous wounds on him. Why won't you die? Why are you still not dead? Ding Qianju seemed insane. Clang 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 amidst the continuous clash of weapons. Suddenly, Zhou Chen's hands, wielding the great sword that had accompanied him through many battles, were cut into two by Ding Qianjue. After all, it was only a fine-grade weapon, while Ding Qianjue's long knife was probably of rare grade. Coupled with the destructive power of the blade aura, being able to hold on until now was already commendable. Ha ha ha, you're dead. Ding Qianjue laughed maniacally, aiming a slash at Zhou Chen's neck. At that moment, his gaze slightly froze as he saw Zhou Chen once again assume that terrifying fist stance that made his heart race, prompting him to swiftly retreat without hesitation. Even now, he dared not face that fist head-on. It seems my current strength is not enough to challenge Ding Qianjue and Shangwan Yun. With a mountain and river collapse strike, Ding Qianjue was forced back, and Zhou Chen sighed inwardly. It had to be said that the super top-notch experts in this highly difficult instance were indeed unbelievably powerful. Ding Qianjue's attributes should be around 7,000, higher than Zhou Chen, who was suppressed by 10%. Not only that, but his key skills, equipment, and techniques were all top-notch, showcasing overall strength without any weaknesses, not to mention his rare-grade skills, which were undoubtedly at maximum level, not to mention his resilient true chi, the blade aura he effortlessly wielded, and the terrifying burst state. Compared to the other warriors in the instance besides Shangwan Yun, he was simply on a different level of strength. Zhou Chen was now heavily injured, his weapon shattered. After unleashing a mountain and river collapse move, he had nothing left, making anyone think he had reached a dead end. But did you think it was over? Die! Ding Qianjue swiftly approached, blade aura filling the sky, and Zhou Chen's head flew up. You have died. Your talent has been triggered. Please choose to resurrect on the spot or in a safe location. 10, 9, 8. Resurrect on the spot. With a flash of light, Zhou Chen reappeared on the spot, without any injuries, in his prime state. That's right. Facing the unbeatable formidable enemy Ding Qianjue, Zhou Chen resorted to the long-in-used and extremely shameless resurrection technique. Zhou Chen remained calm. His challenge to Ding Qianjue and Shangwan Yun was to draw the martial arts concepts and knowledge needed for breakthroughs from them through the battle, with the outcome of the fight not being the main focus. For this purpose, using the resurrection technique was also reasonable. Zhou Chen expressed that it wouldn't affect his development as a strong individual if he didn't defeat Ding Qianjue in one life. After all, being undefeated was his talent and part of his strength. Swiftly defeating the opponent was still a victory, even if it relied on his talent. You actually have such a secret technique, Ding Qianjue remarked, overlooking Zhou Chen's resurrection anomaly and only feeling shocked at his full recovery. The first round is over. Let's begin the second round now. Zhou Chen smiled. Ding Qianjue remained undaunted. After a fierce battle, he once again killed Zhou Chen. However, by the start of the third round, Ding Qianjue showed signs of fatigue, and the continuous emergence of sharp blade energy around him ceased. His burst state clearly couldn't be sustained indefinitely. Zhou Chen was not weak, although his two-handed sword had broken, weakening a part of his strength. He was not someone Ding Qianjue could easily defeat, especially after he couldn't maintain his burst state. Instead, Zhou Chen felt that Ding Qianjue, his sparring partner, was not performing well. It's your turn now. The solution was simple, to involve Shangwan Yun in the fight. Shangwan Yun had been itching to join the battle for a while, but as the leader of the righteous path, he naturally disdained fighting 2 against 1 and was unwilling to take advantage of others' weaknesses. However, when Zhou Chen used the same tactics on him, the sword god was infuriated and entered a burst state, killing Zhou Chen after 3 lives and then entering a weakened period. The three engaged in a chaotic battle, sometimes fighting individually and sometimes teaming up against the third party. Since Zhou Chen could rely on resurrection to refresh his state, he often found himself the target of the 2 others teaming up. However, Zhou Chen didn't mind at all, eagerly absorbing the martial arts concepts and knowledge of the 2 top-notch experts, turning them into his own nourishment. Not only did his martial skills improve, but his experience points also increased rapidly. Everyone watched in astonishment as this chaotic battle unfolded, never expecting that this pinnacle battle would turn out like this. That's enough. Seeing Shangwan Yun and Ding Qianjue gradually showing signs of fatigue and their strength greatly affected, Zhou Chen suddenly struck with both fists, repelling the 2, then swiftly moved to stand in front of a figure in a black robe. With a backhand slap, he severely injured the black-robed person, then grabbed his head with 5 fingers. This black-robed person was a top-notch expert who had mocked Zhou Chen before, so Zhou Chen didn't hesitate to choose him as the lucky audience. What do you mean? Ding Qianjue panted heavily, glaring at Zhou Chen, clearly recognizing the black-robed person as a member of the underworld. Let's end this battle here. My goal has been achieved. Whether you can survive or not depends on your own luck. Zhou Chen smiled faintly, glancing at the two. If the Great Qin Court had any tricks up its sleeve, it should reveal them now. However, Zhou Chen had no interest in getting involved in any follow-up plots. He had gained enough, and the time spent in this instance was too long. It was time to return to the real world. With a crisp sound, the black-robed person's head shattered. As this third top-notch expert died at Zhou Chen's hands, the main quest was instantly completed. The system prompts rang out one after another. Congratulations on clearing the advancement instance, the decisive battle at the peak of the Forbidden City. Your rating is SSS, and you have received the following rewards: Strength Crystal * 500, Agility Crystal * 500, Constitution Crystal * 500, Spirit Crystal * 500, Fine-grade equipment, Frost Star Dagger. Due to this first-time clearance, your contribution is unparalleled, and you have additionally obtained Strength Crystal * 450, Agility Crystal * 450, Constitution Crystal * 450, Spirit Crystal * 450, Fine-grade skill, Great Compassion Poem, Fine-grade item, Small Returning Pill, and the title, Pioneer. As this instance is of high difficulty, you will receive generous rewards: Strength Crystal * 1000, Agility Crystal * 1000, Constitution Crystal * 1000, Spirit Crystal * 1000, Rare Grade Equipment, Frost Moon Magic Blade, Rare Grade Special Item, Miniature Spirit Vein. Your rank has been promoted to the second rank. Your talents have been enhanced, adding 3 skill slots. You now possess the Pioneer title, which has automatically combined, resulting in a title change. The rank suppression skill has been upgraded to the second rank. A great harvest. Zhou Chen sighed in his heart. Not to mention the astonishing attribute crystals, there are even 2 rare grade items. It is worth noting that theoretically, rare grade items are only likely to drop in second or third rank instances. However, due to the high difficulty of this instance and the fact that the highest combat power is that of 2 second rank experts, Zhou Chen obtained this grade ahead of time. Goodbye. Waving to the 2 individuals, Zhou Chen resolutely chose exit instance. Meanwhile, in the Blue Star, at the moment when Zhou Chen and the others exited the instance, a system announcement echoed in everyone's ears. World announcement: congratulations to Zhou Chen, Zhang Yu, Shi Tongyan, Wu Qianxian, and He Yuqing for clearing the advancement instance, the decisive battle at the peak of the Forbidden City, becoming second-rank Awakeners, and receiving the special title Pioneer. World announcement: detected that the Blue Star Awakeners successfully cleared the high-difficulty instance within the time limit, showing outstanding performance. Zhou Chen, Zhang Yu, Shi Tongyan, Wu Qianxian, and He Yuqing are awarded the title Fearless, granting a +20 bonus to all attributes for 0-rank Awakeners of Xia Country, +200 for first-rank Awakeners, and +2000 for second-rank Awakeners, slightly increasing the probability of advanced awakening talents for Xia Country individuals, and awarding +10 to all attributes for 0-rank Awakeners from other countries and +100 for first-rank Awakeners. Yes, it's a public reward again. Ha, +20 to all attributes, plus the previous +10. Even I, an F-rank talent Awakener, am almost capable of entering instances. So cool, it's like flying while lying down. Zhou Chen, you are forever a god. The Blue Star was boiling with excitement. Everyone was caught up in jubilation. Even people from other countries, who were not boasting this time, as they were also beneficiaries, albeit slightly envious of Xia Country's generous rewards. More people directed their criticism towards the top teams of their own countries. If they had performed better, the rewards wouldn't have been mostly claimed by Xia Country. A similar scene unfolded in the skies above Xia Country, with numerous ethereal lights pouring down from the sky, flowing across the land and rapidly spreading towards other regions of the Blue Star. Many people instinctively looked up at the sky, and as expected, the countdown to disaster changed once again to demonized monster, ghost level 25 days. Just as the leaders of various countries were feeling a mix of joy and worry, another system prompt sounded. World announcement: due to the outstanding performance of the Blue Star Awakeners, a special reward is granted, revealing the arrival location of the extraplanar monsters in advance and opening the disaster instance. Disaster instance? What is that? At the moment of hearing the system prompt, Countless people on the Blue Star showed expressions of confusion, while understanding the early revelation of the extraplanar monster arrival points, which would play a significant role in the country's fight against the impending ghost-level disaster. The concept of the disaster instance was unheard of. New High City, Bureau of Extraordinary Management. I have no idea. Lin Ming helplessly shrugged in response to Liao Xiefeng's question, indicating his lack of knowledge. I've already checked the list of instances, and there's no disaster instance category. Instances named after disasters should be significantly different from the current instances, Lin Ming said. Liao Xiefeng nodded in agreement. Immediately, the various countries of Blue Star took action to locate the arrival point of the otherworldly monsters and the disaster instance. Due to your outstanding performance, the extraordinary insight has once again descended. Special rewards, all attributes plus 2,000. 3 extra lottery draws. Title, Fearless, Disaster Instance? Back at home, Zhou Chen looked puzzled. However, he quickly put it out of his mind, leaving it to the authorities and the Extraordinary Management Bureau to find the otherworldly monster arrival point and the disaster instance. He believed that when there were results, Jiang Yu would contact him. Zhou Chen was more concerned about his gains. The benefits of advancing were immense, not only in terms of system rewards but also in accumulating techniques. Zhou Chen had already completed them and was ready to make a breakthrough. Following the usual routine, he checked his talent changes. Just like when he advanced to the first tier, there were no changes in the talent description. Zhou Chen had anticipated this and wasn't disappointed, carefully experiencing the amplification of the talent effect of strengthening with each breath. The attribute increase per minute has changed from 0.5 to 1. After a moment, Zhou Chen showed satisfaction. Although the increase was only twofold, the talent effect was permanently effective, accumulating over time, making it a significant amount. An increase of 1440 points in all attributes per day. In terms of attributes, the range for the second tier is from 1,000 to 10,000. Normally, it would take me 7 days to break through the second tier range. This speed was much slower compared to breaking through the 0 tier range in half a day and the first tier range in a day and a half. Of course, this calculation was based solely on talent. Zhou Chen had already considered this and learned the blood of the barbarian skill to compensate for his shortcomings in attributes. Coupled with various rewards, Zhou Chen's growth rate was not slowed down at all. The advancement of the inherent skill of rank suppression goes without saying. Zhou Chen looked at his title. Title, Pioneer, Trailblazer, Fearless. Zhou Chen's gaze first fell on the word Pioneer, and its detailed attributes immediately appeared. Pioneer, type of title, or reward for those who are brave and full of pioneering spirit. All attributes plus 6%. Note, the increased attributes are real and not subject to any form of suppression from skills, talents, etc. The overall attribute bonus increased from 3% to 6%. That's great, Zhou Chen said with a pleased expression. Zhou Chen had obtained the Pioneer title when he first cleared the 0-tier advancement instance. This time, when he cleared the first-tier advancement instance, Zhou Chen wondered if he would receive a new title or if he wouldn't receive the same title again. Zhou Chen wasn't surprised by either scenario. Unexpectedly, he still received the Pioneer title, and the two titles automatically merged, doubling the attributes. It was truly a pleasant surprise. Next, Zhou Chen looked at the newly acquired title, Fearless. Fearless, type, title, a reward for the brave and fearless, granting +1 in martial arts realm. Note, martial arts realm can break through the limit. Martial arts realm? Zhou Chen was surprised that the new title enhanced his martial arts. He quickly looked at his martial arts. 100 Battles Formula +1, Advanced Martial Arts, Realm, Pinnacle, a martial art compiled from actual combat, containing both cultivation methods and combat experience with numerous experts. Persistent practice can slowly enhance physical qualities. Strength +375, Agility +375, Constitution +500, Spirit +250. The more you fight, the stronger you become, gaining more experience and insights in battle. It had changed. The martial arts realm had shifted from perfection to the pinnacle, indicating a new realm beyond the limit. Regarding the description of the martial arts techniques, more attributes have been added. As for the combat buff, although the description remains the same, Zhou Chen believes that the experience gained is greater than before. This title is awesome. Zhou Chen's eyes lit up. The advancement of martial arts realm is different from skills because there are only 4 realms, so each breakthrough brings significant improvement. Both titles have been upgraded by 1 level, and undoubtedly, the enhancement of the Fearless title is higher. Of course, it cannot be said that the Fearless title is stronger than the Pioneer title without thinking. After all, there is only one martial art, but there are many skills. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Satisfied with closing the attribute panel, Zhou Chen began to inventory the rewards for clearing the instance. First, he used the attribute crystals. In the high-level instances, each attribute rewarded a total of 1,950 attribute crystals. After choosing to use them, the attribute crystals instantly turned into streams of light, flowing into Zhou Chen's body. At that moment, an unexpected system prompt sounded. Your physique has exceeded 10,000. Your spirit has exceeded 10,000. Your rank is second rank. You have awakened the inherent skill, Vitality Field, Zhou Chen? Inherent skill, Vitality Field? Zhou Chen was somewhat surprised. He was familiar with inherent skills. Rank suppression is an inherent skill. In his understanding, these skills only need to meet certain conditions, and everyone will awaken them. They are also the most difficult skills to change, regardless of his talent or title. He cannot change the attributes of rank suppression. Only after breaking through to the second rank can it be upgraded to the second rank, as can be seen. However, unlike the immediate awakening of rank suppression with each promotion, this new inherent skill has other requirements. Both physique and spirit have exceeded 10,000. Only I can achieve this. Zhou Chen was somewhat speechless. Among his four major attributes, spirit was the lowest. When he first arrived in the imperial capital, it was only 5,500. It was not until the peak battle that it exceeded 6,000. With the bonus of 2,000 to all attributes and the 1950 spirit crystals just used, he barely exceeded 10,000. This met the requirements for skill awakening. It can be imagined how difficult it is for other second-rank awakeners, probably having to wait until the third rank to awaken. Moreover, it requires both physique and spirit, with physique being more common, as almost every awakener will have some, but spirit is different. For those awakeners who do not focus on increasing spirit, awakening this skill is undoubtedly more difficult. I wonder what attribute this skill is. Zhou Chen was somewhat expectant. After advancing to the second rank, he gained 3 more skill slots. Before he could even get excited, 1 skill slot was already taken. Zhou Chen could only hope that this skill was powerful enough. Vitality Field, rank, second rank, type, passive. Inherent skill, powerful vitality. Triggering resilient strength. Automatically activates when attacked. The higher the physique and spirit, the more resilient the vitality field, Zhou Chen pondered. Suddenly, he slapped his own arm. Just as his palm was about to touch, a layer of white light film appeared without warning, blocking the blow. Bang! The white light film shook violently but did not shatter. Not bad. Zhou Chen's eyes brightened. With his current attributes and passive bonuses, he could easily defeat a top expert in the decisive battle at the peak of the Forbidden Purple Summit instance with just 1 slap. But he couldn't break through this light film. It's a bit like Ding Qianjue and Shang Wanyan's protective true energy, but stronger and more useful. With his current strength, Zhou Chen was confident that he could shatter Ding Qianjue's protective true energy with 1 slap, without needing to fight for so long. More importantly, Zhou Chen's body didn't feel any vibration. It indicated that before this white light film shattered, others' attacks could not affect him at all. When Zhou Chen fought Ding Qianjue, although he couldn't shatter his protective true energy at first, he still managed to send him flying. However, with the vitality field, it seemed impossible. Such a powerful skill. Just this feature alone makes it stronger than most defensive skills. It is still a passive skill, automatically triggered, requiring no extra effort. Simply perfect. Next, Zhou Chen tested the strength of his life force field. When not under attack, the life force field remains dormant. Once activated, it instantly envelopes Zhou Chen's entire body without any blind spots. The thickness of the life force field is 5 centimeters. Zhou Chen speculates that the thickness is determined by his rank, meaning it cannot exceed this thickness before he advances to the third rank. Mental strength determines the magic resistance of the life force field, while physical constitution plays a greater role, determining the physical resistance and recovery speed of the life force field. The life force field is like a passive shield that can be shattered. Previously, when Zhou Chen was slapped, the thickness of the life force field was reduced to 2 centimeters. 10 minutes later, it had fully recovered. But then Zhou Chen completely shattered it, and that was the end of it. Obviously, it takes quite some time for the life force field to regenerate. Nevertheless, Jochin is quite satisfied with this skill and doesn't regret occupying a skill slot for it. Let's draw lots first. Without rushing to look at other items, Jochin chose to draw lots. The familiar large disc appeared in front of Jochin. Similar to the last draw, the prizes were of the highest quality. Still rare, but with a higher probability of drawing. Start drawing lots. 3 draws in total. Congratulations on drawing a fine grade item, Moon Spirit Fruit. Congratulations on drawing a fine grade material, Starry Night Grass. Congratulations on drawing a rare grade special item, 100 Herbs Scattered Pill Formula. Jochin's luck in this draw was obviously not as good as before, only drawing 1 rare grade item. At this point, the fine grade items in Jochin's inventory were Frost Starthorn, Great Compassion Palm, Small Returning Pill, Starry Night Grass, and Moon Spirit Fruit. The rare grade items were Cold Moon Demon Blade, Miniature Spirit Vein, and 100 Herbs Scattered Pill Formula. Skipping over the Frost Starthorn, as it was also a weapon and with the rare grade Cold Moon Demon Blade in hand, Jochin had no interest in giving it a second glance. The broken sword was replaced by the Cold Moon Demon Blade. As for the fact that the blade did not have any passive bonuses, it was not a big issue. Jochin was ready to continue expanding the range of his melee specialization in the next step. He had already figured out that the top-tier weapons currently all came from dungeon drops, and no one could determine what they would drop. Jochin was no exception. Instead of waiting for a sword that might never come, he decided to broaden his skill range. Cold Moon Demon Blade, quality, rare, type, weapon, sword Saint Ding Qianju's companion. Unstoppable. Stained with the blood of countless people. Deeply sinister, indeed. It's Ding Qianju's weapon. Jochin had expected as much upon seeing the Cold Moon Demon Blade, and now his expectations were confirmed. Old Ding is quite generous. Jochin couldn't help but give Ding Qianju a thumbs up, praising him as a good person. Miniature Spirit Vein, quality, rare, type, special item, a spirit vein buried beneath the Azura demon sect, capable of slowly increasing the spiritual energy concentration in the surrounding area. When Jochin saw the specific attributes of the miniature spirit vein, he couldn't hold back anymore. Not only weapons, even his own spirit vein had been contributed. Ding Qianju was truly generous. He was so generous that Jochin felt like crying. A miniature spirit vein. I didn't expect such a good thing in that dungeon. Jochin was somewhat surprised. The people in that dungeon world were generally strong, especially Ding Qianju and Shang Guanyun, who were unbelievably powerful. The existence of this miniature spirit vein was a reasonable explanation. There wasn't much to say about the 100 Herbs Scattered Pill Formula. It allowed the user to learn a method of refining a type of pill, which was of no use to Jochin. After looking at the most attractive rare grade items, Jochin didn't rush to look at the other fine grade items. His gaze fell on the martial arts section. With enough accumulation of the 100 Battles secret, he was waiting for the breakthrough to come naturally. Breakthrough. With a slight movement of his mind, countless profound memories exploded in his mind, and in a trance, Jochin seemed to have experienced the life of a warrior. In his childhood, he practiced martial arts, and as a young man, he achieved great mastery in martial arts, traveling the world to challenge countless strong opponents, none of whom were a match for him. Subsequently, he sat quietly on the mountaintop for 10 years, and in a moment of enlightenment, he reached an unprecedented realm. After a long time, Jochin slowly came back to his senses, feeling somewhat complex. Once his emotions settled, he looked at the drastically changed martial arts techniques. Warrior's Codex +1, Advanced Martial Arts, Realm, Minor Achievement, a complete martial arts manual formed through countless battles and 10 years of meditation, containing not only cultivation methods but also the experience of fighting numerous experts and secret techniques to unleash greater power. Through persistent practice, one can gradually enhance physical qualities, strength +1,500, agility +1,500, constitution +2,000, spirit +1,000. The more you battle, the stronger you become, gaining more experience and insights in each fight regardless of the opponent. After 10 years of meditation, he realized the secret technique of eruption. Upon entering this state, strength +40%, agility +40%, constitution +40%, spirit +40%. Eruption state. Jochin's spirit soared. Following his breakthrough, the transformation from the Warrior's Code to the Warrior's Codex did not disappoint him. It was more comprehensive and powerful. There was no reduction in attributes or combat buffs. Instead, a new eruption state was added. The title effect of the Fearless One made the newly mastered Warrior's Codex start at the level of minor achievement. The eruption state at the minor achievement level provided a powerful effect of plus 40% to all attributes. One could imagine how potent the eruption state at the peak realm beyond minor achievement would be. Previously, during the dungeon raids, Zhou Chen had envied Ding Qianjue and Shang Guanyun's eruption states. Under normal circumstances, he could hold his own against them, but once they entered the eruption state, he couldn't resist. Now, he had that ability too. If it weren't for the inability to return to the Ascension Dungeon, Zhou Chen would have gone back to let the two experience the torment of being controlled by the eruption state. Satisfied, he closed the attribute panel and prepared to rest. In the 3 days inside the dungeon, he had experienced numerous battles, especially the intense final battle. Although resurrection could restore him to his peak state, mental fatigue was unavoidable. Upon waking up, it was already 10 hours later. After taking care of his basic needs, Zhou Chen logged into the forum for Awakened Ones and started browsing. There were still many posts praising them, but the most popular topic at the moment was the disaster dungeons. Some disaster dungeons had already been discovered. These dungeons were all located near the points where monsters from other realms appeared, making them quite conspicuous. Unlike trial dungeons and ascension dungeons, disaster dungeons did not have difficulty levels to choose from. Each dungeon had only one entrance and was one time only. Once successfully cleared, it would transform into a corresponding trial dungeon or ascension dungeon of the same level. Currently, there were no examples of successful completions. Although disaster dungeons had levels, they did not require awakened ones of the corresponding level to enter. For example, for a second-level disaster dungeon, Zeroth and first-level awakened ones could enter, as could third and fourth-level awakened ones. Although there were currently no third or fourth-level awakened ones on Blue Star, there were no restrictions on the number of people entering the dungeon. This is good news. Zhou Chen nodded. The most troublesome aspect of trial dungeons and ascension dungeons was the restriction on the number of participants. If it weren't for the mandatory requirement of 5 people in the dungeons, he could clear them much faster alone. In addition, disaster dungeons were not permanent dungeons, they had a countdown timer, similar to the countdown timer for the disasters in the sky. Obviously, if Blue Star couldn't resolve these disaster dungeons before the arrival of ghost-level disasters, they would manifest alongside the ghost-level disasters, bringing even greater calamity to Blue Star. There are also strategy videos. Zhou Chen was taken aback as he came across a highly popular post containing a real video guide provided by a strategist. It was unclear whether they had brought recording equipment inside or if it was due to the talents of the awakened ones. He clicked on the video to watch. The photographer was a foreigner, and Zhou Chen couldn't tell which country he was from. The other parties seemed to be using the talents of an awakener. A handsome blonde man excitedly spoke a few words into the camera. Zhou Chen indicated that he only understood a small part. Then the camera panned out, capturing the surrounding panorama. A huge jade gate appeared before their eyes, towering about 30 to 40 meters high. The jade gate was entwined with an extremely dense black magic aura, giving off a strong sense of foreboding. Around the jade gate, there was a white halo, and at that moment, 50 fully armed individuals stood within it. Is this the real-world copy? Zhou Chen curiously observed the jade gate. Whether it was a trial copy or an advancement copy, their entrances did not exist in reality. Awakeners could simply click on the copy entrance on the attribute panel to be directly transported inside. This was the first time he had seen a real-world copy. At that moment, the blonde man spoke with great momentum, causing the others within the halo to cheer. Subsequently, he walked up to the jade gate and initiated the copy. In a flash of light, the 50 individuals disappeared from their original positions. Although there is no limit to the number of people, only those within the halo will be transported inside. Zhou Chen could clearly see that there was still space within the halo, probably enough for another 50 people to stand. The blonde man and others who were transported into the copy began filming the scenes inside. The sky was dark and gloomy, the earth pitch black like ink, and the vegetation and trees looked strange and twisted. It was a world tainted by dark magic. The camera quickly rose, overlooking the land below. Although they couldn't see very far, within a few kilometers, everything was still visible. The awakeners below had already started moving, splitting into several teams and exploring in all directions. It was unclear what the photographer had done, but in the field of view, each awakener became very prominent and distinct, making them easily recognizable. Soon, the awakeners encountered enemies. From a distance, their appearance was unclear. only appearing as black dots. These dots representing the enemies rush towards them like a tide, wave after wave, increasing in number rapidly. Initially, the Awakener teams were strong, cutting down the black dots one by one. However, as the number of black dots increased at an alarming rate, they soon couldn't hold on and began retreating towards the rear. The black dots quickly caught up and overwhelmed them. Defeat was imminent. The camera started to descend, capturing the Awakeners who remained in place, their faces filled with panic. They began choosing to exit the copy, and those surrounded by countless black dots also emitted the light of exiting the copy one after another. Those with poor survival abilities were left forever inside the copy. It is worth mentioning that there were no revival opportunities in the disaster copy. Once someone died inside, they were truly dead. In the final moments of the video, just before the photographer was about to exit the copy, they captured the fastest charging enemies. Numerous black wolves and black rabbits shrouded in dense black aura. The black wolves resembled the 3 wolf monsters Zhou Chen had defeated in the hospital on the day of the awakening of the masses, but they were larger and more majestic, resembling fierce tigers ready to pounce on their prey. The black rabbits showed no sign of being docile like regular rabbits. Each one was muscular and ferocious, with sharp fangs. Are these the demonized monsters? All of them are first tier. Zhou Chen's eyes flickered. Through the video, he couldn't accurately determine the numbers, but the performance of these black wolves and black rabbits was no less than the infected beings in the beginning of the disaster copy. Moreover, they were the infected beings of a difficult copy. It was no wonder the Awakeners in the video were defeated so quickly. If they couldn't exit the copy, they would probably have been wiped out in an instant. Although there were many infected beings in the beginning of the disaster copy, the main task did not require all infected beings to be eliminated. It only required the infected beings summoned during the boss battle to be killed. How could that compare to the endless number of monsters inside the disaster copy? I don't know what level of disaster instance these people are talking about. Zhou Chen looked at the replies below. In the post, the video had caused a huge stir. What's going on here? It's too terrifying. So many monsters make my scalp tingle. Those monsters are so terrifying. I feel like any one of them could take me down. Are disaster instances all this exaggerated? What level is this instance? Second tier. The disaster instances discovered so far are all second tier. It seems to be the lowest level. As for whether there are third tier disaster instances, it is still unknown. Let me explain to everyone. The events in the video took place in the country of Australia, and the ones rating the instance are the top team in Australia. Although the population is scarce, Australia doesn't have any SSS-level talent awakeners, but there are still over a dozen SS-level talent awakeners. Don't underestimate them in front of the monster tide. They may not seem like much, but in reality, all of them are first-tier awakeners, strong even on the blue star. With this reply, everyone was even more shocked. 50 first-tier awakeners, some with SS-level talents, had tragically failed shortly after entering, with some members dead and others fleeing. Are disaster instances really this terrifying? Oh my! If disaster instances are this difficult, I can't even imagine when a ghost-level disaster officially arrives. It would be a dead end. Don't be so pessimistic. The instances are just instances after all. Currently, the strongest power on our blue star is still various high-tech weapons. The light barrier outside the instance is limited. Can't bring in planes or aircraft carriers. But outside there's no such problem. The blue star is our home ground. What is there to fear? Australia's strength is limited. Our Xia country's strength is much stronger. Not only do we have the highest number of first-tier awakeners globally, but we also have second-tier awakeners. Waiting for Zhou Chen to make a move and break through these disaster instances, Zhou Chen smiled slightly as he read this. This video had indeed frightened many people. The monsters in trial instances and advancement instances wouldn't come to reality. But disaster instances were different. They would actually occur. Ghost-level disasters might be even more terrifying. But they hadn't arrived yet, so there was no real sense of it. Not just Xia country. People from many countries were urging their top teams to solve the disaster instances as soon as possible. Disaster instances? Compared to rating disaster instances, Zhou Chen was more inclined to tackle trial instances. At least he needed to max out his growth points first and see the situation in advancement instances. He suspected that even second-tier advancement instances would have time-limited high-difficulty situations. The disaster instances were there, not going anywhere. With 25 days left until the arrival of the ghost-level disaster, there was no need to rush. just as Zhou Chen was about to contact Jiang Yu and others to enter the second-tier instance. Suddenly, he was taken aback, feeling warm currents surging from within him, flowing through his body, enhancing his physical qualities. Is this the blood of the barbaric bull finally reaching max level? Zhou Chen was somewhat speechless. Sure enough, checking the attribute panel, the blood of the barbaric bull skill had reached LV10, a fine-grade skill, taking so long to level up, especially this last level dragging on for so long, truly exceeded Zhou Chen's expectations. He was already second tier, and it was still at level 9. Even if it required more experience to level up, it should have been maxed out long ago. It's still a good thing. Zhou Chen shook his head. It was just in time to enter the instance. The breakthrough of the blood of the barbaric bull would also enhance his strength to some extent. He didn't delay. His mind slightly moved, and he began the skill breakthrough. He was also curious. What would the blood of the barbaric bull look like after the breakthrough? Was it worth the long wait? Breakthrough. The next moment, as if countless flames exploded within him, an incredibly terrifying heat surged out of nowhere, infiltrating his flesh, bones, and every part of his body, enhancing his power source. There was no intense pain, but an endless stream of power crazily gushed out from within him, filling his entire body, giving Zhou Chen a strong urge to wreak havoc. With great determination, suppressing the urge to destroy, Zhou Chen sent a message to Jiang Yu. Are you busy? If not, let's do a dungeon. Jiang Yu, are we going to do a dungeon so soon? We are currently searching for disaster dungeons outside. Wait a moment, I will inform Qian Qian and the others. She was somewhat surprised, not expecting Zhou Chen to want to do a dungeon so quickly. Unlike the fierce competition at Zero Order and First Order, due to the soaring difficulty of advancing to the Second Order, currently, there were only 5 second awakening individuals in the Blue Star. This situation would not change within 4 days. In other words, those Second Order dungeons were theirs for the taking, with no one competing against them. Jiang Yu thought Zhou Chen would take a day or two to further enhance his strength before doing a dungeon. But since Zhou Chen brought it up, she would naturally cooperate as much as possible. Disaster dungeon. Wait a moment. Zhou Chen's expression changed slightly. It seemed that compared to trial dungeons, the terrifying number of monsters in disaster dungeons could better satisfy his strong desire for destruction. Have you found the disaster dungeon? Where is the nearest one to Xin High City? He sent a message. Jiang Yu trusted him. The nearest disaster dungeon is in Longyu City, 50 kilometers away. Okay. With the location confirmed, Zhou Chen moved, leaving the house. He unleashed the Thunder Shadow Step, feeling thunder exploding inside him, intertwining with the constantly emerging warm currents, boosting his speed to the extreme. Swish like a gust of wind, he swept through the streets, easily surpassing speeding cars, with passers-by unable to even catch a glimpse of his figure. In less than a minute, Zhou Chen had left Xin High City. Exhilarating. Running at such extreme speed in the real world was a first for Zhou Chen. In the urban area, he restrained himself a bit, fearing he might harm someone, but once he reached the outskirts, especially deserted areas, boom, the air ahead turned as hard as steel, then shattered by his robust body, erupting into a terrifying thunderous roar. In just a few minutes, Zhou Chen crossed the 50-kilometer distance and arrived in Longyu City. Leaping onto a skyscraper, his gaze swept over the entire city, quickly spotting his target. The dungeon gate, tens of meters high, was not conspicuous in a city, but don't forget, disaster dungeons were located near the point where monsters from another world descended. At this moment, due to Zhou Chen and the others' outstanding performance, these locations were revealed. It was a place of temporal distortion, covering a kilometer radius. In this area, space rippled like water, occasionally revealing scenes from the other side. Zhou Chen understood why the disaster dungeon was discovered so quickly. Such a commotion, unless in remote areas, would be unusual not to be noticed. Glancing at the descent point, Zhou Chen paid no more attention. The time had not come yet, and the portals between the two worlds had not opened, so they did not affect each other. Standing high, he could see officials evacuating residents near the descent point, but in Zhou Chen's eyes, the entire Longyu City would probably be evacuated, likely turning into a battlefield against the monsters from another world. Outside the space-time distortion area, hundreds of meters away, a gate made of jade stones, somewhat similar to the disaster dungeon in the Australian country, stood tall. Found it. Zhou Chen immediately headed towards the destination, his speed slowing down. Who goes there? His intrusion also alarmed the military station outside the dungeon gate. You are Zhou Chen. Soon, he was recognized. Zhou Chen was a celebrity now, his fame in Xia country at its peak. Great God, Zhou Chen. Wow. Seeing the real person, a group of people's eyes lit up, looking at Zhou Chen with admiration. If not for their professional discipline, they would have already surrounded him like fanboys and fangirls. Zhou Chen's face remained expressionless. After the high-speed run from Xin High City to Luanyu City, he not only did not feel tired but his emotions were even more heightened, almost uncontrollable. To avoid startling these people, he decided to play it cool. With a slight movement, Zhou Chen appeared in front of the instance portal, communicating his intentions. The station soldiers hesitated. Their duty was to prevent unauthorized individuals from approaching the instance portal. But Zhou Chen was not just any ordinary person, right? In their moment of hesitation, a flash of light within the halo, Zhou Chen disappeared from the spot, entering the instance. All the soldiers were stunned. They thought Zhou Chen had come out of curiosity about the disaster instance, so they didn't firmly stop him. Little did they know, Zhou Chen entered the instance alone. This was a disaster instance. They had seen the video posted by the Awakened from the Awoke on the forum of extraordinary individuals, knowing how terrifying the disaster instances were, causing even 51st tier Awakened to be defeated instantly. Although Zhou Chen was a stronger second tier Awakened, he was alone. Quick, report it immediately. Xin High City, Bureau of Extraordinary Management. Deputy Director Liao Xiefeng looked at the integrated data in front of him, his expression extremely serious. Consultant Lin, what are your thoughts? He looked at Lin Ming sitting across from him, faced with such a new instance like the disaster instance, the Bureau of Extraordinary Management, which lacked relevant intelligence, immediately contacted Lin Ming, a reincarnator, after integrating data from various places. In my past life, I had never seen a disaster instance. Lin Ming shook his head slowly, seeing Liao Xiefeng's disappointed expression. He smiled slightly, but I do have my own thoughts. Please share. Liao Xiefeng perked up. The locations where the monsters from the other world descend are fewer than in my past life. You should be aware of this, Lin Ming said. Liao Xiefeng nodded. Lin Ming naturally did not conceal the locations where the monsters from the other world descended and immediately informed the Bureau of Extraordinary Management after the world announcement appeared. However, only half of the locations were found by the various local branches, and the remaining places showed no abnormalities. Obviously, due to the 60-day reduction in time, there were significant differences between the ghost-level disasters of the past and present lives. Extraordinary Management branches nationwide dispatched personnel to search, hoping to find other landing locations, but the results were meager. At first, I thought the landing locations had changed, but now I have a new speculation, Lin Ming said in a deep voice. The monsters corresponding to those landing locations have actually been transformed into disaster instances. Not necessarily all of them, but at least a part of them. This means that the otherworldly monsters that were supposed to descend together have been divided into two parts. Hearing this, Liao Xiefeng was overjoyed. If this was indeed the case, the existence of disaster instances was undoubtedly a great thing for Blue Star. By solving them in advance, not only could it strengthen Blue Star's power, but it could also weaken the strength of the ghost-level disasters. However, soon Liao Xiefeng's face fell. The problem was there, but it couldn't be solved. The disaster instances are all second-tier instances, perhaps because they were transformed from the real world. The number of monsters inside is extremely large. Our personnel, at most, can only advance to the periphery and are forced to retreat from the monster tide without even seeing second-tier monsters. Liao Xiefeng sighed. It wasn't just Awoke that had entered the disaster instances. In second-tier instances, how could there be only first-tier monsters? In instances of this level, first-tier individuals were just cannon fodder, and second-tier individuals were the main force. If the instance had progress, their progress was probably only in the single digits, not even reaching 10%. Lin Ming thought for a moment and said, I suspect that the monsters in the disaster instances won't respawn. After all, they are all real demonized monsters. Even if only a few can be killed each time, the accumulation will eventually push through. Although that's true, the disaster instances have a cooldown. The cooldown time for a second-tier disaster instance is 1 day, As long as someone enters the instance, the next entry can only be after 24 hours. Liao Xiefeng said with a bitter smile. The existence of instance cooldown undoubtedly increased the difficulty of strategy. For special disaster instances like this, every entry is crucial. The second-tier disaster instance is called the 100-person instance, with the optimal team size being 100 people. According to the higher-ups, we need to gather a strong enough team to enter the instance. Even if we can't clear it in one go, we must significantly weaken it and strive for 2 successful runs, Liao Xiefeng said solemnly. Otherworldly monsters are drawn to extraordinary spiritual light, and both additional incursions have landed in Xia country, making it the most affected. The pressure on them is immense. I'm afraid we'll have to ask Zhou Chen for help, Liao Xiefeng said in a deep voice. He wasn't very confident. Zhou Chen is not part of the Bureau of Supernatural Affairs, and they dare not give him orders. Every interaction with the future Great Demon King must be handled with extreme caution. Just then, he received a message that made his face turn pale. What? Zhou Chen entered the disaster instance in Longyu City alone. He never expected this. Before they could ask him, Zhou Chen had voluntarily entered the disaster instance. However, he was the only one inside. Advisor Lin, do you think Zhou Chen has a chance to clear it? Liao Xiefeng was restless, unable to help but ask Lin Ming. Lin Ming was also baffled by Zhou Chen's actions. He couldn't give an answer. At the same time, the Zhou Chen of past lives and present is completely different. He has no idea how far this life's Zhou Chen can go. Although Zhou Chen has successfully cleared multiple instances, proving his strength, this disaster instance is entirely new, unlike the trial instances and advancement instances. Not to mention, Zhou Chen entered alone. Enter the disaster instance, Thunder Valley. Warning, the disaster instance is a real scenario. Once dead, there is no resurrection. Warning, the instance has a cooldown period. Once activated, there must be at least a 24-hour interval before re-entry. Warning, upon successfully clearing the instance, it will transform into a trial instance or advancement instance. Enter. Zhou Chen didn't hesitate at all. After entering the instance, Zhou Chen found himself in a dark valley filled with endless demonic energy. Poor visibility. Thunder roaring between heaven and earth. Occasional lightning bolts tearing through the night. The valley was vast, with countless otherworldly creatures roaming around. The awakening team from Australia was still in a state of shock, while the disaster instances in Australia would have some buffer zone. The disaster instance in Longyu City teleported directly into the monster's lair. Zhou Chen's gaze swept over the surrounding otherworldly creatures. He could see at least a few thousand of them. Compared to the disaster instances in Australia, this was just a tiny fraction of the monsters inside the instance. The clearance condition is to eliminate all monsters, right? Zhou Chen looked at the clearance condition and smiled satisfactorily. It suited him perfectly. As the countdown ended, Zhou Chen officially entered the instance. The thousands of otherworldly creatures shrouded in demonic energy immediately noticed Zhou Chen. After a brief moment of surprise, they launched their attacks. Without even looking at these attacks, Zhou Chen suddenly raised his head and let out a resounding howl. A huge sound wave spreading wildly in all directions, instantly alerting countless otherworldly creatures rushing towards Zhou Chen's position. Seeing Zhou Chen ignoring them, the otherworldly creatures were furious. They launched attacks one after another, but when the attacks were about to hit Zhou Chen's body, a 5-centimeter thick white light membrane appeared out of thin air, blocking all attacks. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't shake this white light membrane in the slightest. Roars continued to echo. If Zhou Chen could understand their language, he would realize they were shouting something like impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Just as these otherworldly creatures found it unbelievable, a pair of eyes filled with endless killing intent suddenly locked onto them. The slaughter began. With Zhou Chen at the center, the earth within a 50-meter radius trembled violently, countless cracks appearing, and numerous rocks and mud splattering onto the otherworldly creatures. The level increase brought by the war did not expand the range of skills, but it enhanced the area damage and stun duration. At this moment, in order to besiege Zhou Chen, there were hundreds of alien monsters piled up within this 50-meter range. Under his feet, they all spat blood and fell to the ground, losing their vitality. Swish immediately after, Zhou Chen chose the direction with the most alien monsters and boldly launched the Thunder Shadow Step. The intense thunder burst inside his body, intertwining with the constantly emerging warm currents, turning Zhou Chen into a thunder shadow, instantly rushing out 100 meters. Along the way, the bodies of the alien monsters were completely crushed. creating a path of flesh and blood amidst the continuously surging monster tide. The might of this charge even surprised Zhou Chen himself. Originally, he thought he would at most shatter the alien monster's bones and kill them, but he didn't expect them to die so thoroughly, their bodies completely crushed. However, Zhou Chen quickly realized that his current physical attributes had greatly improved, with faster speed and a stronger body, turning him into an unstoppable human weapon when he charged. Not to mention these alien monsters, even an extremely thick concrete wall in front of him would be shattered by him. Therefore, next, swish swish swish, Zhou Chen transformed into thunder, madly dashing through the monster tide, leaving a trail of shattered alien monster bodies wherever he went. In the blink of an eye, thousands of alien monsters perished. The disaster instance was a transformation of the real world, and the alien monsters inside were also real. They could feel fear and dread. Faced with such an unmatched enemy like Zhou Chen, they should have long collapsed. However, driven by certain forces, they were fearless, launching attacks one after another. Zhou Chen paid no attention to it. Up to now, they were all first-tier monsters, not even a shadow of second-tier monsters in sight. He didn't believe that the instance only had first-tier monsters. The main force of a second-tier instance must be second-tier monsters. Their absence was just to consume Zhou Chen's life with a massive number of first-tier alien monsters. Zhou Chen understood this in his heart. But did it matter? It didn't matter at all. Filled with a strong desire for slaughter, he only had one thought: no matter how many came, he would kill them all. As the killing spree escalated, Zhou Chen drew out the Cold Moon Demon Blade. This rare-level weapon wielded by Ding Qianjue was 2 meters long, with a silver blade emitting a cold and sharp aura. A bloodlight flowing on its surface added a touch of sinister to it. With the demon blade in hand, Zhou Chen began a massacre. This rare weapon that once cut through a greatsword was incredibly sharp. Coupled with Zhou Chen's immense strength, even without passive bonuses, there was no match among the first-tier alien monsters. With each strike, they burst into a cloud of blood. As tens of thousands of alien monsters fell to his blade, a thick blood light emanated from the demon blade, extending 2 meters. Nearly doubling Zhou Chen's attack range. Although this 2-meter blood-colored blade was not as sharp as the main body, it possessed extraordinary power. Zhou Chen could feel a trace of life force being drained from the alien monsters slain by the blood-colored blade, slowly replenishing his stamina. Truly a demon blade, Zhou Chen sighed in his heart, surprised by its blood-sucking attribute. After all, in a world with miniature spiritual veins, such mystical properties were not uncommon. Ding Qianjue probably hadn't unearthed the potential of the Cold Moon Demon Blade. Even if Ding Qianjue was bloodthirsty, he wouldn't have killed tens of thousands in one go, let alone the alien monsters who had died under Zhou Chen's blade, numbering far more than that. The only regret was that Zhou Chen couldn't unleash the sword aura like Ding Qianjue. Their paths diverged, and even though Zhou Chen's strength far surpassed Ding Qianjue's by now, he couldn't release his true energy externally. As Zhou Chen continued his relentless slaughter, both sides were consumed by bloodlust. These alien monsters were originally creatures tainted by demonic energy, naturally bloodthirsty. Stimulated by the strong scent of blood, they had long lost their fear, with only the thought of tearing their enemies into pieces remaining in their minds. Several hours later, Zhou Chen couldn't remember how many creatures from the other world had died by his hands. All he knew was that all he could see was the color of blood. The flesh and blood of the otherworldly monsters covered every inch of the valley, dyeing it a dark red hue. Poof! The white light membrane enveloping Zhou Chen had become extremely thin after enduring a massive amount of attacks, and it finally shattered and disappeared after another round of assault. Besides the undeniable strength of his life force field, Zhou Chen had managed to hold on until now due to his incredible speed, which allowed only a few attacks to land on him, coupled with a certain level of recovery ability. The life force field skill was quite mystical. It wouldn't trigger when Zhou Chen was on the offensive, it would only manifest instantly when he was under attack. As the incredibly resilient white light membrane finally shattered, the surrounding otherworldly monsters let out ecstatic roars, as they finally saw a glimmer of hope to wear down Zhou Chen. Just then, massive black tigers, black boars, and black bears emerged from the darkness. The first-tier monsters around them hurriedly retreated. Second tier. They had finally arrived. A faint smirk appeared on Zhou Chen's lips. So what if they were second tier? What he relied on was not just a life force field. Swish! Zhou Chen didn't retreat but instead charged into the group of second-tier monsters, his blood-colored magic blade falling and taking the lives of one second-tier monster after another. It was proven that in front of Zhou Chen, second-tier monsters were still no match. Their only advantage was being able to retain some body parts after being struck. The slaughter continued. An hour later, the life force field reappeared, letting Zhou Chen know how long it took for his life force field to restart. It was unknown how much time had passed. Zhou Chen stood there, panting heavily, leaning on the cold moon magic blade. Not a single living creature was in sight. Zhou Chen suspected that he had killed over 1 million otherworldly monsters. This was undoubtedly a grueling battle, especially after the large number of second-tier monsters appeared, putting immense pressure on Zhou Chen. The life force field had shattered 6 times. If it weren't for the robustness of the life force field and the blood-sucking properties of the cold moon magic blade, Zhou Chen would have long succumbed and lost his life. Even so, he was nearing exhaustion. A trace of barbaric aura emanated from Zhou Chen as the warm flow that had been surging within him disappeared. The breakthrough of the Minotaur's blood had been successful, making Zhou Chen incredibly powerful, although he hadn't had the chance to inspect the changes yet because the battle was far from over. The second-tier monsters like the black tigers and black boars were quite ordinary in strength, at best considered elite monsters, still a long way from becoming bosses. Here they come. Suddenly, Zhou Chen's gaze slightly hardened as he looked towards the sky, where massive figures appeared on the horizon and flew towards Zhou Chen's location. They were bird-like creatures, shrouded in black mist with lightning flowing on their bodies, with wingspans of over 20 meters, comparable to fighter jets on Blue Star. The most powerful force in this disaster instance had finally arrived. Arriving at this moment, it was clear that these Thunder Eagles had realized Zhou Chen was at his weakest. Zhou Chen's mouth curled into a sneer. The cowardly trash finally dares to show themselves. Erupt state. Activate. In the next moment, an endless blood light soared into the sky as Zhou Chen leaped hundreds of meters high and slashed at the head of the leading Thunder Eagle, shattering its massive skull into pieces. The colossal corpse of the Thunder Eagle plummeted from the sky. Zhou Chen, bathed in blood light, looked kindly at the other panicked Thunder Eagles. Little chicks, don't worry, this is just sending you on your way. The Erupt State of the 100 Battles manual undoubtedly originated from Ding Chenjue and Shangguan Yun. However, Zhou Chen's Erupt State was different from theirs. He didn't have a profound cultivation of true energy, nor had he comprehended any sword or blade intent. The Erupt State he triggered was his physical potential, causing his flesh and blood to burn like flames, forming a blood-red aura around him, resembling the blood-colored blade of the Cold Moon magic blade, yet fundamentally different. As the eruption state was activated, Zhou Chen, who was originally exhausted, felt an infinite power surging from within his body, pushing his physical qualities to unprecedented heights. At this moment, having experienced countless bloody battles, Zhou Chen had gained a vast amount of experience in combat, mastering the realm of the 100 Battles martial canon to perfection. The attribute bonus under the eruption state also increased to 60%. What kind of concept was this? Even in his normal state, Zhou Chen had already been slaughtering monsters in the instance, making these second-tier Thunder Eagles too afraid to show themselves. Now, his strength had increased by a full 1.6 times. Even though this state could only be maintained for a short while, it was enough to make these second-tier Thunder Eagles deeply understand what despair meant. Bang, 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 bang. Every time Zhou Chen leaped, a second-tier Thunder Eagle would inevitably fall. Blobs of blood mist burst in the air, and their massive bodies fell from the sky like dumplings. These second-tier Thunder Eagles were not weak, each one was stronger than Ding Qianju, but in front of Zhou Chen now, they were no match at all. Their attacks were completely useless, unable to reach him, and even if they did, they couldn't break through his life force field. Desperately trying to create distance, they found it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, all the second-tier Thunder Eagles were wiped out. They couldn't last until Zhou Chen's eruption state ended. Any stragglers? Not hearing the system prompt for clearing the instance, Zhou Chen furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed that despite most of the otherworldly monsters in the instance being driven over by those second-tier Thunder Eagles, there were still a few that had slipped through. Or perhaps their courage had been shattered by Zhou Chen, and fear had overcome their intent to kill, causing them to flee recklessly? Not a problem. Although the disaster instance housed an immense number of monsters, the range of the instance was not as large as the decisive battle at the peak of the Forbidden City, roughly equivalent to a city in Xia country, spanning only tens of kilometers. With Zhou Chen's speed, it wouldn't take long to eliminate all the monsters in the instance. Longyu City, outside the disaster instance, Jiang Yu and Wu Qianqian arrived at the scene, while He Yuqing and Shi Tongyan were in other cities and didn't come over due to the distance. Although Lin Ming and the senior members of the Extraordinary Management Bureau didn't come, they were still monitoring the changes in the instance through the two women. "Ah, I missed catching a ride with Zhou Chen this time. I feel like I've lost $1 billion. Wu Qianqian lamented, feeling a loss. "Zhou Chen has his reasons for not taking us along." Jiang Yu gave Wu Qianqian a glance. Although she didn't know what was happening with Zhou Chen, she could guess some of it. "Don't forget, the disaster instance is a real scene, and once you die, you can't be resurrected." He probably wasn't confident he could protect us, recalling the terrifying monster tide in the disaster instance in Australia. Wu Qianqian shuddered and fell silent. Even though her current strength ranked high on Blue Star, she didn't have the confidence to last long in such a monster tide. On the side, a round-faced and delicate girl looked at the two with envy written all over her face. She was from the Longyu City Extraordinary Management Bureau. Since the instance was on Longyu City's territory, the Bureau should have first-hand information about the instance to respond accordingly, so it was normal for personnel to be present. In fact, upon receiving news of Zhou Chen entering the instance, the Longyu City Extraordinary Management Bureau had sealed off the scene. However, to their surprise, they soon received a strict order from above, instructing them not to act rashly, and then handed over the highest command to Jiang Yu when she arrived. Without wasting words, Jiang Yu ordered them to leave, regardless of their intentions, good or bad. Considering their position, they left behind the seemingly obedient and well-behaved round-faced girl. "I envy you all so much for being able to team up with the great god Zhou Chen." The round-faced girl's face was full of envy, but what puzzled her was that according to Wu Qianqian and Jiang Yu, it seemed like Zhou Chen had entered the instance this time to clear it, including her. The Longyu Sub-Bureau all thought that Zhou Chen was going in to experience the difficulty of the instance, kill some monsters on the side, and reduce the intensity of the strategy. She didn't hide her curiosity and asked, "Little sister Liar, don't you understand this?" Wu Qianqian chuckled and patted Chen Liar's shoulder. "Do you know how low my lowest attribute is now? Over 3,000. Before Chen Liar could answer, she directly revealed the answer. "How much?" Chen Liar widened her eyes in shock. This was over 3,000 attributes, not even half of her 4 major attributes combined, and it was still the lowest attribute. One can imagine how strong Wu Qianqian's main attribute must be. Wu Qianqian was extremely proud. It had to be said that the 2,000 all-attribute reward for all citizens was too good. Plus, after advancing to the second rank, the attribute enhancement talent effect added 1,000 to all attributes, making her lowest attribute, which she hadn't added much to, exceed 3,000. Other awakeners with S-level talents had long been left behind by Wu Qianqian. It was no exaggeration to say that just by looking at the attributes, Wu Qianqian was not inferior to those top cheaters. "Why am I so strong?" "Because I teamed up with Zhou Chen," latching onto his thigh, Wu Qianqian said proudly. "You see, there's a miracle called Zhou Chen. Anyone who has teamed up with Zhou Chen will understand why we have so much confidence in him, because in front of Zhou Chen, we don't even know what difficulty is." All I said was just empty words. Only those who have truly teamed up with Zhou Chen will understand what it feels like to be carried away so effortlessly. "It's a pity. You won't have the chance." The last sentence directly hit Chen Liar. She fell silent, just wanting to be alone. Jiang Yu did not participate in the conversation between the two, only occasionally glancing at the Jade Gate. After Zhou Chen entered for 10 hours, she was surprised to find a thick bloodlight enveloping the Jade Gate. "Look at that." Wu Qianqian also noticed the change in the Jade Gate. Jiang Yu and Chen Liar quickly looked over. They saw 2 rows of numbers suddenly appear on the Jade Gate. Second rank, 0/67022, first rank, 8056112/1528730. The 3 of them noticed that the number at the front of the first rank row was increasing at an astonishing speed. "I understand now. These 2 rows of numbers represent the number of extraplanar monsters in the instance." Wu Qianqian exclaimed loudly. She had not been in the disaster instance, but she knew the clearance conditions. "I see. When the number of monsters killed in the instance exceeds half, specific numbers will be displayed." Jiang Yu nodded. After understanding this, the 3 women looked at each other and could see the horror in each other's eyes. In other words, Zhou Chen had killed 800,000 first-rank extraplanar monsters in the instance. 800,000 extraplanar monsters. Zhou Chen has gone crazy killing them. Wu Qianqian was full of shock. Although she had long known about Zhou Chen's strength and his repeated miracles, the killing of 800,000 enemies still shocked her. What made her somewhat frustrated was that indeed they were all dragging him down. After Zhou Chen went solo, his performance became even more astonishing. Even Wu Qianxian, an experienced team member, was so shocked, not to mention Chen Liar, who was dumbfounded, forgetting to send a message to the Longyu sub-bureau. No, 800,000 is not the end. Jian Yu said calmly. She was the quickest to accept. Zhou Chen's killing spree was still ongoing, showing no signs of slowing down. Let's send the message back first. Jian Yu sighed. Chen Liar, as if awakening from a dream, quickly sent a message to her team leader. Jiang Yu also messaged Liao Xiefeng and Lin Ming to explain the situation. Those who received the message were all plunged into intense shock. They never imagined that they would obtain more information about the disaster instance in this way. Over 1.5 million first rank, and over 60,000 second rank. Although this disaster instance in Longyu City does not represent other instances, being of the same second rank, it is likely not much different from the others. Moreover, the number of monsters in the disaster instances of Australia is also incredibly astonishing. It is very likely that 1 million monsters from other worlds are a regular occurrence. These are not 1 million ants, even the weakest of the monsters from other worlds are of the first rank, each comparable to the infected beings at the beginning of a disaster instance, capable of easily defeating the majority of awakened individuals on Blue Star. With so many monsters from other worlds and such high intensity, facing them head-on, there are indeed people who can leave others speechless and in awe. At this moment, whether people are aware of the situation or not, their admiration for Zhou Chen has reached an unprecedented level. The miracles created by Zhou Chen continue. He seems tireless, constantly refreshing his enemy kill count. Although he slowed down later on, he gradually reached the limit of the number of first-rank monsters from other worlds. When the numbers for the second rank suddenly started to increase at a fast pace, more people fell silent. Anyone could see that Zhou Chen's solo completion had become a reality. Over 160,000. Is he still human? World announcement. Congratulations to Zhou Chen for completing the disaster instance, Thunder Valley, and receiving the gift from the will of the Blue Star World. World announcement. The transformation of the disaster instance, Thunder Valley, is successful. Blue Star awakened individuals can choose the corresponding instance to enter in the first and second ranks. With these two system notifications, the whole world was shaken. What's going on? Am I hearing things correctly? It's really a disaster instance? Zhou Chen, it's Zhou Chen again. I'm stunned. I was shuddering in fear yesterday about the horror of the disaster instance in Australia. And today I'm told that one disaster instance has been completed? By one person? I must have woken up too early and started hallucinating. I'm the only one curious about what Zhou Chen has gained. This is an unprecedented disaster instance. Countless people were shocked, skeptical, and incredulous, while many were curious about the rewards Zhou Chen had received. The gift from the will of the Blue Star World sounded quite high-end and classy. Don't look at me. I don't know anything. Facing Liao Xiefeng's probing gaze, Lin Ming helplessly shrugged at the Extraordinary Management Bureau. New C branch. In his past life, he had never seen a disaster instance, so how would he know what the rewards would be after completion, let alone the will of the Blue Star World, which he knew of but had never encountered. Many even believed that the so-called will of the Blue Star World resided in Zhou Chen's will. Inside the instance, Zhou Chen listened to the system prompts. Congratulations on completing the disaster instance, Thunder Valley, with a contribution of 100%. Please choose to integrate this world fragment into the Blue Star, or transform it into the world source. World fragment? Zhou Chen was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected that the completion reward for the disaster instance would be completely different from trial instances and advancement instances. There were no attribute crystals, equipment skills, or items, nor were there any titles. What surprised him even more was that Thunder Valley was actually a world fragment. Had a portion of the world infested with magical monsters been divided to create the disaster instance? No wonder it felt so real. How to choose? Zhou Chen retracted his somewhat scattered thoughts, pondered for a while, and made a decision. Thunder Valley was a world fragment contaminated by demonic energy. If it were hastily integrated into the Blue Star, no one could predict what might happen. The risk was unknown. Not a prudent choice. Transform it into the world source, Zhou Chen said. With a flash of light, Zhou Chen was teleported out of the instance. As the world fragment was about to be transformed and the instance disappeared, he naturally could not stay inside. seeing Jiang Yu and the others outside. Zhou Chen nodded, greeted them, and then he sensed something and looked towards the jade gate behind them. Jiang Yu and the others approached, ready to speak, but they all paused and looked towards the jade gate simultaneously, only to see this instance of a portal shrouded in demonic energy, towering dozens of meters high, fracturing inch by inch from the top until it eventually transformed into chaotic streams of countless radiance, disappearing into the void. What's happening? Chan Liar widened her eyes. Jiang Yu and Wu Chanqian instinctively looked at Zhou Chen. Obviously, the changes in the disaster instance were definitely related to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen remained silent, a new system prompt ringing in his ears. The transformation of the world fragment is successful. Its world source absorbed by the blue star. You have received the gift of the blue star world will, incubating, unlocking corresponding permissions. Please make a choice. Permission 1, make money daily. For each completion of the first and second tier instances in the Thunder Valley, you will receive additional profits, including attribute crystals and skill equipment. Specific benefits as follows. Permission 2, strive for excellence. Your drop rate is increased, with a chance to exceed the limit and obtain higher quality instance rewards. These two permissions. Zhou Chen originally thought that there would be no benefits from clearing the disaster instance, only to resolve the crisis facing the blue star. But unexpectedly, he was given such a big surprise. Both of these permissions are very powerful. Looking at the benefits of making money daily, Zhou Chen clicked on the specific benefits and found a dense list of drop rewards from the two instances. Each reward with a progress bar. Once the progress bar is filled to 100%, the reward will be realized and directly enter Zhou Chen's system backpack. Each time these two instances are completed, all reward progress bars will correspondingly increase. Of course, Zhou Chen has not made a choice yet. The two instances have not been completed, so he cannot see the specific growth rate, but it doesn't hinder Zhou Chen from seeing its bright future. With so many awakeners on the blue star, although the number of first-tier awakeners is not large now, it will definitely increase over time, as long as some people choose to clear the Thunder Valley instances. Even if one person can only contribute a little, the cumulative total will be a very large number. Making money daily is not an empty promise. It's like making money while lying down. Zhou Chen sighed. He then looked at the other permission, strive for excellence. This permission is also easy to understand. Each type of instance reward has its own drop rate, influenced by various factors such as completion rating, growth value, and so on. With the increased drop rate, Zhou Chen's profits will undoubtedly increase. Originally ordinary rewards will become excellent. Excellent will become rare. What excites Zhou Chen the most is the chance to exceed the limit and obtain higher quality rewards. This point is particularly important. The rewards of first-tier instances, at most, are excellent. Only by advancing to higher-tier instances, due to the high difficulty, did he receive rare rewards, which is not the norm. But after choosing this permission, there is a slight possibility, if lucky enough, maybe by the time of the second or third tier, he could obtain perfect level instance rewards. Of course, Zhou Chen is also very clear that the rewards given for clearing a second-tier disaster instance alone cannot be too exaggerated, and the probability of obtaining higher quality rewards is definitely very low. Which one to choose? Zhou Chen hesitated for a moment and made a decision. Permission 1 is good, but for Zhou Chen, the only valuable thing is the attribute crystals. The other rewards, no matter how many, are of no use to him. He has long looked down on the rewards of first-tier instances. And by the time most people can clear second-tier instances, maybe he won't even care about rare rewards. As for attribute crystals, they are relatively less important to Zhou Chen. Comparing the two, it is definitely the higher quality instance rewards that attract Zhou Chen. After all, he can rely on talent to break through skills, but equipment items and other materials, he is powerless. I choose permission 2. You have obtained permission, strive for excellence. Zhou Chen looked at his attribute panel. As expected, there was an additional permission, strive for excellence, followed by LV1. I wonder if my talent is of any use. Zhou Chen's heart stirred, thinking of a certain possibility. If it worked, that would be great. However, upon reflection, Zhou Chen felt the hope was slim. Talents only affected oneself, and permissions were clearly related to the world will of Blue Star. In gestation, Zhou Chen pondered, recalling the system prompt he had heard before. It seemed that the extraordinary insight bestowed upon Blue Star would be greatly beneficial. Jiang Yu and Wu Chanqian gazed intently at Zhou Chen. having also heard the world announcement, very curious about the so-called gift from the world will. However, they both exercised restraint. Jiang Yu knew the inside story, and although Wu Qianqian didn't know as much, she was a clever person and had long noticed some clues. While she couldn't possibly guess about the reincarnator and the future great demon king, she understood that Zhou Chen was very special. This uniqueness was not due to his strength but for other reasons. The two teammates closely related to Zhou Chen remained silent, and Chen Liar, this little transparent girl, dared not speak, even when urged by her captain. Do you want to know what the gift from the world will is? Zhou Chen withdrew his gaze from the attribute panel. Seeing the expressions of the three people, couldn't help but smile. Can you tell us? Wu Qianqian's eyes lit up. Of course. Zhou Chen nodded. There were more disaster instances than just this one, and he couldn't possibly handle all the global disaster instances. When those disaster instances were cleared, the so-called gift from the world wouldn't be a secret anymore. After all, it was a permission that others couldn't take away. It was better to reveal it generously. Zhou Chen didn't doubt that there were others who could clear disaster instances, especially since there were cheaters in other countries, and the ghost-level disaster was still 20-plus days away. Wu Qianqian and Chen Liar were full of curiosity, while Jiang Yu was more reserved but also eager to know. Zhou Chen smiled and revealed the two permissions. If it were me, I would choose to get rich quick, so I wouldn't have to struggle and could just lie around getting stronger every day. He. Wu Qianqian had a silly smile on her face, lost in some fantasy. If it were you, you wouldn't have anything. Jiang Yu impatiently patted Wu Qianqian's head. Opening permissions was not easy. Zhou Chen had cleared the instance alone with a contribution of 100%, which directly unlocked the permissions. If it were someone else, the contribution would be shared among everyone, so there wouldn't be as much. Can this information be reported? Jiang Yu asked. Zhou Chen naturally had no objections. He glanced at Jiang Yu and Wu Qianqian, then suddenly said, "Get ready to follow me to the second-tier trial instance." Jiang Yu? Wu Qianqian? They thought that Zhou Chen, who had received such a great benefit, would continue to excel and clear other disaster instances to receive more gifts from the world will, upgrade permission levels, and so on. However, to their surprise, the conversation took a turn, and they were going to the trial instance instead. Although somewhat surprised, both Jiang Yu and Wu Qianqian, clearly, would not refuse. Chen Liar, on the side, was extremely envious. She also wanted to join the team and be guided by the great god Zhou Chen. However, the thought of them going to the second-tier instance while she was still at the first tier made her feel disheartened. If there's nothing else, I'll head back first. Zhou Chen glanced at Chen Liar. Honestly, when he came out of the instance and found only 3 people waiting outside, 2 of whom were acquaintances, Zhou Chen was indeed surprised. After all, his previous actions were somewhat reckless, entering the disaster instance without a word of explanation. It was only natural for the Extraordinary Management Bureau to hold him accountable for that. Unexpectedly, the Extraordinary Management Bureau didn't seem to mind at all. Truly official, such grandeur, such magnanimity, beyond the reach of ordinary people, Zhou Chen thought to himself. His impression of the Extraordinary Management Bureau getting better and better. And nothing, it's all good. Seeing Zhou Chen's gaze, Chen Liar quickly waved her arms, extremely nervous. Seeing Jiang Yu and Wu Qianqian not arguing, Zhou Chen activated the Thunder Shadow Step. In the next moment, his body disappeared in place, and the 3 women couldn't even catch a glimpse of his figure. Xian High City. Back at his residence, Zhou Chen eagerly opened the attribute panel. Although he hadn't had time to check it yet, the first-hand experience in battle made him realize that his strength had increased significantly. His gaze landed accurately on the skill bar. Barbaric Bloodline LV0+1, Quality, Rare, Type, Passive Skill. Bloodline, such astonishing changes. Zhou Chen never expected that this passive skill would undergo such remarkable changes, transforming from a simple attribute-boosting passive skill to a bloodline ability. Even at level 0, the attribute values skyrocketed several times, and there was even the addition of bloodline release. No wonder the subsequent upgrades were so difficult. No wonder the breakthroughs made such a commotion. The barbaric bloodline truly lived up to Zhou Chen's expectations. After transforming into a bloodline ability, its strength was almost comparable to martial arts techniques. Compared to the 100 battles martial canon, the barbaric bloodline provided more attribute values, although it lacked spiritual attributes. All three other attributes far surpassed the martial canon. Both had similar explosive capabilities. The 100 Battles martial canon's explosive state was more comprehensive, even including spiritual values, while the Barbaric Bloodline's bloodline release focused mainly on strength and constitution, lacking significantly in agility and completely in spirit. Moreover, the 100 Battles martial canon also had a combat buff. Overall, martial arts still had the upper hand, but Zhou Chen was not disappointed at all, considering the Barbaric Bloodline was just a skill. They did not conflict. Even in the explosive state, bloodline release could still be performed, gaining a double bonus. Zhou Chen was somewhat excited. How powerful would he be in that state? If it weren't for the upcoming trial instance, Zhou Chen would have wanted to find another disaster instance to wreak havoc. With his current strength, even a second-order disaster instance of similar intensity to Lonyu City would not be enough to exhaust him completely. Half an hour later, it was time for the appointment with Jiang Yu and the others. Zhou Chen first glanced at his attribute panel as usual. Name, Zhou Chen, Tier, Second Tier, Talent, Innate Divine, EX, Strength, 25005 plus 1500, Agility, 19502 plus 1170, Constitution, 25756 plus 1545, Spirit, 13253 plus 795, Skills, Close Combat Proficiency LV9 plus 1, Thunder Shadow Step LV9 plus 1, Tier Suppression, Barbaric Bloodline LV0 plus 1, War Stomp LV7 plus 1, Mountain and River Collapse LV8 plus 1, Vitality Field, Martial Arts, 100 Battles Martial Canon plus 1, Great Completion, Bloodline, Barbaric Bloodline, Titles, Pioneer, Trailblazer, Fearless, Permissions, Pursuit of Excellence LV1. After reviewing all his attributes, even Zhou Chen himself couldn't help but gasp. Strong, too strong. All four attributes exceeded 10,000, entering the realm of the third tier, with the highest strength and constitution approaching 30,000. Compared to when he first advanced, the improvement was immeasurable. In this first tier group where most people only had a few thousand attributes, some even just tens, there was someone like him with 10 times, 1,000 times more. If cheaters like Miyamoto Nobuo knew Zhou Chen's current attribute values, they would probably be utterly despondent. They wouldn't be able to catch up even with cheating. Not only the attribute values, but the skills were also outstanding. After advancing to the second tier, the speed at which talent improved increased. Although the increase in skill experience was not as much as attribute values, it accelerated the skill upgrade speed once again. Before long, the close combat proficiency in Thunder Shadow Step could reach maximum level, and within a day or two, War Trample and Mountain Collapse could also reach maximum level. By then, Zhou Chen would possess perfect level skills. What surprised Zhou Chen was that an extra bloodline appeared on the attribute panel. Its name was exactly the same as the skill name. Barbaric Bloodline, Quality, Rare, originating from the powerful bloodline of the ancient barbarians. Note, a powerful bloodline requires a sufficiently high life tier to bear. The power of the bloodline can surpass the life tier by one tier at most. There were no detailed numerical introductions, but there was an annotation added. The power of the bloodline can surpass the life tier by one tier at most. Zhou Chen fell into contemplation. The life tier should refer to the rank. He was currently at the second tier, which meant that the maximum strength of the bloodline he could bear was only at the level of the third tier. This power of the bloodline should refer to those fixed attributes that are increased. Zhou Chen understood in his heart. The barbaric bloodline had two effects. One was to increase fixed attributes, and the other was bloodline liberation, which was a percentage increase. The latter posed no problem, but the former was different. Rare-level barbaric bloodlines added thousands of attribute values. One could imagine how exaggerated the attribute increases would be at the perfect level, legendary level, or even the mythical level. Would it be in the millions, billions, or even tens of billions? As for learning skills, there seemed to be no restrictions. At least Zhou Chen had not yet discovered any skill restrictions. In other words, if a zero-tier awakener could obtain a mythical level bloodline skill, would his attributes exceed 1 billion? Or even be stronger? This seemed too far-fetched. Fixed attributes represented the power of the bloodline. The power of a bloodline that exceeded 1 billion attributes was so vast and immense that it was beyond what a zero-tier awakener could bear. However, this issue did not exist with the barbaric bloodline. Zhou Chen was currently at the second tier, capable of bearing the strength of a third-tier bloodline at most, and the barbaric bloodline was a rare-level skill, with its limit being the third tier. When it came to increasing fixed attributes, Zhou Chen couldn't help but think of his own martial arts. The advanced martial arts, 100 battles martial canon, was also of rare quality. However, Zhou Chen did not notice any signs of it transforming into bloodline power, indicating that the situation was different even though both added fixed attributes. The attributes added by the 100 battles martial canon come from persistent cultivation and training, a gradual and lengthy process where the body gradually adapts. Since the attributes added by the 100 battles martial canon were minimal, far less than the barbaric bloodline, Zhou Chen also did not know if there would be a problem of being unable to bear them. Perhaps in the future, by referring to more martial arts knowledge and concepts related to body refining, the attributes added by the martial arts could increase. By that time, would a special physique appear like the bloodline? Many thoughts flashed through Zhou Chen's mind. Martial arts had strong inclusivity and plasticity, which were good directions for development and worth looking forward to. Shaking his head, Zhou Chen retracted his wandering thoughts. The current focus was on the next book. It's a pity that there's no room for the barbaric bloodline skill. Zhou Chen felt some regret but didn't dwell on it. Since it was still in the skill list, the pioneer title could still take effect. If he really went to the bloodline section, he would lose this level plus 1 bonus, which would be a loss. Next book. Zhou Chen opened the instance list. There were a total of 41 second-tier trial instances, twice as many as the first tier, with the additional one being the Thundering Valley that Zhou Chen had just converted. Zhou Chen randomly selected an instance. After breaking through the 100 battles technique to become the 100 battles martial canon, regardless of the opponent, one could gain experience and insights through combat, including the martial knowledge and concepts needed to break through the limits of techniques, akin to drawing inferences about other cases, comprehending oneself in battle, growing, and no longer being limited to fighting martial artists. This was undoubtedly a good thing. The rewards of instances were related to the type of instance. If Zhou Chen kept running instances with a martial arts background, the drop rewards would be limited, which was not beneficial for his growth. The second-tier instances did not have new difficulties, with the highest still being difficult. 5 hours later, the world announcement of Zhou Chen's team clearing the second-tier difficult instance echoed in everyone's ears. This was just the beginning. Within a day, similar world announcements rang a total of 5 times, leaving the Blue Star people dumbfounded. People like Miyamoto Nobuo were envious and jealous but helpless as they entered instance cooldown and could not advance to the second tier, only able to watch Zhou Chen's team easily take the first clear of the difficult instance. Just when everyone thought Zhou Chen's team would continue to excel, clearing even the second-tier advancement instance and creating another miracle, the world announcement they anticipated, however, did not sound for a long time. Congratulations on clearing the trial instance, Land of Buried Bones, difficult. Your rating is SSS, and you have received the following rewards: Growth Value 20, Strength Crystal *1650, Agility Crystal *1650, Constitution Crystal *1650, Spirit Crystal *1650, Fine Grade Item Shadowy Stone. Due to this first clear, your contribution is unparalleled, and you receive additional rewards of Strength Crystal *1430, Agility Crystal *1430, Constitution Crystal *1430, Spirit Crystal *1430, Fine Grade Material Bone Cold Fire, Rare Grade Equipment Soul Bone Ring. On a small mountain made up of countless dry bones, Zhou Chen and others stood quietly, listening to the system prompt after clearing the instance. There was nothing much to say about running second-tier instances. With Zhou Chen's current strength, he crushed it all the way. If not for leaving time for Zhang Yu and the others to contribute, it would have been even faster. These rewards are less than I imagined. Zhou Chen glanced at the instance rewards and shook his head slightly. According to past patterns, the rewards for second-tier instances should be 10 times that of the first tier. For a difficult first-tier instance with 30 growth value and 300 attribute crystals each, the rewards for a difficult second-tier instance should have been 2,000 attribute crystals, but Zhou Chen actually received only 1,650. This 1,650 was also due to the meticulous permission. The increase in drop rates also affected the quantity of attribute crystals. By comparing with Jiang Yu and their rewards, Zhou Chen concluded that the meticulousness of LV1 increased the attribute crystals by 10%. In other words, under normal circumstances, it should have been 1,500. The attribute crystals given for clearing instances decreased. This meant that it would be more difficult for awakeners to improve themselves. Perhaps, first-tier awakeners who do not challenge difficult instances but only normal difficulty instances still have a certain probability of clearing the advancement instance of the first tier. However, when it comes to the second tier, if it remains the same, this probability will be even lower, and more people will be stuck at the second tier. Furthermore, perhaps not challenging difficult instances, the rewards obtained from instances will be far from enough to support their advancement, leading to a complete standstill. They can only seek ways outside the instances to improve themselves, such as national rewards, martial arts like the body strengthening technique, Wuhong root seed, and so on. I hope there will be higher difficulties ahead, Zhou Chen hoped. For him, the difficult level was already completely inadequate, and the rewards were not enough. If others knew what Zhou Chen was thinking, they would surely say harshly, "Is it just hearsay?" It was not surprising to Zhou Chen that he only received 20 growth value for clearing once. This trend had started from the 0 tier, where one could quickly fill up the growth value at lower tiers, but the higher the tier, the more times were needed. For those with insufficient strength and finding it difficult to clear instances, this mechanism was undoubtedly painful. Zhou Chen didn't mind at all, in fact, he welcomed it. Even though the growth value was low, the dropped item rewards were not few. Being able to run it multiple times meant more rewards. Essentially, it was a welfare. Unfortunately, the second tier was still a bit low. The first clear of the Burial Grounds instance on hard mode only yielded 1 rare item out of the 3 dropped rewards. It wasn't that the rewards had worsened, but rather, the drop rate for rare items was just that low. In the second tier instance, they had just added rare items to the drop list. Only when they reached the third tier would the drop rate see a significant increase, coupled with the first clear and hard mode bonuses, ensuring that all item rewards were rare. Although Zhou Chen had the authority to strive for perfection, the effects of leveling up to LV1 were not as immediate as expected. Let's continue. The world announcement rang out time and time again. Whether it was Zhou Chen or Jiang Yu and the others, their mindset was very relaxed. There was no competition, no pressure. On average, they cleared a hard mode instance every 5 hours, connecting 5 instances in a day, making the whole process easy and enjoyable. Upon clearing the final hard mode instance, the 5 of them didn't rush to exit. Are we going to enter the advancement instance now? I can't wait to see what the third tier looks like, Wu Qianxian said excitedly. Third tier? He Yuqing felt a sense of spiritual trance. These 2 words seemed unrelated to her E-rank talent awakening, yet now they seemed within easy reach. She couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of fate. If she hadn't firmly joined the group in the beginning, if she hadn't persevered through the biting cold winds, how could she have come this far today? Not to mention Wu Qianxian and He Yuqing. Even the composed big man Shi Tongyan couldn't contain his excitement at this moment. Besides them, no one else on Blue Star had even reached the second tier. Yet here they were advancing towards the third tier. Once successful, the second tier would be left behind. It was simply beyond belief. Watching the excited Wu Qianxian and the others, Jiang Yu sighed inwardly. Among the 4, her feelings were the most complex, because she knew that starting from the third tier, the instances would no longer require a 5-person team. At that time, perhaps it would be the end of this team. Their strength simply couldn't keep up with Zhou Chen's pace. The solitary Zhou Chen would only grow stronger. I hope this brief experience will turn into some kind of bond. There's no need to rush into the advancement instance, Zhou Chen said, expressing his thoughts. Wu Qianxian and the others were not disappointed by this. Taking it slow was fine. It would allow them to be better prepared. And who knows, they might achieve a higher rating. Exit instance. Back at home, Zhou Chen somewhat eagerly opened the advancement instance. The number of second-tier advancement instances had increased to 4. He randomly chose one. You have selected the advancement instance, Rise of the Orcs. 3. Your team meets the requirements. Do you wish to enter? Warning, death or quitting inside the advancement instance is considered a failure. Warning, after failing, you cannot enter again for 10 days. Warning, due to your team's outstanding performance, the difficulty of the advancement instance has been increased to high difficulty, returning to normal in 15 days. As expected, there's a time-limited difficulty. Seeing these prompts, Zhou Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With 15 days left, time was relatively ample. Zhou Chen just wanted to see the changes in the advancement instance and didn't immediately plan to enter. After all, no one was competing with him for the first clear this time. Instead of rushing in, it was better to run a few more disaster instances, raise the level of the authority to strive for perfection, and then enter the advancement instance for maximum benefit. Just as Zhou Chen was about to close the instance list, a new system prompt suddenly appeared. Your talent has been detected as EX rank. You have the opportunity for talent sublimation. Once you pass the test, your talent effect will undergo a qualitative improvement and gain new effects. Warning, if you fail, you will lose this opportunity and can only gain the next talent sublimation opportunity when advancing from the 5th to the 6th tier. Warning, choosing to accept the test will change the difficulty of the copy to extremely hard. Your main task will also increase significantly in difficulty. If you fail to complete the task within 15 days, the test will fail. Do you accept the test? Talent sublimation? Zhou Chen's gaze froze. These 4 words were very unfamiliar, but the benefits they brought were crystal clear. The qualitative improvement of talent effects, as well as new talent effects. I must achieve it. I must. Zhou Chen's eyes turned red. The next talent sublimation would be at level 5 to 6, and he couldn't wait that long. This opportunity for sublimation must be successful. Stay calm. Zhou Chen exhaled slowly, forcing himself to calm down. The opportunity for talent sublimation was excellent and should not be missed. However, the difficulty was also there. Extremely hard. It should be a level above high difficulty. High difficulty had already stumped all the top teams in Blue Star, not to mention extremely hard. With his talent, he could ensure his own survival, but he couldn't guarantee the safety of Jiang Yu and the others. Moreover, talent couldn't guarantee that he would definitely clear the challenge, because the difficulty of his main task would also increase significantly. This feeling was akin to a main task in an upgrade copy. Changing from killing any 3 top experts to defeating Ding Qianzhu and Shang Wanyun, that was one thing, as he could rely on his talent to wear down the opponent. Unfortunately, under the huge difficulty of the main task, there was also a time limit of 15 days. There's only one chance, and I'm not fully prepared at the moment. Zhou Chen wanted to close the copy list but found that he couldn't. So, you want me to make a decision now? You're not going to make me enter the copy immediately, are you? Zhou Chen was somewhat speechless. There was no need to hesitate. Accept the test. As soon as the words fell, Zhou Chen noticed a thick bloodlight enveloping the 4 upgrade copies, giving a strong sense of unease. Due to the high difficulty of the copy, you can choose to enter alone or as a team. I can actually enter alone. Zhou Chen's eyes lit up. If he entered alone, he wouldn't have to worry about Jiang Yu and the others' safety. After making a choice, Zhou Chen found that he could close the copy list and wasn't forced to enter the copy immediately. Should I bring Jiang Yu and the others with me? Zhou Chen hesitated for a moment, deciding to leave the choice to them. He opened his friend list and sent a message to Jiang Yu. The upgrade copy from level 2 to 3 offers me a chance for talent sublimation, so the copy's difficulty will become extremely hard and extremely dangerous. Please consider carefully whether you want to enter with me. Zhou Chen could have concealed the reason why the copy's difficulty had become extremely hard. However, after some thought, he felt it was unnecessary. Talent sublimation was obviously not an opportunity unique to him. Other awakened individuals would encounter it later. Zhou Chen had an excellent impression of the Extraordinary Management Bureau and had a high regard for his cooperation with Jiang Yu and the others, so he didn't mind revealing some information in advance. There was another important reason. With his growing strength, at this moment, Zhou Chen was no longer as afraid of Blue Star's high-tech weapons and had a corresponding change in mindset. With fewer concerns and a more composed demeanor. It was what they called the bearing of a strong individual. Jiang Yu was resting in a nearby hotel. Zhou Chen didn't feel much after clearing 5 level 2 difficult copies in a day. But for them, there was still some pressure. No matter how relaxed their mindset was, it couldn't conceal the exhaustion brought by intense battles on the body. While inside the copies, the excitement of continuous clearance was still felt, but now that they were back, they felt like doing nothing. Fortunately, Zhou Chen didn't immediately enter the upgrade copy, or she would have had to request a few bottles of restorative potions. Upon receiving Zhou Chen's message, Jiang Yu had a few question marks floating above her head. If it were someone else, they would likely be confused, not knowing what talent sublimation meant. But Jiang Yu, she truly knew. After all, when Bai Ming met Lin Ming, the latter mentioned that his talent had been sublimated, revealing a 4th talent effect, time travel. If I remember correctly, Lin Ming mentioned it was at the 6th level. As for Zhou Chen, from the 2nd level to the 3rd level? Jiang Yu replied to Zhou Chen, saying that she would consider it carefully and inform Wu Qianshan and the others. Jiang Yu quickly found Lin Ming's friend and sent a message asking, "Can you explain in detail about talent sublimation?" Lin Ming quickly replied, Talent sublimation? Actually, you don't need to worry about this because for the vast majority of people, understanding talent sublimation is meaningless. Why? Jiang Yu asked. Because the requirements for talent sublimation are very high. Not only does it test extremely difficult tasks, but the triggering conditions are even higher. Seeing that Jiang Yu was genuinely interested, Lin Ming did not hide anything. In the previous life, the number of people who successfully completed talent sublimation did not exceed 10. Moreover, without exception, they were all SSS-level talent awakeners. Jiang Yu, only SSS-level talent awakeners have a chance to succeed? Not exactly. Only SSS-level talent awakeners have the opportunity to trigger talent sublimation when they reach the 5th to 6th level. Lin Ming explained. The opportunity to trigger talent sublimation depends solely on the talent level. SS-level talent awakeners are very likely to have to wait until the 8th to 9th level to trigger this opportunity, while S-level is at the 12th level. As for below S-level, I'm sorry, there is simply no possibility of talent sublimation. 12th level? Jiang Yu was shocked. She had not expected such high levels. This is a theoretical inference. In reality, no one knows if the 12th level exists. Lin Ming smiled bitterly. As in the previous life, he was only at the 8th level. Apart from the fact that only SSS-level talent awakeners have the opportunity to trigger talent sublimation when they reach the 5th to 6th level, this is certain. Everything else is speculation made by a wise rebel according to a pattern. Unfortunately, in the previous life, not a single SS-level talent awakener was promoted to the 8th level to verify this theory. Jiang Yu fell silent, feeling somewhat disheartened. She had not expected the triggering conditions for talent sublimation to be so absurd. It all depended on the talent level. Even SSS-level talent awakeners had to wait until the 5th to 6th level for a chance, while Zhou Chen had it from the 2nd to the 3rd level. The implications were clear. It's Zhou Chen, right? Lin Ming messaged after a moment. In Xin High City, in an elegant residential area? Lin Ming revealed a wry smile. In fact, in the previous life, we had already guessed that Zhou Chen's talent should be above SSS level. As an SSS level talent awakener, Lin Ming had his pride and never thought he was inferior to other SSS level talent awakeners. However, Zhou Chen was an exception. He was not on the same level as Lin Ming and other SSS level talent awakeners. The birth of an unparalleled powerhouse often involved various factors, such as obtaining a divine weapon or receiving an incredibly powerful inheritance. But undoubtedly, talent was the most important factor among them. Therefore, Lin Ming and the others had long suspected Zhou Chen's true talent level, and now it was just being confirmed. What level could be above SSS? Jiang Yu's heart was stirred. Of course, she was aware that unless Zhou Chen himself revealed it, no one could know the answer. After obtaining enough information about talent sublimation from Lin Ming, Jiang Yu made a decision. Go! Why not go? This was a talent sublimation that she might never be able to reach, and teaming up with Zhou Chen would at least give her some sense of participation. What's there to fear about dying once? After making the decision, Jiang Yu felt relieved, and she asked Wu Qianxian and the others again. Although Wu Qianxian and the others didn't know much, they had full confidence in Zhou Chen and readily agreed. As for the possibility of death, according to Wu Qianxian, not dying once, how could the next dungeon run be considered complete? Have you all decided to enter the dungeon together? Zhou Chen wasn't surprised by Jiang Yu and the others' response. Although this advancement dungeon was bound to be extremely dangerous, he was still willing to lend a hand to Jiang Yu and the others within his capabilities, allowing Xia Country to have a few more Tier 3 players. Zhou Chen began planning for the preparations he needed to make next. For safety's sake, he decided to enter the dungeon in 10 days. 5 days should be enough to clear it. During these 10 days, he needed to be fully prepared to face this incredibly precious opportunity for talent enhancement in the best possible condition. The first step was choosing the advancement dungeon. Different dungeons had different strategies, which could determine the direction of future efforts. There were 4 advancement dungeons: Rise of the Orcs, 3, Red Cliff Inferno, Abyssal Depths, and Mysterious Deserted Island. The Rise of the Orcs, 3, dungeon was immediately ruled out since Zhou Chen hadn't chosen Rise of the Orcs, 2, when he was at Tier 1. As a series of dungeons, missing a part would undoubtedly affect the subsequent series, making this dungeon the worst choice. Next was the Abyssal Depths dungeon. Without entering the dungeon, detailed information couldn't be obtained, but some clues could still be gleaned, such as the type of the dungeon. When Zhou Chen clicked on Abyssal Depths, He could feel a coldness sweeping over him, accompanied by faint and disorderly whispers. It was clear that this was a mysterious and possibly related to the evil god. Of course, even though it was a tier 2 dungeon, it wouldn't summon the evil god even if it was extremely difficult. But dealing with the evil god's minions was no easy task. Most importantly, this type of dungeon required a high mental fortitude, and Zhou Chen's mental attribute was the lowest among the 4 major attributes. Playing to his strengths and attacking the enemy's weaknesses was not the act of a wise person. Therefore, this dungeon was also ruled out. That left the mysterious deserted island in Red Cliff Inferno. Zhou Chen was very familiar with the story of Red Cliff Inferno. However, since it had become a dungeon, it must have undergone significant modifications. Otherwise, how could ordinary ancient soldiers possess tier 2 strength? Compared to Red Cliff Inferno, the information revealed about the mysterious deserted island was too scarce. Zhou Chen couldn't predict what he would encounter or what kind of tasks he would receive after entering it, making it difficult to prepare in advance. After much consideration, Zhou Chen ultimately decided on Red Cliff Inferno as his advancement dungeon. With the dungeon settled, the next step was skills. Zhou Chen still had 2 vacant skill slots. With his talent, the sooner he learned skills, the better. Given his current rate of improvement, after 10 days, even if the initial skills were only at a common level, they should have advanced to a perfect level. However, he didn't have any satisfactory skills on hand. With limited skill slots, he couldn't just learn any skill, he had to choose based on actual needs. No matter how much Red Cliff Inferno has been modified, it cannot completely deviate from history, so there is a high probability of battles occurring on rivers. Zhou Chen pondered. On land, he was fine, but battles on water or at sea were not his forte. Underwater breathing? Or a skill to maintain combat effectiveness in water? Or water manipulation abilities? Zhou Chen considered and ruled them all out. These skills had limited applications and were not as versatile as the skills he had already learned. Unless he prioritized dungeons in water or at sea in the future, they wouldn't be given priority. Zhou Chen leaned more towards flight capabilities. Flying was a human dream, and Zhou Chen was no exception. With his current attributes, he could easily leap hundreds of meters high, but that wasn't flying. In the disaster dungeon of Thundering Valley, Zhou Chen had discovered one of his weaknesses, the lack of a method to deal with flying units. If it weren't for those second-order Thunder Eagles, thinking that Zhou Chen was running out of oil and the lamp was dry, and carelessly not maintaining a sufficient safe altitude, Zhou Chen wouldn't have been able to deal with them, and he wouldn't have been able to pass through alone. The ability to fly is definitely not lacking, with a wide range of applications that can be used in most instances. After confirming a skill and deciding on the final skill slot, Zhou Chen chose a long-range attack skill to increase his attack capabilities while in flight. Shooting skills are good, as Zhou Chen can also bring some high-tech weapons into the instance. Of course, what Zhou Chen is looking forward to is definitely a long-range attack skill like the legendary swordsmanship, which is both stylish and practical, without the need for firearms and ammunition. Unfortunately, the latter's style doesn't quite match the awakening of the masses. Purely Zhou Chen's imagination. Shaking his head, Zhou Chen opened the trading center of the Extraordinary Forum, ready to see if there were any skills that met his requirements. If he couldn't find any, he would then check the official treasury. Whether it's flying skills or advanced long-range attack skills, Zhou Chen didn't expect to obtain them directly. It's unrealistic. The quality of these skills is most likely rare or even higher, and only a few of them have these high-quality skills, with no access for others. Not to mention rare skills, the probability of excellent level skills appearing in the trading center is also very low. If they occasionally appear, they are either immediately sold at a sky-high price or not sold at all. Zhou Chen also doesn't expect to pick up any bargains, as he has talent, and quality doesn't matter at all, as long as there is a possibility of a breakthrough in the skill's direction. After some screening, Zhou Chen settled on a skill. Lightness, quality, normal, type, active skill. After use, your body becomes light and agile, able to briefly hover. This skill was left untouched. Without adding combat power, it only makes the body agile and able to briefly hover. Not very attractive to awakeners. Of course, if it could be bought with money, someone would definitely be willing to bid. After all, it is the most valuable skill. However, the seller requested a barter deal, not interested in real currency. As time passed, the purchasing power of real currency further declined, and awakeners were more willing to trade goods or use attribute crystals as currency. What Zhou Chen was interested in was the hovering ability of the lightness skill. Currently only at the normal level, it naturally doesn't stand out, but once it breaks through to excellent or rare levels, it might evolve into a flying ability. Even if the flying ability that appears after a deep breakthrough is not satisfactory, Zhou Chen can choose to develop its flying ability extensively. He sent a message to the seller. The seller, who was not in an instance, quickly saw the message and was extremely excited when he saw that it was Zhou Chen who had messaged him. This was the great god Zhou Chen, a legendary figure, and he never expected to have the opportunity to interact with him. Zhou Chen was somewhat uncomfortable with the seller's enthusiasm and directly stated his purpose. Learning that Zhou Chen wanted to buy the lightness skill, the seller didn't suspect anything. He didn't think Zhou Chen was buying it for himself but rather as a gift for someone else. He immediately agreed to give it to Zhou Chen as a token of gratitude. This seller was from the Xia Kingdom, a first-order awakener, who had received 210 all attributes in 2 national rewards, greatly enhancing his strength, and was extremely grateful to Zhou Chen. Naturally, Zhou Chen was unwilling to take advantage of this. After some reluctance, he exchanged a normal level skill that he didn't need for this skill. The trading center was established by the Blue Star countries and did not have the ability for long-distance trading, but the attribute panel had a trading function. As long as they were friends, even if they were far apart, they could trade across distances. After completing this trade, Zhou Chen felt a bit of a headache. He also realized firsthand his position in the eyes of the awakeners of the Xia Kingdom. At least the vast majority of the Xia people were grateful to him. In reality, there is a bit of reserve, but online, it's too enthusiastic. It's not Zhou Chen's style to take advantage for free. If he encounters awakened individuals from abroad who try to overcharge, he wouldn't be pleased. After making the decision to purchase, he entrusted Jiangyu or He Yuqing to handle it. Zhou Chen displayed his nimble skills and chose to learn. Countless memories of practicing skills flooded his mind, and Zhou Chen quickly adapted. Nimble. After using the skill, Zhou Chen discovered that his body had indeed become a bit lighter and more agile. With a light leap, his body stayed suspended in the air for about 3 seconds before descending. Ordinary level skills were nothing special, so after a brief try, Zhou Chen stopped paying attention and patiently waited for his talent to enhance its level. Compared to the mediocre levitation skill, long-range attack skills were undoubtedly more popular, especially since the skills available at the trading center were limited. Zhou Chen looked around but couldn't find a suitable skill. So, he contacted Jiang Yu again and explained his needs. "I thought you were ready to claim the official rewards," Jiang Yu said with a smile. "That's not urgent, I can wait a bit longer," Zhou Chen replied. He hadn't forgotten that he could redeem the official rewards at any time. It's worth mentioning that after they cleared the decisive battle at the peak of the Forbidden City dungeon, bringing even more generous national rewards to Xia country, the official rewards also increased significantly. Although there were no higher-tier epic items, the quantity had doubled. Of course, for now, it was still an empty promise. Zhou Chen planned to wait 10 days before considering whether to claim this reward before entering the second-tier advancement dungeon. It mainly depended on the situation in the official treasury. After a while, Jiang Yu sent over a list that included not only the long-range attack skill Zhou Chen needed but also other types of skills. Zhou Chen suspected that she had sent all the skills available. "Thanks," Zhou Chen said earnestly as he began to read through the list. When they first met, Jiang Yu had mentioned that the official treasury was open to Zhou Chen for buying and selling, with a certain discount. Since Zhou Chen had no specific needs before, this was his first time seeing the inventory of the official treasury. It had to be said that the Extraordinary Management Bureau with its official background had far more abundant internal resources than the independent individuals at the trading center. There were hundreds of ordinary level skills and over a dozen excellent level skills that were not even visible at the trading center. Zhou Chen casually glanced at those dozen or so excellent level skills and quickly lost interest. They appeared in the official treasury for a reason, not for use, and each had its peculiarities. Like this skill. Sound amplification, quality, excellent, type, passive skill, your voice becomes extremely loud and can travel to farther places. Zhou Chen, is this the legendary loud voice? While having a loud voice that carries far could be useful in certain situations, the most annoying aspect of this skill was that it was passive. In other words, once you learned this skill, unless you could stay silent forever, speaking would disturb others, and any noise would be heard from miles away. What a beautiful sight. Zhou Chen politely declined. This darn thing was actually of excellent quality. making Zhou Chen marvel at the unpredictability of the world. Let's stick to ordinary level skills. Zhou Chen didn't mind the lower quality of the skill. To him, both types held equal value. There were 7 or 8 long-range attack skills, and after some contemplation and selection, Zhou Chen finally settled on one skill. Archery basics, quality, ordinary, type, passive skill. You have mastered some archery skills, increasing the power of archery by 5%. A passive skill of the same type as sword mastery, but this one enhanced archery power by only 5%. Even at maximum level, it would only reach 10%. Since it was an ordinary level skill, the numerical value wasn't particularly impressive. However, Zhou Chen wasn't concerned about that. He valued its potential. Just as sword mastery could continuously evolve into melee mastery, archery basics could also evolve into ranged mastery. In both close combat and ranged combat, Zhou Chen would be able to unleash powerful abilities regardless of the weapon he held or whether he held one at all. As for specializing in close combat, he doubted it would extend to ranged combat as well. Zhou Chen thought it was unlikely. As he had mentioned before, skills were like a large tree shrouded in black mist, with lush branches and numerous offshoots. So, close combat and ranged combat were likely two different trees. After deciding, Zhou Chen traded with Zhang Yu. He had plenty of items stored in his inventory, so buying a common level skill wasn't too difficult. Countless memories of shooting arrows with a bow flooded his mind, momentarily distracting Zhou Chen before he quickly mastered the skill. With that, his skill slot was filled again. After sorting out his skills, Zhou Chen didn't stop there. Since he was already there, he decided to see what other good items the official treasure trove had besides skills and also tidy up his inventory. There weren't many common level items piled up in his backpack, but there were quite a few fine level items. Some rare level items from rewards in the second-tier difficult dungeons and first-tier advancement dungeons, as well as some from lucky draws. He hadn't sorted through them much before, so now was a good time to do so. He directly used items that increased attributes, like the small returning pill, which added hundreds of attributes to him. Items that could be useful were kept for now, while those that weren't needed would be traded away by Zhou Chen. Mini Spirit Vein. Zhou Chen hadn't forgotten about this rare special item. However, with subsequent events unfolding, its impact on his strength wasn't that significant, so he set it aside for now. If it weren't for this trading opportunity, who knows how long it would have stayed in his backpack. I need to find a place to put it down. Of course, he intended to use this item himself. The spiritual environment might not be of much use to him, but it would definitely be picturesque and pleasant, making it a comfortable place to stay. As Zhou Chen took out a map to find a suitable location, Zhang Yu, looking at the item introductions Zhou Chen had sent over, couldn't help but gasp in shock. Rare level, still rare level. Most of the items were fine level, and even the rare level ones numbered 3, and not a single one was as peculiar as the amplification spell. If they could acquire all of them, the strength of the Extraordinary Management Bureau would see a significant boost. Rare level items. Although Zhang Yu and her team were also second-tier awakeners, the only ones on Blue Star, and had completed 5 second-tier difficult dungeons, earning full growth points. The rewards from dungeons were ultimately influenced by the dungeon's evaluation, and their gains couldn't compare to Zhou Chen's. The 4 of them only had 2 rare level items in total, one of which was obtained through a lucky draw. They didn't even have enough internal resources to digest, let alone sell them in the official treasure trove. Director Liao. Zhang Yu promptly forwarded the item introductions to Liao Xiefeng. Her authority wouldn't be enough to acquire these items, and even Liao Xiefeng wouldn't have the budget for them. Fine level items were valuable but hard to sell, let alone rare level ones. Captain Jiang, are these items all? Liao Xiefeng replied immediately. If Zhang Yu hadn't been resting at the hotel and was at the Extraordinary Management Bureau, he would have rushed to her office. That's right, they're all provided by Zhou Chen. He wants to sell these items. Zhang Yu's lips curled slightly, imagining Liao Xiefeng's eager expression. Finally, the day has come. Liao Xiefeng shed tears silently. On Blue Star, with billions of awakeners, the Extraordinary Management Bureau was well aware of who had the best items. However, this person was the future Demon King, a being that must be treated with extreme caution. Asking him to hand over his items? That was something they didn't even dare to think about. The biggest dream was simply to be able to purchase some high-quality items from Zhou Chen, even if it meant paying a premium. However, Zhou Chen had yet to express this intention. Liao Xiefeng was getting impatient. wanting Jiang Yu to drop a hint or two, but Jiang Yu firmly refused. Finally, the opportunity had arrived. Don't get too excited just yet. What price will we have to pay to acquire these items? Jiang Yu replied softly. Hearing this, Liao Xiefeng was taken aback. He hurriedly checked the 3 rare items. He had been too caught up in the excitement earlier and hadn't examined them closely. Among the 3 rare items, one was equipment, one was a prop, both of considerable value but manageable. However, the third item shook Liao Xiefeng to his core. Rare. Special item? If anyone had been present, they would have seen the chief's voice rise 8 octaves in an instant. This was a special item, and all the unique items that had appeared so far were anything but simple, their value surpassing even skills. Moreover, this was a prescription. Once one mastered the Bai Chao San prescription, as long as the materials were sufficient, they could continuously produce Bai Chao San. What made special items unique was that they were not disposable. Some props could also allow one to master prescriptions, like learning a skill instantly, but they had a limited number of uses, and only a few people could master the prescription. Bai Chao San's prescription was different. It couldn't instantly teach the user the prescription, requiring personal research and time to master. However, it could be used by many people. As long as it wasn't damaged, it could be passed down continuously. Its value was immense. Liao Xiefeng finally understood why Jiang Yu had replied that way. He now also doubted whether the Extraordinary Management Bureau could offer trade items that would satisfy Zhou Chen. After the message was relayed, the higher-ups were also in a dilemma. In the end, they decided to let Zhou Chen make his own demands, and they would try to meet them. Should I make demands? Zhou Chen's expression shifted slightly upon receiving Jiang Yu's message. He had intended to sell these things. If the Extraordinary Management Bureau could handle it, he would sell to them. If not, he would entrust them to sell. It seemed like they were ready to handle it now, especially those 3 rare items. Zhou Chen didn't mind, although the Bai Chao San prescription was a rare special item. In his hands, it was like a pearl in the dust. Only in the hands of a powerful force like the Extraordinary Management Bureau could its true value be realized. Firstly, I don't deal in junk. Zhou Chen made his stance clear, unwilling to exchange those 3 rare items for a large quantity of common and fine-grade items. Secondly, I need a piece of land. Saying this, Zhou Chen also sent the attributes of the miniature spiritual vein to Jiang Yu. After all, it was a spiritual vein with a wide-ranging impact. Once Zhou Chen deployed it, it would gradually change the surrounding environment, impossible to conceal and unnecessary to hide. Seeing the attributes of the miniature spiritual vein, Jiang Yu was dumbfounded. Another rare special item. Lastly, estimate a price for me. Everything else can be considered as contribution points. You surely won't disallow that, right? Zhou Chen joked. Within the Extraordinary Management Bureau, a contribution point system was in place. Items not needed could be turned in, and based on the value of the item, contribution points would be awarded, usable for internal consumption, whether for purchasing items, hiring help, seeking advice, or even real-world resources. Contribution points could be used. Of course not. We would be delighted. Jiang Yu replied with a smile, feeling relieved. Zhou Chen wasn't part of the Extraordinary Management Bureau and shouldn't be entitled to internal benefits, but she believed that the higher-ups would make an exception in this case. After negotiations, the Extraordinary Management Bureau offered 1 million contribution points for the Bai Chao San prescription, and 100,000 each for the other 2 rare items, totaling up to 700,000 contribution points for the miscellaneous items. Don't be fooled by the low quantity given. In fact, the purchasing power of contribution points is very strong, far beyond what Xia Yuan can compare to. Generally, a normal high-quality skill costs only 100,000 contribution points. Zhou Chen felt that the other party had given too much. Although special items can be used continuously, this 100 herbs powder is obviously not some high-level elixir, and it's just a prescription, not a finished product. If conditions permit, Zhou Chen doesn't mind enhancing the strength of the Extraordinary Management Bureau. With the approach of the ghost-level calamity, global monster attacks have become more frequent, and the probability of spatial fissures appearing has greatly increased. Zhou Chen doesn't want to be busy eliminating monsters. With the strengthened power of the Extraordinary Management Bureau, he can handle all kinds of troubles, and he can live comfortably. Regarding the land you want, in the northern suburbs of Xin High City, at the foot of the Green Sky Mountain, a high-end residential area is being built. The place is picturesque, with lush vegetation. If you are satisfied, it will be yours, and we will build the residence according to your needs at the fastest speed. Jiang Yu replied somewhat nervously. There aren't many places suitable for deploying micro-spirit veins in Xia country. After knowing Zhou Chen's intentions, the higher-ups had a heated argument. Who wouldn't want to invite Zhou Chen, this great deity, to settle in their territory? Finally, it was decided to respect Zhou Chen's opinion. If the place provided by Xin High City does not meet Zhou Chen's satisfaction, then the various regions can compete with each other again. Green Sky Mountain. Relevant images quickly flashed through Zhou Chen's mind, and he nodded. All right, he is a local of Xin High. Having lived here for nearly 20 years, he is already accustomed to it and wouldn't choose to leave unless necessary. How many contribution points for this piece of land? After finalizing the location, Zhou Chen inquired about the price. Setting aside the land price, just the high-end residential area under construction is probably worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of Xia Yuan, an astronomical figure that Zhou Chen wouldn't earn in several lifetimes before the awakening of the masses. Thinking that it would require a considerable amount of contribution points, Jiang Yu unexpectedly replied, "No contribution points are needed. The existence of micro-spirit veins benefits the surrounding areas, so we should be the ones giving you contribution points. There's no need for you to give me contribution points." Zhou Chen shook his head. There are already too many contribution points, just a number to him. How about this? I like peace and quiet. You can go all out with construction 1 kilometer away, but don't make it too crowded. After the deployment of micro-spirit veins, the surroundings will be auspicious, and Zhou Chen doesn't mind them making use of it. Thank you in advance. Maybe we can be neighbors in the future, even though it's a bit far away, Jiang Yu said with a smile. By the way, if you plan to attack the Calamity instance, I can help, Zhou Chen offered. But in 10 days, I'm planning my own instance, so you better be prepared. Before starting his own instance, he will try to maximize his refining permissions. That's great. Jiang Yu was overjoyed. She had been wondering how to persuade Zhou Chen to take action and challenge the Calamity instance, but she didn't expect Zhou Chen to offer it himself. After the pleasant surprise, her mood became somewhat heavy. She hadn't forgotten that the challenge this time was an extremely difficult instance. Based on past experiences, once this new difficulty is cleared within the time limit, it will bring special rewards to Blue Star. This is a great thing for everyone. However, the downside is the early arrival of the Ghost Level Calamity. The countdown to the current Ghost Level Calamity is just over 20 days, which means that if the challenge is successfully completed, the Ghost Level Calamity will officially arrive 15 days later. If the challenge is completed earlier, this time will be brought forward. Time is running out for Blue Star. Northern suburbs of Xin High City, Green Sky Mountain. Zhou Chen appeared at the foot of the mountain. Looking around, the ongoing construction had been halted, and the new construction team had not yet arrived. At this moment, there was only Zhou Chen in the vicinity. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Zhou Chen nodded in satisfaction and took out the micro-spirit vein. It was a light brown sphere with countless faint yellow lights circulating inside. Quite mystical. With a flip of his hand, the light ball instantly turned into a tawny light and disappeared into the ground beneath his feet. Zhou Chen stood quietly, carefully feeling the changes before and after the release. The earth trembled slightly. The amplitude was not large, and those far away might not even notice it. Zhou Chen understood that this was because the miniature spiritual veins were merging with the earth, becoming one. After a moment, the tremors ceased, and countless invisible spiritual energy escaped from the ground, drifting into the air, gradually increasing the concentration of spiritual energy in the air. The surrounding flowers, grass, and trees seemed to have taken a tonic, becoming even more lush and full of vitality. Zhou Chen walked outside and quickly circled the area nearby. The further out he went, the lower the concentration of spiritual energy. However, because it had just been released, the amount of spiritual energy was not yet sufficient, and it was still unknown how large of an area it would ultimately affect. Just then, a system prompt sounded. You have released a miniature spiritual vein, and the goodwill of the world will of the Blue Star, in gestation, has increased. Goodwill increased? Zhou Chen was slightly stunned. He could understand that releasing a miniature spiritual vein would benefit the world will of the Blue Star still in gestation. But what was this goodwill increase about? What benefits would there be when the goodwill reached a certain level? Shaking his head, Zhou Chen didn't dwell on it, and with a movement, he disappeared from the spot. He was planning to build an estate here as his future residence. The design plans were already chosen, waiting for the construction team to start. One day later, 20 miles outside Yunjing City, in the Luofeng Mountains, a stone gate shrouded in dense magic energy stood on the mountainside. At this moment, many people had gathered in front of this instance gate. Brother Luo, Master Luo, Old Luo, a tall middle-aged man arrived with 20 or so followers, and people they met on the way greeted him warmly. Who is this person with such a grand demeanor? Of course, there were also those who didn't recognize him. You're not a local, so it's normal not to know him. The person being asked explained. He is Luo Hui, the chairman of the Yunjing Association. Before the awakening of the general public, he was the master of a local martial arts gym. After awakening an SSS-level talent, he soared to great heights. He did not join our extraordinary management bureau but founded the Yunjing Association, gathering many high-talented awakeners, slaying monsters from other realms, maintaining the stability of Yunjing City. In this region, the strength of the Yunjing Association far surpasses that of the Extraordinary Management Bureau. An SSS-level talented awakener. Gasps filled the surroundings, and the gazes towards Luo Hui were full of shock. This was the highest level of talent. There were not even 10 people in the entire Xia country with such talent, and it was unexpected to encounter one here. As for Luo Hui founding the Yunjing Association and surpassing the Extraordinary Management Bureau, those present were not surprised. Although within Xia country, the Extraordinary Management Bureau backed by the authorities was absolutely the first in terms of strength and numbers, with its branches in important cities being extremely powerful enough to suppress any dissent. However, looking at the entire country was a different story. Not all high-talented awakeners were willing to join the Extraordinary Management Bureau. Perhaps they had biases against official organizations, or disliked being restrained, or had their own ambitions. These high-talented awakeners either went their own way or established awakener organizations, competing with the local Extraordinary Management Bureau. The Extraordinary Management Bureau adopted a policy of appeasement towards these awakeners and civilian organizations, as long as they registered and abided by the rules. Luo Hui was unwilling to be restrained, did not join the Extraordinary Management Bureau, and established the Yunjing Association with a group of like-minded awakeners, mainly responsible for maintaining the safety and stability of Yunjing City. Although not well known outside, they had a great reputation in this region. This time, when they were to attack the disaster instance that appeared in the Luofeng Mountains, the Yunjing Association had an obligation, and Luo Hui had brought more than 20 of his strongest followers. Come on, Brother Luo, let me introduce you to everyone. The Extraordinary Management Bureau, Captain C. Jimin of the Yunjing branch, warmly pulled Luo Hui and introduced him to the people present. This is Captain Guo Xingwu of the Changfeng City Management Branch. This is, due to the formidable strength of the Yunjing Association, the Yunjing branch was relatively weaker, and C. Jimin only brought 7 people. Apart from the Yunjing branch and the Yunjing Association, everyone present came from nearby cities' extraordinary management bureaus and awakening organizations. The Luofeng Mountains spanned several cities, and when the monsters from the alien world descended, swarming out of spatial rifts, they would inevitably threaten the safety of the surrounding cities. The landing site could not be changed, but the disaster instance could be rated in advance to reduce future threats. Therefore, with the leadership of the Extraordinary Management Bureau, awakening organizations from the surrounding areas all came. As far as I know, the optimal number of people to attack the disaster instance is 100. Luo Hui's sharp gaze swept over the crowd. But as I traveled here, I only saw 99 people. Where is the last person? As Luo Hui spoke, the previously harmonious atmosphere suddenly stagnated. Ah, Lao Luo, you are unaware that the situation of this last person is somewhat special, C. Jimin hurriedly explained. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. How can this last person be more special than my master? Why should so many of us wait for him alone? A burly man among Luo Hui's group spoke indignantly. Exactly. President Luo is an SSS-level talented awakener. No sense of time at all. What kind of quality is this? Members of the Yunjing Association spoke up, as if Luo Hui and his group were being treated unfairly. Enough. Luo Hui raised his hand to silence the commotion, looking displeased at the 3 branch leaders. Captain C, Captain Guo, Captain Chen. I don't actually mind whether we enter the instance with 99 or 100 people, but what disappoints me is that from start to finish, I have only seen your actions as careless, chaotic, and irresponsible. When the notice was given, it was stated as a 100-person operation, but now there are only 99 people, which is fine, but the key issue is the selection of team members, which is very arbitrary. There are too few close combat damage dealers and too many long-range output players. Forgive my bluntness, this kind of ragtag team configuration, facing the terrifying monster tied inside the disaster instance, will be overwhelmed in an instant, unable to support even a minute of retreat time. I'm sorry, but I have to be responsible for the lives of my disciples and friends because people really die in the disaster instance. If the Extraordinary Management Bureau just wants cannon fodder and intends to weaken the monster numbers with our lives, then you are mistaken. At these words, the expressions of the Awakening Organization members varied. Luo Hui's words undoubtedly struck a chord with them. How could they not see the irrationality of the team members? However, they were all small organizations, far less powerful than the extraordinary management branches in their respective cities, lacking the strong confidence of the Yunjing Association to challenge them right away. Yes, if the Extraordinary Management Bureau cannot provide a reasonable explanation, don't blame us for withdrawing. We have shed blood for the city's stability and worked for the people's safety. You cannot treat us like this. I want to see Director Jiang. Just as the crowd was getting excited and ready to demand an explanation from the Extraordinary Management Bureau, Captain Guo Xingwu of the Changfeng branch suddenly roared, silencing everyone. I have 2 points to make, Guo Xingwu said coldly. First, the assembly time has not arrived, so there is no such thing as a lack of time sense. Second, the last person will be here soon. When he arrives, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. If you want to withdraw, our Extraordinary Management Bureau will not stop you. Ha! What a grand display. I can't wait to see who's coming. When that person arrives, I will definitely question them thoroughly. Just because it's the Extraordinary Management Bureau doesn't mean they can play with people's lives. Meanwhile, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, Zhou Chen stood at the open door of the plane, looking down calmly at the miniature portal below. He was the last person waiting, including Luo Hui and others, this time attacking the disaster instance. Zhou Chen still did not accompany Jiang Yu and the others, because it was unnecessary. It was too wasteful. Before reaching the maximum growth value, he could force his way through the instance alone. After receiving the rewards from 5 difficult instances, his strength and physique had all exceeded 40,000, with agility and spirit also over 30,000. With such formidable attributes, sweeping through a second-tier disaster instance was a breeze. If it weren't for the time-consuming search for overlooked interdimensional monsters, he wouldn't have prepared to bring anyone along. Since he did, Zhou Chen also followed the advice of the Extraordinary Management Bureau and brought a 100-person team. As for being allocated instance contributions, Zhou Chen didn't mind much. After all, even with 100 people, the instance contributions they could snatch from him were extremely limited. Compared to the time saved, it was acceptable. Jiang Yu and the others were assigned to attack another disaster instance. As an official organization, the Extraordinary Management Bureau naturally had its responsibilities and wouldn't entrust all major tasks to Zhou Chen. They dispatched top-tier experts from within the Extraordinary Management Bureau to fully commit to attacking the disaster instance. Originally, this behavior carried significant risks. While the Extraordinary Management Bureau was indeed powerful with numerous strong individuals, apart from Jiang Yu and the others, there were no other second-tier awakeners. Coupled with the absence of cheaters, the risks they faced were far greater than those of awakening organizations like Gao Tianyuan and Heaven's Gate. However, after Jiang Yu and the others were led by Zhou Chen, these risks were instantly resolved. Without exaggeration, Zhou Chen was now the #1 awakened individual on Blue Star, with Jiang Yu and the others being the second, third, fourth. Even someone like He Yuqing with an E-level talent could make it into the top 10. Because of his overwhelming strength, their attribute values far exceeded those of others. With the 4 of them as the main force, supported by awakeners with SSS and SS-level talents from the Extraordinary Management Bureau, along with a well-structured team, they had already met the conditions to tackle the second-tier disaster instance. Zhou Chen naturally had no objections to the Extraordinary Management Bureau's arrangements. Before coming here, he had considered how to quickly integrate the team and get into the main theme. Compared to Jiang Yu and their elite team, Zhou Chen's team, composed of management sub-bureaus and awakening organizations from nearby cities, had a mixed composition of personnel with different thoughts. It wasn't so easy to integrate them into one cohesive unit. Not easy? That was for others. For Zhou Chen, it was quite simple. That's enough. Checking the time, Zhou Chen took a step forward, his body losing support, and instantly plummeting straight down, accelerating rapidly. His lightness skill had long been upgraded to the superior level, giving him stronger levitation abilities and time control. Even in a rapid descent, he could instantly halt and reduce his speed to a safe level. However, at this moment, Zhou Chen had no intention of using the lightness skill at all. As Zhou Chen fell 7,000 meters, the people below finally noticed the anomaly above and looked up in astonishment. They were horrified to see a black shadow plummeting from the sky with incredible force, like a meteorite descending rapidly. "What is that?" an awakener shouted. Before anyone could respond, the black shadow had already streaked across several thousand meters and crashed into the forest hundreds of meters away. Boom! Like a meteor striking the earth, a terrifying explosion occurred before their eyes. In an instant, the ground shook, and a horrifying shockwave and airwave spread wildly in all directions from the impact point. The forest was destroyed in the first instance, and the terrifying airwave blew over, flipping some awakeners with weaker attributes. Only Luo Hui and the others managed to hold their ground, but fear filled their eyes. At that moment, they even thought that the Extraordinary Management Bureau had used heavy weapons against them. The airwave generated by the explosion quickly dissipated. Everyone's mind was blank, not knowing what had happened until they saw a familiar figure emerging from the endless smoke and dust. Zhou Chen. It's really him. Luo Hui and the others finally reacted. At the moment of impact with the ground, the life force field automatically triggered, dissipating all the force from the ground. Zhou Chen looked refreshed at this moment, completely unlike the earth-shattering fall he had just completed in front of everyone. However, whether it was Luo Hui or others, they remained motionless. Through the smoke and dust, they could see a huge crater behind Zhou Chen, covered with spider web-like cracks, some of which even extended to where they stood, falling rapidly from the sky and creating such a large crater upon impact, yet without a scratch. What kind of being was this? Facing the stunned Luo Hui and others, Zhou Chen spoke his first words. "I am Zhou Chen, your captain." His gaze swept over everyone, the invisible suppression from the realm of life making Luo Hui and the others involuntarily avert their eyes, not daring to meet Zhou Chen's gaze. Then, Zhou Chen uttered his second sentence. "I'll charge in first after entering the instance. You follow." Yes, Zhou Chen didn't want an elite army that needed specific instructions, just some lackeys to clean up the mess. Therefore, a direct display of strength was enough to intimidate. Seeing that Zhou Chen had no intention of speaking further, Wo Xingwu and Si Jimin exchanged a glance, excitement evident in their eyes. "All right, Zhou Chen is here now. If you have any questions, ask them quickly. If you want to leave, we won't stop you," Wo Xingwu said with a smile. Everyone's gaze turned to Luo Hui. He was an SSS-level awakened with extraordinary talent, the strongest among those present besides Zhou Chen. "Questions? What questions?" Luo Hui looked puzzled. "We, the Clouscape Society, are solid allies of the Extraordinary Management Bureau. We have fought side by side for many days and have forged a deep friendship. Would the Extraordinary Management Bureau harm us? Absolutely not. And why would anyone want to leave? What are they thinking?" Behind him, members of the Clouscape Society nodded vigorously. "Ha ha, Lord Luo is right. How could the Extraordinary Management Bureau harm us? Just kidding. Everyone is just kidding. After all, we are about to enter the disaster instance." Feeling a bit nervous, the members of other awakened organizations cursed inwardly, but their actions of loyalty were swift, eagerly trying to please Guo Xingwu and the others, lest they be kicked out. This was Zhou Chen, the invincible figure who solo cleared the disaster instance. Why was the Extraordinary Management Bureau acting so lax and irresponsible, with an unreasonable team composition? At the moment Zhou Chen appeared, they all understood. With such a godly figure present, who needs so many melee damage-resistant awakened individuals? If they had known Zhou Chen was the last person, they wouldn't have any complaints, not to mention waiting for the assembly time. Even if it took a day or half a day, it wouldn't matter, since no one is leaving. Then, seeing the flattering expressions of everyone, Si Jimin and the others felt triumphant, knowing that all of this was brought about by someone. They all looked at Zhou Chen simultaneously, waiting for his command. "Let's enter the instance." Zhou Chen nodded. In a flash of light, everyone disappeared on the spot, entering the instance. In the disaster instance within the Luofeng Mountains, called the Ruined City, Zhou Chen and the others appeared in the center of a square. The square was not small, covering an area of about 50,000 square meters, with few buildings, making it spacious and suitable as a battlefield. Surrounding them were tall buildings and skyscrapers. Like the Thunder Valley, the Ruined City was a fragment of a world tainted by demonic energy, with countless demonic energies lingering on flora, fauna, and structures, coupled with the dark sky, giving it an especially eerie atmosphere. Even those who had utmost confidence in Zhou Chen became nervous. Among the few melee awakened individuals, a group emerged, forming a flesh and blood wall in front of the others. Luo Hui stepped forward, taking the lead. His fists and arms were covered with gloves emitting a black light. As he assumed a combat stance, a powerful aura emanated from him, providing a great sense of security to everyone, especially those from the Cloudscape Guild. Zhou Chen stood still, saying nothing. As the countdown ended, they officially entered the instance. Their expressions tensed up, vigilantly observing their surroundings, not missing even the sky and the ground. The number of otherworldly monsters in the catastrophe instance was extremely high, and soon they would face a terrifying monster tide capable of overwhelming everything. However, what took everyone by surprise was that the monster tide did not appear. Instead, they were met with a different kind of attack. With a muffled sound, a black light streaked towards Luo Hui's head at an unbelievable speed. The speed was so fast that even Luo Hui couldn't react in time. What was even more despairing for him was that he distinctly heard not just one, but multiple shots being fired simultaneously, making it impossible for ordinary people to distinguish. Several awakened individuals, not just Luo Hui, were under attack. Just as Luo Hui closed his eyes, resigned to his fate, Zhou Chen, who had been motionless all this while, finally acted. The cold moon demon blade slashed out. Guo Xingwu and others who were standing further back saw a flash of lightning circling the square, shattering the black lights aimed at Luo Hui and the others. Black lights continued to shoot out from the high-rise buildings surrounding the square, but no matter how tricky their angles or how fast their speed, they posed no threat before Zhou Chen. Luo Hui and the others witnessed lightning crisscrossing the square, intercepting all attacks. Suddenly, the lightning seemed to take a turn, moving so fast that it made people doubt their eyes. However, the next moment, a dilapidated high-rise building collapsed without warning. Thunder Shadow Step LV1+1, quality, perfect, type, active skill, transform into lightning. Travel 1,000 miles in an instant. Speed increased by 120%, Zhou Chen's first perfect level skill. With over 30,000 agility, combined with the 2 times speed boost from Thunder Shadow Step, displayed an unimaginable level of power at that moment. Luo Hui and the others stood dumbfounded, watching as the black lights from a distance were all shattered by Zhou Chen, and the surrounding decaying high-rise buildings collapsed one after another, turning into true ruins. For the current Zhou Chen, demolishing buildings was indeed effortless. In no time, the high-rise buildings within a 1-kilometer radius were all destroyed by him, exposing the otherworldly monsters hiding inside. These humanoid creatures, 3 meters tall, were enveloped in demonic energy, with thick barrels fused to their arms, from which the deadly black lights were shot, possessing tremendous power. All these humanoid creatures were of the second rank. The ordinary collapse of buildings would not threaten their lives. However, as Zhou Chen moved around, destroying the surrounding high-rise buildings, he also effortlessly claimed the lives of some of these humanoid creatures. Those remaining, once spotted by him, had no chance of escape. With Zhou Chen's current strength, dealing with the otherworldly monsters in the ruined city, regardless of their rank, was a simple task. These humanoid creatures roared in anger, unable to win in a fight and unable to escape. They seemed to be playing a death game where being discovered meant certain death. Filled with utter despair, even if other humanoid creatures tried to attack Luo Hui and the others to distract Zhou Chen and create an opportunity for the rest to flee, it was futile. Zhou Chen's speed was simply too fast. The perfect level Thunder Shadow Step, with its name unchanged but its attributes doubled, was already faster by just 1 level than the fully upgraded rare level Thunder Shadow Step. In addition to his powerful attributes, he could move freely within a radius of 1 kilometer, as if teleporting. Anyone who showed up would meet their end. After Zhou Chen wiped out all the humanoid creatures about to expose themselves, the remaining ones dared not show themselves again. Swish. Zhou Chen returned to his original position. A flash of lightning extended from afar, This was the mighty thunderous power scattered from his body after using the Thunder Shadow Step, leaving traces intertwined with the air, which dissipated in an instant. Find them. Zhou Chen glanced at Gui Xingwu and the others. He was not their babysitter. Bringing so many people into the instance and trying to keep them safe as much as possible was naturally because he could use them. Oh, Gui Xingwu and the others snapped out of their shock and quickly got to work. Among the people they brought from the management branch, several awakened individuals were skilled in reconnaissance. Looking at the terrifying disaster-like scene around them, these people swallowed hard, their movements in their hands not daring to be slow, uncovering the hidden humanoid creatures one by one. The humanoid creatures within this 1 kilometer range were naturally not all the monsters in the instance. After wiping them all out, countless demonically possessed animals such as cats, dogs, rats, and birds in the city attacked from all directions. Above and below, the monster tide had come. These demonized animals were all huge in size and had reached the first rank in strength, putting immense pressure on Luo Hui and the others. Fortunately, Zhou Chen intervened in time, blocking most of the demonized animals from various directions, barely allowing them to hold on. After clearing the monster tide, the team slowly advanced, destroying all the buildings in sight and killing the humanoid creatures hidden inside one by one. For Zhou Chen, this disaster instance was no longer difficult. The key was how much time it would take to kill all the extraplanar monsters in the instance. The ruined city instance was slightly larger than the Thunder Valley, but not by much. 12 hours later, the system prompt sounded in everyone's ears. World announcement: congratulations to Zhou Chen, Luo Hui, Gui Xingwu, for clearing the disaster instance, ruined city. We won. Ha ha ha. Wah! I actually survived. Zhou Chen is truly a god. I never thought I would be in a world announcement. No regrets in this life. Everyone was extremely excited. This was a disaster instance, and they actually cleared it. Although their roles were insignificant, they could still boast about it. We are truly powerful. Congratulations on clearing the disaster instance, Ruin City. Your contribution is 97%. Please choose whether to merge the world fragment into the blue star or transform it into the world source. Transform it into the world source. Zhou Chen did not hesitate. What use was there for a ruined and demonized city? Zhou Chen noticed that Luo Hui and the others showed no signs of surprise. Apparently, only he received this system prompt. He didn't know if it was because his contribution value was too low or if he needed to reach a certain standard to have the right to choose. If multiple people had the right to choose, how would they handle the divergence between merging the world fragment into the blue star or transforming it into the world source? Voting? Zhou Chen pondered, but his team would not have an answer. It might be possible for Jiang Yu's team to have one. After making his choice, everyone was teleported out of the instance. When the world fragment was fully transformed, they received a new system prompt. The world fragment has been successfully transformed. Its world source absorbed by the blue star. The goodwill of the blue star world will, gestating, towards you has greatly increased. No permission to choose? Zhou Chen was not surprised. This was to be expected. After all, the requirement for reaching level 2 was definitely higher than level 1. Not to mention his contribution value was not yet 100%. Blue Star World will. Gestating? Just received a system prompt saying the Blue Star World will is paying attention to me. Exclamations continued, indicating that they had also received benefits. Without Zhou Chen having to speak, Guo Xingwu and others directly tallied the results. 99 people in total received a 3% contribution from the copies, with Luo Hui contributing 1% and the rest of the people combined only adding up to 2%, except for Luo Hui, whose system prompt was an increase in favorability. Everyone else received attention, favorability, authority. Zhou Chen understood that these were the 3 attitude levels of the nascent Blue Star World will. With too little contribution, there would only be the lowest level of attention. Surpassing 1% would mostly lead to favorability. When this favorability accumulated to a certain extent, it would receive gifts from the Blue Star World will and unlock corresponding permissions. Not bad. Zhou Chen was satisfied with the results of this 100-person team raid. Thunder Valley had cost him more than 20 hours, with much time wasted on finding monsters. Although his current strength had improved significantly since clearing Thunder Valley, he couldn't match the efficiency of a 100-person team. After completing the ruined city instance, Zhou Chen didn't linger and immediately rushed to the next disaster instance. In a new disaster instance, there would naturally be new teammates. This time, Forming a team was much easier than in the fallen Phoenix Mountain. Not only because there were no powerful SSS-level talent awakeners like Luo Hui, but also due to the recent world announcement. Everyone knew that following Zhou Chen into instances not only guaranteed safety but also brought unparalleled glory from the world announcement and tangible benefits. Who would dare to question that? They would probably be beaten by others. When Zhou Chen cleared the third disaster instance, Zhang Yu and his team had just cleared the first one. Zhou Chen's team was still a ragtag group, highlighting the vast difference in strength and efficiency between the two sides. Subsequently, Zhang Yu and his team temporarily disbanded. It wasn't because they suffered heavy losses in attacking disaster instances but because the first-tier advancement instances had returned to normal. Sharpening the knife before cutting wood. With strong individuals like Zhou Chen continuously raiding disaster instances outside, resolving future concerns, the elites of the Extraordinary Management Bureau could now focus on clearing the first and second-tier advancement instances. Zhou Chen was pleased with this development, as he considered these disaster instances to be important resources. Brother Zhou Chen, we can follow the big shots again. Outside the new disaster instance, Zhou Chen met up with Zhang Yu and others. Wu Qianxian and He Yuqing were all smiles, while the more composed Zhang Yu and Shi Tongyan also showed joy. It seems like your team didn't have an easy time? Zhou Chen chuckled. More than just not easy, it was full of dangers. Wu Qianxian couldn't help but complain. Those guys call themselves elites, but in reality, they are just slightly better than a ragtag group. Before entering the instance, they were all acting all high and mighty, as if they could easily conquer the disaster instance. But once they encountered a wave of monsters inside, they were completely caught off guard. If it weren't for us coming to the rescue, they would have been wiped out long ago. Qianxian, don't exaggerate. Zhang Yu gave her a stern look, stopping Wu Qianxian from embellishing her words. It wasn't that bad. Mainly lacking experience in large team operations and missing a strong individual who could truly suppress everyone and make them follow orders. Zhang Yu made a fair point. The elites of the Extraordinary Management Bureau were indeed strong, but they had always been entering 5-person trial instances and advancement instances. They were extremely unaccustomed to disaster instances on a 100-person scale. The biggest difference between trial instances, advancement instances, and disaster instances lay in one being fictional and the other being real. The former two could be entered countless times, and no matter how strong the boss or unique the mechanism, they would be discovered and summarized through continuous exploration, eventually forming detailed strategies. The latter, however, was one time only, with the otherworldly monsters inside being real. The situations encountered on the first and second entries could be drastically different. Disaster instances do not have specific strategies. You have to adapt to the situation because the monsters from the other world will also gather intelligence. After being used to instances with strategies like trial instances and advancement instances, going to complete the completely real disaster instance will naturally feel extremely uncomfortable. Furthermore, although Zhang Yu and the others are powerful, in the eyes of others, they are far from being as unquestionably powerful as Zhou Chen, who can make everyone acknowledge him, so the team cannot come together. At the first sign of danger, the team quickly falls apart, becoming a 5-person team fighting individually. Fortunately, Zhang Yu and the others are strong enough to turn the tide and resolve crisis after crisis. Even so, their first attempt ended in failure. The second attempt was much better. The elite members of the Extraordinary Management Bureau, who had learned enough lessons, united and increased their combat power. Combined with the first attempt, they killed many monsters from the other world, reducing their pressure. By cooperating with each other, they finally killed all the monsters from the other world inside the instance and successfully cleared it. After finishing, the only feeling Zhang Yu and the others had was exhaustion. It was much more tiring than following Zhou Chen into the second-tier trial instance 5 times in a row. After all, when they followed Zhou Chen, they could completely trust him. Any crisis or difficulty that arose, Zhou Chen could easily solve it, without needing to consider much. Unlike this time, they were on their own, lacking Zhou Chen's strength, making mental and physical exertion inevitable. Therefore, the team disbanded, and Wu Qianxian and He Yuqing were relieved. Even Zhang Yu and Shi Tongyan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Leading the team themselves was not as enjoyable as following Zhou Chen. By the way, what did you choose after clearing it? Zhou Chen asked about the rewards after clearing the instance. Zhang Yu thought for a moment. My contribution to the instance was 21%. Shi Tongyan's contribution was 23%. Both of us received a system prompt to choose whether to merge with Blue Star or transform into the world's origin. Chanchan 15%. Yuching 11%. They didn't receive a system prompt. The others are all below 10%, including those colleagues with SSS-level talents. So, it's very likely that those with over 20% contribution have the right to choose. Jiang Yu's guess was not unreasonable, but Zhou Chen felt something was off. What would happen if no one's contribution exceeds 20%? Wu Qianshan curiously asked. From my analysis, the most likely scenario is that the standard will further decrease. For example, 10% contribution would grant the right to choose. If that doesn't work, it will drop to 5%, and so on. Therefore, the reason Zhang Jie and Brother Shi gained the right to choose probably lies in the standard lowering. The real standard is probably over 50%, just like Brother Zhou Chen, whose word is final. He Yuching analyzed. Those without over 50% contribution will lower the standard step by step. If someone can achieve 30% contribution, Zhang Jie and Brother Shi probably wouldn't receive a system prompt. Yuching sees through it. Jiang Yu praised, showing her approval. Makes sense. Shi Tongyan added. What's the significance of understanding all this? Wu Qianshan was a bit puzzled. It's still meaningful. Jiang Yu looked somewhat serious, because there are two options. Currently, converting the world fragments into the world's origin and being absorbed by Blue Star poses no danger. But the other option has unknown risks. I don't know the significance of this option. Perhaps it has great benefits, but until we are fully prepared, it's better not to choose that option. We can ensure we won't make random choices, but we can't guarantee that there won't be malicious individuals. Therefore, the best way is to understand the mechanism of the right to choose and ensure that the final result won't spiral out of control. The big shots shouldn't act recklessly, right? Wu Qianshan said weakly. Zhou Chen smiled and shook his head. That settles it. Can we really control things beyond our borders? Foreign affairs are not our concern. Jiang Yu gave her an impatient tap on the head. Don't just focus on the present. Disasters won't stop at this ghost-level disaster. When new disaster instances emerge, will we rely solely on Zhou Chen to solve them? Wu Qianshan had a headache. She couldn't see as far ahead as Jiang Yu. I don't care about all that. I only care about when we can enter the instance and gain the right to earn a fortune daily. Her eyes lit up as she spoke. In the previous instance, she only contributed 15%, barely earning the goodwill of the Blue Star World will. She was far from gaining the permission she desired. Fueled by her dream of making money effortlessly, she was full of motivation. Zhou Chen chuckled helplessly, gesturing for the 100-person team that had been waiting to enter the instance. With Jiang Yu and the others joining, the speed of clearing the disaster instance increased. Consequently, Zhou Chen's contribution decreased slightly but still maintained a dominant 90% advantage. There were a total of 12 disaster instances in Xia country, scattered throughout the nation, while globally, there were 30 discovered disaster instances in total. Xia country accounted for nearly half of them. Initially, countries like Sakura and White Eagle found joy in others' misfortune. The number of disaster instances in their countries was limited to 2 or 3, far less pressure compared to Xia country. However, when Zhou Chen began attacking the disaster instances, world announcements of successful clears became a daily occurrence, sometimes even twice a day. The number of disaster instances in Xia country decreased steadily, while those in their own countries remained stagnant. Panic set in. The countdown to the ghost-level disaster was like a death knell, ticking away each day. If the disaster instances weren't resolved in time, they would face a joint attack from the disaster instances and otherworldly monsters. No one wanted this double surprise. More and more people criticized their top teams for being ineffective. It was at this moment that Nobunaga Miyamoto made a public appearance in Sakura country and live-streamed on the internet. In the broadcast, Nobunaga Miyamoto appeared very sincere, bowing 90 degrees with the main members of the Amaterasu team. Embodying the spirit of dedication in Sakura country, he first acknowledged his own lack of strength, then analyzed the severe situation Sakura country was facing. Finally, he appealed to the people of Sakura country to contribute their spare attribute crystals to help the Amaterasu team grow strong enough to clear the disaster instances. Nobunaga Miyamoto solemnly promised to always stand at the forefront against the otherworldly monsters and never betray the trust of the people of Sakura country. As the only SSS-level talent awakener in Sakura country, Nobunaga Miyamoto had a large following, and his promise moved many people in Sakura country, prompting them to offer their attribute crystals. Those without attribute crystals voluntarily entered the instances to earn them. Seeing the positive response to Nobunaga Miyamoto's call, people from other countries followed suit. Although the effect wasn't as significant as Nobunaga Miyamoto's, they still gained a lot. Several days later, Nobunaga Miyamoto, full of confidence, led the Amaterasu team to form a powerful 100-person group, preparing to attack the disaster instance located on the highest mountain in Sakura country. He conducted a high-profile live broadcast and held an impassioned oath-taking ceremony before entering the instance. Just as Nobunaga Miyamoto was about to enter the instance with great enthusiasm, a message arrived, instantly darkening his expression to the extreme. A fisherman in the eastern seas of Sakura country, hundreds of miles away, discovered a massive gateway towering over 100 meters high. It was a third-tier disaster instance. No one cared about Nobunaga Miyamoto's actions anymore. Everyone's attention was drawn to the third-tier disaster instance. Half a day later, deep in the western desert of Xia country, another third-tier disaster instance was discovered. The world was in an uproar. Third-tier disaster instance. Just after clearing a disaster instance, Zhou Chen heard the news as soon as he came out, feeling a bit of a headache. It really is bad news. Unexpected. Yes, there was a bit of surprise, but whether it was reasonable or not, Zhou Chen couldn't really say. After all, the upcoming ghost-level disaster was of the third rank, so theoretically, the disaster instance formed from a part of that world should also be of the third rank. Regardless, being able to encounter a third rank in advance is also a good thing. Zhou Chen was somewhat looking forward to it. The extremely difficult advancement instance. He had no doubt it would be of the third rank, considering that even in high difficulty instances, there were second ranks that exceeded the instance level, let alone this higher difficulty. Being able to confront a third rank would be beneficial for his future promotion. Zhang Yu, Wu Chanxian, and the others looked at Zhou Chen and found that when he heard this bad news, there was no fear on his face, which made them breathe a sigh of relief. Honestly, when they heard that a third-rank disaster instance had been discovered in the western desert, they were truly frightened. The arrival points of Xia country were numerous. Their pressure was already great, and now there was an additional third-rank disaster instance. Let's clear all the second-rank disaster instances first, then we'll go encounter that third-rank disaster instance, Zhou Chen said calmly. Everyone nodded in agreement. I think that Ganban Nobuo is a bit pitiful. He used to steal the limelight from us before. Now he's being overshadowed by the third-rank disaster instance. Wu Chanxian chuckled. The third-rank disaster instance appeared in the eastern sea area of Sakura country. They must be having a headache. He Yuqing added. The disaster instance was very close to the arrival point, and what appeared there was not just a third-rank disaster instance, but also an incredibly huge gateway entrance. The first target for the monsters from there to attack would definitely be Sakura country. Even the countries like Beiying in the western continent would not be spared. And of course, once Sakura country was destroyed, Xia country would have to face the threat of these monsters. Our situation is not much better. Zhang Yu frowned. The threat from the western desert was also significant. Do you guys know how many attributes Ganban Nobuo has now? Wu Chanxian asked curiously. Definitely over 10,000. It's hard to judge the exact number. He Yuqing said. Just this much. With such a big commotion, I thought there would be at least tens of thousands, or even millions. Wu Chanxian was astonished. The people of Sakura country are not very capable. Human nature is complex. Even if Ganban Nobuo is very persuasive, he can't make everyone dedicate themselves to him. When it comes to their own interests, he can only influence a very small part of people. Zhang Yu explained. And do you think attribute crystals are so easy to obtain? The vast majority of people in Sakura country do not have the strength to clear instances. If they want to farm attribute crystals, they can only rely on strong players to carry them. In a situation where one player carries 4, you know how low the drop rate of attribute crystals is. If they were to adopt completely exploitative methods, not treating people as people, the number of attribute crystals obtained would indeed skyrocket. However, at present, the order has not collapsed. Ganban Nobuo and his group cannot do this, relying on players voluntarily clearing instances. How high can the efficiency be? If we in Xia country could do the same, it would be great. We have more people, stronger strength, and could produce many strong players with considerable strength. Wu Chanxian sighed. Chanxian, Zhang Yu said solemnly, a dam may collapse from an ant hole. We must hold the line. Otherwise, having tasted the sweetness, we will inevitably turn into cheaters. We won't interfere with normal attribute crystal transactions, but this kind of behavior is absolutely not allowed. Wu Qianqian was scared by Jiang Yu's serious expression and shrank her neck, not daring to speak again. Zhou Chen remained silent. He was quite in agreement with Jiang Yu's stance. Another day passed, and the second-tier disaster instance in the Xia Kingdom was completely breached, yielding abundant contributions for Zhou Chen. Every time he made a choice regarding permissions, he aimed for perfection. At this moment, his pursuit of perfection permission had already reached level 3, not far from level 4. It is worth mentioning that the Make a Fortune Daily permission does not apply to all disaster instances he clears. At level 1, this permission only allows him to choose one of the disaster instances he clears to receive the transformed benefits. As for what changes will occur at level 2 and beyond, Zhou Chen, who did not choose this path, was unaware. Let's go to the Western Desert. Zhou Chen glanced at the people around him and said with a smile, it was time to challenge the third-tier disaster instance, the Western Desert. Yellow sand filled the sky, and the desert seemed endless. This was a rarely visited large desert, desolate and uninhabited. Therefore, the appearance of a third-tier disaster instance here, undiscovered for a long time, was normal. The third-tier disaster instance in the eastern waters of the Sakura Kingdom was the same. Its location was too remote, otherwise, it would have been discovered long ago. On a high-speed flying plane, Zhou Chen flipped through the information in his hands. Awakening individuals with insufficient strength were of no use in raiding third-tier disaster instances. Therefore, Zhou Chen disbanded his previous team directly and only brought Jiang Yu and others along. The information in his hands came from the Extraordinary Management Bureau. The information was scarce. Only basic intelligence was available, but there was no information about the internal situation of the instance. This was obviously unreasonable. The third-tier disaster instance, no matter how important, should have some attention. Before they officially attacked, it would be the correct decision to send some awakening individuals with strong life-saving abilities inside to gather intelligence as much as possible. However, as Zhou Chen continued reading, he immediately understood what was going on. Unlike trial instances and advancement instances, disaster instances had a cooldown period. The cooldown period for the second-tier disaster instance was 1 day, but surprisingly, the cooldown period for the third-tier disaster instance in the Western Desert was 7 days. 7 days. Zhou Chen took a sharp breath. In a few days, he was preparing to enter an advancement instance. He couldn't wait for 7 days. In other words, he only had one chance. If he couldn't solve it in one go, he would have no opportunity. Zhou Chen didn't believe that besides himself, anyone in the Xia Kingdom had the ability to solve this third-tier disaster instance. When the time came, it would inevitably be accompanied by a ghost-level disaster. There's no room for error. Zhou Chen shook his head slightly. His original plan was to enter the instance first, understand the situation of the monsters inside, preferably kill enough interdimensional monsters to reduce the instance's intensity, then retreat. The second time, he would lead a large group to enter together and break through the instance in one go. This plan was definitely ruined now. Take a look at this. Zhou Chen handed the information to Jiang Yu and the others. Jiang Yu had already seen it, but Wu Qianqian and the others had not. Their expressions changed instantly upon reading it. The plan has changed. A large-scale operation is definitely not feasible. I'm not confident in protecting too many people, so the number of people entering the instance with me should be few, not many, Zhou Chen said solemnly. The four fell into silence. The strength of the third-tier disaster instance is unknown. If we speculate based on the situation of the second-tier disaster instance, it is feared that the number of third-tier interdimensional monsters will not be few. Even if there are not tens of thousands, the numbers of tens or hundreds should not be underestimated, plus the probable existence of first- and second-tier interdimensional monsters. This instance is too dangerous for us. Jiang Yu's tone was very serious as she looked at Yuqing and Shi Tongyan. Yuqing, brother Shi, you shouldn't go. Don't act recklessly. It's not worth dying in the disaster instance. We understand. Yuqing and Shi Tongyan did not insist. It was not a desperate situation now. Not the time for them to show heroism. In that case, it will be me, Qianqian, plus a member from the Extraordinary Management Bureau, a total of 3 people, entering the instance with you, Zhou Chen. Jiang Yu looked at Zhou Chen and stated the reasons for such a choice. I have a certain auxiliary ability. Qianqian has a strong life-saving ability, After she advances to the second stage, she can teleport 2 people at once. In dangerous situations, she can take me and that person with her to escape. As for the last person, she possesses a very rare soul-type talent, the Soul Eye, SS level. It can resonate with the target on a soul level when the target loses consciousness, allowing her to access the target's memories. We need to understand what kind of world lies behind these monsters from other realms. Although Lin Ming can provide information, the information he provides can only serve as a reference. The higher-ups will not fully trust a reborn individual, especially since his information is incomplete. For example, Lin Ming knows nothing about disaster instances. The 2 large passages in the eastern sea area of Sakura Country and the western desert of Xia Country did not exist in the previous life. The ghost-level disasters composed of demonized monsters have significant differences between past and present lives. Soul Eye. Zhou Chen's expression changed slightly as he nodded in agreement. He was also very curious about the world behind the demonized monsters. Honestly, he now doubts whether these disaster instances on Blue Star truly come from one world, considering the significant differences between some disaster instances. For instance, the ruined city has a modern background with tall buildings, while the Thunder Valley is different, with otherworldly monsters possessing magical elements. There is also a disaster instance with familiar elves, albeit in a demonized version. How do these vastly different world fragments coexist? Look! Suddenly, Wu Qianqian exclaimed, pointing outside. Zhou Chen looked over and saw the space ahead rippling like water waves, extending for dozens of miles. Through these ripples, occasional glimpses of the layers of black on the other side could be seen, their nature unknown, a place of temporal distortion, and also the landing point for monsters from other realms. The scope is really vast. Wu Qianqian's face turned slightly pale. The area of temporal distortion here is much broader than those of the second stage disaster instances, indicating that when the spatial channels open here, they will be much wider, allowing in more monsters from other realms. Zhou Chen looked down. At this moment, a bustling scene unfolded below, with planes taking off and landing one after another, a continuous flow of traffic on the ground, and a large amount of supplies being transported. 100 miles away from the temporal distortion area, defense fortifications were being erected one after another. In Xia Country and other locations of disaster instances, similar defense works were being constructed, but their scale was far inferior to this one. I don't look like I'm ready to surround the landing site. He Yuqing observed for a while and found a blind spot. Time is running out, and the defensive pressure is too great, Jiang Yu explained. So, we only established defense fortifications on the east side. We have informed the corresponding countries about the other directions. Whether they can hold out, we can only hope for the best. Just like the landing site in the eastern sea area of Sakura Country, the threat is not only to Sakura Country but also to countries like White Eagle and Maple Leaf. In the western desert, the threat is not only to Xia Country. The plane flew over the defense works and stopped in front of a 100-meter-high jade gate. The dark magic lingering around the entrance of the instance was as black as ink, and the light circle surrounding the instance was much larger than that of the second stage disaster instances, estimated to accommodate over 1,000 people. Obviously, the third stage disaster instance is a 1,000-person instance. Unlike other disaster instances, this disaster instance was heavily guarded, with a large number of detection instruments constantly monitoring the surroundings. The Extraordinary Management Bureau also dispatched strong individuals to monitor by various means to prevent any malicious individuals from sneaking in, causing the instance to enter a 7-day cooldown. The plane carrying Zhou Chen and the others landed in the distance. After a verification process, they were allowed to proceed. Brother Zhou Chen, we won't go in. He Yuqing waved goodbye to them. It was of no use for them to enter the instance. That's fine. Zhou Chen nodded. With a flash of light, He Yuqing and Shi Tanyan disappeared on the spot, apparently entering a dungeon. They should be together with those guys, attacking the difficult dungeon. Jiang Yu laughed. In these days, many awakened individuals in Xia Country have cleared and advanced in dungeons, smoothly promoting to the second rank. With their efforts, the first clears of normal difficulty second-rank dungeons have already been achieved. Although progress in difficult dungeons is slow, only 2 difficult dungeons have been cleared for the first time. Seeing that the cooldown of cheaters like Gong Benxiong is about to end, they no longer care much and seek help from Jiang Yu and others. Although it will affect the dungeon rewards due to reaching the maximum growth value, it's better than letting Gong Benxiong and others get the first clear rewards. Jiang Yu and the others took some time to help out. cleared 1 or 2 difficult dungeons, and then left the team to handle the rest. Currently, Xia country already has several top teams capable of clearing difficult dungeons, albeit barely making it through. With their efforts, it is estimated that they will eventually achieve more than half of the first clears in difficult dungeons. With few difficult first clears left and limited resources, Gong Benxiong and others will not be able to claim full rewards, dealing a heavy blow to these cheaters. It's a pity that the punishment for reaching maximum growth is too severe now. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a chance at the difficult first clears, Wu Qianqian said somewhat helplessly. At 0 rank, when reaching maximum growth, normal clearance rewards are significantly reduced. But the first clear rewards remain unaffected. At the first rank, only half of the first clear rewards can be obtained, and at the second rank, even less, only a quarter. Obviously, the dungeon mechanism is designed to allow more people to obtain first clear rewards, rather than being monopolized by one person or team, becoming more apparent as one progresses. At this rate, perhaps in the future, even after reaching maximum growth, it may not be possible to obtain first clear rewards. Come, let me introduce her. She's Gu Yusin, the last member of our team. Jiang Yu led a black-haired girl over. She is the awakened individual with an SS-level talent, the Soul Eye. Gu Yusin's appearance is not stunning but rather delicate, giving off a gentle vibe. Her eyes are pitch black, like a bottomless vortex, making people unable to help but look a few more times. Sister Qianqian. Gu Yusin greeted Wu Qianqian first, then hesitated when she reached Zhou Chen. Privately, they refer to Zhou Chen as a great god or big shot, but in person, she is a bit shy and can't bring herself to say it. Zhou Chen. Not being part of the Superhuman Management Bureau, it's not appropriate to address him by his title. Just call me Zhou Chen or Brother Zhou. I should be older than you. Zhou Chen noticed her dilemma, waved his hand, and said casually, Brother Zhou. Gu Yusin blushed slightly. Wu Qianqian came over, hugged her, and said cheerfully, Xin, don't be afraid. Brother Zhou is easy to get along with. They met a few days ago when leading a team to attack the disaster dungeon. Gu Yusin was one of the few outstanding elites from the Superhuman Management Bureau, and the outgoing Wu Qianqian quickly became friends with her. Xin, the way Wu Qianqian addressed her made Zhou Chen's expression change slightly. He remembered when the assassin called out something similar before stabbing him, but he quickly shook his head. That matter had been settled, and there were probably hundreds of thousands of women in Xia country with Xin in their names. Let's enter the dungeon. Zhou Chen walked into the dungeon light circle and began to communicate. Enter the disaster dungeon, primitive forest. Warning, the disaster dungeon is a real scenario. Once dead, there is no resurrection. Warning, this dungeon has a cooldown time. Once activated, there must be at least a 7-day interval before re-entering. Warning, after successfully clearing this dungeon, it will transform into a trial dungeon or an advancement dungeon, apart from the dungeon name and cooldown time. The system prompts were no different from other disaster dungeons. Zhou Chen did not hesitate and chose to enter. With a flash of light, the 4 of them disappeared on the spot. Meanwhile, Xin High City, Extraordinary Management Bureau. Bang! The door of the bureau chief's office was kicked open, and Lin Ming walked in with a cold face. Lin? Consultant Lin? Liao Xiafeng stood up nervously. It was the first time he had seen Lin Ming looking so grim. Why did Gu Yusin enter the instance? Lin Ming slammed his hands heavily on the desk, his face full of anger. Xia Guo attached great importance to the third-tier disaster instance in the Western Desert. Apart from heavy guards, there were various monitoring measures in place. Lin Ming, as a consultant of the Extraordinary Management Bureau, had the authority to view the videos. Just now, he saw someone he was very familiar with entering the instance with Zhou Chen. Gu Yusin? Liao Xiafeng was full of question marks. He was just a deputy director of a local sub-bureau with limited power. He only had some authority and knowledge in matters related to Lin Ming and Zhou Chen. Everything else was beyond his scope. Who was Gu Yusin? He had never heard of her. After Lin Ming clarified the situation, Liao Xiafeng quickly sought answers from his superiors. It was Gu Yusin's initiative. After her soul talent resonates, she will enter a long cooldown period. Instead of using the opportunity on second-tier otherworldly monsters, it is far more profitable to use it on stronger third-tier otherworldly monsters. Liao Xiafeng explained cautiously. The record showed that Lin Ming had no connection with Gu Yusin, but seeing Lin Ming's strong reaction now, their relationship in his previous life must have been complicated. Lin Ming stood there in a daze, then finally smiled bitterly. That's just her style. He knew very well that beneath Gu Yusen's gentle appearance lay a resilient soul. In his previous life, she was decisive and not just a girl who followed others blindly. However, caring could lead to chaos. Regardless, if something happens to Gu Yusen, Lin Ming turned and left without saying anything harsh in the end. Primeval Forest. Zhou Chen surveyed the surroundings. The instance was called the Primeval Forest, but what he saw was a decaying forest. Countless dark magic drifted between heaven and earth. Under the influence of the magic, many plants died, and those that barely survived grew in twisted and grotesque shapes, exuding a sense of distortion. There were no signs of otherworldly monsters nearby, but the four of them remained vigilant. Not all entry points were in the midst of monsters. Sometimes, they needed to advance a distance before encountering otherworldly monsters, triggering a monster wave. When the 1-minute preparation time ended and Zhou Chen saw no immediate danger, he ordered Jiang Yu and the other 2 women to hide. He then leaped into the air, soaring higher and higher, straight into the sky. When Zhou Chen soared into the sky, Jiang Yu and the others initially didn't pay much attention, thinking he was just jumping high. However, as Zhou Chen flew higher and higher without any sign of descending, they were completely stunned. Zhou Chen, is he flying? Wu Qianxian was dumbfounded. You're not mistaken. Jiang Yu nodded affirmatively. Wu Qianxian openly expressed her envy. Although she could teleport, it wasn't the same as flying. Teleporting recklessly to high altitudes without a landing spot was suicidal. Who wouldn't want the ability to freely soar through the sky? Unfortunately, there were no flying skills available on the market, not even related ones. Some awakened individuals could fly, but it was based on innate abilities. Zhou Chen was unaware of the envy from the women below. His ability to fly was due to the breakthrough in the lightness skill. Of course, it was no longer called lightness now. Aerial Dance LV7+1, quality, rare, type, active skill. After use, the lightness energy flows within you, allowing you to break free from gravity and move freely in the air. In these days, the lightness skill not only broke through to the rare level aerial dance but also reached level 7. The appearance of aerial dance freed Zhou Chen from the constraints of the earth, granting him true flight capabilities. The only thing that disappointed Zhou Chen was that the flight speed of the aerial dance technique was not fast. Far from being comparable to the thunder shadow step, the light energy was influenced by the spiritual attribute, but it was not directly proportional because it had its limits, restricted by skill quality and level. Zhou Chen planned to wait for it to break through to the perfect level before evaluating the skill's effects. If it still didn't satisfy him, he would decide to make breakthroughs in breadth in the future. Apart from the aerial dance technique, Zhou Chen had made breakthroughs in his other skills as well. Among them, the War Stomp and Mountain Collapse had successfully broken through, transforming into perfect levels. War Stomp LV3+1, quality, perfect, type, active skill, tremendous power shook the earth, stunning and dealing massive damage to targets within a 100-meter radius. The higher the spirit in physique, the lesser the impact. The range of War Stomp's influence doubled, with increased stun duration and significantly enhanced damage to targets within the area. Mountain Collapse LV3+1, quality, perfect, type, active skill, with a punch. The Mountain Collapse shattered, increasing attack power by 280%. The perfect level of Mountain Collapse had a tremendous increase in power, almost quadrupling at level 4, and once maxed out, it would be 5 times the damage. Quite exaggerated. However, whether it was War Stomp or Mountain Collapse, Zhou Chen had not used them after their breakthroughs. One reason was that it was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, and the other reason was more practical. With the power of perfect quality, the consumption was inevitably greater, and in previous battles, Zhou Chen had to conserve energy to protect others, so to avoid accidents, he simply didn't use them. The consumption of Thunder Shadow Step was much lower than theirs, so there were no concerns. The difficulty of upgrading perfect level skills was much greater than rare level. Even Zhou Chen had only increased by 3 levels after breaking these 2 skills to perfect level. Besides these 3 perfect level skills, Archery Mastery also completed a breakthrough. Archery Mastery LV7+1, quality, rare, type, passive skill. Your archery is precise and powerful, increasing the potency of archery by 45%. There wasn't much to say about this skill. Zhou Chen planned to continue deepening his mastery unless he obtained significantly better long-range weapons of other types. There were also the last 2 upgradable skills, Barbaric Bloodline and Melee Specialization. Even after barbaric bloodline transformed into bloodline abilities, the difficulty of upgrading remained unchanged. Among all skills, it was the most challenging to upgrade, currently at LV9, not far from a breakthrough, but still providing Zhou Chen with a significant amount of attributes and powerful bloodline liberation. As for melee specialization, Zhou Chen had considered broadening its applicability infinitely at the rare level, turning it into a true melee specialization, providing powerful bonuses to any melee weapon and unarmed combat state. However, he quickly realized that this idea was not practical. Specializations had their limits. At the rare level, melee specialization could only master up to 3 types of melee weapons and 3 types of unarmed combat techniques. Zhou Chen suspected that it might have to reach the epic or legendary level to truly become a melee specialization, but by then, it would certainly not be called a specialization. Since he couldn't infinitely broaden it, Zhou Chen didn't hesitate and directly chose to deepen his mastery. He also planned to decide whether to continue broadening based on the weapons and skill situations in the future. Thus, melee specialization became Zhou Chen's 4th perfect level skill. Melee specialization LV2+1, quality, perfect, type, passive skill, your swordsmanship, knife skills, and boxing techniques have reached their peak, with sword and knife techniques increased by 65% and boxing techniques by 100%. Due to completing a breadth breakthrough first and adding knife skills, the level of melee specialization was actually 1 level lower than War Stomp and Mountain Collapse. The 65% increase in sword and knife techniques, and the 100% increase in boxing techniques, doubled the attributes compared to the rare level at the same level. For perfect level skills, 3 rare level skills, supplemented by his own powerful attribute of up to 60,000. Zhou Chen didn't know how strong he was now. Although he was only at the 2nd rank, he was absolutely not inferior when facing the 3rd rank. If he didn't have this confidence, why would he come in? As Zhou Chen flew higher and higher, overlooking the earth from a high vantage point, the topography of this instance quickly appeared before him. It was an incredibly vast decaying forest, covering an area so large that it was estimated to be no less than 100,000 square kilometers, which was already equivalent to a relatively small province in Xia country, far exceeding the size of a 2nd-ranked disaster instance. In such a large area, to find and kill all the monsters from the other world, just the thought of it gave Zhou Chen a headache. It was indeed a 1,000-person instance. The territory was so vast that it was not something that just 4 people could clear out quickly. Just when Zhou Chen thought that he might not be able to complete the disaster instance in one go because he couldn't afford to spend too much time in this instance, suddenly, Zhou Chen's gaze slightly narrowed as he looked at the small black dots on the ground. You should know that at his height, normal humans were completely invisible. Only tall buildings could be seen faintly. What were these small black dots? As Zhou Chen descended in height, those small black dots became clearer and clearer. Monsters, they are all monsters. Zhou Chen gasped in surprise. His heart was filled with joy. If all the monsters inside this disaster instance were these huge beasts, then it would be much simpler for him to clear them out than he had imagined because the massive size of the monsters made it difficult for them to hide. In this way, his completion of the instance in a short time became possible. Just as Zhou Chen was rising to observe, the monsters inside the instance also noticed him. A flying creature similar to a pterosaur suddenly accelerated. Like lightning, rushing towards him, it was surrounded by a strong magical aura, with wings spanning over 40 meters, much larger than the thunder eagles Zhou Chen had seen before. The force of this attack was enough to destroy the tall buildings on Blue Star. Obviously, this was a 2nd-rank monster. Zhou Chen didn't even look at it. As it was about to reach him, the cold moon magic blade appeared in his hand and swung out. Puff! The huge head of the magic-infused pterosaur burst into a cloud of blood mist, and its massive body fell weakly, collapsing into a pile of bones. This commotion immediately caught the attention of more monsters inside the instance, especially other magic-infused pterosaurs that were closer, all roaring and flying towards him. Zhou Chen didn't engage with them, his body quickly descending. It wasn't that he was afraid of them, but Zhou Chen knew that the monsters inside the disaster instance were real and had their own thoughts, especially the 2nd-rank ones, who could overcome the bloodthirsty impulse brought on by the magical aura. The Thunder Eagles in the Thunder Valley understood how to consume Zhou Chen's strength with cannon fodder before coming out to harvest. Zhou Chen had never seen 3rd-rank monsters, but he imagined they would be stronger and more difficult to deal with. These flying monsters, in Zhou Chen's view, were the biggest challenge in clearing the instance because they could fly, and they flew fast. If he tried to escape at full speed, Zhou Chen, who only knew aerial arts, wouldn't be able to catch up at all. Therefore, he couldn't reveal too much of his strength at the beginning, lest he scare them away. Zhou Chen needed to find a suitable way to capture them all at once, and if that wasn't possible, he had to kill as many flying creatures as possible. Finding Jiang Yu and the others, Zhou Chen shared his observations and asked if they had any suitable methods. It would be great if Brother Shi could come in with us, his talent can taunt monsters. Wu Qianxian slapped her thigh hard, looking frustrated. But Brother Shi's taunting range is limited, and those flying monsters can fly far away, so his effect is probably limited. There is still a way. Jiang Yu smiled slightly and took out an item. Bloody bait quality, fine type, prop after use. It emits an extremely strong bloody smell, which can stimulate the bloodthirsty instincts of all creatures within a range of 10 kilometers, prompting them to launch attacks recklessly. This is a prop dropped in a second-order instance. I saw it in the official treasure trove before and thought it might come in handy, so I exchanged it, Jiang Yu explained. Although it's only of fine quality, demonized monsters already have a strong bloodthirsty impulse. When hit by this bloody bait, even third-order monsters probably won't be able to control their instinctive impulses. Zhou Chen's eyes lit up. This prop is very dangerous. Under normal circumstances, it is undoubtedly suicidal, which is why it appears in the official treasure trove. However, for the powerful Zhou Chen, there is no fear at all. My soul, I can launch an assault on the target's soul, causing it to fall into a state of distraction, confusion, and so on. Even if third-order monsters can forcibly suppress their instincts, they won't be able to control themselves under the assault on their soul. Gu Yusin also said, her soul eye is not just about acquiring the target's memories. Gu Yusin is second order. Even with an SS-level talent, its effect on third-order targets is limited. However, the third-order monsters at that time were already in an abnormal state, and the soul eye was just the last straw that broke the camel's back. The group quickly refined their ambush plan through discussions. The location for the plan couldn't be on flat ground because their target was flying monsters, so ground monsters had to be eliminated first. In the end, Zhou Chen chose a mountain peak. Although the terrain of this instance was a primitive forest, it also had mountain peaks where flying creatures nested. Zhou Chen could clearly see them from the air. He swiftly passed through, slaying every giant beast he encountered along the way. It was evident that there weren't many third-order monsters inside the instance. As the four of them didn't encounter any, they first found a safe spot for Wu Qianxian. Set coordinates there. Her talent allowed her to instantly teleport back to the coordinates with others. These coordinates could be far apart. Wu Qianxian, a second order, could set up more than one coordinate. Another coordinate was set at the top of the target mountain peak, not too close, but within sight to set up. With all preparations in place, Zhou Chen soared into the air to lure the monsters. Flying monsters were widely distributed, and the bloody bait only worked within 10 kilometers, so they had to gather them first. Starting with the outermost flying monsters, Zhou Chen flew while making a great commotion to attract the flying creatures, ignoring the ground monsters for now. Soon, dozens of flying monsters gathered near Zhou Chen. They were massive in size, and only a few monsters could attack Zhou Chen at the same time. Although the aerial dance's flying speed wasn't impressive, its agility was extremely high, making it easy to dodge attacks. Zhou Chen could dodge their attacks if possible, and withstand them if not. Although his life force field was only 5 centimeters thick, his resistance was extremely high, and a few second-order monsters couldn't break through it. A long bow emitting a faint blue light appeared in his hand, the fine-grade weapon he exchanged from the official treasure trove, the Wind Chaser bow. Since he had learned archery basics, it would be a waste not to bring a bow and arrows. Zhou Chen shot arrow after arrow, without active attack skills. Relying solely on the weapon's power and Zhou Chen's passive skills couldn't take down one monster with one arrow. But it caused great pain to these second-order monsters, firmly holding their hatred towards Zhou Chen. By the time Zhou Chen completed a round of flying, he was followed by thousands of flying monsters, some of which were extremely large, with wingspans of over 100 meters, clearly third-order monsters. At the target mountain peak, massive demonized winged dragons soared into the sky, having been alerted long ago. The mountain peak chosen by Zhou Chen happened to be their lair. Two magical winged dragons with a wingspan of 200 meters coldly stared at Zhou Chen, not making any sudden moves. They were not foolish. Zhou Chen's ability to survive under the attacks of so many flying creatures seemed anything but simple. If it weren't for their minds being tainted by dark magic, they would probably have sensed the danger and fled long ago. a magical golden eagle, a magical winged falcon, and a magical purple vulture flew towards the two magical winged dragons, each representing their own king within their respective groups, seemingly wanting to discuss something. A great opportunity. Zhou Chen's eyes lit up, quickly descending towards the mountaintop. His life force field had long been shattered under the continuous attacks of the flying monsters, and Zhou Chen timely took action, killing some of the flying creatures without revealing his full strength. Most of the flying monsters were hovering in the nearby airspace, their massive bodies darkening the sky like an eclipse. At the moment Zhou Chen stood still, Wu Chanxian, Zhang Yu, and Gu Yusin appeared beside him. Zhang Yu decisively chose to use a bloody bait. Instantly, an incredibly strong scent of blood spread out from the mountaintop, attracting countless giant beasts within a radius of 10 kilometers, their eyes turning red as they lost their rationality and charged towards the peak. In the sky, thousands of flying monsters, driven by their bloodthirsty instincts, crazily rushed towards the mountain peak. This terrifying scene made the three women pale with fear. At the same time, the bloody bait affected them as well, regardless of friend or foe. Stay calm. Zhou Chen's low voice awakened them from their bloodthirsty impulses. Fortunately, they were not magical creatures, otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to regain their senses so easily. Decree, Zhou Chen's next attack range will be greatly increased. Zhang Yu's words had just fallen when she was hit by a splitting headache. A mysterious force fell upon Zhou Chen, making him realize that his next strike would have an incredibly wide range. Gu Yusin's eyes flashed black as she silently launched a soul attack, causing the 5 third-tier monsters controlled by their bloodthirsty instincts to fall into a daze and instinctively rush towards Zhou Chen. After completing all this, Gu Yusin also staggered. Wu Chanxian, not daring to delay, quickly grabbed the two women and forcefully activated her talent, teleporting them to a safe location. Countless flying monsters flew in a frenzy, their massive bodies overlapping and darkening the sky, extending far and wide. Facing this terrifying scene, Zhou Chen revealed a cold smile. He used temporary power-boosting items like the power of evil spirits. He erupted in a state of bloodline release. Mountain, river, collapse. Like a volcano erupting, a terrifying fist force shook the sky, causing the mountaintop beneath Zhou Chen's feet to collapse, an unmatched power covering a range of several kilometers. With a punch, mountains and rivers shattered, including the third-tier monsters. The thousands of flying monsters that were madly rushing all burst into a cloud of blood mist. Several kilometers away, Wu Chanxian and the others appeared out of thin air. They suppressed their bloodthirsty impulses while anxiously looking towards the direction of the mountain peak. Although they were far away, the sight of the massive group of flying monsters darkening the sky for several kilometers was astonishing. What should we do? What if Zhou Chen makes a mistake? Wu Chanxian's face was full of anxiety. Don't worry, Zhang Yu said calmly. Gu Yusin knew the least about Zhou Chen among the three women, but she remained silent, focusing on observing. All three women were somewhat exhausted. The previous wave of actions had taken a toll on them. Just then, they heard a deafening roar that echoed through the heavens and earth. For a moment, it seemed as if the entire sky was trembling, an unimaginable force sweeping across the firmament. The three women incredulously witnessed the massive group of flying monsters that darkened the sky for several kilometers, disappearing as if erased by an eraser, leaving only endless blood mist lingering in the air. In the blink of an eye, everything changed drastically. This is too terrifying. Wu Qianqian struggled to swallow. Zhang Yu and Gu Yusin were equally horrified. They had no doubt that if Zhou Chen's punch just now hadn't been aimed at the sky, they might have been shattered into a mist of blood. It was simply terrifying. In the midst of the blood mist, Zhou Chen stood in the void, with most of the mountain peaks crumbling beneath his feet. The power of the mountain river collapse with one punch even exceeded his expectations. The mountain river collapse was not simply a single target attack. The stronger the power, the wider the range covered by the attack. However, clearing out several kilometers with one punch was still too exaggerated. This was undoubtedly the credit of Zhang Yu's law, greatly increasing his attack range. For others, this was harmful rather than beneficial because expanding the attack range would inevitably weaken the attack strength, turning kills into severe or even minor injuries. But Zhou Chen was different. Under his full force eruption, the attack power of the mountain river collapse exceeded imagination, far surpassing the strength of the third rank. Even though it was greatly dispersed, it still cleared out everything with one punch, not sparing even the third rank flying monsters. Strength is one thing, but the consumption is indeed significant. Zhou Chen sighed inwardly. The same strike couldn't be unleashed in a short period of time, equivalent to a skill cooldown. The mysterious power that Jiang Yu had bestowed upon him had already been exhausted, and the next mountain river collapse attack wouldn't have such a broad coverage. However, it wasn't a big issue. The might of that punch almost wiped out all the flying monsters hovering in the air, leaving only 100 or so flying monsters behind Zhou Chen. Due to the angle of force, they were left in the direction behind Zhou Chen. At this moment, they weren't crazily fleeing from his earth-shattering blow. Driven by their bloodthirsty instincts, they continued to fly madly towards him, their eyes fixed on the basketball-sized fresh red blood in front of Zhou Chen. The bloody bait. Well done. Zhou Chen smirked, releasing the burst state and bloodline liberation, causing his strength to plummet instantly, leaving him feeling a sense of emptiness. However, due to the short duration, the impact wasn't significant. Facing these second-rank flying monsters, he still crushed them one by one. Once the flying monsters were all eliminated, Zhou Chen turned his gaze to the ground. Besides the flying monsters attracted by the bloody bait, there were also numerous land behemoths charging towards him at the foot of the mountain, roaring furiously as they raced towards Zhou Chen in the air, their eyes filled with killing intent. These behemoths, the smallest of which were over 30 meters long, and the largest over 50 meters long, numbered no less than 1,000. The land behemoths within a radius of 10 kilometers had probably all been drawn here. Their numbers weren't as many as the flying monsters, which was normal because Zhou Chen had intentionally lured the flying monsters, whose distribution range extended far beyond 10 kilometers. Unlike these land behemoths, which were fewer in number, no third ranks, Zhou Chen realized as he scanned these behemoths, not to mention whether there were any third ranks within 10 kilometers. Even if there were, they could forcibly control their bloodthirsty instincts. Those 5 third-rank flying monsters, if not for a momentary disturbance caused by Gu Yusen's soul eye, wouldn't have lost their rationality. The effectiveness of the bloody bait wouldn't last forever but would rapidly decrease over time. Without delay, Zhou Chen plunged into the ground, greeted by the enthusiastic reception of the land behemoths, beginning a massacre. In the distance, the 3 women snapped out of their shock. Gu Yusen asked somewhat oddly, "The mighty Zhou Chen won't get carried away and just keep killing all the way, forgetting about capturing a third-rank monster, right?" The thought left her at a loss for words. It shouldn't be the case," Wu Qianxian said uncertainly. It was mainly because Zhou Chen's performance was too powerful, giving the impression that he could breeze through. This was a third-rank disaster instance after all. Zhou Chen knows what he's doing, Jiang Yu said. At this point, the effect of the bloody bait diminished, and they no longer felt the urge to kill. On the ground, the land behemoths gradually came to their senses. Seeing the blood mist in the air and the corpses everywhere, they were filled with extreme fear and turned to flee. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lightning streaked across the sky, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of the behemoths within a 10-kilometer radius. With a swift motion, Zhou Chen took care of all the behemoths and appeared in front of the 3 women. Fu Zhou Chen remarked, "The strength of the monsters in this instance is much lower than I had imagined." The 3 women were speechless, thinking back to the terrifying flying monster horde that filled the sky. They shuddered. However, the fact that such a terrifying monster horde had been cleared out by Zhou Chen with a single punch brought them a sense of relief. Zhou Chen wasn't pretending, he genuinely felt this way. There were only 5 Tier 3 flying monsters and an unknown number of land behemoths. From his aerial observation, Zhou Chen estimated that there were probably not more than 100 in total. In a Tier 3 instance, even when adding up all the Tier 3 monsters, the total count remained in the double digits. The behemoths were merely large in size, their attributes still fell within the Tier 3 category, not exceeding this limit. Therefore, the notion of trading quality for quantity did not apply. Describing their strength as low was indeed accurate. Jiang Yu was also at a loss for words. According to the future information provided by Lin Ming, there were only about 20 Tier 3 monsters in this ghost-level disaster, scattered worldwide. Coupled with billions of Tier 1 and Tier 2 monsters, they brought immense disaster to the blue planet. Despite Tier 3 monsters being easily dispatched by Zhou Chen, it was only because of his overwhelming strength. Anyone else would have felt despair facing these Tier 3 monsters. With attributes in the tens of thousands and rare great skills, Zhou Chen posed a significant threat to the awakeners of the blue planet. Even the advanced technology weapons of the blue planet posed little threat to Tier 3 monsters. Even a powerful weapon like a nuclear bomb, if not hit directly, could be survived due to the Tier 3 strength. In Lin Ming's past life, after various failed attempts, the countries of the Blue Planet resorted to mass nuclear bombings to eliminate these Tier 3 monsters, resulting in a heavy toll. In this life, the strength of the ghost-level disaster far exceeded that of Lin Ming's past life. Just the number of Tier 3 monsters alone was 10 times, if not dozens of times more than before. If it were Lin Ming's past life, the Blue Planet might have been destroyed. Ultimately, it was Zhou Chen's overwhelming strength in this life. His powerful performance brought several special rewards to the Blue Planet and attracted even stronger monsters. Similarly, the strength of the Blue Planet in this life surpassed that of Lin Ming's past life. Even the cheaters, under Zhou Chen's influence, surpassed the strength of Lin Ming's past life. Jiang Yu had no doubt that if the ghost-level disaster had not been shortened and still arrived 3 months later, they would not be the ones causing havoc on the Blue Planet but struggling for survival under their pursuit. Zhou Chen was unaware of Jiang Yu's complex thoughts. He simply felt a bit nostalgic, realizing he had been conservative in estimating the instance's strength. Leading a 1,000-person team was beyond his capabilities, and even a 100-person team was uncertain. However, bringing in a few more people wouldn't be a problem. Of course, mentioning this now was meaningless, with such a commotion inside the instance. As long as those Tier 3 monsters aren't foolish, they will surely unite to try and exterminate all the monsters inside. A tough battle is inevitable, and even I may not hold back then, Zhou Chen said, glancing at Gu Yusen. So, let's focus on gathering intelligence first. The larger the size of the giant beast, the stronger its strength. According to Zhou Chen's observation, the length of the third-order giant beasts generally exceeds 100 meters. One of these heads naturally stood out. When luring the monster earlier, he also paid attention to the ground conditions, found a suitable target, and if he acted quickly, he could intercept it before it converged with other third-order giant beasts. A slender and 100-meter-long giant fox tried to lower its body as much as possible, hiding among the tall, twisted trees in this decaying forest, running swiftly with its 3 long tails swaying behind it. Despite being surrounded by demonic energy, the aura on this 3-tailed giant fox was fierce and bloodthirsty, but its eyes were bright and agile. At this moment, fear filled the eyes of the 3-tailed giant fox. Images of that earth-shattering punch seemed to linger in its mind. Escape! I must escape. I cannot match that creature's strength. It fled in panic, wanting to get as far away from the terrifying creature as possible. However, at that moment, a flash of lightning appeared, and then Zhou Chen's figure appeared in front of it, blocking its path. The 3-tailed giant fox let out a panicked roar. It recognized him. This was the terrifying creature. You're quite fast at running away, Zhou Chen said with a slight smile. Wu, the 3-tailed giant fox, let out a low whimper, seemingly pleading. However, Zhou Chen couldn't understand what it was saying at all. Seeing Zhou Chen unmoved, the 3-tailed giant fox became even more anxious. Suddenly, it crouched on the ground, its butt raised high in a surrendering posture. Zhou Chen paused. The 3-tailed giant fox looked quite intelligent, but unfortunately, there was a language barrier, and even if he could understand, Zhou Chen wouldn't believe it. Swish, the cold moon magic blade struck. Moments later, the heavily wounded 3-tailed giant fox collapsed on the ground, unconscious. 2 of its tails had been cut off by Zhou Chen, and it had numerous wounds all over its body, blood pooling on the ground. The space fluctuated, and Jiang Yu and the others were teleported over. Seeing the intense battle scene around them, as if a tornado had swept through, they were all amazed. The attributes of the 3-tailed giant fox were around 30,000, weaker than Zhou Chen. Coupled with Zhou Chen's perfect level skills, even with a 10% suppression of his strength, Zhou Chen completely dominated the fight. If he didn't need to keep it alive, the battle would have ended much sooner. I'm not in good shape right now. Glancing at the unconscious 3-tailed giant fox, Gu Yusen hesitated and shook her head. The 3 of them each drank a bottle of high-quality recovery potion, easing their depleted spirits. However, it was still a bit lacking to immediately access the memories of the third-order monster. Let's wait then. Zhou Chen wasn't in a hurry. The most important thing with the third-order monsters in the instance was cooperation, not suicide. If it came to that, he didn't mind starting the final battle early. The losses from the mountain and river collapse had long been restored, and he could unleash another punch at any time. Although Jiang Yu hadn't fully recovered to assist him in delivering a punch that could sweep several kilometers, the undivided power of the mountain and river collapse would be even more terrifying. Jiang Yu and the others were also somewhat worried. If the final battle started early, Zhou Chen might not hold back. Fortunately, that didn't happen. The number of giants in the primeval forest was far fewer than in the second-order disaster instance, but their individual strength surpassed the latter. It was not realistic for the monsters to deplete Zhou Chen's strength. They had to concentrate the most powerful forces to dare to face Zhou Chen. 6 hours later, Gu Yusin, now in a recovered state, stood in front of the three-tailed giant fox. Seeing the huge bumps on the giant fox's head, she couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her eye. The vitality of this giant beast was extremely strong. It had woken up several times during the process, only to be knocked unconscious by Zhou Chen each time. Let's begin. In the worried gazes of Jiang Yu and Wu Qianqian, Gu Yusin activated the Eye of the Soul. Her eyes seemed to turn into a bottomless abyss, slowly rotating, as the invisible power of the soul invaded the depths of the three-tailed giant fox's soul. Gu Yusin seemed to transform into a three-tailed giant fox, wandering in its ocean of memories. After an unknown period of time, Gu Yusin slowly woke up, finding herself curled up on the ground. Not surprised, letting out a long low hum, she stretched her body, yawned widely, and habitually placed her hands on the ground. Just as she settled into position on all fours, Gu Yusin's body trembled, finally breaking free from the influence of the three-tailed giant fox's soul. Hastily straightening up, as she lifted her head, she met 3 pairs of peculiar eyes. At that moment, Gu Yusin felt like dying. Just. Gu Yusin's face flushed red, frantically trying to explain. Don't worry, we understand. Wu Qianqian blinked. What do you understand? Gu Yusin was at a loss, as this was her first time accessing memories of a higher-ranking target than herself. Unaware of such a situation occurring, caught off guard, she felt like she was going to die of embarrassment. Zhou Chen remained composed on the surface but speculated inwardly. When Gu Yusin accessed memories, she would also be influenced by the three-tailed giant fox's memories, unconsciously making certain movements. This was partly due to her insufficient mastery of her own talents, which should improve with continued use or advancement in rank. On the other hand, it was also because of the difference in their ranks. If their ranks were the same, presumably this issue would disappear. Shiner, tell us about the information you retrieved. Jiang Yu cleared the air for Gu Yusin. Relieved, Gu Yusin quickly began speaking. Zhou Gu, Jiang Jia, Shanshan Jia. This three-tailed fox was originally just an ordinary fox. Its world is a primitive planet with abundant resources. Vast primitive forests cover most of the planet, where numerous tribes live, including the fox tribe. Hunting, sleeping, reproducing, dying. Originally, this was how its life would pass. However, one day, a huge spatial crack appeared on their planet, and endless demonic energy surged in. Countless animals and plants died, and those who survived were infected by the demonic energy, undergoing mutations. For example, their sizes grew larger, and the three-tailed fox also grew 2 extra tails. They became demonized monsters. Their world was devoured by a giant mouth, leaving only some fragments behind, pulled into a strange world. That strange world is called the Remnant World, with origins similar to the primitive planet where the three-tailed fox resided, preserved as remnants of the world. This was not an act of kindness. After becoming demonized monsters, they became servants and minions of the abyssal demon clan, disregarding their lives to devour extraordinary beings of light. The fragments of the world where the three-tailed fox resided had experienced 3 world invasions, extinguishing 3 worlds infused with extraordinary light and eradicating the beings within. This time, they set their sights on our world. However, before the attack, a vast and boundless supreme power descended, dividing their world fragments. The part where the three-tailed fox resided became a disaster instance, thrown into the western desert. Gu Yusin relayed the information she had gathered in one breath. Remnant World. Zhou Chen's mind stirred. No wonder he felt that these disaster instances had vastly different styles. They originally came from different worlds but coexisted in that remnant world. What is the Abyssal Demon Clan? Jiang Yu inquired. My goodness, how terrifying must that giant mouth be to devour an entire world? Wu Qianqian couldn't help but exclaim. Each of the 3 had their own concerns. Gu Yusin thought for a moment and said, most of the demonized monsters are ignorant. They are controlled by a bloodthirsty instinct. They either attack other worlds or fight among themselves, not caring about the outside world. However, the higher their rank, the more complete and clear their minds become. The three-tailed fox is one of the outstanding ones. By a stroke of luck, it knows some secrets. The Abyssal Demon Clan is the master of the demonized monsters. They come from a place called the Abyss, which is also the source of demonic energy. These Abyssal Demon Clan members constantly tear open spatial rifts, introducing demonic energy into other worlds. When the transformation reaches a certain level, these worlds will be devoured by the Abyssal Mouth. If a world is very strong, the Abyssal Demon Clan will personally come to slaughter and transform living beings. The world of the three-tailed fox is just an ordinary world that doesn't need the Abyssal Demon Clan to intervene. It was only after entering a residual world that it truly encountered the Abyssal Demon Clan, a tremendously powerful race. In front of the Abyssal Demon Clan, these demonized monsters are nothing but ants. As if recalling the terrifying memories of the Abyssal Demon Clan, Gu Yusen trembled all over. Taking a while to calm down, Zhou Chen and the others looked at each other in astonishment. Residual world. Abyssal Demon Clan. The Abyss. They never expected that a simple intelligence collection would reveal such astonishing information. The Abyssal Demon Clan and the Abyss shouldn't be our concern now, right? Zhou Chen looked at Gu Yusen. Right. In the memories of the three-tailed fox, the Abyssal Demon Clan has never shown up. Perhaps they have their own opponents, or maybe their level is too high for the three-tailed fox to come into contact with. Gu Yusen hurriedly replied. Jiang Yu and Wu Chanxian breathed a sigh of relief. They only had to face the demonized monsters of the residual world. However, according to Gu Yusen, the residual world is boundless, gathering fragments from countless worlds. They had no idea how many powerful beings there were. As Gu Yusen couldn't fully comprehend it, Zhou Chen paid no attention. The catastrophe that descended on the Blue Star was just a ghost-level disaster, the lowest level of disaster. And they didn't need to face the entire residual world. The Blue Star still lacked that kind of attraction. Besides the intelligence about the residual world and the Abyssal Demon Clan, Gu Yusen had many other gains. After all, it was the memories of the three-tailed fox accumulated over decades. However, due to the complexity, she needed time to sort it out. Boom! The massive head of the three-tailed fox turned into a mist of blood. Just as Zhou Chen was about to speak, his gaze suddenly sharpened. The earth trembled, and thunderous roars rapidly approached from a distance. Zhou Chen leaped into the sky, looking towards the source of the noise. Countless giant beasts were running on the ground, heading towards their location. Is it finally time for the decisive battle? Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. He landed and informed Jiang Yu and the others. In this battle, he didn't intend for Jiang Yu and the others to take action. After all, there were too many giant beasts, and their strength was formidable. In the chaos of battle, he might not be able to ensure their safety. It would be better to wait for an opportunity to strike or search for any overlooked enemies. Seemingly learning from the lesson of the flying monsters, the charging giant beasts spread out and all were second-tier monsters. The third-tier monsters kept their distance, not daring to approach easily. They also kept a distance from each other to avoid being wiped out by Zhou Chen with a single punch. Are they still trying to wear me down? Zhou Chen sneered. The hierarchy of demonized monsters was strict, with lower-ranking ones unconditionally obeying the higher-ranking ones. Even if they were filled with fear, the second-tier monsters had to launch a suicidal charge. Zhou Chen remained fearless, drawing his cold moon demon blade. It was not bad that the demonized monsters came to their doom, saving him the trouble of searching and saving a lot of time. Swish! Thunder exploded in this decaying forest. In the gloomy and decaying forest, the massive bodies of the giant beasts lay weakly on the ground, some missing their heads, others with large holes in their hearts, all devoid of life. The endless blood dyed the forest and the earth a dark red color. Due to their size, most giant beasts left full corpses everywhere, but they had little impact on Zhou Chen. The thick bloodlight condensed into a blood-red blade on the magic knife, indicating that tens of thousands of creatures had died under Zhou Chen's blade. There were not only second-order but also third-order monsters. Zhou Chen naturally wouldn't let those third-order monsters feel too comfortable. In the fierce battle, lightning crossed vast distances, reaching a third-order monster, and Zhou Chen struck with mountain and river collapse, without using items, entering a burst state, or releasing bloodlines. The power of this punch was still incredibly astonishing. The terrifying punch directly crushed the third-order monster and hundreds of second-order monsters around into a bloody mist. The powerful force of the punch did not stop, plowing a deep trench dozens of meters wide on the ground, extending hundreds of meters away. annihilating all the demonized monsters and forest trees along the way. There were a total of 7 such trenches on the ground, as Zhou Chen struck 7 times, reaping the lives of 7 third-order monsters and many second-order monsters. Although these 7 punches were not consecutive, they were still immensely draining. Coupled with the long battle, Zhou Chen's condition inevitably declined, his life force shattered, and his injuries increased. He had no recovery skills and could only rely on his innate recovery ability, which was definitely slower than the rate of injury. Finally seeing hope of wearing down Zhou Chen, the third-order monsters were extremely excited. This terrifying creature was finally exhausted and close to death. At this point, they had paid a heavy price. Second-order monsters were almost extinct, with over a dozen third-order monsters dead, some killed by mountain and river collapse, and a few by Zhou Chen's sudden attacks. Roar! Kill. 150 meters long and 120 meters tall armored giant elephant roared, exerting force with its 4 hooves, charging like a moving mountain peak, while other third-order monsters attacked from different directions. Not all third-order monsters were like this, some remained particularly vigilant, ready to escape at any moment. In an instant, Zhou Chen found himself in a dangerous situation, but he remained calm, a sly smile appearing on his lips. In such a hurry to leave? Good. Then I'll send you on your way. Burst state. Activate. Endless power surged from within him, forming a thick blood-red flame around Zhou Chen. But that was not all. Bloodline release. Strands of barbaric aura emanated from Zhou Chen, and behind him, a fierce and towering figure faintly appeared, enveloping him. The 100 battles martial cannon was already at its peak level, in the peak state of eruption, all attributes plus 100%, with a level 9 barbaric bloodline, including the bonus from the title, under the bloodline release state, strengthened physique plus 100%, agility plus 50%, with double the enhancement. Zhou Chen's power reached its peak. At this moment, Zhou Chen, shrouded in a blood-red flame and a majestic figure, seemed both demonic and godlike. Swish Thunder Shadow Step activated, and Zhou Chen's speed immediately soared to its peak, breaking the sound barrier in an instant, reaching several times the speed of sound, rolling over the armored giant elephant. The armored giant elephant only felt a chill in its hindquarters before losing consciousness. It never understood what had happened until its death. The third-order monsters lurking in the distance, however, saw clearly. They only saw a flash of lightning, followed by the armor and massive hindquarters of the armored giant elephant, which was considered top-tier defense among third-order monsters, being crushed into a bloody mist. Then, the thunderous roar rumbled through the air. Can't fight. Flee. These third-order monsters were terrified, hastily turning to escape, but it was too late. Under the triple eruption of Zhou Chen, which lasted a very short time, not exceeding a minute, he first killed the third-order monsters planning to escape. In the face of Zhou Chen's extreme eruption, these powerful third-order monsters were no different from second-order monsters, each falling to a single strike. When Zhou Chen finally stopped, the blood-red aura and imposing figure on his body disappeared. All the demonized monsters present had lost their vitality, and the 78 third-tier monsters that had gathered to attack were completely wiped out. Huff, huff, huff. Zhou Chen gasped heavily, his whole body covered in sweat. After drinking a bottle of recovery potion exchanged from the official treasury, Zhou Chen sat down on the ground, motionless. Jiang Yu and her 3 daughters emerged from their hiding place, looking at Zhou Chen with admiration and awe. Zhou Chen was truly powerful. It's up to you now, Zhou Chen said slowly as he recovered. Without any system prompts, it indicated that some demonized monsters in the instance had not been killed, either because they were hiding too far away or the third-tier monsters had escaped long ago. In fact, at this point, even if Zhou Chen left, it wouldn't be a problem. The disaster instance was a one-time event, and the demonized monsters inside would not resurrect. The remaining monsters no longer posed a threat to the Xia Kingdom. However, Zhou Chen still had thoughts about the clearance rewards and naturally wouldn't rush to leave. After all, there was still time before the 10-day deadline he had set. Leave it to us, Jiang Yu said solemnly. The 3 daughters immediately took action. With their strength, even if they couldn't defeat the remnants of the instance, they could escape. Zhou Chen was not worried about their safety. As he regained some strength, he suddenly leaped into the air and joined the search. One by one, the giant beasts were found and killed. Finally, after a busy day, as the last demonized monster fell under Zhou Chen's blade, the pleasant sound of the system prompt rang out. Zhou Chen breathed a sigh of relief. From entering the instance to wiping out all the third-tier monsters that had gathered, it didn't even take a day. However, it took so long to search for the scattered demonized monsters. Congratulations on clearing the disaster instance, Primeval Forest. Your contribution is 97%. Please choose whether to merge the world fragment into the blue star or transform it into the world source. Although Jiang Yu and her daughter's kill count was far less than Zhou Chen's, the contribution in the instance wasn't just about killing. Their support functions were also taken into account, adding up to 3% contribution. Transform it into the world source. Zhou Chen, who knew the horror of the demonic energy, naturally wouldn't choose to directly merge this world fragment into the blue star. Who knows if the existence of demonic energy would attract the attention of the Abyssal Demon Clan. The world fragment has been successfully transformed, and its world source has been absorbed by the blue star. You have received the gift of the blue star world will, incubating, and you have gained temporary permission, designated reward, 3rd tier. You have unlocked the corresponding permissions. Please make a choice. Zhou Chen didn't bother to look at the following 2 options. He had already decided on his path and wouldn't easily waver. What surprised him was that besides the 2 options, he also received a temporary permission. Temporary permission, designated reward, 3rd tier. It is a one-time permission that disappears after use. You can designate any one item from the instance rewards to drop 100%. Zhou Chen's eyes lit up. When he checked the daily income gold permissions before, he knew that there were many possible rewards from an instance. The SSSS-Level evaluation and first clear rewards guaranteed the quality of the instance rewards, but it all depended on luck regarding the specific rewards. Trial instances were one thing, as they could be entered multiple times, but for advancement instances, each person could only enter once. It was too luck dependent. For example, in the advancement instance of the battle at the summit of the Purple Forbidden City, if the clearance reward was the sword of the sword god Shangguan Yun, Zhou Chen wouldn't need to broaden the range of his melee specialization. Although there was nothing wrong with it now, it also proved the downside of random instance rewards. It was almost impossible to be self-sufficient relying solely on oneself. The best way, undoubtedly, is to exchange with others what is needed. However, Zhou Chen's progress was too advanced. If it weren't for the restriction of teaming up, few could keep up with his pace. By the time others caught up and obtained the dungeon rewards they wanted, Zhou Chen might no longer have that need. Having the authority to specify rewards made things much better, ensuring that he received the highest value or most needed dungeon rewards. It's a pity it's a one-time authority, Zhou Chen lamented. However, it was indeed impossible to expect permanent specified rewards after clearing a 3rd-tier disaster dungeon. Opting for the Excellence permission, the level of this permission immediately rose to level 5. The higher the permission level, the harder it was to increase. Even though his permission level was already close to level 4, the fact that he could jump from level 3 to level 5 at once indicated that the experience gained from the 3rd-tier disaster dungeon far exceeded that of the 2nd-tier one. After dealing with the clearance rewards, Zhou Chen bid farewell to the others and left on his own. When the world announcement of the clearance of the 3rd-tier disaster dungeon in the western desert of Xia country came out, it immediately caused a sensation worldwide, especially for those countries that hadn't even solved their own 2nd-tier disaster dungeons. It was unbelievable. Look at Xia country, constant good news. Look at us, are our leaders just idling around? Those so-called top awakeners are useless. They used to claim to be 1st tier, but now that they're 2nd tier, they say they need to carefully study countermeasures, just calling on us to provide them with attribute crystal support without doing anything themselves. Heaven's curse on the traitors. Some countries are inviting us to help them solve their domestic disaster dungeons? When Zhou Chen received the message from Jiang Yu, he was checking on his estate under construction in the Azure Sky Mountain. Yes, actually, they are mainly inviting you, Jiang Yu explained. I'm not going. Zhou Chen refused without hesitation. The countries that came to invite him were small countries with insufficient strength, or they didn't want their awakeners to suffer too much loss. Zhou Chen wasn't interested in the benefits they could offer. Running all the way there just to clear a 2nd-tier disaster dungeon? He no longer valued the benefits of 2nd-tier disaster dungeons. With a permission level of 5, it would be even harder to level up again. Even if all the disaster dungeons in those countries were cleared, it might not help him level up further. Moreover, ghost-level disasters were super disasters that needed to be faced together globally. He couldn't solve them all alone. Zhou Chen didn't have such lofty ideals, ensuring Xia country's safety was good enough for him. Then I'll decline. In fact, many countries tend to wait for the ghost-level disaster to arrive and use Blue Star's high-tech weapons to deal with the demonized monsters. The number of people who can enter the disaster dungeons is limited, and heavy weapons cannot be brought in. Instead of sending awakeners into life-threatening situations, it's better to wait for them to arrive and bombard them together. Jiang Yu replied with a smile. There was a hint of pity in her eyes. She knew that many people on Blue Star still hadn't realized the reality. They were more superstitious about the power of planes and cannons than relying on the awakener's strength. Unless they saw the scene of Zhou Chen clearing the primitive forest dungeon with a single punch, they wouldn't wake up and realize that awakeners were the future of Blue Star. In Lin Ming's past life, it wasn't until Blue Star suffered heavy losses in the ghost-level disaster and saw that high-tech weapons weren't as effective against demonized monsters as they had imagined that they fully woke up. However, the price paid in blood had already been made. Jiang Yu couldn't care about that much. Xia country wasn't the overlord of Blue Star, and others wouldn't listen. By the way, how is the situation in the third-tier disaster dungeon in the eastern sea area of Sakura country? Zhou Chen, unaware of Jiang Yu's thoughts, directly asked about the news he was interested in. Clearing the third-tier disaster dungeon would grant temporary permissions, which piqued Zhou Chen's interest in that sea disaster dungeon. As for the level of authority, it doesn't matter much. He didn't expect that refining his authority in a 3-tier disaster instance would raise it to level 6. The disaster instance is surrounded by the Sakura country and the White Eagle country with heavy troops. The White Eagle country has deployed a large number of warships to block the nearby waters. Jiang Yu replied. But they just don't let people get close to the instance. They haven't gone in yet. The Amaterasu team has already broken through the 2-tier disaster instance in the Sakura country. Now the whole Sakura country is calling for them to attack the 3-tier disaster instance at sea. But they have not made a move yet. Zhou Chen chuckled. Shinano Nobuo is very cautious and naturally unwilling to enter the 3-tier disaster instance to die. Although he can choose to exit, a lot can happen in a minute. They know nothing about the situation in that disaster instance and definitely don't want to take risks. Negotiate with them. Tell them I'm willing to help solve this disaster instance so that they won't feel so much pressure when facing ghost-level disasters in the future. Zhou Chen said. Naturally, matters of negotiation with other countries are best left to the Xia country's official authorities. Okay. The actions of the Extraordinary Management Bureau were swift, and it didn't take long for a response from the Sakura country. Welcome me to attack the disaster instance, but they want me to bring Shinano Nobuo and others with me, and also ensure that Shinano Nobuo himself receives 50% of the instance contribution? Looking at the message sent by Jiang Yu, Zhou Chen couldn't help but laugh. Is Sakura country still half asleep? Not understanding who was asking for help from whom, clearly asking him to do the hard work. How audacious, daring to make such a request. Shinano Nobuo even wants to receive 50% of the instance contribution. Even if Zhou Chen is willing to help, does he have the ability to do so? Sakura country is waiting for your reply, Jiang Yu said, emphasizing that she was just an emotionless messenger. My reply is just one word, climb, Zhou Chen said without hesitation. Sakura country got one thing wrong. He proposed negotiations not out of fear of the heavily guarded warships or fear of Sakura and White Eagle countries, but because he didn't want Xia country to be in a passive position internationally because of his actions. That's all. Does Zhou Chen really think those warships can stop him from entering the instance? The environment inside the disaster instance is related to its location. That is to say, the 3-tier disaster instance in Sakura country and the world fragments behind it should be mainly based on the sea. The demonized monsters inside are likely marine creatures, even sea clans. Jiang Yu provided a useful piece of information. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen, who had been considering whether to go alone and forcibly enter the instance, immediately changed his mind. Right, if they're not sea clans, when the demonized monsters arrive, most of them will drown. There's no such good thing. Zhou Chen shook his head. He didn't have underwater combat skills. With his strength, he wouldn't fear any sea clans, but it would be completely impossible to kill all the demonized monsters inside the instance in a short time. If he really went in, he would simply be reducing the pressure of monsters on Sakura and White Eagle countries, without gaining any benefits for himself. That's it. Zhou Chen no longer paid attention to external matters. In 2 days, he would enter the instance, so he was preparing to go out for a walk. After the awakening of the people, he had been busy with instances and hadn't relaxed for a long time. like an ordinary person, or an ordinary awakener, Zhou Chen strolled through the streets. Although he was a famous person, with a slight disguise, he wouldn't easily be recognized. The urban area of Shinshin City was still bustling, but what people discussed the most was no longer game tourism or gourmet movies, but strategies for clearing instances, boasting to friends about what skills and equipment they had obtained. Times have changed, Zhou Chen sighed. However, he didn't know how long this peaceful scene before him would last. The ghost-level disaster was about to strike. Not an end, but the beginning. Where the future of Blue Star would lead, no one knew. Suddenly, Zhou Chen's gaze slightly condensed, only to see an unexpected spatial crack appearing on the street hundreds of meters away, from which several demonized monsters shrouded in dark magic emerged. Zero order, zero order, zero order, oh, and one first order. Zhou Chen glanced indifferently at these demonized monsters, and his eye of detection shot out a beam of light, allowing him to immediately understand their strength. Just as Zhou Chen was about to make a move to kill these demonized monsters, he noticed several awakened individuals rushing out from the crowd to confront the monsters. Everyone, spread out. Quick, call the Extraordinary Management Bureau. In case we are not a match for them, they need to come support us quickly. The crowd remained calm, as if they had experienced this before. 2 First Order, 3 Zero Order. This strength undoubtedly surpassed the demonized monsters on the opposite side, so Zhou Chen refrained from acting. Soon, the few demonized monsters were all dealt with, and the small crisis dissipated. With the approach of the ghost-level disaster, the frequency of spatial cracks appearing globally increased. Zhou Chen did not expect that even on a casual outing, he would encounter such events. What impressed him more was the reaction of the crowd and how easily 2 first-order individuals could emerge. The number of first-order awakened individuals in Xia country is probably close to 1 million now. Zhou Chen didn't pay attention to the exact numbers, only having a rough idea. 1 million first-order awakened individuals in Xia country would be extremely explosive globally, a number unimaginable to other countries. Even cheaters who set aside all concerns and used the 1-to-4 method to help others pass through instances in large numbers couldn't create as many first-order awakened individuals. The reason is simple: advancement instances can only be cleared once. Those who can bring others through advancement instances in a 1-to-4 ratio are all strong individuals among the Zero Order, either naturally talented or artificially enhanced through attribute crystals. The former are rare with high-level talents, and as for the latter, the cheaters find the supply of attribute crystals insufficient for themselves, let alone for others. Moreover, these strong individuals can only bring 4 people through the advancement instances. Therefore, the number of first-order awakened individuals outside Xia country is extremely low, totaling only a few 100,000, which is still less than a single country in Xia. The exploitation by cheaters is mainly focused on the Zero Order, not because they don't want to exploit the First Order, but because there are not as many first-order awakened individuals. The first-order awakened individuals in Xia country are indeed formidable, with little room for error. The main reason for having so many first-order awakened individuals in Xia country is undoubtedly the 2 national rewards, the plus 30 to all attributes being very enticing, followed by the strong body technique. Although most people have made little progress, with so many people in Xia country, there are still some with high aptitude. If similar national rewards were given a couple more times, Zhou Chen suspected that the number of first-order awakened individuals would greatly increase, and in the future, having a nation full of first-order awakened individuals would not be a dream. Sakura country. While casually enjoying himself and relaxing, Zhou Chen was approached by someone in a state of urgency. How is it? Has Xia country responded? Did Zhou Chen agree to our conditions? Nobuo Miyamoto paced anxiously, asking from time to time. No, they decisively refused. Nobuo Miyamoto's capable assistant, Haruhiko Nagaharu, said with a wry smile. They are truly insatiable. Nobuo Miyamoto was dissatisfied. In that case, we'll step back. My contribution to the instance only needs to be 30%, but the total contribution of our Amaterasu team must exceed 50%. He looked pained, as if he had made a significant concession. All right, Haruhiko Nagaharu perked up and quickly contacted Xia country. Soon, they received a response from Xia country. Rejected. We made such a big concession, and they still refused. Haruhiko Nagaharu looked incredulous. What are they trying to do? This is a disaster instance in our territory. Let's leave them hanging for a while, Nobuo Miyamoto said coldly. He didn't believe that Zhou Chen would be uninterested in a third-order disaster instance. However, to the surprise of both, there was no response from the Xia Kingdom at all. No intention of bargaining back and forth. Forced to do so, they had to take the initiative to contact Xia Kingdom and continue to lower their own demands. Step by step, they lowered them until, in the end, they completely gave up their own interests, only hoping that Zhou Chen could come and help them solve this level 3 disaster instance. What left them in despair was Xia Kingdom's response, which remained the same. Sorry, Zhou Chen has refused. Damn it. Motonori Miyamoto's composure collapsed, and he angrily smashed things in the room, venting his frustration and anger. What should we do, Lord Miyamoto? Are we really going to deal with that level 3 disaster instance ourselves? Haruhiko Nagase's eyes were filled with fear. They had personally experienced the horror of the disaster instance. When they attacked the level 2 disaster instance in their country, the Amaterasu squad had already lost some manpower. As for the level 3 disaster instance, they didn't even dare to think about it. Do you want to die? Motonori Miyamoto scolded fiercely. He didn't dare to enter the level 3 disaster instance at all. Just the thought of it made him feel helpless. They had already maxed out their growth points. However, they still didn't dare to enter. After a painful experience with the level 1 ascension instance, they didn't dare to be careless. Motonori Miyamoto had sent a team into the ascension instance, and the information they obtained was that the current difficulty of the ascension instance was very high. Very high. This immediately blocked all level 2 awakeners who wanted to ascend. Continue to contact Xia Kingdom and make sure to request Zhou Chen's help, Motonori Miyamoto said in a deep voice. Since he didn't dare to challenge the level 3 disaster instance, he could only hope for Zhou Chen's help. If Zhou Chen could clear the level 3 disaster instance in the Western Desert, then the level 3 disaster instance in the Eastern Sea of the Sakura Kingdom would surely be a piece of cake. As for leaving the level 3 disaster instance untouched and dealing with it all at once when the ghost level disaster arrived, using aircraft carriers and giant ships, Motonori Miyamoto had also considered this option. Perhaps their military strength in the Sakura Kingdom might not be enough to handle it, but the military power of the White Eagle Kingdom was the best on the Blue Star. However, Motonori Miyamoto didn't want to do this unless absolutely necessary, because if he hesitated, his reputation and support within the Sakura Kingdom would rapidly decline, which also meant that the amount of attribute crystals he could obtain would be greatly reduced, something he couldn't accept. Currently, Motonori Miyamoto and the others had not yet reached the level of power and confidence to do as they pleased on the Blue Star. Lord Miyamoto, perhaps we can bypass the Xia Kingdom officials and contact Zhou Chen directly. Haruhiko Nagase suddenly made a suggestion. Zhou Chen may not be unwilling to help. It might be the Xia Kingdom officials secretly obstructing. At these words, Motonori Miyamoto's eyes lit up. This possibility did exist. Immediately find Zhou Chen's contact information. Zhou Chen's basic information could be freely viewed in the instance clearance records, but his specific contact information was not so easy to obtain. As Zhou Chen cleared one instance after another, his reputation grew, and Xia Kingdom's attention to his detailed information also increased. Searching for Zhou Chen's information online would result in a message saying according to relevant laws and policies, this content cannot be displayed. However, where there's a will, there's a way. After some twists and turns, Haruhiko Nagase managed to get Zhou Chen's contact information. However, just as they were excitedly about to contact Zhou Chen, the message they sent seemed to have disappeared into thin air, receiving no response at all. Motonori Miyamoto seemed to realize something, his face slightly changing, immediately confirmed Zhou Chen's status. The Amaterasu squad consisted of most of the high-level talented awakeners in the Sakura Kingdom, including those with reconnaissance talents. Soon, the results came out. Zhou Chen was not on the Blue Star. He had entered an instance. Could it be that he entered the Ascension instance? Motonori Miyamoto and Haruhiko Nagase exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Entering a disaster instance or a trial instance would also show that he was not on the Blue Star. But at this critical moment, the first thing that came to their minds was the advanced instance. Shortly after Zhou Chen entered the instance, the Xia Kingdom issued a global warning: a ghost-level disaster might arrive early, urging all countries to prepare. The world was in an uproar. Arrive early? Could it be that the extraordinary brilliance is returning? Zhou Chen. It must be Zhou Chen, leading the team into the advanced instance. Damn it, Zhou Chen. This idiot has no sense of the bigger picture. Couldn't he have waited another 10 days? Ridiculous. Would it make a difference if you had 10 more days? Practice more if you're weak. Don't rage in incompetence. On the forum of the extraordinary, awakeners from various countries engaged in a war of words. There were supporters of Zhou Chen, but also many who criticized him. Each side stuck to their arguments. The reasons of the opposition go without saying, but the supporters also had their justifications. They believed that currently, the strength of the awakened on Blue Star was not too strong, and dealing with this ghost-level disaster would mainly rely on the military power of each country, with the awakened only playing a supporting role. Ever since the location of the arrival was revealed, countries had been taking action, evacuating the surrounding populations, setting up layers of defenses, and transporting countless weapons and supplies to the battlefield. Over these days, the necessary preparations had been made. After all, most countries had only 1 or 2 arrival points, and many countries didn't even have one, so the early arrival of the ghost-level disaster had little impact on them. The Xia Kingdom faced the greatest defensive pressure, but their disaster instances had been cleared out. They had long known that Zhou Chen would enter the advanced instance, so they were deploying defenses with all their might, not to mention the arrival points of the second-tier disaster instances. Even the newly discovered third-tier disaster instance was being rapidly fortified to ensure enough combat power within a few days. Therefore, supporters believed that the early arrival of the ghost-level disaster would not have a significant impact on the military preparations on Blue Star. On the contrary, an early arrival meant a national reward. If they could receive a national reward once again, the strength of these awakeners would also experience a boost, perhaps leading to better performance in the ghost-level disaster. After all, for most people, a 10-day increase in strength was far less valuable than a national reward. Western Desert. Military base. Zhou Chen glanced at Jiang Yu and the others beside him, sensing their nervousness. This was the first time they had gathered in reality when entering trial instances and advanced instances. Unlike before, this time Zhou Chen took the initiative to enter the instance here. The reason was simple: Zhou Chen was well aware of the consequences if he successfully completed the test, and he felt he should do something. The arrival point here in the Western Desert was the largest and most pressured passage of the Xia Kingdom. Due to time constraints, the preparations could not be extremely thorough. It also meant that the Xia Kingdom could collapse, or even suffer heavy casualties. Zhou Chen couldn't ignore all of this, since he was the one who caused the early arrival of the ghost-level disaster. He should bear the greatest pressure. As for beyond the Xia Kingdom, what did it have to do with him? Is everyone ready? Zhou Chen asked. Ready, Wu Chanxian replied loudly. Jiang Yu and Shi Tongyan swallowed nervously and nodded solemnly. Brother Zhou Chen, you can actually change team members. He Yuqing hesitated. There were more than just the 5 second-tier awakeners on Blue Star now. Within this military base, there were many SS-level talented awakeners, and even some SSS-level ones, who could join at any time if Zhou Chen wished. Is someone pressuring you? Zhou Chen furrowed his brows slightly. No, no one is. He Yuqing shook her head repeatedly. It's just that I feel like I've never been of much help. So I don't care how strong my teammates are, Zhou Chen said calmly. Ha ha, Yuqing, don't overthink it. In fact, my talent isn't of much use to Zhou Chen either. Not to mention us, even if an SSS level came, it wouldn't make much difference. We're all just filling the numbers. Wu Chanxian smiled reassuringly at He Yuqing. Zhou Chen didn't say much. He opened the instance list. You have selected the advancement instance, Red Cliff and Flames. Your team meets the requirements. Do you want to enter? Warning, death or quitting in the advancement instance is considered a failure. Warning, after failing the instance, you cannot enter again for 10 days. Warning, due to your team's outstanding performance, the difficulty of the advancement instance has been increased to high difficulty, returning to normal in 5 days. Enter. After Zhou Chen made his choice, a new system prompt appeared. It has been detected that you have accepted the talent sublimation test. The instance difficulty has been increased to extremely difficult. As this difficulty exceeds the original instance limit, the instance has been changed to Mythical 3 Kingdoms, Red Cliff. You are entering the advancement instance. 10, 9, 8, 7. Mythical 3 Kingdoms? Hearing the system prompt, Zhou Chen was taken aback. He didn't expect the instance to change. Fortunately, it didn't change into a completely different instance. Mythical 3 Kingdoms, Red Cliff and Flames seemed to be connected, so his prior preparations wouldn't be in vain. With a flash of light, the 5 of them disappeared on the spot. Entering the instance, Advancement instance, mythical 3 kingdoms, red cliff, tier, second tier, difficulty, extremely difficult, mission, defeat the 3 ghostly gods. Lubu, content, since the immortal Qin ascended, the practice of mortals has been declining. In the year 23 AD, Emperor Guangwu of Han, Lu Xiu, cut down countless stars with a single sword, marking the pinnacle of cultivation. In the year 184 AD, the wise teacher Zhang Jiao gathered the forces of the people, breaking the dragon veins of the Han dynasty at the cost of life, pushing this ancient empire to its end. From then on, chaos ensued, and after countless fierce battles, the situation gradually became clear. Wei King Cao Cao led 1,000,000 troops, with fierce generals and cunning advisors under his command, taking advantage of the invincible momentum in the north to march south, aiming to end the chaos. He faced off against the Wu King Sun Quan and the Han King Liu Bei at Red Cliff, and the battle was about to begin. After hearing the system prompt, everyone was dumbfounded. Mythical 3 kingdoms? Wu Qianqian was stunned. Wasn't it Red Cliff in flames? How did it become mythical 3 kingdoms? And the background introduction is so absurd. Indeed, this is the most exaggerated instance introduction I've ever seen. Jiang Yu affirmed her words. Not to mention the immortal Qin, Emperor Guangwu cutting down countless stars. Such power couldn't possibly be from a second-tier instance. It would be more fitting for 5th or 6th tier. Wu Qianqian shivered, feeling like a weakling at second tier. The background mentions the decline of cultivation. 200 years later, the power levels of the 3 kingdoms would definitely be weaker, probably around 2nd to 3rd tier. He Yuqing hesitated, seeming concerned about misleading everyone. She quickly added, "Of course, this is just my speculation. It might be higher. Know your enemy and know yourself." Shi Tongyan agreed. Zhou Chen rubbed his temples with a slight headache. "What are your missions?" "My mission is to kill any warlord from the Chao Wei faction." Wu Qianqian replied. "Same here." He Yuqing nodded. "Me too." Jiang Yu and Shi Tongyan echoed. "Zhou Chen, is your mission different from ours?" He Yuqing quickly figured out why Zhou Chen would ask that. Normally, as a team of 5, the main missions were shared. Once one person completed it, it counted for everyone, just like Jiang Yu and the others this time. But Zhou Chen was an exception. Due to the talent sublimation, my main mission is separate. Zhou Chen revealed his mission. Lubu? Didn't he die early in this period? Wu Qianqian was greatly shocked. And what are these 3 ghostly gods? In reality, during this period, neither Cao Cao, Sun Quan, nor Liu Bei were crown kings. He Yuqing's expression turned serious. Before, when I read the background introduction, I thought it was just an exaggeration of power levels, and other aspects should remain the same. Now it seems that the overall situation hasn't changed, but there are many differences in details. Some people who were supposed to be dead may still be alive now. For example, Lu Bu, Jian Wei, Wei Jia. Our mission shouldn't be too difficult. There are many generals in the Chao Wei camp, with varying strengths, but Lu Bu has always been the military force of the 3 kingdoms. No problem. Zhou Chen waved his hand. For this promotion, he had prepared for 10 days. Even if Lu Bu is at the 4th level, he dared to challenge him. Let's gather intelligence first. This instance is very different from the orthodox 3 kingdoms. Let's not jump to conclusions. At this moment, the 1-minute preparation time was up. The 5 of them officially entered the instance. The location they entered was in a bustling market in a town, with many people coming and going around. The eye of reconnaissance appeared on Zhou Chen's shoulder. What was astonishing was that this instance truly deserved the name of myth. Even the ordinary people in the background were at the 1st level. The soldiers in the city were at the 2nd level, surpassing the range of the eye of reconnaissance. It was conceivable that the generals would definitely be at the 3rd level. Such a huge city, Wu Qianqian exclaimed. This town was not famous in the orthodox 3 kingdoms, but as they looked at it now, they saw high walls, strong armor, covering an area of dozens of square miles. At the edge of the town, 4 thick walls towering 100 meters high stood, awe-inspiring, truly worthy of the mythical 3 kingdoms. This is just an ordinary town, yet the city walls are so exaggerated. Those military strongholds must be of a terrifying scale. He Yuqing was full of shock. Only in this mythical ancient world could such terrifying productivity exist. But thinking about it, it was normal. In this world, ordinary people were at the 1st level, the 2nd level was common, and there were many at the 3rd level. If the city walls were not high and thick, they would not be able to stop the enemy. I suspect that the wars in this world may not be inferior to modern warfare. Wu Qianqian admitted she didn't understand, but was greatly impressed. Zhou Chen nodded. The heavy weapons of the Blue Star were only at the second level, but from the information they gathered, there were rumors of top generals shooting down a mountain with one arrow, battles causing rivers to stop flowing, and even if we exclude exaggeration, the scenes of war in this world were evident. Let's join a faction first. We can't gather important intelligence from the outside. Your task is to kill the generals of the Chao Wei camp, so you can choose either the Jiangdong or Shuhan camps. As for me, I'll see which camp Lubu is in first, Zhou Chen said. To finish the Battle of Chibi, it will take a lot of time. We don't have that much time, so completing the mission is the priority. There's no need to get deeply involved in the plot. This was Zhou Chen's consistent approach. In the instance of the final battle at the summit of the Forbidden City, he did not participate in the subsequent plot. After all, he didn't need to write a strategy, so there was no need to delve so deeply. In Xuchang, on a towering tower reaching into the clouds, a sickly scholar looked up at the sky, his eyes showing a faint blue light. In the eyes of ordinary people, the ordinary blue sky was a different scene for him. In the north, a huge imperial star shone brightly, illuminating all directions, surrounded by dozens of stars. In the south, two major star clusters, with two dim stars at their centers, guarded each other against the invasion of the northern star cluster, but were clearly at a disadvantage. The overall situation in the world was gradually becoming clear. However, at that moment, a blood-red star suddenly appeared in the sky, fiercely colliding with the northern star cluster. The imperial star shook, and the other stars dimmed. Not good. The scholar's face turned as pale as paper in an instant, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, staining his clothes red. An alien star has entered the world. Danger is imminent. The Sunlu coalition was stationed near Chibi, facing off against the Chao army on the northern bank. The small town where Zhou Chen and his group arrived was over 1,000 miles away. It belonged to the rear cities but had not yet left the boundaries of Jingzhou. The vastness of this world's territories far surpassed that of the Orthodox Three Kingdoms. However, only in such a vast world could it withstand the turmoil of so many powerful individuals. Just as Zhou Chen and his group were preparing to leave, suddenly, thunderous rumblings echoed from afar, rapidly approaching. Zhou Chen paused, halting in his tracks. What's wrong? Jian Yu asked in surprise. An army is approaching, but it's unclear which side they belong to, Zhou Chen said in a deep voice. I suspect it's Chao's army. Chao's army has come this far? Wu Qianqian exclaimed. It's probably just a small group of Chao's troops. The power hierarchy in this world is high, and mobility is strong. Both sides are facing off at Chibi, so sending out subordinates to harass the rear is a normal operation. Zhou Chen explained calmly. This is probably a matter of choosing sides. If we help defend the city, we'll be joining the Sunlu coalition. If we help attack the city, we'll join Chao's army. Regardless of the choice, following this path will gradually lead us to contact with the higher-ups of one side, He Yuqing realized. Zhou Chen nodded. This should be the normal course of action. I'll take action later to test the quality of the military in this world, Zhou Chen said calmly. Which side will you help? The Sunlu coalition. Zhou Chen didn't hesitate. Lubu's activities have always been in the north, so his likelihood of being in Chao Wei's camp is the highest. Besides, your mission target is also a Chao general. I have a bold idea, Wu Qianqian suddenly said. The others looked at her simultaneously, with Jian Yu showing a hint of doubt. Knowing Wu Qianqian well, analyzing intelligence and strategizing were not her strong suits. Oh, Captain, don't look at me like that. My idea is simple. Why don't we join Chao Wei's camp? Think about it. Becoming one of them would make it easier to obtain internal information. Whether it's betraying Chao's army or ambushing Lubu, it's definitely more convenient within the same camp. Wu Qianqian's eyes sparkled as she spoke. Jian Yu and the others pondered her suggestion. They initially thought Wu Qianqian's idea would be far-fetched, but surprisingly, it seemed to make some sense. Would betraying the camp have consequences for them? Yes, it would likely affect the clearance evaluation, but compared to successfully clearing this extremely difficult level, it didn't matter much. This was a highly challenging upgrade instance set in the background of mythical Three Kingdoms. Completing the mission was already an achievement, so why worry about the clearance evaluation? It's not that simple. Zhou Chen shook his head slightly. The power hierarchy in this world is high. Although it's declining now, you can't just betray at will. Joining one side will inevitably come with constraints. Zhou Chen is right. According to the intelligence I just gathered, the way of cultivation is prevalent in this world. Apart from the military leaders on the battlefield, there are also many powerful individuals and eccentrics among the common people who have joined this war. Since both sides are willing to accept these eccentric and disloyal individuals, they are not afraid of them rebelling and stabbing them in the back, He Yuqing analyzed. After a moment of thought, she added, most likely, our identities in this world are also considered eccentric individuals. If there are indeed camp constraints, joining Chao Wei's side would only tie our hands and feet, Jiang Yu also remarked. Hearing this, Wu Qianqian felt somewhat disappointed. She thought she had come up with a good idea, but there were so many loopholes. Let's leave it at that, Zhou Chen said without further ado. Seeing that the soldiers defending the city were distracted by the incoming Chao troops, he moved swiftly, leaping into the air like lightning. Except for Jiang Yu and the others, no one noticed. Before entering the instance, the skill of aerial dancing had also made a breakthrough. Aerial Dance LV1+1 quality, perfect type, active skill after use. A majestic and light energy flows within you, making flying seem like second nature to you. You can soar freely in the sky, and the higher your spirit, the faster you can fly. With the perfect level aerial dance, Zhou Chen's long-cherished desire for speed in flight finally received a significant boost. With the level 2 aerial dance performed at full strength, Zhou Chen's speed could break the sound barrier. Although it still couldn't match the Thunder Shadow step, it was enough to satisfy Zhou Chen. From high above, Zhou Chen looked down at the approaching Chao army, a cavalry unit of 1,000 soldiers moving at an extremely fast pace. At this moment, the Chao army had already charged to within a kilometer. With a loud shout from the leading general, he drew his bow, and visible energy flew out from the soldiers, surging into the general's body. A dazzling light emanated from him, all of it pouring into the bow and arrow. Boom! As the general released the bowstring, a highly condensed sphere of light shot out, breaking the sound barrier in an instant. The dissipating light formed a long tail behind it, hurtling towards the city wall with astonishing force. Zhou Chen had no doubt that if hit by this arrow, a corner of the city wall would surely collapse. The defending general, unwilling to show weakness, also shot out an arrow of light, which collided with the highly condensed sphere of light, resulting in a terrifying impact that sent some soldiers flying outward. Boom! After shattering the arrow of light, the sphere of light dimmed considerably and then crashed heavily into the city wall, creating a large crater over 10 meters wide and 2 meters deep. Both sides exchanged fire, with arrows raining down. The Chao army general occasionally shot out highly condensed spheres of light, posing a significant threat to the defenders. Seeing the defenders falling into a disadvantage and the Chao army closing in, preparing for a full-on assault, Zhou Chen stopped watching and flew above the Chao army, swiftly descending. The Chao army general quickly noticed Zhou Chen and let out a loud roar, shooting an arrow towards him. The highly condensed sphere of light flew in front of Zhou Chen in an instant. Fearless, Zhou Chen casually swung his cold moon demon blade, shattering the incredibly powerful sphere of light. While standing firmly on the ground, Zhou Chen unleashed War Stomp. This powerful skill, combining control and damage, was not used much by Zhou Chen in the primitive forest dungeon because the enemies were giant beasts with large bodies, and War Stomp had limited range. However, in this army of normal-sized humans, it displayed astonishing power. Boom! The earth trembled violently, and within 100 meters of Zhou Chen, the Chao soldiers, horses and all, collapsed to the ground lifeless. The leading Chao army general had blood flowing from his nose and mouth, falling into a daze. Following that, lightning exploded within the Chao army formation. When the Chao army general recovered from his daze, he saw his men falling one after another. A sinister and cold gleaming demon blade was held against his neck, causing his face to pale instantly. Witnessing the unstoppable and incredible Zhou Chen, feeling the sharpness of the demon blade against his neck, the Chao army general decisively chose to surrender. Zhou Chen, who captured the Chao army general alive, was warmly welcomed by the defending soldiers. The negotiations with the local forces were left to Jiang Yu, who was more skilled in such matters. After a friendly exchange, Jiang Yu returned with ample intelligence from the local forces, and the five of them began discussing the next plan. The defending general tried to recruit us. Once we agree, we will join the Sun Lu allied forces, not as regular soldiers but as mercenaries. The Sunlu Allied Forces have a special organization where extraordinary individuals like us can take on missions, such as disrupting the Chao army's rear, assassinating Chao army generals, burning their provisions, and more. Speaking of this, Jiang Yu smiled that General warmly invited us to join. Of course, the main invitation was for Zhou Chen. We were just accompanying. It's quite something to be able to invite a top powerhouse who can single-handedly break through the enemy lines. He will also benefit greatly from it. Zhou Chen was not surprised. He already had a rough understanding of the strong individuals in this world. Some pursued personal strength, while others excelled in military formations. City defenders belonged to the former, while Chao's generals belonged to the latter. Top warriors like Lubu, Guan Yu, and others must possess both qualities, having formidable personal strength and military tactics expertise. Extraordinary individuals were generally powerful individually, with few skilled in military formations. Forcing them into an army was not ideal. Employing them as mercenaries would better utilize their abilities. Zhou Chen and his companions naturally agreed to this. They had no objections to becoming mercenaries. By the way, to join the Sunlu Allied Forces, we need to undergo a blood oath ceremony first. This ceremony binds both parties, and if either side breaks the oath, they will immediately suffer backlash, weakening them. So, Qianqian's method is not advisable. Jiang Yu glanced at Wu Qianqian and said. Wu Qianqian sighed and completely abandoned her bold idea. The Chao Wei camp surely had a similar ceremony. Zhou Chen was not concerned about the backlash. He could just die once to refresh his status if needed. There's something strange. I haven't heard any news about Lubu. Jiang Yu furrowed her brows. In this mythical Three Kingdoms world, Lubu still holds the title of the strongest under heaven. Even the city defenders in Jingzhou have heard of Lubu's name, yet he vanished 10 years ago. Hearing this, Zhou Chen's heart sank. He had always found it strange that with Lubu's reputation, if he were truly in Chao Wei's camp, they would surely boast about it to demoralize the Sunlu Allied Forces. It was unlikely that there was no information about him at all. Historically, Lubu died almost 10 years ago. He Yuqing's face slightly changed. A legendary figure indeed. Zhou Chen pondered. It seems that even if Lubu is alive, his condition is not quite right. But since the instance is named Chibi, he is highly likely to appear here. Otherwise, searching for him across the land would be too difficult. Jiang Yu remarked. For Zhou Chen, the top priority now was to determine Lubu's status and location. Let's go, we'll join the Shu army in the Chibi area, Zhou Chen said solemnly. Originally, he didn't care whether to join the Shu or Wu army. The town they were in belonged to the Wu army, making it more convenient to join them. However, the Shu army had the renowned top strategist Zhuge Liang. Military strategists in this world also possessed extraordinary abilities. In history, borrowing the east wind was a matter of timing. But in this world, it was probably Zhuge Liang's incredible power at work. Moreover, Liu Bei's previous activities were in the north, intersecting with Lu Bu, so he would surely know some secrets. Ah, joining the Shu army? What a pity! I was looking forward to seeing Zhou Yu reprimand Huang Gai. Wu Qianqian's face was full of disappointment. Always thinking about such things. Jiang Yu scolded her. Immediately, the five of them bid farewell and left, taking the Chao general with them. This man was named Kai Wu, a member of the prominent Kai family in Jingzhou and a former general of the Jingzhou army. Originally a defected general, it was no wonder he was sent to carry out disruptive missions in the rear. Kai Wu had no sense of honor. After being captured by Zhou Chen, he immediately switched sides. However, Zhou Chen had no use for him and had Jiang Yu and the others take care of him. What disappointed everyone was that they did not receive a system prompt indicating the completion of their mission. Either our mission target must be a true third-tier general, or our contributions and damage are too minimal to be recognized as our kills, or perhaps both reasons apply. He Yuqing analyzed, her expression turning somewhat grim by the end. Kai Wu and the city defense generals were both at the second rank, although their attributes had surpassed 10,000. Entering the realm of the third rank, Zhou Chen did not feel overwhelmed by their strength when facing them. After all, this was a second-rank instance, and it was unlikely for a mediocre general to be promoted to the third rank. If Kai Wu failed to complete the mission because he was not truly at the third rank, it wouldn't be a big problem. With Zhou Chen's help, it would be easy to take down a third-rank general. Even if they needed to make sufficient contributions in the killing, the difficulty wouldn't be too great. There were many generals in the Chao Wei camp, and facing second-rank leaders like Kai Wu alone, Zhou Chen and his group were confident. What they feared was the requirement to kill a third-rank general while making enough contributions, which was the most challenging part. Considering the extreme difficulty, Zhang Yu and the others leaned towards the last possibility. We'll know the truth when the time comes. Riding the magnificent horse given by the city defense general, the five of them traveled thousands of miles and approached the area near Chibi, the Shu army's encampment. It's worth mentioning that in this world, Liu Bei had already occupied the regions of Bashu and Hanzhong, with a strong army far superior to the historical figure. A thunderous roar, louder than the Jingzhou army led by Kai Wu, echoed in the distance. The ground trembled slightly as Zhou Chen and the others looked towards the sound, only to see white figures rapidly approaching at an incredible speed, reaching them in no time. It was a powerful cavalry unit, all mounted on white horses. Before they even got close, a fierce and bloody aura surged towards them. The high-speed galloping cavalry abruptly stopped, halting tens of meters away from Zhou Chen and his group, transitioning from extreme motion to extreme stillness. All the knights remained silent throughout the process, displaying exceptional military discipline. Among the white horse cavalry, the leading general stood at 8 feet tall, clad in white robe and silver armor. With a face like jade, he dismounted and bowed to the five of them, saying, "Zhao Yun of Changshan, under the command of the military advisor, I have come to welcome you." White horse righteousness, Zhao Yun. Wu Qianxian and He Yuqing's eyes sparkled as they carefully observed this legendary general from the Three Kingdoms. Third rank. Zhou Chen's expression shifted slightly as he felt his own strength being somewhat suppressed, realizing that these renowned generals were indeed at the third rank. As for their specific attributes, it was still unknown, but just the oppressive feeling alone was many times stronger than Kai Wu's. "Please lead the way," Zhou Chen said calmly, though he found it somewhat strange. Zhuge Liang had sent Zhao Yun, a top general, to greet them from afar, a much higher level of courtesy than expected, which seemed somewhat unreasonable. Although Zhou Chen had demonstrated his formidable strength by defeating a minor general leading ordinary cavalry, it was not his full strength. Such a feat could likely be achieved effortlessly by top generals like Zhao Yun, or even by second-rate generals like Wei Yan. Zhou Chen was indeed a remarkable individual, showing no signs of commanding troops. For a figure like him to join them, the Shu army, thirsty for talent under the immense pressure of the Chao Wei army, would value him. However, the extent of their attention seemed a bit off. "Please follow me." Zhao Yun nodded. He mounted his horse, gave a light command, and his white steed let out a long neigh, galloping towards the sky as if on level ground. "Flying? It's flying!" Wu Qianxian watched in astonishment. While Zhao Yun's soaring was not surprising to her, the fact that his mount could also fly left her amazed. Zhang Yu let out a long breath and said, "After all, this is the mythical Three Kingdoms. Even though it has declined now, it's understandable that the horses can fly. I'll be right back," Zhou Chen said to Zhang Yu and the others, then soared into the air, quickly catching up, with one ahead and the other behind. Their speed increased rapidly, breaking through the sound barrier. At this speed, it seemed that even the white horse under Zhao Yun had reached its limit and could not go any faster. Before long, a towering peak appeared in front of them. The white horse galloped slowly, and a few leaps took them to the mountaintop. Zhou Chen followed closely, landing beside Zhao Yun. "Impressive," Zhao Yun nodded in acknowledgement. Throughout the journey, he had been assessing Zhou Chen, and his performance did not disappoint. At the peak, a young scholar with a refined face and deep eyes stood up, the renowned Zhuge Kongming. "Thank you for your favor towards Shuhan, but for now, please refrain from joining our army." Zhuge Liang slightly bowed. Zhou Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected Zhuge Liang to refuse him right after their first meeting. Zhao Yin beside him also looked puzzled. "Why? An alien has descended," Zhuge Liang slowly uttered. He didn't hide anything and immediately explained the situation to Zhou Chen. After listening, Zhou Chen understood that upon entering the instance, he had alerted the world's top military strategist. These legendary top military strategists of the Three Kingdoms could foresee the future through observing the stars, predicting fortunes and misfortunes. As one of the world's top military strategists, Zhuge Liang excelled not only in observing stars but also in concealing celestial secrets. However, powerful aliens like Zhou Chen, capable of causing significant celestial changes, were beyond his ability to conceal. If Zhou Chen joined the Shu army, the top strategist of Chao Wei would undoubtedly notice. The Chao army would then spare no effort to eliminate the threat Zhou Chen posed. spelling disaster for the Shu army. Despite the appearance of a stalemate near Chibi, the reality was that Chao's forces, ruling the north, far surpassed the alliance of Sun and Lu. However, Chao's forces refrained from a decisive battle to secure the newly acquired Jingzhou, needing to balance yin and yang and gather momentum for the impending showdown. Both sides were actively preparing for battle, seeking an advantage. I can refrain from joining. Zhou Chen remained calm, unaffected by the rejection. His intention to join the Shu army was solely to gather information. If Zhuge Liang could provide the information he sought, joining the army or not made no difference to him, it would even be more efficient. I have 3 conditions, Zhou Chen stated. Please proceed. First, I want to know all the information about lubu. Zhou Chen raised his most critical question. No problem, Zhuge Liang agreed. Second, my companions will join your army, and I hope you can provide them with assistance. The celestial changes caused by Jiang Yu and others were far less significant than Zhou Chen's, easily concealed by Zhuge Liang, who readily agreed. Third, I want your help in my cultivation. Zhou Chen looked towards Zhao Yun standing below. He had accumulated enough from the art of war. However, he had yet to make a breakthrough because he felt his cultivation was not perfect. A hasty breakthrough might not yield satisfactory results. The mythical background of the 3 kingdoms was immensely powerful. Despite its decline, the legacy remained unbroken. With many formidable generals, Zhou Chen had a premonition of significant breakthroughs in this world. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's third condition, Zhuge Liang hesitated before responding. Zhao Yun below showed a fierce determination in his eyes and said, Zhao Yun is ready at any time. Zhou Chen, having reached an agreement with Zhuge Liang, returned alone to meet with Jiang Yu and the others, briefly explaining the situation. Subsequently, they went their separate ways. Jiang Yu and the others joined the Shu army camp, striving towards their main mission, while Zhou Chen began reviewing the information about lubu provided by Zhuge Liang. Lubu indeed resided in Chao Wei's camp, being Cao Cao's most potent force, the ace in the hole in determining the outcome of battles. However, he did not lead troops into battle due to his unique state, neither alive nor dead, rarely showing himself. Live out the third life. Zhou Chen's eyes flickered. Back then, during the campaign against Dongzhuo by the 18 warlords, a decisive battle took place in Luoyang, reducing the vast city to ruins and completely extinguishing the last dragon vein of the Han dynasty. In this battle, Lubu achieved the reputation of being the best in the world. However, under the siege of many top generals, he was gravely injured and on the brink of death. After swallowing the remaining dragon vein of the Han dynasty, he miraculously returned from death, living a second life and further enhancing his strength. In the Battle of Bai Men Lu, Cao Cao deployed all his forces to besiege and kill Lubu, the unparalleled fierce general. Despite Lubu's increased strength compared to his first life, his troops were no match for Chao's army. Surrounded by numerous soldiers, generals, and top fierce warriors, Lubu fell in defeat and his body was claimed by Cao Cao. The dragon vein he had consumed was not entirely depleted, allowing Lubu to revive once again. Perhaps due to the insufficient power of the dragon vein, Lubu, in his third life, lost much of his sanity. Despite his growing strength, he became a war puppet in the hands of Cao Cao. Zhou Chen deeply understood the difficulty of the main task this time. Lubu, as a war puppet, would not lead troops independently, eliminating the possibility of luring him out for assassination. To eliminate Lubu, one had to confront Chao's main forces head-on and seize the opportunity during the most intense battles. This was because Lubu's state was neither alive nor dead, mostly dormant, and Cao Cao would only use this trump card at the most critical moment. In ordinary battles, he was nowhere to be seen, facing 1,000,000 soldiers of Cao, along with numerous warriors and officials. Even Zhou Chen could not achieve that, although he could resurrect countless times. If Chao's army could kill him once, they could kill him numerous times. Zhou Chen needed a long time to wear them down by himself. However, his time was limited. Exceeding 5 days would result in the failure of the mission, losing the opportunity for this talent enhancement. Fortunately, Cao Cao still had 2 major enemies, Sun and Lu. He was not fighting alone. The problem was, he was just an extraordinary individual, not part of the high ranks of the 2 armies, unable to influence the decisions of the Sun-Lu coalition. When would the Sun-Lu coalition engage in a decisive battle with Chao's army? Zhou Chen had no idea. It was highly unlikely to happen soon because this battle would determine the fate of the nation, and both sides were cautious. not willing to risk everything easily. Waiting for another half-month or a month was normal, but Zhou Chen could not wait that long. I must show the Sun Lu coalition the opportunity for victory. Zhou Chen's eyes gleamed as he set his plan. Only by causing chaos within Chao's army and prompting the Sun Lu coalition to seize the chance could he create the situation he desired and find the opportunity to complete his mission. On the last day, charge into battle. Utilize my undying talent and immense strength to disrupt Chao's army as much as possible. 3 days left. I must enhance my strength as much as possible. Zhou Chen understood that only with sufficient strength could he shake Chao's camp and plunge them into chaos. He opened the attribute panel and checked his current stats. Name, Zhou Chen, rank, 2nd rank, talent, Divine-born, EX, strength, 70750 plus 4245, agility, 59750 plus 3585, constitution, 72,000 plus 4320, spirit, 47500 plus 2850, skills, close combat mastery LV4 plus 1, thunder shadow step LV6 plus 1, rank suppression, barbaric bloodline LV0 plus 1, war stomp LV5 plus 1, collapse of mountains and rivers LV5 plus 1, vitality field, sky dance LV1 plus 1, archery mastery LV1 plus 1, technique, 100 battles martial cannon plus 1, peak, bloodline, barbaric bloodline, titles, pioneer, trailblazer, fearless, authority, excellence pursuit LV5. Before entering the mythical Three Kingdoms instance, he successfully broke through his last rare level skill, the barbaric bloodline. Barbaric bloodline LV0 plus 1 quality, perfect type, passive skill. Bloodline. The ancient barbaric bloodline in your body undergoes further transformation, granting you enhanced physical qualities, strength plus 22,000, agility plus 11,000, constitution plus 22,000. Bloodline strength is unleashed, increasing strength by 110%, agility by 55%, and constitution by 110%. Compared to the rare level, the perfect level of the barbaric bloodline doubles the attribute values and the enhancement of bloodline strength release. Even at level 0, it can rival the latter at full level. The difference between the two seems insignificant. However, Zhou Chen is well aware that the key to improving the quality of the bloodline is not the slight increase in attributes but its potential and limits. At the same level, the perfect level of the barbaric bloodline only doubles the attributes enhanced by the rare level. But this is only at the 2nd tier. Once Zhou Chen advances to the 3rd tier, the potential of the perfect level of the barbaric bloodline will be immediately unleashed. With the uniqueness of bloodlines, at that time, the power he can bear from the bloodline will reach the strength of the 4th tier. Conversely, if Zhou Chen still has the rare level of the barbaric bloodline, even if he advances to the 3rd tier, the attributes of the barbaric bloodline will not change because the 3rd tier is already its limit. At this point, out of Zhou Chen's 9 skills, apart from 2 inherent skills, all have reached the perfect level. The highest attribute is 70,000, and the lowest is 50,000. With such powerful attribute panels, not to mention the 2nd tier, even the 3rd tier would find it hard to match. However, Zhou Chen is still not satisfied. In single combat, he is not afraid of any top generals, but how powerful would a top general be with the military formation technique? He cannot fathom. Living into the 3rd world, Lubu, although unable to lead troops anymore, is becoming stronger himself, being considered by Cao Cao as a trump card. His tier is probably already at the 4th level. Not enough. I must become stronger, Zhou Chen said firmly. In these 3 days, he must improve himself as much as possible. With the talent effect, he will continue to grow stronger. But the increase in attribute values in just 3 days is far from enough. After all skills have transformed into perfect levels, the leveling up process has slowed down. 3 days are not enough to make significant progress. The only way to become stronger is through martial arts. The current 100 battles martial canon is an advanced martial art, comparable to the rare level. He is looking forward to when the martial art breaks through to the level comparable to the perfect level, how much stronger it will become. Zhou Chen. It turns out that martial arts can be exchanged in this world. Zhang Yu excitedly sent a message. Calculating the time, they should have just joined the Shu army camp. Seeing this message, Zhou Chen was surprised, and only after inquiring did he learn that these extraordinary people who joined can exchange benefits for military merit. It makes sense. Otherwise, why would these extraordinary people come out and serve the 3 major camps if there were no benefits? Martial arts. Zhou Chen's eyes lit up. The 2nd tier instance is also considered a low-level instance. So logically, there should be no martial arts or secret books. It is unknown whether it is due to the strong background of this instance or some other reason, but there are martial arts scriptures available for them to view. These martial arts scriptures are much stronger than those in reality. Although they cannot take them out, they can memorize them and take them away indirectly. It's no wonder Jian Yu is so excited. Immediately, he contacted Zhuge Liang, and not long after, Zhao Yun brought a large pile of martial arts scriptures. In assisting his cultivation, the Shu army camp showed full sincerity. Without any hesitation, Zhou Chen did not expect to learn all these martial arts in 3 days. He just wanted to broaden his horizons, absorb the martial arts concepts of this world as his nourishment. Besides reading the martial arts scriptures, Zhou Chen did not give up on challenging Zhao Yun and other Shu army generals. The martial arts scriptures he can see are relatively low level, while Zhao Yun and other top generals naturally practice high-level martial arts. Unfortunately, due to the instance limitations, these are not in written form, so Zhou Chen can only comprehend and understand them through battles on his own. Among the top generals of the 3 kingdoms, the Shu army had the largest number. Engaging with them greatly benefited Zhou Chen. He had gained a certain understanding of the art of military formations in this world, and just like that, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Sitting atop a towering mountain peak, Zhou Chen quietly perused the ancient texts in his hands. It's almost time. Zhou Chen closed his eyes, the insights he had gained over the past few days gradually merging in his mind. Breakthrough. In the next moment, countless memories exploded in his mind, as if Zhou Chen was continuing the life of that warrior. After becoming invincible in his time, he ascended to a higher world where numerous powerful opponents and unimaginable martial arts existed. Joyfully, he continued his path of battle, initially facing repeated defeats but gradually turning the tide to more victories than losses. Through countless battles and numerous attempts at martial arts, he eventually ascended to a higher level. A formidable power slowly emanated from Zhou Chen, shattering everything around him starting from his position. When Zhou Chen calmed down, he paid no attention to the invisible force he had inadvertently released, which had eroded a portion of the peak. He opened the attribute panel and looked at the martial arts section. Combat Martial Canon +1, Top-tier martial art, Realm, minor achievement, after countless battles and rigorous training. This complete martial arts scripture named Combat Martial Canon focused on cultivation, combat, and outburst. Persistent cultivation could slowly enhance mental strength and certain physical qualities. Strength plus 5,000, Agility plus 5,000, Constitution plus 5,000, Spirit plus 15,000. The more you battle, the stronger you become, gaining a wealth of experience and insights in combat against any opponent. You have comprehended a more powerful outburst secret technique, allowing you to switch between 4 forms: attack, defense, extreme speed, and destruction at any time. Combat Martial Canon, top-tier martial art. Zhou Chen felt delighted looking at the new martial art. A top-tier martial art, equivalent to perfection. Combat Martial Canon did not disappoint him. It continued the characteristics of the path of battle, still possessing the abilities to enhance attributes, combat buffs, and outburst secret techniques. The combat buffs, needless to say, had minor changes compared to the 100 battles Martial Canon, providing more experience and insights gained through battles to accelerate his growth. The significant changes were in the attribute values and outburst secret techniques. The 100 battles Martial Canon primarily increased constitution, followed by strength and agility, with spirit being the least. In contrast, the combat Martial Canon reversed this, focusing on increasing spirit the most. Zhou Chen considered that his 4 attributes were not balanced, with the barbaric bloodline providing the highest attribute values, especially after advancing to the 3rd rank, becoming the main source of attributes. However, the barbaric bloodline enhanced physical strength but not spirit. Over time, spirit would become Zhou Chen's greatest weakness. To address this issue, Zhou Chen studied numerous mental cultivation methods and integrated them into his martial arts, prioritizing the enhancement of spirit in his practice. In this world of high power levels, there was no shortage of mental cultivation methods, broadening Zhou Chen's horizons. Unfortunately, due to being a preliminary modification, the total increase in attributes was not significant, and it did not transform into a bloodline like the barbaric bloodline, which was a somewhat unsatisfactory aspect. The most significant change was in the outburst secret techniques, evolving from a simple overall attribute increase to 4 different outburst forms. Zhou Chen's gaze fell upon them, and suddenly, More detailed content emerged. Offensive form, maximized offensive enhancement. Strength plus 120%. Constitution plus 60%. Spirit plus 120% defensive form, maximized defensive enhancement. Constitution plus 120%. Spirit plus 60% speed form, maximized speed enhancement. Agility plus 120%. Constitution plus 60% destruction form, ultimate power of annihilation. Strength plus 200%. Agility plus 200%. Constitution plus 200%. Spirit plus 200%. All skill effects plus 50% for explosive forms, adaptable to various combat scenarios. What surprised Zhou-Chen the most was undoubtedly the destruction form. This is the ultimate eruption in the explosive state, with all attributes increased by 200% in just a partial completion. More importantly, it also enhances skill effects. Taking the example of mountain and river collapse, already at level 6, with the bonus from the title, an attack could increase by 340% with one punch. If in the destruction form, the attack power would skyrocket to plus 510%, 6 times the damage. Such power was beyond Zhou-Chen's imagination. Not only that, the barbaric bloodline is also a skill. The attributes it enhances, along with the bonus from bloodline release, will be affected, making him even more powerful. It can be said that the destruction form is the culmination of Zhou-Chen's strength, no longer just attributing to techniques, skills, or bloodlines separately, but truly integrating all he has learned. Now, I should be able to cause a lot of trouble for the Chao army. Zhou-Chen smiled as he soared into the air. It was time to complete the mission. In the Shu army camp, Zhuge Liang raised his head as if sensing something. Zhilong, pass the order to prepare for a full army assault. Zhuge Liang spoke, his eyes filled with anticipation. He was looking forward to Zhou-Chen bringing him surprises. The current situation made Zhuge Liang feel like walking on thin ice because he knew the chances of their victory were slim. The Chao army had gathered the momentum of the world, pressing down like Mount Tai. Going against them was defying the trend. The Sunlu coalition was going against the heavens, showing how difficult it was. Now, Zhou-Chen gave Zhuge Liang hope, an opportunity he wouldn't miss. Zhao Yun responded first, then hesitated. Military advisor, can he really cause chaos in the Chao army? He was somewhat incredulous. In the past 3 days, he had clashed with Zhou-Chen several times, both sides holding back and not using their full strength, but they had some understanding of each other's abilities. Zhao Yun admitted that Zhou-Chen was stronger than himself, but the gap to create chaos in the Chao army was far too wide. The Chao army was currently at its peak, and even if he led the White Horsitson to charge, they would be overwhelmed in an instant. He couldn't imagine how strong one had to be to disrupt the Chao army. Perhaps not even the legendary Lubu could do it. Believe in him, Zhuge Liang said no more. After crossing the Shu army camp, they reached the Yangtze River. In this world, the Yangtze River had been widened countless times, with a surface spanning hundreds of kilometers, providing enough space for both armies and ships to engage in a large-scale battle. Across the Yangtze River was the Chao army camp, with forts scattered everywhere, extending endlessly into the distance. If Zhou-Chen had the ability to observe the Qi and stars, he would see a pillar soaring into the sky on the northern bank, a dragon with scales floating in the endless purple aura. This was the omen of a dragon's transformation, carrying out heaven's will. The dragon took form. Once the Chao army won at Chibi, no one could stop their unification. At that time, this dragon would transform into a real dragon. As Zhou-Chen entered the Yangtze River and flew towards the Chao army camp, the dragon in the pillar seemed to sense danger, its gaze fixed on the river surface, emitting an invisible roar. The generals and soldiers below were unaware, but Cao Cao, at the center of the camp, suddenly felt a palpitation, sensing unease. The top military strategists around him all had their faces changed drastically, sensing a great crisis approaching. Zhou-Chen was not alone on this journey. He held a rope in each hand, with one end of each rope wrapped around the waists of Zhang Yu and Wu Qianqian, flying together with the two women. "Boss, can we try a different way? I feel so awkward being flown like this," Wu Qianqian said with a pained expression. As Zhou-Chen wasn't flying at full speed, she could still bear it with her physical fitness. But this flying method was far from the flying and soaring she had imagined. "What? Do you want Zhou-Chen to give you a princess carry? Or carry you on his back while flying?" Zhang Yu teased her. "I have no objections." Wu Qianqian chuckled. Although it wasn't exactly soaring through the skies, it was still better than being a pendant. I can throw you forward, probably about a kilometer. No problem. I guarantee I can catch you when you fall, so you can experience the feeling of soaring through the skies. How about that? Zhou Chen proposed a reasonable suggestion after some thought. Hearing this, Wu Qianqian trembled and looked at Zhou Chen as if he were a devil. I've thought about it. Hanging is actually not bad, Wu Qianqian said with an awkward yet polite smile. Jiang Yu chuckled without saying a word. Unlike Zhou Chen, their main mission as a group of 4 had been completed. With the help of the Shu generals, they had ambushed and killed the Chao general Li Dian, who was a famous historical general, though not as renowned as Zhao Yun and others, still a solid third-tier general. They had gone through a bloody battle, using many props, to successfully accomplish the kill. However, even though Jiang Yu and the others had completed the kill, they couldn't exit the instance because Zhou Chen's main mission wasn't finished yet. As a team of 5, all members needed to complete their tasks for a successful clearance. While waiting for Zhou Chen to finish his task, if they were accidentally killed, they would fail the clearance and enter a 10-day cooldown. Therefore, after completing their tasks, He Yuqing and Shi Tongyan had already withdrawn to a safe distance, while Jiang Yu and Wu Qianqian stayed because Zhou Chen needed Jiang Yu's assistance, and Wu Qianqian was simply a teleportation device. Suddenly, endless dark clouds appeared, shrouding the sky, and the surroundings quickly became pitch black, with lightning flashing within the clouds. "They've found us," Wu Qianqian exclaimed in shock. Zhou Chen was not surprised. If the Chao army couldn't even detect his arrival, they had no right to vie for supremacy. "You two should evacuate immediately," Zhou Chen said in a deep voice. Jiang Yu and Wu Qianqian knew that at this level of battle, they would be doomed if they got involved, so they wasted no time. Zhou Chen's next attack will be greatly enhanced." As soon as the words fell, Jiang Yu's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. Seeing this, Wu Qianqian quickly caught Jiang Yu and activated her innate ability, teleporting back to their marked location. Sensing the mysterious power that had fallen on him, Zhou Chen remained calm as lightning struck him, all blocked by his life force field, not harming him in the slightest. Standing amidst the thunderstorm, Zhou Chen remained calm as a millpond. He took out items like the power of the evil spirit and chose to use them, instantly boosting his physical attributes. Bloodline release. A strong primitive aura emanated from Zhou Chen, and a towering figure appeared behind him, roaring as if challenging the heavens, dispersing the surrounding dark clouds with its mighty power. At this moment, Zhou Chen also saw the scene of the Chao army camp below. Countless arrows shot through the air, covering the entire airspace where he was located. Even if an army were there, they would be turned into pincushions in an instant. Among these arrows, some condensed powers were no less potent than the highly condensed light orbs shot by Kai Wu, abundant and powerful. Some arrows condensed strength far exceeding Kai Wu's, capable of destroying city walls with a single shot. However, it was not enough. Zhou Chen remained motionless, his gaze cold. It seemed he knew that these attacks alone posed no threat to him. A thunderous roar erupted from the camp below. "Su Zhu is here." A tall and burly general stepped forward from the crowd, followed closely by 5,000 cavalry. These cavalrymen were clad in black armor, armed to the teeth, exuding a fierce aura that marked them as the renowned tiger and leopard cavalry of the Chao army. With a roar from Su Zhu, his aura merged instantly with the 5,000 tiger and leopard cavalry, unleashing an endless black light that coalesced into a black tiger, enveloping everyone within. The black tiger leaped fiercely, carrying Su Zhu and the 5,000 cavalry into the air. Zhou Chen's gaze hardened. Through his encounters with Zhao Yun and others, he knew that the art of military formations in this world far surpassed what Kai Wu had displayed. At the moment the black tiger took shape, the strength of the 5,000 tiger and leopard cavalry soared, all of them advancing to the third tier. Su Zhu, positioned at the forefront of the tiger's head, ascended even further to the peak of the third tier. But it didn't end there. Beams of light shot from behind, landing on the black tiger and further enhancing its power. This was the strategist of the Chao army intervening. In the void, a black tiger stretching a kilometer emitted a tremendously fierce aura, its power level reaching the fourth tier under the strategist's influence. Even a mountain would crumble before it. This was the terrifying might of top generals combined with military formations in this world. Facing the black tiger at the fourth tier, Zhou Chen remained composed. As the black tiger swiftly outpaced the arrows and leaped towards him, its massive tiger paw extending hundreds of meters. Zhou Chen revealed his trump card, Destruction Form. A terrifying crimson blaze erupted from Zhou Chen, painting the sky red and casting him as a god or a demon. In his destruction form, Zhou Chen felt an unimaginable surge of power bursting from within him, as if his body would explode, his very being groaning and crumbling under the onslaught of this terrifying power. Truly a form of destruction, destroying enemies and myself. Zhou Chen knew that he couldn't sustain his destruction form for more than 10 seconds. Without hesitation, he unleashed the might of the mountain and river collapse, his attributes soaring to hundreds of thousands in full force, also reaching the 4th tier. Supported by such attributes, the mountain and river collapse was unimaginably terrifying. It was a strike imbued with 1,000,000 attacks. Boom! The entire sky trembled violently, as if the heavens were collapsing. With a punch from Zhou Chen, the Chao soldiers below felt as if the sky was falling. A blood-red fist imprint, several kilometers in diameter, smashed the black tiger into a mist of blood, pulverizing the arrows into dust. The colossal blood-red fist imprint, under the despairing gaze of the Chao soldiers, traversed tens of kilometers and crashed heavily onto the earth. Boom! Like a meteor striking the earth, a earth-shattering explosion occurred, wiping out 1/10 of the vast Chao camp, sending endless dust billowing thousands of meters into the sky, causing towering waves on the nearby river. You have died. Your talent has been triggered. Please choose to resurrect on the spot or in a safe location. 10, 9, 8. Resurrect on the spot. With Zhou Chen's choice, his figure reappeared in the air. I actually played myself to death. Zhou Chen's eyes held a mix of shock and speechlessness. He never imagined that at the moment he unleashed the mountain and river collapse, his body couldn't withstand it and instantly shattered. Not even a second passed before he entered the countdown to resurrection. Although he died once, Zhou Chen fully understood, because that punch was just too terrifying. His current strength exceeded 80,000. Nearly 100,000 in his destruction form, and that was just his base attributes. With the 160% boost from bloodline release and the 200% enhancement from the destruction form, his power surged to over 400,000. The stronger he became, the higher his attack power. With a force of over 400,000, amplified sixfold by the collapse of mountains and rivers, it approached a terrifying force of nearly 3 million. When factoring in the passive power of his boxing technique, this was already at the 5th tier intensity. Although it was only equivalent to a casual strike from a 5th tier expert, far from comparing to Lu Xiu who could bring down countless stars with a single sword strike, yet it far surpassed Zhou Chen's limits. Even with his body erupting at full force, it was only over 400,000, and in his state of destruction, his body was already crumbling, unable to withstand such a force far beyond the limit, like a child wielding a sledgehammer, hurting oneself before others. This was a punch of mutual destruction. Fortunately, Zhou Chen was not afraid of death at all. Zhou Chen's gaze looked down, wanting to see the results of that punch. The arrow lights shot at him were cleared with a single punch. Zhou Chen was not surprised at all. His eyes lingered on the blood mist formed by Su Zhu and the 5,000 tiger and leopard cavalry below. Zhou Chen remained unfazed, acknowledging that the combination of top generals and military formations was indeed powerful, but compared to Zhou Chen's punch, it fell far short. When he saw the scene below resembling a meteor striking the earth, even Zhou Chen himself couldn't help but gasp. Was this caused by him? A punch that wiped out 1/10 of Chao's army, along with a top-tier army and top generals? If I throw a few more punches, wouldn't I be able to single-handedly defeat Chao's army? Zhou Chen's heart raced. He was not afraid of death. Dying would just refresh his state, and now he had already returned to his peak. However, just as Zhou Chen was preparing to throw another punch, waves of mental fatigue stopped him. His talent allowed for unlimited resurrection, healing all injuries, restoring his spirit and strength, but the mental fatigue remained unrecoverable. In his state of destruction, using the collapse of mountains and rivers was akin to a child wielding a sledgehammer, requiring a significant amount of mental effort to precisely control this unimaginable power. The burden of this move was simply too great, consuming a vast amount of mental energy. He couldn't use it again in a short period of time. If he forced it, Zhou Chen suspected that his body would crumble before he could even throw the punch. It's like a skill cooldown. Zhou Chen quickly accepted reality. He understood that the cooldown time for the state of destruction combined with the collapse of mountains and rivers was much longer than just using the collapse of mountains and rivers alone. Fortunately, with his current mental state, Whether entering the state of destruction or using the collapse of mountains and rivers, there was no issue, as long as he didn't use them together. With a movement, Zhou Chen descended below. No one noticed that Zhou Chen had already died once. Seeing the terrifying figure who had unleashed a devastating blow falling, most of Chao's soldiers showed intense fear in their eyes. In the center of Chao's camp, Cao Cao suddenly stood up, immediately sent Lubu to battle. Zhou Chen had not expected that his single attack would force Cao Cao to reveal his trump card. Unlike before, this time using Lubu, Cao Cao was not aiming for victory but to stabilize the situation and prevent the army from collapsing. It showed how much pressure Zhou Chen had brought upon him. Shu's main camp, Zhuge Liang looked up at the sky. In his eyes, the pillar connecting heaven and earth had shattered halfway, countless purple energy scattered, and the dragon about to transform into a dragon was heavily injured. He did it. The usually calm top military strategist showed a look of ecstasy. At the top, Liu Bei's eyes flickered, and he gave an order without hesitation. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Zhao Yun, follow my command. Full army attack. Zhao Yun, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei, three top generals, each led their elite troops, employing military formations, soaring into the sky, transforming into 1,000-meter-long fourth-tier beasts. Swiftly rushing towards Chao's main camp on the north bank, the ordinary troops without flying abilities either boarded ships or advanced from the land. In the Wu camp, Sun Quan also gave the order simultaneously. Countless ships sailed into the Yangtze River and sped towards the north bank. The Chao army, surrounded on three sides, suddenly found themselves in a precarious situation. In the depths of the Chao army's camp, inside a heavily guarded tent made of gold and white jade, a tall and majestic man in golden armor lay quietly in a coffin. He seemed to receive a signal of some sort. The man in golden armor suddenly opened his eyes, lifeless and calm, without any ripples. With a loud bang, the coffin exploded, and the man in golden armor stood still in the void. Halberd, come to me, he said in a deep voice. A dark shadow flew out from below and landed in the open palm of the man in golden armor, revealing an incredibly heavy Fangtian halberd. The Fangtian halberd trembled slightly, seemingly delighted to be able to fight alongside the man in golden armor. But the man showed no reaction. Next, a bow emitting an astonishing aura of gold flew up and was tightly gripped by him. The man in golden armor's gaze locked onto Zhou Chen, who was rapidly descending. He drew the golden bow, and an arrow of dazzling gold, as if containing a sun, was released from it. Sunset arrow, a breathtaking rainbow streaked across the sky, carrying an invincible force that shot towards Zhou Chen, who had just sensed the man's presence as the arrow was released. However, the speed of the arrow was too fast. Unmatched power sealed off the void, leaving Zhou Chen no time to react before being engulfed by the rainbow, disappearing without a trace. Lubu, Zhou Chen, resurrected once again, suddenly turned serious. The might of that arrow, though not as destructive as the mountain and river collapse in his transformed state, had reached the limit of the fourth rank in intensity. More importantly, at the moment of the attack, Zhou Chen felt a drop in his own strength, not by 10%, but by 20%. Fourth rank. As expected, Lubu was indeed a fourth-rank existence. Alone, he was stronger than top generals combined with military formations. Faced with such a formidable enemy, maintaining his usual state was too careless. Zhou Chen decisively unleashed his bloodline. His attributes surged, entering the realm of the fourth rank, and then he activated his explosive secret technique, attack form. His strength and mental attributes immediately doubled. His physique increased by half, and Zhou Chen's flying speed soared, easily breaking the sound barrier as he charged towards Lubu. Seeing Zhou Chen approaching swiftly, Lubu showed no fear. With a hiss, a red horse ablaze with flames soared through the air, running to Lubu's side and nuzzling him affectionately. Lubu mounted the horse, wielding the Fangtian halberd, and faced Zhou Chen head-on. Red hair. Zhou Chen's eyes flashed. Obviously, in this world where Lubu had not died, the red hair was still in Lubu's hands. In history, Lubu was unparalleled in archery, and in this world, he held a similar title. Zhou Chen had just witnessed Lubu's archery skills, and now he was about to witness his horsemanship. Mounted on the red hare, Lubu's speed was extremely fast, surpassing Zhou Chen by a large margin. With a loud bang, the Cold Moon Demon Blade and the Fangtian halberd clashed heavily, spreading terrifying power in all directions. The Chao camp below was in chaos, and if the two were not positioned slightly higher, the shockwaves would have leveled the area. Zhou Chen felt an unbeatable force surging towards him, sending his body flying. Even with his bloodline release and attack form, Zhou Chen's strength, nearing 300,000, combined with his expertise in close combat, still couldn't match Lubu's monstrous strength. A single strike pushed Zhou Chen back, but Lubu did not pursue. Instead, he rode the red hair straight into the sky. Zhou Chen hurriedly followed. His target was Lubu, and now that he had finally encountered him, he would not let him escape. As for the Chao army, as long as they did not interfere with his decisive battle against Lubu, Zhou Chen paid them no mind. He could see several kilometer-long exotic beasts flying swiftly over the river, indicating that the Sun Lu allied forces had seized the opportunity to launch a full-scale attack. When that time came, the Chao army would be too preoccupied to bother them. Until hundreds of miles high in the sky, Lubu finally stopped and looked at Zhou Chen with no emotional fluctuations in his eyes. "Let's fight," Zhou Chen said fearlessly. The battle erupted once again. As the top warrior of the three kingdoms, due to living 3 lifetimes, his strength had reached an incredibly astonishing level. Losing most of his sanity didn't weaken Lubu's combat power. Instead, it made him more focused on the fight, displaying his skilled martial arts without distraction. In less than half a minute, Zhou Chen had to activate his destructive form. Despite Lubu's basic attributes being not too high in the 4th tier, around 30,000, it was not much different from Zhou Chen's double burst, lower than his full burst. However, the 20% tier suppression allowed Lubu's 4 major attributes to surpass Zhou Chen's. Moreover, one was basic attributes, and the other was full burst, not the same concept. Not only were his attributes strong, but Lubu also had passive abilities that increased his combat power. Combining with the red hair horse, it greatly enhanced his strength. If Zhou Chen's skill quality wasn't too high, all perfect grade, not suppressed by Lubu's tier, he probably couldn't even hold his ground against Lubu. After all, Zhou Chen was only 2nd tier. The gap in their basic attributes was too significant. Even with all perfect grade skills, it couldn't bridge the difference, relying only on 2 major burst secret techniques. 10 seconds later, Zhou Chen, who could no longer withstand it, shattered directly and entered the countdown. Let's continue. Upon resurrection, Zhou Chen directly unleashed his bloodline, entered the destructive form, and attacked Lubu with all his might. Lubu showed no fluctuations upon Zhou Chen's resurrection. The 2 figures clashed in the sky, as fast as lightning. With each exchange, terrifying power fluctuations crazily spread, stirring the sky as if doomsday had arrived. In just over 10 minutes, Zhou Chen had died dozens of times. Since awakening his talent, this was the first time Zhou Chen had struggled so much. Even when he first awakened, facing a powerful villain boss, he hadn't died as many times as now. It showed how strong Lubu was. However, Zhou Chen's efforts were not in vain. Constantly attacking with full bursts, Lubu also didn't find it easy to deal with him. His stamina was not endless, and compared to the beginning, his breath had weakened significantly. Seeing victory within reach, Zhou Chen's motivation grew stronger. Since he didn't need to expend a lot of mental energy on precise control, his current state was still manageable, and he could continue fighting for another hour or 2 without exhaustion. Lubu had never encountered such a powerful and resilient opponent before, seemingly impossible to kill. The immense pressure of life and death gradually awakened the shattered consciousness hidden within him. After more than 10 minutes, his originally emotionless eyes became more lively. While Zhou Chen and Lubu were fiercely battling, the 3-way war below was also extremely intense. Struck by Zhou Chen's devastating attack, the casualties were heavy. Before they could catch their breath, they faced a full-scale assault from the Sun Lu coalition forces, causing the Chao army to quickly fall into defeat. Cao Cao repeatedly called for Lubu's return, but Zhou Chen firmly blocked him. Feeling pressured, Lubu's cold face twisted, showing signs of struggle. Suddenly, Lubu looked up to the sky and let out a loud roar that echoed for miles. A terrifying black light burst out from his body, transforming into a monstrous deity several kilometers tall. Wielding the sky-piercer halberd, adorned with long feathers, and eyes burning with flames. "I am Lubu, Lu Fengxian, I am not your puppet." Lubu roared thunderously and swung his halberd, while the terrifying deity behind him also struck with its own halberd. A burst of halberd light tore through the void, leaving a black crack several kilometers wide that extended to the distant horizon, remaining unhealed for a long time. Following that, Lubu struck again with his halberd, slashing downwards. A more terrifying blow than Zhou Chen's destruction of mountains and rivers appeared, as a black pillar several kilometers wide pierced through the heavens and the earth, triggering a earth-shattering explosion on the ground, engulfing both Chao's army and the Sun Lu coalition within its range, leaving no trace of their bodies. Lubu's expression calmed down once more. He gazed at the location of the black crack in the void where Zhou Chen did not reappear. I should have perished long ago. Lubu, completing his final masterpiece of life, revealed a content smile. The uncontrollable power raging within him burst out from all parts of his body, shattering his body into countless fragments. He actually went berserk. On the surface of the Yangtze River, Zhou Chen's figure emerged. After being struck down by Lubu's burst of halberd light, he attempted to resurrect on the spot, only to be struck down by the remaining power upon revival. He had no choice but to choose a safe place for his resurrection. He didn't know what had happened to Lubu. In a world where the levels of power were too high and countless extraordinary skills existed, the fact that Lubu could resurrect twice and suddenly unleash unimaginable power was not that surprising. However, Zhou Chen was well aware that Lubu was probably finished. Such terrifying power was far beyond what a fourth tier could withstand. Just like how he was shattered into pieces by his own power, Lubu's fate was not going to be any better. But in the end, he broke free from the puppet's identity, which for the greatest warrior in the world, was not necessarily a bad thing. Indeed, the system prompt sounded quickly. On a mountain peak, Jiang Yu and his three companions waited patiently. After drinking a bottle of restorative potion, Jiang Yu had already regained consciousness. They dared not approach the battlefield, fearing to die at the last moment and jeopardize their efforts. This position was definitely out of sight from Chao's main camp, too far away. However, they could still see the movements of the Shu army camp. They were well aware of Zhou Chen's plan, and as long as the Shu army mobilized, it meant that Zhou Chen's plan was progressing very smoothly. Oh, the Shu army is moving, Wu Qianqian suddenly exclaimed, her eyes filled with disbelief. This is too fast, isn't it? Clearly, she and Jiang Yu had just returned not long ago. This was too exaggerated. As soon as Zhou Chen attacked, the Chao army fell into chaos. I have a feeling that we will soon clear this level. Jiang Yu's pale face broke into a smile. A boss is a boss. Too strong. Wu Qianqian marveled. Shi Tanyan also agreed. For a difficulty level like this dungeon, he believed that even if 5 SSS-level awakened talents came, they would still be beaten to a pulp. However, in front of Zhou Chen, they couldn't stop his advance. Truly worthy of being Big Brother Zhou Chen, no dungeon can stop him. He Yuching admired Zhou Chen wholeheartedly. If it weren't for him, how could we have completed the mission so easily? Hearing this, Jiang Yu and the others nodded in agreement. Despite Zhou Chen not directly intervening to help them complete the mission, without his presence, the Shu army would not have provided them with convenience, let alone help them lure out Li Dian and create an opportunity to kill him. Even without Zhou Chen's direct involvement, he deserved half the credit. Speaking of which, there is only one first clearance for the advanced dungeons. I thought it would be like the trial dungeons, one difficulty level for each first clearance. Wu Qianqian seemed to recall something and spoke up. After the first tier advanced dungeons difficulty returned to normal, the top teams of the Blue Star rushed in eagerly, wanting to snatch the first clearance. However, to their disappointment, the first team to clear it did not obtain the first clearance. Obviously, the mechanism of the advanced dungeons was different from the trial dungeons. After all, the difficulty of the advanced dungeons is time-limited. Only one difficulty level exists at the same time. He Yuching explained. Many people speculate that if they fail to clear the timed difficulty upgrade instance, the Pioneer title will disappear. Even if you clear it on normal difficulty, you won't be able to obtain the Pioneer title. It seems like we've done a great deed by not letting this precious title slip away. If it weren't for us, who else could clear the timed difficulty? Wu Qianqian boasted. That's all thanks to Zhou Chen. Jiang Yu shot her a glance. As they chatted, they awaited news of their clearance, which didn't keep them waiting long. Cleared it. Upon hearing the system prompt, they all showed expressions of ecstatic joy. The test of talent enhancement was too difficult. On the river, Zhou Chen reminisced about this instance run, being a second tier, entering a third tier instance with fourth tier enemies, a second tier facing off against a fourth tier. Who would dare to imagine that? If it weren't for his undying talent effect, Zhou Chen wouldn't have made it through. The difficulty was just too extreme. Although he didn't understand how Lubu erupted with such terrifying power, He wasn't surprised by his choice. Regaining his senses, Lubu was well aware of his situation. Knowing that he had no chance of escaping Zhou Chen's pursuit and would only grow weaker, Lubu chose to go out in a blaze of glory rather than be tormented to death. This experience made Zhou Chen realize that no amount of preparation is too much when aiming for talent enhancement, because you never know what kind of insane difficulty you might encounter inside. Lubu could grind through with his talent, but that didn't mean future formidable foes would be as manageable. Here it comes. Suddenly, Zhou Chen's heart tightened as he heard the system prompt in his ear. Congratulations on clearing the upgrade instance, Mythical 3 Kingdoms, Chibi. Your rating is SSS. And you've received the following rewards: Strength Crystal * 7500, Agility Crystal * 7500, Constitution Crystal * 7500, Spirit Crystal * 7500, Perfect Grade Material Meteor Shard. As this was your first clearance, your contribution was unparalleled, and you've additionally gained Strength Crystal * 7000, Agility Crystal * 7000, Constitution Crystal * 7000, Spirit Crystal * 7000, Rare Grade Skill, Sunset Arrow, Rare Grade Item, Imprisonment Array, Title, Pioneer. Due to the extreme difficulty of this instance, you've received incredibly generous rewards: Strength Crystal * 30,000, Agility Crystal * 30,000, Constitution Crystal * 30,000, Spirit Crystal * 30,000, Perfect Grade Equipment, Purple Thunder Spear, Perfect Grade Skill, Ghost Slayer, Perfect Grade Item, War Banner, Tiger Leopard Cavalry. Your tier has been promoted to the 3rd tier. Your talent enhancement was successful, with your existing talent effect greatly boosted and new effects added. Skill slots +3. Tier suppression level raised to the 3rd tier. Life Force Field upgraded to the 3rd tier, due to your talent. Tier suppression and Life Force Field have changed. Detecting that you already possess the Pioneer title, the title has automatically merged, resulting in a change to your Pioneer title. A long string of system prompts continued to sound. This was a special circumstance of clearing an upgrade instance, with a significant change due to the tier advancement. Zhou Chen barely had time to check his gains before he realized, after his life tier was promoted to the 3rd tier, an unimaginably terrifying warmth surged crazily from deep within his body, as if it would burst him. This sensation was like activating a destructive form. However, unlike the destructive form, these warm currents wouldn't cause him real harm or shatter his body. Flowing throughout his body, the endless warmth was as comfortable as soaking in hot water, and at the same time, Zhou Chen's physical attributes were rapidly increasing at an exaggerated pace. Zhou Chen wasn't surprised by this situation. He knew very well that it was due to his barbaric bloodline. After advancing to the 3rd level, the potential of the perfect grade barbaric bloodline in Zhou Chen was stimulated. The warm currents flowing within him were all power from his bloodline. Zhou Chen didn't know how much his attributes had increased, nor did he have time to check. Once the intense changes in his body calmed down slightly, he decisively chose to use his temporary authority, Specified Rewards. This authority could only be used within the instance after clearing it. Once outside the instance, it would be unusable. After clearing the instance, Zhou Chen could stay inside for a maximum of 10 minutes. He didn't want to miss this rare opportunity. Specified rewards only worked for instances of the 3rd level and below. Logically speaking, using it in a 3rd level instance would maximize the benefits. Mythical 3 Kingdoms, Chibi was a 2nd level instance, so it shouldn't have been the best choice. However, the rewards for advancing level instances had always been the best, and this instance was extremely difficult, with 4th level strong enemies appearing inside, raising the rewards to a higher level. The additional rewards for extreme difficulty were 3 perfect grade items. Zhou Chen's authority, striving for excellence, gave him a chance to obtain higher quality instance rewards. Given the background and power levels of this world, Zhou Chen wasn't worried that there were higher quality rewards. A level 5 striving for excellence was already worth a try. Use temporary authority, specified rewards. As Zhou Chen made his decision, a light screen suddenly appeared in front of him, displaying all the items that could drop in the instance. The sheer number of items was dazzling, making it hard to decide which one to choose. Zhou Chen didn't bother with that and first looked at the quality. He noticed that the quality of the items in the drop list was clear at a glance. Common grade items were white, fine grade were green, rare grade were blue, and perfect grade were purple. Following this standard, Zhou Chen quickly realized that the items were arranged in descending order of quality. He skipped over the white, green, and blue items at the bottom, his gaze pausing on the purple for a moment before looking up. Suddenly, a golden item entered his sight, the only one. Golden. Epic grade. Zhou Chen's breath hitched, excitement flashing in his eyes. He had won the bet. A level 5 striving for excellence was powerful enough, and his luck was good enough to actually get a higher quality item. Even though there were dozens of purple lights representing perfect grade items in the drop list, Zhou Chen didn't look at them again. He decisively made his choice. Perfect grade items were usually only available in 4th or 5th level instances, so for Zhou Chen at the 3rd level, they were normally out of reach. However, compared to an epic grade item, they were nothing. An epic grade item usually only dropped in 6th or 7th level instances. In a 2nd level instance, the chances of it dropping were undoubtedly 1 in a billion. But fortunately, Zhou Chen had a temporary authority with a 100% drop rate. You have used temporary authority, specified rewards, 3rd level, this authority disappears. And you obtain an epic grade special item, 9 Provinces Cauldron. 9 Provinces Cauldron? Zhou Chen was shaken, quickly checking its specific attributes. 9 Provinces Cauldron, quality, epic, type, special item, symbolizing the unity and prosperity of the country. Representing the supreme power of the nation, it can suppress a country's luck, reduce the probability of disasters, and protect the safety of the people. Wow! Zhou Chen's eyes lit up, truly deserving of being an epic grade item. The description alone was very impressive, even mentioning suppressing a country's luck. He wondered how it would actually perform and looked forward to placing it once he left the instance. After all, it was an epic grade item, so it wouldn't disappoint him. Although it wasn't an item that could enhance his personal strength, Zhou Chen wasn't disappointed. Special items and skills had always been the most valuable instance rewards, and for Zhou Chen, the former held greater value, as skills could be upgraded through talent. With the temporary authority issue resolved, Zhou Chen checked the time and saw that he had 3 minutes left. Therefore, he immediately checked the most concerning talent. Talent, Divine by Birth, EX, Effect 1, Undying, no means can completely kill you. Can choose to resurrect on the spot or in a safe place after death. Upon resurrection, will temporarily enter absolute defense state. Effect 2, Strengthened by Breath, as long as breathing, can strengthen in all aspects, and can control perfectly. The higher the rank, the greater the amplification. Effect 3, Insight, all things in the world. Nothing can escape. His Zhou Chen took a deep breath. The talent changed significantly. The first talent effect, Undying. Now after resurrection, not only are injuries fully healed, reaching peak condition, but also gaining an absolute defense state. Don't think unlimited resurrection is useful. Absolute defense becomes useless. Faced with someone far superior in strength, unlimited resurrection is useless. Unable to wear down the opponent, resurrecting on the spot will only be continuously killed by the opponent. Like the halberd light of Lubu, before the power dissipates, Zhou Chen cannot resurrect on the spot, only able to choose to resurrect in a safe place, equivalent to escaping. With the absolute defense state, there is no need to worry about being continuously killed. Zhou Chen even thought of other strategies. Under absolute defense, others cannot harm oneself, and oneself certainly cannot either. Otherwise, it wouldn't be considered absolute. So, under absolute defense, using the state of destruction, there would be no pressure at all. Even the collapse of mountains and rivers could be used together. After all, the difficulty of using the destruction of mountains and rivers lies in the need to consume a large amount of mental energy to control accurately. Otherwise, that terrifying power would immediately shatter oneself. However, under absolute defense, there is no need to worry about backlash. Just be reckless. It's like skill cooldown, greatly shortened. It's just unknown how long this absolute defense state can last. Since it's temporary, there must be a time limit. But unless Zhou Chen dies now, there's no way to know the specific time. The second talent effect, Strengthened by Breath, the description remains unchanged. But Zhou Chen quickly discovered with surprise that now his attribute increase per minute has become 10 points. Remember, at the second rank, the attribute increase per minute was only 1 point. It suddenly increased tenfold. Judging by past trends, the speed of strengthening at the third rank is definitely not as exaggerated. At most 2 or 3 points per minute. Clearly, this is a significant improvement brought about by the sublimation of talent. Truly remarkable. Now Zhou Chen can increase all attributes by 400 points in a day. The attribute range of the third rank is from 10,000 to 100,000. 000. Zhou Chen only needs 7 days to exceed this range, a considerable improvement. As for the third talent effect, insight, all things in the world, nothing can escape, sounds very impressive, and indeed it is. This talent effect needs to be actively used. As long as Zhou Chen wishes, he can see all the secrets of the world, no matter how deeply hidden, nothing can escape. For example, a flower. After using insight, Zhou Chen can see all its components, cells, nuclei, even molecules, atoms, and so on. Not only that, Zhou Chen can also see when it was planted, when it sprouted, when it will bloom in the future, its entire life, past and future, all within Zhou Chen's sight. Of course, the newly appeared talent effects are limited by one's own rank. Zhou Chen found that the deeper the analysis ability of the former, the more subtle, the greater the mental energy consumption. The latter ability involving time cycles, the more exaggerated the consumption. Simple things are fine. The more complex, the more cause and effect, the more astonishing the consumption. It can be considered a form of limitation. After all, he is only at the third rank, and this insight is undoubtedly moving towards omniscience. He still has a long way to go. If it's just superficial and straightforward information, the consumption is minimal, almost like a strengthened version of the eye of detection. Zhou Chen remembered that excellent grade equipment. As his strength increased, the enemies he encountered became stronger. The sophisticated equipment was no longer useful, but his penetrating talent could compensate for Zhou Chen's lack of information. After checking the talent he cared most about, Zhou Chen didn't continue to take stock of his gains because he had been in the instance for almost 10 minutes. He could check later after leaving. Of course, Zhou Chen was well aware of what would happen once he left. He took a deep breath, his expression serious. Exit the instance. In the Western Desert, inside a command post at a military base, a large number of professionals were looking at computer screens, summarizing intelligence from various sources and relaying orders. Ning Feng and Qi Maoyun looked at the large screen in front of them, their expressions solemn, as if waiting for something. Old Qi, are you sure it's today? Ning Feng didn't turn his head, barring any surprises. Yes, Qi Maoyun replied. Of course, anything is possible. So I came 4 days ago and will continue to wait. Ning Feng glanced at him. You're not concerned about Tianjing? With Xiao Zhu there, I have nothing to worry about. I'm not responsible for combat. Qi Maoyun shrugged. He was telling the truth. As the deputy director in charge of administration and logistics, even though he was the deputy director of the Extraordinary Management Bureau, he wouldn't get involved in specific combat situations but would oversee from a commanding position. His main role here was to coordinate the relationship between the Extraordinary Management Bureau and the military to prevent conflicts. Ning Feng was a general in the military, responsible for the defense war in the Western Desert, while Qi Maoyun was the highest-ranking deputy director of the Extraordinary Management Bureau. Both were prominent figures nationally, waiting here for the impending disaster of Ghost Level. Today marked the 5th day since Zhou Chen's team entered the upgraded instance. The day when the Ghost Level disaster was most likely to strike early. Both the military and the Extraordinary Management Bureau were fully prepared for this day. The Extraordinary Management Bureau had already allocated combat personnel. Currently, the Bureau had 5 SSS-level talent awakeners, 1 stationed in Tianjing, 1 in Haijing, and the remaining 3 stationed in other important cities. There were many SS-level and S-level talent awakeners in the Western Desert, but not a single SSS-level 1 remained. There used to be, but when Zhou Chen chose to enter the instance in the Western Desert, it became unnecessary as one Zhou Chen could match all the SSS-level talent awakeners. Clustering in the Western Desert was a waste, considering the heavy defense pressure in Xia country, with the Western Desert being just the most dangerous area. At this moment, the world was closely monitoring the situation, with numerous satellites focusing on the landing site in the Western Desert to provide first-hand information to the leaders of various countries. Inside Xia country, countless missiles were aimed here, and even some nuclear missile silos had been opened, ready to strike at any moment. Of course, the landing site in the eastern waters of Sakura country received the same treatment. The clearance rates of major instances had dropped to the lowest,